It has always been believed that the world is ruled by three types of people. These are the talented, the rich, and another type of people who, according to people, are very rare. There had already been a fierce battle going on for hours between the huge two-headed dragon and the desperate mages who couldn't let the monster overpower themselves, or the rest of the humans would be threatened. They used various spells, but the dragon's armor was too strong and they couldn't hurt it. But they didn't give up trying to kill it, but they also had to fight off its attacks. A girl appeared on the mountain, singing loudly, and attracted the dragon's attention. She realized that he would attack her, and so she activated her skill, Roulecta of the Gods. After applying this skill, the girl had two huge angel wings that were very bright. The girl was preparing to apply a random skill to finish off the monster. The third type of people who ruled the world. These were people blessed with luck. A girl saw her attacked by a dragon, but she had the skill, Nike Goddess of Victory Heavenly Punishment, which stopped the dragon by piercing one of the heads. Now the other mages were left to wield another head that attacked them even more fiercely. One of the mages decided to use her strongest summoning spell to finish off the ruthless monster. She knew that this spell would be able to kill the second head and end the battle. She summoned a fire dragon creature and directed all of its power at the monster. The dragon's flames were so powerful that the monster's head melted, it was finished, and the humans took over. Nothing threatened them now. The people rejoiced in victory. The two-headed dragon, the lord of the dungeon, was defeated thanks to their coordinated work. They did not hold back their emotions. This victory was not easy for them. The young lad had completed the Abyss Guild raid on the two-headed dragon entry and was preparing to quit the game. His mission was complete, and they were able to defeat the bloodthirsty monster. After leaving the game, someone called him. The conversation was unpleasant for him. After a while, he began to freak out. He was offered only $300 a day, but it was not enough for him. He realized that one day he could not return from the raid. But he was told that no one was forcing him to play, and that they had no shortage of young men eager to do what was right. Hen replied that he wasn't refusing. He was just asking to raise the price for his labor. The answer was simple for him. They told him that they couldn't help him. They were just brokers, and they offered the price that the guild itself had set and hung up. Now he had to decide for himself whether to work for that kind of money or not. After this answer, Hen got even more angry and started shouting at the whole club. The administrator heard the shouting and came in to ask if he was okay. Hen calmed down and apologized for making noise. Hen was upset and went to the exit. He said that he would have to work as cannon fodder for a month. The administrator smiled and said that he would like to be on a raid like this at least once. They were walking between the game pods and talking. The administrator said that among the God Wars players, those who could make some sort of living in raids were less than 15 million out of 1.8 billion people. He smiled at Hen and asked him not to despair. Unlike others, he was not without talent. The receptionist tried his best to support Hen, who was quite upset about the call. Hen thought about his words. He thought that if he thought about it that way, he was right. He had talents in this game. Unlike other games, God Wars didn't have auto-aim and you had to hit the target yourself. This disadvantage, and was his big advantage in the game thanks to his background as a baseball player, he could accurately hit monsters and without auto-aim. Hen recalled that he had to forget about a career in baseball after he suffered an injury that ended his dreams of being a pretty famous pitcher. And remembering Hyokju's words, and realizing that he would never know how humiliating such compliments about talent sounded to him, Hen decided to pretend that he was pleased by his words. Hyen gave him the card and wished him luck with the character's romp, to which Hyokju replied that he doubted he would have succeeded, and explained that everything had been taken over by his predecessors. But unfortunately, with that nothing could be faked. Hyokju looked at him and realized that he was still a long way off, because Hen had already spent 5 years training his Midas character. He had invested a lot of money in him and could participate in raids. The administrator remembered that Hen had gotten this character when he had gotten stupid and invested all his savings into the Gacha class card, and then Midas had fallen to him. When Hen heard about it, his mood had gotten even worse. He still regretted it. But this was his only chance to make more money. He needed a new character to bring him a steady income. Hen knew he needed to provide for his family, and every penny mattered to him. Hyokju gave him back the card, which Hen immediately hid. He noticed that Hyok was reading and wondered what it was, to which Hyok replied that he had been drawn into reading a fantasy novel, and briefly told him the story. Hen listened to the receptionist about his novel. The plot seemed strange to him, But he did not delay any longer and left wishing him a good shift. Heck noticed that it was raining outside. He was surprised that Hen went outside without an umbrella. He was walking home and thinking about Heck's story about the novel. He thought the plot was strange because time travel was used to exact revenge on no one. He thought it was extremely stupid. Hen thought that this affair was utter nonsense, and that if he went back in time, he'd better invest successfully in stocks. Hen was so involved in his thoughts that he didn't notice the car bearing down on him. The driver managed to swerve at the last moment and did not hit him. He had an accident and the car overturned. Passers-by ran up to him and asked how he was feeling, but they also tried to help the driver, with whom it is unknown what happened. Hen looked at the overturned car and thought he almost died. A few more seconds, and he would have just been swept away by the car. He was lucky the driver had time to react and swerve into the pole. He thought that luck wasn't really his thing, but he thought that if he survived now, it was luck. Hen didn't realize that the accident had broken the electric pole that was already falling behind him. The pole fell and the wires caught Hen, and he collapsed. He lay there thinking that his whole life had been a miserable existence. No money, no talent. But he could swear that that day, as strange as it sounded, luck had smiled on him for the first time in his entire life. In 2034, the long-awaited VR game God Wars was released, which everyone was waiting for and raving about. Many people liked it and wanted to start playing it as soon as possible, not sparing their money. Its name was translated as War of the Gods, and just a few years after its release, the game had a huge impact on the fields of sports, entertainment, and culture. And once the number of users of this game exceeded 1.8 billion people, and now quite a few people existed on the income from the work in God Wars, which allowed to earn a decent income, but it was not given to everyone. Hen lay unconscious, but suddenly he distinctly heard his name, and as he slowly began to regain consciousness, and the first thing he wanted to know was where he was, and who was speaking to him. He regained consciousness and saw a doctor in front of him who said he had a first-degree burn and that he was discharging him. He said he could go home when he would have paid the bill at the front desk. Hen was shocked that he had already been provided with a bill. Hen didn't consider himself lucky. He was able to dodge the machine, but he was still electrocuted and had to empty his already meager savings because of it. He lifted his head and looked up at the sky. Hen thought he should probably be grateful. All he had in this fucked-up world was his body, and he didn't want to lose it. Hen walked down the street for a bit and decided to head home. As he walked up to the door, he hoped his older brother and Heron were all right. They were his only family. He put his hand to enter the apartment. On his biometric data were not registered in this house. He did not understand how it was possible. Just yesterday, everything was working and he could enter his home. Hen tried again, but it didn't work. His fingerprints didn't match. He became very angry about it. He dreamed of moving out of this hole, but he didn't have enough money for that. And then suddenly, a door opened in front of him where a little girl was standing. She looked at him and was glad that her uncle had come home. He said hello to her and asked her how she had behaved today, to which the girl replied that she had been a smart girl today. They were both happy to see each other. He asked her where her daddy was. To this question, he heard the answer at his back. He turned around and saw Jun's brother, who was confined to a wheelchair. He was glad that Hen had come home. Jun told him that he had gotten a call saying he was in the hospital. He was wondering what had happened to him, to which Hen replied that it was no big deal. He had all but fallen a little. His brother was very worried about him. He wanted to know for sure he was okay. Hen calmed him down and told him that he wouldn't have been able to come if something was serious. He said it was like their ID was broken. He told him that he couldn't get into the house because he wasn't registered at the house. His brother replied that couldn't be the case. Hen was sure the lock was just broken, from the fact that the house was old. But his brother said that if it was broken, it wouldn't work at all. But it did, which meant that the system was giving him that answer. Because the system used the same biometric algorithm as God Wars capsules, so the lock was functional. Apparently the problem was with his game account. Hearing those words, Hen was shocked. He couldn't believe it. Hen started to sweat a lot from nerves and decided to check with his brother again that the ID used, the same ID that God Wars used. His brother replied that he got it right, but he was surprised that he didn't know that. He looked at his brother and said that he needed to leave for the capsule cafe right away. He realized that he needed to check his data. He couldn't lose his earnings from this game. Hen ran to the cafe and started to enter his data. But again, there was an error. He called support and asked why he was denied access because of some biometrics mismatch. He was not a hacker. He was just a normal Hen Wu. The customer service recommended hiring a lawyer, which made Hen angry. He started demanding access to the account, but he didn't have time to say anything more to them. They hung up on him when he started raising his voice at them. Hen sat down on the couch and thought that biometrics were impossible to fake. So in their time, it was the only reliable way of identification. He couldn't believe the years spent playing the game had been wasted. He sat holding his head and wondering why his data was no longer being recognized. He only had this question. He didn't know who to ask for help. Who could tell him what to do next? Hen remembered that everything had been fine until yesterday. But suddenly he remembered the car running at him and how he had been electrocuted. Maybe that was the reason. He couldn't believe it was all from the electrocution. He decided to try logging into his account again, but it was in vain. He didn't understand why this was happening now when he had enough problems. Hen thought that now he was going to be finished. After all, he had spent so much money on pumping up his character that he had no money to create a new one. He needed to feed his family. He thought more and more that he was finished. This game was the only source of income without which it would be hard for them to survive. He feared that his story could repeat itself. After a while, Hen pulled himself together. He thought he shouldn't have given up. He realized that stopping playing God Wars was not an option. He needed to try starting over. He got up and decided to go to the club. He thought he had to forget about his dream of getting any rank at all. He decided to be a simple miner in the mines. It was his only way out. Hen knew that if he worked hard, he would have enough to live on. He kept thinking about his family that he played for and never gave up on. He needed money and asked Hekju to set up a capsule for him that he could try playing and earning again. Now he didn't have any money to pump up his character. Hen climbed into the pod and waited for it to start. He thought he was lucky to have a card to create a new hero. The receptionist told him he was connecting him to the game and to get ready. He thought that now he had to do it all over again. He entered his player name that he had before and thought that if you didn't have the money, you wouldn't be able to play this game. The game required an investment. The game asked him if he was willing to spend a card to create a character, and that it was only used once. Hen confirmed his action. He was very worried, because the cost of one character was $880. Such a price was because there was a demand for a beautiful life that people lacked in real life. And a game could make them anything they wanted, and could just as easily allow them to get rich off of it. Hen set about creating a hero. Hen thought he would hunt hard and try to increase his level. He thought it would be easy enough to sell the items he got. And then the Sysadm offered him to choose the god he wanted to worship. He realized that it was all simple in words, but in reality, he hadn't even put in enough effort last time, and now he had to do it all over again. Cards appeared in front of them. He looked at them and thought that it was a random selection of cards from the first mission. And he had spent so much money to get one mage, it was really upsetting him. He knew that there were only two ways to win at random games. The first was to be born into a wealthy family, which he didn't have, and the second was to have unreal luck and fortune. He believed he had neither. On the cards were many variations of who his hero could be, and Hen thought that he had made this gacha so many times before that he thought he could guess the contents of any card, and he was sure he would have gotten a worthless variant this time too. He held out his hand to the map, thinking that it didn't matter what class he chose. He was going to be a simple miner, and he didn't expect to be much more than that. But suddenly he got a card he couldn't believe his eyes. It was an archmage's card. Hen didn't even immediately realize what it was. He was in a stupor of surprise. Hen thought he was hallucinating. The system notification told him that he had been accepted into his army by the Dragon of War and was an 82 warrior. The system also confirmed that his class was archmage. He looked around to where two guys were picking cards the same way. One of them was nervous because he'd gotten the warrior class for the third time in a row. He was literally crying that he'd never once gotten the archmage he wanted. His friend wanted to reassure him and said that it was only a dream because legendary classes like the archmage were exclusively reserved for wealthy players like Asmo, who spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on the game. Hen thought that if all of this was true, he had no use for mining now. He decided to change his strategy. He wanted to pump as fast as possible and go on a raid. But it wasn't as he thought. The system offered him to start a training quest. He agreed because he thought his class it was a temporary system error. Hen confirmed that he had completed the quest and was immediately given a new task. But he thought that surely, when he logged out and logged back in, he would have some other class like mage or warrior, which were less important than archmage. He thought he had not only pulled an incredibly priced card, but he had some changes he hadn't had before. He could now see the hidden text above the quest description. Hen noticed that one could get the rank of Master Trainer for completing the quest. He couldn't believe that this was hidden in a quest that no one cared about. This rank could be obtained if one could survive for 71 minutes. He grabbed his head when he saw that he was given plus 10 points to all of his stats. While normally only 5 points were given for leveling up, his two friends couldn't understand what was happening to him. They thought he was blocked too. Hen thought that he had been playing for 5 years and had never heard of this. No forum had written about this quest, but it wasn't surprising. After all, you had to last 71 minutes. But even a curious player wouldn't want to sit in a capsule for 70 minutes. He realized that if he saw hidden text in the quests, that meant he didn't get the archmage class by accident either. The system alerted him that the fourth wall was starting to break, and Hen decided to turn on the game recording so he could have video replays. Hen knew that in God Wars, you could only achieve a good class with either a huge pile of money or sheer luck. And in order to bypass the system and get a higher class, people could pay very generously. He strongly hoped it wasn't all a dream. He was insanely happy that he had such a class. It was his chance to earn enough money and provide for his family for a long time. The task started and he faced strong opponents. He couldn't understand how they could defeat such opponents right away. But the other players tried to calm him down by saying that they didn't need to defeat them. Hen asked again. They definitely didn't need to kill these monsters. He thought it was impossible for level 1, and he realized that surviving in this place for 71 minutes wouldn't be as easy as he assumed. He looked at the monsters and noticed the aggression indicator above their heads. He was shocked. He had never been able to do this before. Now it was much easier for him to complete this task. Hen remembered that in their time, your social status in God Wars depended on your status in God Wars. Each player started the game with their own dreams and their own goals. But soon all players came to the same conclusion that God Wars was insanely hard and difficult to play. Some thought it was a waste of money. And the moment of truth came when a new player really faced reality contained in a training mission, when inexperienced players died at the hands of monsters. Hen knew that the tutorial would only end when a player was beaten to death by a monster. The players were running away from them in panic. They didn't know what to do or how to escape the monsters. He didn't understand why the newcomers were panicking so much. He decided to tell them that they just needed to die quickly to start the main quest, he told them as an experienced player. Hen was running away from them and noticed unusual information for himself. He could even see the monsters' stat windows where he could learn all the information he needed and their basic techniques in battle. He hid from them and watched their behavior, and when the monsters lost sight of him, the indicator above their heads changed color, and Hen understood how the aggression indicator worked. A green indicator meant that the monster was calm and had no intention of attacking it, but when it turned red, it meant that the monster had seen the target and was starting to attack it. He managed to dodge their attacks. He thought that years of studying orc behavior could be so useful to him right now, being attacked by them. Hen tried to avoid duels with them and just hide from them for 71 minutes. He ran and thought that seeing the enemy's stats and aggro indicator and having 5 years of studying orcs behind him, this should have been an easy task for him. He realized that it wasn't like anyone else knew what he knew. It was to his advantage. After all, he had seen on tape how the orcs were destroying his competitors, and he could safely hide from them. Hen was determined that he could handle this task. 1 hour left, and the title of Master Trainer would be his. An hour passed, and he was sitting in the capsule, holding his head and not knowing what to do. But then abruptly he began to smile. He knew perfectly well that this was not a dream, and everything that was happening to him was real, and now he was an archmage he had never even dreamed of. He turned on the tape to watch his triumph. He managed to last 71 minutes and get the rank of Master Trainer, after which he shamefully died because he was killed by orcs. But he paid it no mind. He had gotten what he wanted, the rank was his, and the archmage card wasn't a bug in the system like he thought. It was real and belonged to him. Hen remembered that he almost got kicked out of the game for having an elevated heart rate. The moderators of the game were concerned about the safety of the players, so they had introduced a shutdown system for elevated heart rates, so he needed to calm down quickly. He started to breathe deeply that everything came back to normal. The administrator noticed this and asked him why he was breathing so deeply. He thought something had happened in the game, but Hen didn't even notice as he approached him. Hen decided not to reveal the whole truth and told him that he didn't feel good about having to start the game all over again, which wasn't exactly a lie. The administrator asked him with a smile why he was starting over if he already had a mage character. He knew perfectly well that he was not blocked in the game. He wondered why Hen decided to start over. Hen made a sad face as if he really had been blocked and was now starting from scratch. The admin realized that this was a sore subject and he apologized to him. Hen accepted it even though he knew it was all made up by him. He put on the virtual reality goggles and told him he was heading back to the game. He asked that he not tell anyone about his problem and the blocked player. Hen couldn't let anyone find out about his secret. If the developers found out about his abilities, they wouldn't leave him alone, and he would be followed everywhere. He didn't want that. He thought that this ability he had gained after yesterday's incident, and it was a gift from heaven. It was his only chance for a better life. He didn't know how long he was allotted to use this ability, but he would make the most of it. Hen got to the first city. He looked at his hand and began to squeeze it. He couldn't believe he was an archmage of legendary rank. There would barely be 100 of them in the entire world. He decided he needed to get pumped up and go raiding. He knew that even if he didn't want to, he needed to go to the Travelers Guild. Hen noticed that a question mark had appeared under the tree and was glowing brightly. He didn't know what it meant. He assumed it could be the start of some quest. He walked closer and saw instead of a sign a small dog lying down and sleeping, but he still couldn't figure out why it was glowing. It was still a mystery to him. But then Hen realized what that bright light meant. Such a light could only come from a legendary quest that he only knew about from rumors. He was shocked that something like that was right in front of his eyes. He figured that with the help of completing this one quest, he would be able to cover all of his expenses for the month ahead. It could provide him with a good income. Hen could not believe that the whole game was based only on luck, but he liked it. He began to adore this game because with the help of luck he could reach incredible heights. He decided to accept the quest first. After reading the quest, he realized that he had never encountered a quest that was related to the revitalizing medicine before. He assumed that this hidden quest was activated when certain conditions were met. Hen bent down to pet the dog and realized that if he didn't have the ability to view hidden information, he would have just walked past the quest like the other players did. He was happy that he had managed to find this golden quest, and now it was only his, and he wasn't going to give it to anyone, nor would he share it with anyone. Hen decided that first, he needed to visit the Explorers Guild as they were in charge of most of the quests in the area. Leaving, he asked the dog not to go anywhere and to wait for him. He didn't want to go to the Explorers Guild. He didn't want to have anything to do with them, but he had no other choice, so he had to go to them. Hen realized that although there was a large variation of quests in God Wars, the higher the rank, the less often one would come across them, and moreover, they could be completed a limited number of times. Characters were also limited to a certain number of quests they could give them in a day. Because of this, people who got quests in advance began to exchange them for in-game currency. There were those who began to make money from it. The Guild of Travelers, for lack of being able to control all the in-game characters, and for the fact that other players wouldn't sit back quietly after a bit of thought, decided to head to the first city. Since the first city was the place where new players could learn the basics, those who once left it could no longer return to it. And that meant only one thing. Gradually increasing their strength, establishing themselves in the first city, they began to expand their services in various areas of the game. The guild captured the trust of newcomers by giving them free items at the very beginning of the game. The guild was constantly improving its image by helping with hunting, resource extraction, and other new players. And soon there were even people starting to show up who had flattering things to say about the Explorers Guild. This happened against the background of the fact that the developers declared their unwillingness to interfere in in-game social processes. So the Guild of Travelers simply turned into a real business. Hen came to them, and near their building he thought that it was because of these guys that he didn't want to create a new account. He didn't want to cooperate with them, but he had no way out. Inside, it was explained to him that there were 3 courses available. A basic course where he could get the quest without waiting too long. An advanced course where in addition to the quest, he could get the service of borrowing items, and an elite course where he would be assisted until the end of the quest. The guild representative, after telling him about the courses, informed him that he could make payment with either real currency, in-game gold, or an item. Now the choice was up to him. The representative smiled and asked which course he was most interested in, to which Hen replied that he would prefer to stay with the basic course. He knew that the people who tried to cheat the guild were forcibly exiled to gather the resources needed to create items, so the guild began to provide services in the real world, and to be released, one had to surrender their character. Hen believed that these vermin were deeply entrenched in the game. The representative smilingly handed him a quest list and a document. He asked him to take them and head to the specified location. He took the document and went to the specified place where he was met by another guild representative. He took the document from him and read it carefully. He looked at Hen and was surprised that he was the one who got the quest, Haydn's Errand. Hen asked to be given a moment to confirm the quest. He paid 10 goblin skin for this quest. After that, he was given all the information about the Haydn character quests, but he had already decided which one he would take. After scrolling through quite a bit of information, Hen realized that the hidden quest was related to the legendary one. He put no small amount of effort into searching for it, and after what little time, he was still able to find it. Hen realized that he needed to cheat a bit so that he could get all the remaining quests, and the guild representative who had taken the document from him could help him with that. He decided that he needed to get the easy hunting quest over with sooner, rather than later. He knew that he could deal with goblins without magical skills as his stats were quite high. He had managed to level up for this quest. As soon as Hen finished dealing with the goblins, a system notification informed him that the god he served had noticed his rapid growth, and the Dragon of War was giving him a special ability only available to him. A lot of cards appeared in front of him, and he thought it was time for beggar players to play gotcha. It was a free skill given out every time you leveled up, but good items were quite hard to get. Hen spread out his cards and was sure that now he was no longer subject to the will of chance, and that he was lucky enough to obtain a rare skill. But it was the opposite. 90 out of 100 cards were ordinary, and he sadly thought that it was hard to get rid of his innate luck. He realized that he wouldn't get any unique ranks. Hen pulled himself together and didn't get too upset. He remembered that his past character had at least been lucky enough to drop an attack spell that he could use in battles. Opening the card, Hen saw that he had gotten a new skill, Fireball. It was a rare skill, and he thought that all the preparations had been completed, and now he was ready for almost anything. Hen returned to the guild. He saw the same man on the doorstep that took the document from him. He thought it was time to pick up the last hidden quest. He came up to him to greet him. He was surprised that he had managed so quickly. He noted that Hen was quite good, to which Hen modestly replied that he had overestimated him, and that he had struggled to defeat even one goblin. The man was alarmed by his words, looking at him. He thought he was a complete novice, but he wondered why he had gotten through the task so quickly. It looked like he had picked up an extra item somewhere. Hen went to collect his rewards for completing the quest, and the man thought happily that he would soon be another purse for them to enrich their guild. But then the guild representative's expression changed drastically. He couldn't believe his eyes. He saw that Hen had managed to obtain all the goblin skin. It was unbelievable. The old man noted that Hen was very clever, and after looking at what Hen had gotten, he saw that he was able to get the goblin's yearning, which fell out with a very small chance. Hen explained to the old man that he bought 30 goblin skins at once, since no one was selling 10 pieces at once. He thought that he only needed 10 pieces for the quest and asked the old man to give him more information about the price. He turned to the old man and said that the man had taken all 30 units of goblin skin from him for some reason. He didn't understand why he had done that and how he could get the rest. The man stood there and didn't understand at all what new quest Hen was talking about. But he went on to say that he wasn't happy about it, and that they should have warned him about such a thing beforehand. After all, he had honestly bought this quest from them with money. The frightened man came up to him and said that they were very sorry, but that they could not help him in any way, and that no compensation was provided for such a case. He added that everything was described in the contract, and in case the client did not read the information well enough, in that case, the entire responsibility was on the client himself. Hen was furious. He couldn't believe that there would be no compensation. He asked him that this meant he had to deal with the quest on his own, to which the representative replied positively. He turned around and started to walk away, saying to himself that he was unlucky and that he had just lost 20 units of goblin skin for nothing. As soon as he left, the representative exhaled and thought that he had almost gotten himself into more trouble. Walking away from the guild a bit, Hen smiled and thought that nothing was blocking his path now. He had played out in front of the guild that he was very angry with them. This was part of his plan. Hen remembered how he had come to the guild portraying that it was incredibly hard for him to get a goblin's yearning. In exchange for this item he received, a revitalizing medicine made thanks to him. When the medicine was in his hands, he did not hold back his emotions. He began to cry with happiness that this medicine was finally in his hands. He left the guild and thought that now he would be able to complete his first ever legendary quest. He went back to the doggy and gave him the cure. He hoped he could get a decent reward. Hen thought that this quest could make him a real rich man. But the system notified him that the wolf, who had lost his name, was henceforth loyal to him as his master, and that he had been given the title of Master Divine Creature. He was very upset. He wanted to trade it for treasure and riches, after calming down a bit. Hen looked at it and thought he didn't realize it was a wolf. From the looks of it, it looked like a normal puppy. Hen took him in his arms and thought that appearance was completely unimportant to him. He strongly hoped that, at least with the statistics, he was doing well, and he would help him in the next quests. The wolf cub looked at him with admiring eyes. He was happy that he had found a master. Hen received a notification from the system that he had to name his pet, and he began to think what name to pick for him. Hen decided to call him Lucky. And then a notification appeared instantly that the nameless wolf had a new name, and with it a new life. Hen got excited and forced him to quit the game. He left the capsule and headed for the exit, where the receptionist said hello to him, but Hen lowered his head and walked silently towards the exit. One of the visitors made a remark to him that he didn't say hello back. It wasn't nice of him. But Hyuk-ju stood up for him, saying that Hen was depressed because he was locked out of the magician account he spent 5 years and all his money on. They wondered what he was going to do next, because he had already invested all his money in the magician's account, and he had no other money. They realized that he was in a difficult situation, and he didn't have time to talk. Hen was in a mood again. He pretended to be depressed, so that there would be no questions. He remembered his pet, and now he was sure that he was not mistaken, and that the dog was Fenrir. He knew that Fenrir was the strongest divine creature in God Wars, and that he was unrivaled in close combat, so Hen was unrealistically happy to have such a pet. Hen thought that his luck didn't end, and now he also had such a strong companion in the game. He was well aware that such a chance only came once in a lifetime. He started to think if things continued like this. But then his thoughts were interrupted by a phone call. He picked up the phone and answered his niece. He said he would bring her some chicken for dinner tonight. But what he heard from his tribeswoman Heron, that her daddy was in trouble, shocked him, and he rushed as soon as possible from the computer club to the hospital, where Heron was already waiting for him. Hen took her in his arms and tried to find out what had happened to her daddy. A nurse came over to them and explained that he had had a heart attack and hypotension. But all the bad stuff was over. There was nothing to worry about now. The nurse added that their relative now had a pacemaker. This device needed to be replaced periodically and the patient needed rehabilitation. She asked if Hen himself had a heart problem and how long ago he had been checked by a cardiologist, to which Hen replied that he had not been checked by a cardiologist because his heart did not bother him. It was already night outside. But Hen and Heron did not leave the hospital in the hope that his brother would come to his senses. They could not leave him at such a difficult moment. Heron could not stand it and fell asleep right outside her father's room. Hen sat staring out the window, thinking about what he should do, how to cure his brother. They could barely make ends meet. They were going through a difficult time in their lives. Everything was about money, which they didn't have. Now he realized that he couldn't delay. He had gotten Fenrir, and now it was time to earn a human so they wouldn't have any more trouble paying their bills. He decided to sell people the game's bugs to make it easier for them to play, mine artifacts to sell them later, and to do that he needed to pump up his archmage as soon as possible. Hen was back in the game. Everyone around him was looking at his puppy. They couldn't take their eyes off him. He was very cute. Hen looked at him and thought he hadn't really paid attention, but he really did look like a normal puppy. He thought that he had accomplished 2 things at once by completing the legendary quest. First, he now had a creature that could distract enemies, and secondly, it freed him from the need to call his partners into battle. He needed to pump up the hero some more, and then he could get out of the first city and advance further. He realized that the next level would have a much higher difficulty, but the rewards would be many times more valuable as well. And he also remembered that he had received a random skill card from the Dragon of War, which could give him new legendary abilities, thus pumping up the hero. Hen decided to take it slow and open the card he received. He thought it was time to play roulette again, and confirmed his action in the system notification. He spread out the cards, and now all his doubts evaporated. He had gained a skill of legendary rank. He had the ability to use telekinesis. It was a very rare skill, but it could only be used by telekinetic mages. Telekinesis allowed you to move objects by invisible force, and could be used in combat to trip or remotely block enemy movement. Hen knew that his archmage class allowed him to learn any school of magic, so he clicked the card and got telekinesis into his skills. He was glad he didn't have to choose anything. He looked at his pet and thought that everything was going just perfectly, working out just the way he wanted it to. Hen thought ironically luck was his wolf Lucky. After learning a new skill, Hen wanted to try it out as soon as possible in battle, so he and Lucky decided to go hunting in the goblin forest, where they could try out his abilities. Running into the forest, they looked around and found 3 goblins that were sharing prey. They were the perfect targets for a triage, and they attacked them. Lucky caught one of the goblins in the throat. The other 2 Hen destroyed with his fireball attack. Lucky was happily running around Hen. He looked at him and said that the goblins were too easy, but back when the game first came out, to him they seemed like pretty serious opponents. Hen thought the hunt wasn't hard at all, but he knew it wouldn't always be that way. He decided to go further into the thicket of the forest and survey what was there. He was walking through the forest and nothing of value came his way, but suddenly a raven appeared in front of him, and he knew what that meant. He was on a boss raid. There was less than an hour until the Goblin Champion appeared. Boss Raid was a real treasure trove of a game, where you could get an incredible reward for defeating a strong monster. Hen was looking forward to the appearance of the boss, and he decided to prepare himself. Hen realized that not all players could go on such a raid, because the difficulty of the raid was too high. Only strong players could challenge the boss. He thought that such raids were often compared to the starry sky. Everyone could see it, but only a select few were allowed to take possession of it. He had to make a choice, go on such a raid or retreat. But the rewards for the raid were incredible. From the items you could get for the boss to hosting an online broadcast of the fight to show the entire battle process. Hen knew that those who broadcast such fights made a lot of money. He thought that if he wanted to become a ranker, he had a lot of work to do. From all these thoughts, Hen decided to distract himself for a period of time and to write to the support. He thought it would be nice to buy Heron something tasty, especially since it cost him only $25. While buying food for his niece, a thought came into his head abruptly. He thought about trying to defeat the boss alone and taking the entire reward for himself alone, without sharing it with anyone. He figured there was no one in the county right now. He had already killed all the monsters. He wanted to be, for once, greedy towards others. He had tried his whole life to be a law-abiding man. Hen realized that there was no guarantee that his life would be better than it was now. He was tired of enabling others. He realized that now he himself had a chance, and he decided to take it. He had rewatched the clips of the raid on the Goblin Champion many times, and he already knew the mechanics of his attacks. He understood how he could counter him. Hen was worried because he had never participated in solo raids before, but right now he could do it, and go through the raid by himself, only with his sidekick Lucky. He was sure he had a good chance of defeating the Goblin Champion. With less than an hour to go before he met him, Hen was determined that today, he and Lucky would hunt the boss together. Hen did not waste time and tried to prepare for the fight with the boss. He prepared traps for him, hoping that he would fall into them. They were engrossed in work and did not notice how it was time for the Goblin Champion to appear. He saw the boss appear in front of him. He didn't waste time talking too much and attacked Hen. He managed to jump back to safety at the last moment, and the boss missed with his attack. As soon as the boss's foot touched the ground, he immediately fell into the pit that Hen had prepared in advance. He fell into one of his traps. Hen approached the pit and threw a bottle of oil into it. The bottle shattered against the goblin's mask, and he didn't realize what liquid was on his mask, but that wasn't the whole attack. Wiping his face, the goblin saw Hen throw a fireball at him. By doing so, he subbed the oil. Hen knew that the Goblin Champion was a boss that changed its fighting style depending on its health level. It was the first serious monster for newcomers who had only fought normal characters before. Digging a hole for the Goblin Champion, Hen thought that a player at a high level and with a huge amount of resources wouldn't attack him alone, but Hen decided to test his luck and attacked him alone. Hen realized that he needed to find a way to disrupt his pattern of attacks, and then everything else would no longer be a problem. He would be able to overpower him safely on his own. The Goblin Champion tried to climb out of the pit and continue the fight. He was extremely angry that he was attacked, but he was prevented from climbing out by Lucky. He bit him on the arm, and the goblin fell back into the pit. They had done most of the damage to the goblin. He was on the verge of death, and he was furious. He sprang out of the Yami and was already over Hen's head, but he didn't panic. He knew the pattern of his movements would change now. The goblin was preparing his lightning air attack that he wanted to hit Hen with, but he was surprised that Lucky the wolf could jump so high and attack him. Lucky bit his neck and fell to the ground. Hen leisurely approached the Goblin Champion. He had a fireball in his hands that was meant to kill him. Now the goblin was doomed. He wouldn't be able to escape such an attack. He and Lucky defeated it. Hen thought it was easier than he thought. But he also realized that this monster was only from the first city, and it would be much more difficult to compete further away. Hen said with a smile on his face that it would be great if he was shown live. Then he could get some good sponsors and he was already famous and rich. He realized that he suddenly had a lot of worries, but first he wanted to open the cards that the Dragon of War had given him for his brilliant victory over the Goblin champion. Suddenly, Lucky noticed something strange and he barked, thus attracting Hen's attention, who turned around to see what was going on behind them. They saw a red beam, but they didn't realize what it was. Hen saw that in front of them was the Goblin champion's mask that he had gotten after winning. He thought he could sell it, but he didn't know how much he could get from selling it. He decided to leave the game in order to be able to eat and see how much to sell the mask for. When he saw the price, he was shocked. He thought raid items were neuro-yatly expensive. Hen thought it would be nice to put it on himself, but right now, he had to think about his brother's rent and medical bills, so he needed money, and selling the mask would allow him to stop thinking about it for a while. He thought that if it wasn't for this situation, he would have left the mask on. He heard someone calling him. He picked up the phone and realized it was the insurance company calling him about the electrocution compensation. Hen started to tell me that since that day, he started to feel terrible. He was losing his mind and was traumatized, after which he asked to call them back a little later because he wasn't feeling well right now. After talking to the insurance company, he headed over to the club administrator, Heck Ju, to have him load him up with $300 worth of money in the game. He could afford it now. Heck Ju was surprised that he wanted to spend such money on the game. He thought he had sold some artifacts. He wondered where he had gotten such money from. Not long ago, his account had been blocked, and he was out of grief. Hen remembered his conversation with the insurance company, where he said that he was going crazy after the accident and that he had lost sleep, and now he had a fear of poles and cars. He was trying every way to get compensation. The insurance company told him that they would verify the information about his hospitalization, and if it was confirmed, he would be paid. Hearing this, he was overjoyed. He told Hyok-ju that he had cried, pressed pity, and gotten a solid insurance policy for what had happened to him a few days ago. Hyok-ju thought it was a mean act on his part and shouldn't have been done that way. Hen was well aware that he shouldn't have done that, but he really needed the money for the month so he could focus on pumping up his character, and insurance would help him do that. He realized that there was not a moment to lose. He immersed himself in the game and went to the Goblin Forest again to pump up his hero there, fighting the monsters. He attacked them with fireballs, but the monsters put up a shield, hoping that he would save them. Hen saw that they had put up a shield, but it didn't bother him absolutely. He had prepared something special for them. He took aim and launched an ice arrow attack at them with his magic wand. He fired and the arrow pierced through their shield, killing the monster holding it. He noticed it was like a bullet. Magical arrows worked best against monsters that hid behind a shield. Hen continued to attack them with his arrows without engaging them in close combat. There was no need because his arrows hit them at a great upset, but he didn't notice the monster climbing up the tree to attack him from the back. Just as the monster got close to him and was about to attack, Lucky jumped on him and threw the monster off. Hen thought that he felt safer when Lucky was around, who would always have his back. Hen and Lucky were already done with these monsters. They had quickly defeated all the orcs and wanted to head to the next level hunting grounds. He realized that he needed bigger opponents. In the Goblin Forest, he managed to get a set of goblin equipment that was quite rare. The equipment was heavy because it accumulated anger and resentment towards the goblin. Hen realized that he had obtained a lot of valuables, but he noticed that there weren't any unique items among them, like the champion's mask, but it didn't give a bonus for a full set. It was like unique items could only be obtained on a raid. Hen stroked his pet and thought it would be great if a unique object would just fall on him from the sky, right into his hands, but he didn't believe that was possible. Suddenly, from behind the bushes ran a guy right at him. He was screaming for help. He was in danger, but Hen did not see who he was running away from. He only saw a guy who was scared to death. But no one came to the guy's aid, and another player killed him with his mace. He was being hunted by several players. They asked if their friend had time to catch up with the fleeing mage, to which he replied that the mage had no chance to escape. The squad gathered around the player's body. They were delighted that he was able to kill him with one hit. They were surprised that mages had so little health and that they could be killed so easily. They realized that you couldn't play with mages like you could with warriors. The squad had another living mage who began to threaten them, that they wouldn't get away with it so easily, and that when his guild found out about them, they would be finished. Archer leaned over to him and said he didn't care at all about his threats. He wasn't on his main account right now. Besides, at this level, he wouldn't even be able to contact anyone. He got tired of listening to his threats, and he slapped him as hard as he could. He did it with special pleasure. He also told him to think next time who he decided to threaten. They kicked him and told him that if he didn't like something, he could leave the game at any time, but they warned him that when he entered the game again, he would see them again. Hen was watching from the tree. They didn't know about his presence. He knew they were newbie assassins, and they didn't leave the first city. Even when they reached level 12, they amused themselves with killing newly arrived players. He thought they were simple lowlifes who liked to bully the weak. He didn't like them. And what he saw made Hen angry, but he didn't plan to interfere yet. Hen thought that with his current level, it would be unwise to interfere now. He turned around and was about to leave. He looked at his pet and told it to follow him, but Lucky didn't want to leave. He was determined to intervene, and Hen supported his pet's decision. He thought that after all, they were able to defeat the Goblin Champion with the two of them. The rookie assassins didn't even suspect that someone might be watching them. They were talking about the mages. They were wondering if they were all stronger together than one Goblin Champion. After they had disposed of the newcomer, the assassins went further into the forest in search of other newcomers. It wasn't long before they came to a road where there was plenty of unsuspecting prey for them. The largest of the assassins decided to start massacring them. With the one who was closest to him, he swung his mace and prepared to attack the innocent newcomer who would not be able to defend against his attack. But suddenly a fireball hit him in the face, and he didn't have time to kill the newcomer. Now he himself was attacked by who knows who. He wasn't expecting the attack at all and was focused on killing the newcomer. He fell to the ground and didn't move. His two companions looked to see who could have done it. They thought it was one of the newcomers standing next to them. But they themselves rushed out of there in fear. Hen thought that it wasn't strange that he decided to attack the big guy who fell from one attack. He appeared behind their backs and pretended to be taking online footage. He said that the topic of today's broadcast was hunting for rookie assassins. He showed them completely and proceeded to tell them that he was a great magician, was right now live, and that he was about to start a duel that not everyone would get out of alive. The killers realized they were in big trouble, that a streamer had come out on them. One of them started hiding his face thinking he was filming them. But his friend said they should have hidden their nickname so they couldn't be found later. Hen saw their reaction and thought he was just mocking them, and they seriously thought he was a streamer. He was surprised that they were scared of a normal live stream and that they were being filmed. He attacked the second assassin with an ice arrow, and the archer couldn't understand. He used a fireball, and following that, he attacked them with an ice arrow. He realized that the only class that possessed 2 or more schools of magic was the archmage. The assassin looked at him once more with fear in his eyes. He thought that now the character in front of him was a character that belonged to a rich man. He was just shocked that they were attacked by an archmage. He got scared and started running towards the forest. Hen saw this and laughed hard, but he still decided to teach him a lesson just in case, and to make sure they didn't attack defenseless newcomers in the future. The assassin was attacked by his pet Lucky. He knocked him to the ground and started biting him. The wounds were not fatal. He waited for his master to approach. When Hen approached, the assassin looked at him and remembered his first words that he was a great mage. He looked at him angrily. He realized he was already doomed to die, but he still decided to tell him that he remembered his nickname and that he would be able to get revenge on him someday. Hen came even closer to him, and with a smile on his face told him to remember his nickname well, and to remember to sign up for it. He took out his magic wand and finished him off. After dealing with the assassins, Hen lowered their karma level, and was also able to increase the number of items he could use. He enjoyed the fact that he was able to teach them a lesson. He hated those who were in the business of killing other players. Hen thought that previously he could be sure that getting items depended only on luck. But now he had changed his mind. He realized that there was another way to get items. He spread out the cards and wanted to see what would fall out this time. He managed to get a leather armor and Goblin Champion pants. These were unique items that gave a set effect when having a Goblin Champion mask. Hen didn't even think twice and put on all of his equipment, thus activating the Goblin Champion's kit. And now his total stats were increased by 25 points. He also increased the damage on goblins by 10%. He looked at all of his character's characteristics and thought that on his previous account, he had only managed to cross the 100 intelligence point threshold at level 15. But now his intelligence was many times higher. Hen couldn't look at his performance. He was incredibly happy. He thought that if anyone else saw it, they would probably think it was a simple glitch in the game system. Suddenly, his joy was interrupted by Lucky, who started barking, thus scaring him. He looked at him and said that he understood that Lucky was in a good mood, but he asked him to stop howling. But this was no ordinary howl. The system notified Hen that his god creature Lucky had gained a new skill and gave him the choice for Lucky. Cards appeared in front of him with possible skills. Hen realized that the skill of the divine being, and plus the color of the card, told him that Lucky would get a legendary rank, and Hen clicked on the card, waiting for more information. Lucky gained a legendary rank and he became a treasure hunter. Lucky now had the ability to find rare hidden treasures that other players didn't even notice. But Hen wasn't quite sure what exactly he could find. Was it treasures or rare items? But he didn't have any more additional information. He sat and thought for a while, and something occurred to him. He began to remember everything he had ever heard about such abilities. He was sure he had heard of it before. Hen remembered that there was a man who was dubbed the luckiest player, the guildmaster of the Immortals Guild, and he had a divine creature called Fenrir, who was called Smarty Pants. As his nickname implied, his entire content consisted of finding hidden dungeons, and he was so lucky that it was even hard to believe. Some thought it was all fiction. Hen thought, but what if all his luck was with the treasure hunter, and he himself wasn't that lucky and was just a simple player, but with an unusual divine being? He decided that he too had gotten such a lucky pet who could search out all the hidden treasures in the first city. They traveled further afield, and Hen decided to try out Lucky's hunting skill. Lucky lurched through the trees, and after a moment, he used his new ability, and Hen saw that there were already hidden treasures all around him. He found some rare horn mushrooms and a rare medicinal herb rosella. Hen collected them and thought they could be sold for a good price. He saw plants he had never seen before. Now he knew that Lucky's ability was paying off. He looked at his pet and told him that he was his priceless treasure. They moved further and further into the depths of the forest, but then Lucky smelled something. He stopped abruptly and looked somewhere. They approached the tree and saw that there was a small hollow underneath it that looked like an entrance. Lucky moved closer, and Hen thought he had discovered something. The system notified him that they had found the hidden dungeon of a goblin shaman. Hen couldn't believe that they had managed to find a hidden dungeon. He remembered that even in the first city, he had never found a hidden dungeon, and now he was the discoverer. He realized that now he would be able to live the whole month completely trouble-free. He was starting to get really worried and needed to calm down. He took a little breather and started thinking about the fact that he should have sold that information and he wouldn't be able to call himself an honest gamer anymore. So he decided to clear this dungeon by himself without informing anyone. This was his chance to find rare items and get rich. But he didn't know what was waiting for him inside the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, the orcs were practicing, and the chief goblin shaman was watching them from his throne. He sat silently and watched the other goblins. He didn't even realize that his hidden hideout could be discovered. But suddenly, right in front of him, someone started killing his servants, and soon he saw Hen, who came with one purpose, to clean the dungeon from the goblin shaman. He was happy to find a secret dungeon that appeared near the first town. Hen saw the goblin shaman and realized that he didn't have much life force reserve. But it was the boss, and his underlings were here to distract him from the attacks the boss would make. He realized that if he wanted to defeat the goblin shaman, he needed to wait for the right moment for his attack. Hen got ahead of him and struck him with his blade. He thought that would be enough. Hen bounced to a safe distance after the attack. He was surprised by the damage he had done. He had never experienced the true power of such high characteristics before. With such power, he could fight almost anyone. He didn't stop attacking the goblin shaman. He was dealing more and more damage to it. There was only a little bit left for him to overpower it. He used a fireball to stay away from it. Hen saw that the goblin was still alive and his attacks weren't enough to kill him. He had hoped he could finish him off with a fireball, but he now had to dodge and figure out how to overpower him again. The goblin shaman wanted to get even with him, and a dark sphere appeared in his hand that absorbed all his anger and hatred. It could be a very powerful attack that would not be easy to dodge. But the goblin lost sight of his pet Lucky, who clawed at his leg with his sharp teeth. This made the goblin distracted, and he couldn't finish making the orb. He missed his opportunity to attack. Hen was glad that Lucky had interrupted the process of using the goblin's spell and had gave him the opportunity to make his attack on him. He thought that Lucky had only won a second, but it was very important in this fight. He didn't waste the opportunity and launched a decisive fireball attack that was able to kill the goblin shaman, and Hen defeated it. He was glad that he was able to do it alone. Hen hugged his divine being and was about to leave. But he noticed that the goblin shaman got up and started to say something to him. Hen was confused. He thought it was impossible. He didn't understand why he had come back to life. The system had notified him that he had defeated him. But then the goblin started shouting at him that he had come for him and that the war of the gods was about to begin, where he would find him and take revenge. After the goblin finished speaking, he fell back on his throne and began to turn to ash. Hen watched and couldn't understand what was happening. He thought it was some sort of glitch in the game. Hen thought that this was quite a strange dungeon, but right now, he wasn't bothered by the talking goblin. He wanted to see his reward for defeating the boss as soon as possible. He decided that he would watch a replay of this fight later and sell it afterwards. He opened his item vault to see what had fallen out. While he was looking at the items, Lucky was happily running around him. Hen was rewarded with a goblin shaman staff. He was impressed with it. It was a unique weapon that could be sold for decent money, which he really needed. He looked up the characteristics of the staff and saw that it was available to players with level 10 or higher, and the attack had to be at least 31. He also noticed that there was an option to sell it, and thought that was cool since he didn't need this staff. As soon as Hen confirmed the sale of the staff, the system notified him that it was impossible to sell the item. He got angry and didn't understand why he needed the staff. He lost his temper and wanted to break the staff, but he failed. He was so nervous and screaming that he didn't hear the system notification tell him that a main quest had been created. He didn't pay attention to it and kept screaming. But suddenly he remembered something about the main quest that made him calm down. Hyun recalled that the scientist who developed the game, the creator of the most immersive virtual reality world, Kim Min-soo, was asked in an interview why he used new technologies to create various games. Kim Min-soo replied that he just wanted to write a story, that it all started as a hobby, and he never expected to make money from it. He didn't aim to make as much money as possible. Soon after, Kim Min-soo died suddenly, and users began to explore the game, looking for the story he wrote, but no one has been able to find it in the past 5 years. The story was called The Main Quest. Hen was shocked. Hen couldn't believe his happiness. He thought it was all an illusion. He didn't believe it was happening to him. He managed to find the long-lost quest. He thought that the players were looking for this main quest in all corners of the virtual world, and he was in a place where no one expected to find him. It didn't occur to him that something important could be in the first city. Hen knew that complaints to the developers had been received over and over again about the game not having a main quest. Hen also knew that some people had tried to ogle him in the first city thanks to the Travelers Guild. He figured that if the guild turned the search in this place into a baloney, someone would still manage to find the main quest. But to his luck, no one had managed to do so. He had managed to Otios this quest, and Hen was not going to tell anyone about it. He wanted to keep it a secret so that no one would ask him to be his partner. He decided to go through the main quest alone. Hen leaned over to pet Lucky. He believed he had managed to find the quest because of him. It was an incredible treasure that others could only dream of. The system alerted him that he hadn't opened the random skill card and offered to open it now. Hen thought he would deal with the card first. He already wanted to get on with the main quest as soon as possible. He confirmed the opening of the card, then he was blinded by the bright light coming from it. He had the skill Polymorph, which allowed him to transform into the monsters he killed. It was a legendary skill. Hen was stunned and couldn't believe it. After receiving the legendary skill, Hen headed to the first city, where he was waiting for the main quest. He did not give the appearance that he managed to Otisk such a treasure. He quietly walked without attracting attention. Hen needed to go to the first town and talk to Yun about the nameless god. He knew that after meeting him, players would leave the town, Yun's house. It was a secret entrance to a dungeon that was created by the system specifically for the player. Bypassing the guild, he entered Yuna's house, completely silent, but it appeared that his presence did not go unnoticed. And suddenly he heard a voice. From surprise, he stopped, realizing that he was not alone in the house. In front of him stood a huge bald man. This was Yun, he asked him. He had come to leave this city and go to the big and uncharted world. He could help him with that, but he waited patiently for an answer from him. Hen replied that he had come to them for that too, but he had one question for him. Did he know anything about the nameless god? Hen looked at him and waited for Yun to tell him something. He noticed that a bright light appeared on him. He thought that he had managed to get a quest. Yun answered him that a nameless god were those who lost in the War of the Gods, and after defeat were forced to leave the throne. Then they ceased to be gods, and their names were consigned to oblivion. It was said that before their defeat, they left somewhere in this world their inheritance for the next generation. Yun looked at him carefully and asked if he wanted to find these treasures. All that was left of the nameless god, these treasures could be his if he managed to find them. Hen could already smell the legendary treasures. He was sure that he could find the legacy of the nameless god. He wanted to go to find them as soon as possible. He confirmed that he wanted to go and asked where he could find them. Yun, taking off the ring, told him that once upon a time he himself had tried to follow the treasure trail, but he couldn't make it to the end, and now those treasures were beyond his reach. He took off the ring and held it out in Hen's hand. He hoped that maybe he would be able to find the lost treasure. He asked him to take the ring. He would have to in another city. Yun told him to find Sakhalin in the city of Viga and added that he should show her this ring and she would tell him what he needed to do next to find the legacy. Hen took the ring and did not hide his joy that he managed to find this quest. He dreamed of the treasure that the nameless god had hidden. He was overwhelmed with emotions. Now he could start the main quest. Yun said that was all he could tell him, and now he asked the main question if he was ready to leave this city and step into the big world, and held out his hand if he warned that if he left the city, he wouldn't be able to go back. Hen thought that he would finally be able to leave this city. He cheerfully confirmed that he was ready to leave the city, and then Yun set the seal and was ready to send him to another world. Yun wished him luck in his quest and sent him off. He used a portal to get him safely to another world. A huge beam flew out of his house and disappeared into the sky after a moment. There was one statement that absolutely all players agreed with, that the real game only started after leaving the first city. In another world, you had to show all your skills to survive in it. The other players were insanely happy to be able to leave the first city. Some of them had spent a fortune to do so. They were excitedly looking around. Hen walked as if he was no longer a newcomer to this city. The other players noticed him and were surprised that he didn't hesitate to walk forward, as if he knew where to go. They thought he was a pro on a new account. He was already in Wig City, and he understood where he was supposed to go, the ring Yun had given him. He noticed that its additional effects were as good as the legendary ones, and it even had the effect of recruiting with Sakhalin's ring. Hen hoped that similar rewards were still waiting for him if he progressed on the main quest. He hoped that he could get enough items so that he could sell them. Suddenly he laughed. He thought it was too good to be true. He couldn't stop smiling. He realized that in the future his character could be even pumped up, which meant the items would be even better. Hen hid Lucky so as not to attract too much attention, but he wouldn't sit still and kept popping out, but Hen hit him back. He wasn't like Fenrir yet, but he still had to be careful. He decided to go straight to visit Sakhalina that Yun had told him about. He found her house and decided to go in right away. He didn't wait to be invited or to open the door. As soon as he entered, he heard a voice that asked him who he was and how he was able to enter this house that was hidden by magic. He turned around and saw a little girl. This was the character Sakhalin. She pointed knives at him with magic. Hen asked her to confirm that she was Sakhalin and told her that Yun had given him the ring and told him to find her. Hen took out the ring and showed it to Sakhalin, who couldn't believe he had it. After Hen showed her the ring, he saw a system notification that he had completed the quest. He thought that was excellent, and now he could move on to the next quest. Sakhalina looked at Hen and couldn't believe that Yun had sent such a brat to her to do a quest, she thought, thinking that the old man was already senile and didn't understand who was coming to him. She told him that she didn't waste her time on a kid like him who was only good for catching goblins, and that if he wanted to talk to her, he had to prove to her that he was worthy of it. Sakhalina had given him the task of killing 10,000 orcs. She had created a new quest in the main scenario, and now he had to complete the quest to continue talking to her and find out more information. And when he heard what kind of quest he got, he just lost his temper with anger. He thought her quest was absolute nonsense, and that it would take a very long time to do this quest. But Sakhalina provoked him by saying that he couldn't do it. He thought it was kind of a no-brainer. He didn't realize how many weeks would pass before he could kill 10,000 orcs. He thought it could take months, which gave him a feeling of panic. Hen realized that he didn't have that much time for this. He saw the system notification again, in which he read that by hunting orcs, he would be able to recover the fragment of the nameless god, and that this quest wasn't just for killing orcs. He went into the forest to fulfill a quest and search for goblins. He noticed a group of players trying to overpower a huge orc. They tried to deal as much damage as possible, while their comrade held him back. Hen understood the point of this quest. He didn't want the goblins themselves, but an item that could fall out of them. And if she told him to kill 10,000 orcs, then if you caught them randomly, the chance of items falling out was 0.01%. He knew that since he had seen all the hidden information, he just needed to find whoever had the item he needed. It gave him hope to finish the quest much faster. Now he had another problem, that the orc he needed was already being targeted by another group that had arrived a bit earlier than him, and he couldn't just take their prey away from them. He had to think of something. Hen thought that if this was a game, it would be completely bad to just walk up and forcefully take the goblin away from them, since they were the first to target him. He noticed how suddenly one of them just froze in place. It was like he was now offline and unable to play. Now he was in danger. He could be killed by a goblin at any moment. The rest of his co-commanders realized what the problem was. They remembered that he hadn't left the game in a while, and the system forcefully threw him out of the game. Hen saw the goblin was about to destroy the player, and he thought that he was an absolute dumbass for forgetting to quit the game. He thought that if he was lucky, his problem might have solved itself. Following one player, the system kicked out another of their co-commanders, and now there were only 2 of them left. And they didn't know what to do without their main players while they were attacked by a goblin. The goblin was about to launch an attack on the remaining players, but he was suddenly hit in the face by a fireball that saved them. Hen appeared on top of the mountain and made it look like he was once again broadcasting live from the game. He went on to say that they had stumbled upon a group in trouble and that they were ready to help them and rescue them from a rampaging goblin. Hen looked at the confused player and wondered what he should do in such a situation. The player, trembling with fear, shouted to him to help him and save him from the goblin. He smiled and said he hoped everyone heard the plea for help, and then he decided to go down and deal with the goblin. He was ready for a duel with him. Lucky was the first to attack the goblin. He clawed into its neck with his teeth. Lucky's attack was reinforced by Hen's fireball. They tried to maximize the damage and not prolong the fight. Hen wasn't really surprised at how much damage he could do to the orcs, and he had just left the first city. He thought that people were so much into games and spent a lot of money just because of that nice feeling of triumph. He had managed to survive this game for 5 whole years without a drop of luck. Through sheer persistence alone, the goblin never stopped trying to attack, and he used ice arrows to keep him away. The goblin had no chance of surviving a fight with him. Hen used his fireball ability to end the fight. He figured that now even orcs were nothing to him. The system notified him that he had defeated the orc, at which point the other players returned to the game. They apologized for missing at the worst possible moment. They saw the dead goblin and couldn't understand what had happened. They were at an absolute loss as to how they had managed to defeat such a strong opponent. The rescued players approached Hen and thanked him for his help. Without him, they would have been dead. He replied to them that there was no need for thanks and that they should have all stuck together. Hen smiled and thought that now he would have to get rid of the newbies, because God Wars had a rule that whoever attacked the monster first got most of the items. And by that rule, he could get nothing now. And he had to think of something to trick them and take the reward for himself. He asked them to wait a bit. He had to go away for a while. He informed them that he was having an online broadcast right now and needed to address his viewers. He turned his back to them and pretended to thank his subscribers for their donations. Hen did a little trick and said his audience wanted to see the items received for defeating the goblin, but he said they knew the rules and he couldn't get the items because he wasn't the first to start attacking him. Hearing him talk, the other players happily gave him the right to get the items, saying that if it wasn't for him, they would have been crushed by that goblin, so he deserved to get the items. Hen didn't take long to reply to them that in that case, it would be rude to refuse such a gift. He was glad that his plan had worked and he was able to get the items. He turned around and pretended to address his subscribers, showing them the other players. He wanted everyone to see that they weren't greedy and gave him the right to receive the award. Hen walked over to the goblin's ashes and said that he would proceed to collect the reward. He added that if an item above rank rare fell to him, he would arrange a prize drawing among them. He stretched his hand over the ashes and prepared to collect the items. He got 3 items into his inventory, and looking at them, he thought it wasn't bad. He turned to the players and said that the items weren't above rank rare, and therefore the raffle would be arranged another time. Hen was about to leave. He had won and taken what he came for. Now he had to go back to Sakhalina, but a player approached him and apologized. He wanted to know his nickname. He was surprised by his request, but the player explained to him that he thought their meeting was momentous and wanted to publicize it to his friends. He was delighted at how he had defeated the goblin. Hen looked at him thoughtfully. He realized that he wasn't live streaming today and was just pretending, but someday he would definitely start doing it, so he answered him that his nickname was Archmage Streamer. He went back to Sakaline's house and gave her the shard she needed. She was shocked that he was able to get it and thought he was too lucky, to which Hen replied that he really was. She had no choice but to accept the shard and consider the quest completed. Though she was not happy, she didn't like Hen. Now she had to tell him all the information about the lost treasure. After completing the quest, Hen could get a random skill again. He scattered the cards and got the skill long-range cast, which allowed him to attack enemies at a distance. Hen thought it was ideal for battling large monsters. Sakalina held the shard in her hands and looked at Hen, who couldn't understand why she needed the shard. He didn't know its purpose. She told him that finding the nameless god was difficult because magical restrictions were put in place to ensure that only former characters of that god could follow its trail. Sakhalin clutched the shard in her hand and began to remake it into something. She asked him what he thought it would take to bypass the magical restrictions. Hen couldn't give an answer yet because he was quite shocked at what she was doing. When she finished transforming the shard, Hen told her that he had to pretend to be a former god character to pass the magical restrictions. He confirmed this and gave him the ring made from the shard of the nameless god. The ring allowed him to pass all the magical restrictions set by the nameless god that was on his altar. He became very curious about what this place was. He wanted to go there as soon as possible. Sakalina looked at him and asked him what he was going to do next, and warned him that it was a very dangerous path in which he could die. Hen, with full confidence in his powers, replied that no danger would stop him. He was bound to seek his treasure. He had no other way. After their conversation, Hen got a new chapter in the main quest. Now he had to find a secret altar. And if he completed the quest, he could get a random skill card of legendary rank. He was madly surprised to see the reward. He realized that meant the quest would be insanely difficult. This was the first time he had seen a legendary skill as a reward for a quest. It surprised him a little. Hen thought that with Lucky finding the location of the altar wouldn't be a problem, and hunting orcs that gave a unique map as a reward was time-consuming for other players, and for him, it was now a non-issue. He was walking through the market with Lucky, and he was plagued by one thought. The quest was to solve the mystery of the altar. He didn't understand what that could mean. Suddenly, Lucky barked at him and stopped. He sat up and looked at Hen. He asked him if he could find an altar for him, to which Lucky barked happily at him, and Hen told him he was the best wolf in the world. They entered the suspicious forest where Lucky had led them. They walked deep into the forest and saw something that looked like the entrance to an altar. But Hen couldn't believe that the entrance to the altar was an ordinary burrow. Hen thought that was to be expected from a bad RNG game. The entrance was impossible to find, and if it wasn't for Lucky and his attentiveness, they might have gotten past him. He decided to log in and look at the information about this dungeon. He found out that the altar was dedicated to a god whose name was hidden from him. There was also a warning that the altar had an incredible stench. Hen thought that the zombie orc was a boss and was much stronger and more dangerous than an ordinary orc, and only players whose level was below 20 could enter the dungeon. He sat and thought about the information he had gotten. Then he got up and looked at Lucky and said it was time to hunt something else. Lucky looked at him and didn't understand why he didn't want to kill the boss. Hen said that they should have just forgotten about this dungeon, and that defeating the boss alone with his level was a very difficult task, and he might die in the battle. He felt that he wasn't ready to fight orcs of that level yet. He turned around and was about to leave. He said that if the dungeon was recommended for level 20, they would be able to return to this place when he would reach it. He felt that there was no need to complicate their situation now. Hen looked at Lucky, and with a smile on his face, told him that it was time for them to move on, to level up. He was going to show him real hunting and what it meant to get carried away in a battle. They went deep into the forest to search for the goblins, and they found the players desperately trying to kill the huge orc that was attacking them. He realized that the players didn't have enough combat power to overpower him. He overheard a player asking to be healed faster, or he would be kicked off a quest that was taking place in real time. He added that his damage was negligible, and if he lacked skill, he should have lured the orc away rather than attacking. But he didn't want to be cannon fodder and survive only with his potions that cost a huge amount of money. Hen thought, as there were usually fierce battles in the forest. He realized that the leader of the group was a player who provided them with protection. Hen recalled that when he first started playing on the team 5 years ago, he had a hard time keeping up with his teammates who were many times stronger than him, and he was very frustrated in such battles. And not long after that, rich players started buying up skills and items, and after that, the gulf between their abilities started to grow, and he could no longer compete with them on the same level. He thought then that he hated those wealthy scum, but he supposed that now the other players looked at him and thought exactly the same as he did then. Hen noticed an unsuspecting orc walking past him who didn't see his presence. There was an aggression indicator above him, and it showed that he was calm, and then Hen decided that he was an easy target for him. He took out his magic wand and began to take aim at him. He decided to attack him from a distance so as not to engage in close combat. He used his ice arrow ability to stay as far away from the orc as possible. Hen released an arrow that hit the target exactly. He didn't delay with his next attack and used a fireball to finish him off. He hit the orc and was able to increase his level. Two players were walking through the square in town and said that there was a mage who was single-handedly killing orcs in a suspicious forest. They didn't know who he was or why he was acting alone. One of them wanted to clarify if he was talking about a combo killer, to which the other replied that he had a rather dumb name. He explained to him that he was called that because he killed monsters with a single combo attack. All the players sitting in the bar were talking about him. They knew he had an archmage class, and that when he fought, he introduced live streaming. They thought he was just lucky to be born into a rich family. One player was curious about the item that could be obtained by killing a rich archmage. He believed that after killing him, you could pump up your character a lot. Hen was fighting in the forest with orcs and noticed that his ears had started to itch lately. He thought that someone was talking about him or remembering him. It was very strange to him. He thought that right now he should have focused on the orc that was running straight at him to attack. He couldn't lose his concentration or he could get seriously hurt. Hen picked himself up and prepared his attack. He made a fireball and used his staff to direct it at the orc. He used his experience he gained in baseball. He hit right on target and destroyed the orc with his powerful attack. After defeating the orc, the system notified him that he had reached level 20. He couldn't believe that he had risen to level 20. He was crazy happy that they had managed to do it. He took Lucky in his arms and hugged him tightly, rejoicing with him. He thought that if only the game had been this easy for him 5 years ago, all 10 great guilds would have been at his feet by now. When he stopped rejoicing, he decided to check the skill card he had gotten in the battles with the orcs. He opened his inventory and started looking for it among his items. Lucky started barking in his arms and Hen asked him what was wrong. He assumed that maybe he felt that they would get a legendary skill. But he noticed that since level 11, nothing useful had been dropped to him. In the computer club among the capsules with players, there was a loud shout. Someone shouted that he had received a unique item, and he couldn't contain his emotions and wanted to share his joy with everyone. The other players couldn't understand what was going on. They didn't see the man who was shouting to them that he had gotten a unique item. They didn't share his joy. He shouted to the entire club that he had gotten a unique ring, calling everyone present bastards, but he added that with the item he would buy them anything they wished. Yeokju stood beside him and said that it had been a long time since anyone had found unique items. He asked him if he wanted to order something tasty, to which Hen, with a sad face, replied that he didn't need anything. Hen asked him to customize his capsule. He wanted to get back into the game as soon as possible. He wasn't in the mood and he didn't want to spoil another player's holiday, so he decided to go to the virtual world. He didn't reveal that he had obtained a legendary skill. He thought it was very hard for him to keep a sorrowful face in public when riches were literally raining down on him. Hen understood that the range skill increased magic damage, and the dragon superiority increased all kinds of damage for all types of enemies. He was incredibly happy that he had this skill. He knew that this skill also allowed every player fighting on his side to gain a temporary improvement in their stats, so they could deal more damage to monsters. Hen thought that he would be far more useful than the average player now, even if he just came to the raid and didn't take any part in the battle. And if he would settle for little, he would simply join some guild for a quick profit. It would help his family out of their predicament. He thought they'd have enough money to send Heron to art school, and he'd drive her to school in his fancy car, and they'd also all move into a big house where everyone would have their own private room. Lucky barked happily at everything Hen said to him. He looked at him and thought he didn't even know what he was telling him, but he liked that he was happy with him no matter what. Hen and Lucky walked back to the entrance of the dungeon. He went into the inventory and put on a ring made from a shard of a nameless god. He thought now he needed to use it to get into the hidden dungeon. He stuck his hand with the ring into the hole that was the entrance to the dungeon, and the first thing he felt was that it was deep enough and a moment later the ring triggered, and he felt the magical barrier of the dungeon. The ring shattered it, and he could go inside. After that, the ground in front of him seemed to split apart. He was a little scared and did not understand what was happening. But soon from the underground began to appear steps into the dungeon. Now the entrance was open to him. They entered the dungeon, and before they could look around, they were attacked by a huge, evil orc who attacked Lucky, but he failed to hit him, and Lucky dodged his attack. Hen came to Lucky's rescue, and he used a fireball that killed the evil orc. He figured it was already a 22 orc, and if it was live, someone would definitely send him a donation. After defeating the orc, they had a chance to look around, and Hen saw a huge gate. He walked up to it and thought it was the boss's abode he needed to get into. He opened the doors. He felt an incredible stench. He covered his nose with his hand, but it was too late. The system notified him that he was weakened from the horrible stench and that all his stats had been lowered by 10%. A system notification appeared in front of him. He recognized the zombie orc awakening. Hen realized that following from the name, the boss was an undead. He thought that if it was a small boss, one could try for a legendary skill card. But his joy wasn't too long. He noticed above the monsters that he had 3 streaks of health points. He couldn't figure out where he got them from. He looked at him and thought that his health was 30 times more than the other orcs. The orc noticed him and started attacking him. He had no choice but to retreat. Hen realized that the orc was very super survivable. But he noticed that he was very slow. His speed was inversely proportional to the amount of his health. He scurried away to a safe distance to look at the monster. Now, having studied its characteristics, he realized that he was scared for no reason. Now, he was ready to attack it. Hen used the fireball skill to attack him from a distance. He figured that with the orc's speed, he had a few seconds after using the spell to react to his attack. He attacked him and hit him right in the face, but he was surprised that he was able to take so little away from his health. He thought that this was a boss and that he would be hard to defeat. The battle could take a long time. Hen realized that despite all the difficulties he had in front of him in fighting the orc, he would eventually be able to defeat him, even if it took him all day. After a while, the system notified him that he had obtained the title of Unstoppable Warrior, as well as Steel Nerves and Arrow. For this, he received a rune. He managed to defeat a zombie orc, and after that, he thought it was time for them to go after the reward. He returned to Sakaline's home, where she said that it was incredible to her that he had been able to find traces of the nameless god. He tried to tell her something, but she wouldn't listen to him. She couldn't believe that he had done it in such a short time. Hen continued trying to tell her what happened in the dungeon, but she didn't listen to him. She threw him the skill book and added that it was a gift for completing the quest. He took the book, but he told her it wasn't about the reward. He added that he liked the quick process, but he asked her to hear him out. He wanted to tell her something important. She realized that he was interested in the rotting orc's last words. He was shocked that she knew what he wanted to talk to her about. He began to tell her what had happened after the battle. He said the following happened. He defeated an orc and turned his back on him to see what he got for killing him. He got a nice title for it, and he really liked its effects. But suddenly, the orc came alive again. He called him a parasite and approached him. Hen was surprised that such a thing was possible, and he was a little scared. The orc continued to say to him that he understood why he came to the dungeon. Hen remembered what had also happened with the shaman, now an orc. He didn't understand why they were coming back to life after he killed them. He was confused by what was happening. But then the orc asked him if he really wished to find a weapon that was capable of destroying even a myth. Hen was in a stupor. He was shocked at what he had heard, and to make sense of it, he rushed to Sakhalin. She asked him to calm down and relax. She continued. She wondered if he would really be interested in this weapon, and fell silent, waiting for his answer. Hen didn't know what to say to her, as he didn't know what weapon was in question. Sakhalina said that in that case, she would tell him everything she knew, but if he would do her a favor. Hen thought that the mythical item actually existed. He remembered how at the press conference, the game developer was asked if it was true that there was an item above legendary rank in the game. Reporters asked him to make an official statement as the game's developer, to which Kim Min-soo ambiguously replied that he didn't know, but suggested that there might have been such an item. It raised more questions about it. But it was not an answer that instilled confidence in people. And after this interview, no one was able to search for the mythical object. Then this news was surrounded by rumors and seemed to be a bluff. Hen was walking and thinking that this could really turn out to be a disaster. If he just took it to the public, it could affect not only him, but his family too. He realized that he couldn't deal with the consequences of making this kind of information public. It could even have an effect on reality. But if he approached it wisely and was able to prepare himself, he could probably tell the rest of the people. Hen was carrying Lucky under his hoodie so no one could see him. At some point, he got out and barked at him. Hen told him why he realized he was stuffy in there, but needed to be patient for a while. He thought he needed to complete the quest. He sat at home thinking how hard the quest could be. He had to fight a killer orc. To defeat him, he would have to work hard, and the reward for it wasn't the best. Even so, the reason why everyone was trying to beat him was because the killer orc in the game was the boundary that separated the newcomers from the higher ranks. Hen understood that it was like a minimum requirement for career advancement. It was like how to win a high school baseball contest in elementary school. He looked at his phone and thought that this monster had an unreasonably high raid difficulty. He already knew that he was in for a tough battle, but after familiarizing himself with the information, he concluded that he wouldn't be able to handle it alone. Hen thought he would have to find a partner for such a dangerous raid this time, which he didn't want to do. He didn't notice his brother appear behind him and ask what he was looking at so intently. He turned around and replied that it was nothing special, he was just working, but his brother kept looking at him. He told him that he was in a good mood lately. Work was going very well, and asked him not to be so serious. Hen asked him to smile more and enjoy life, to which his brother just sighed. Hen asked why he was sighing. Their life was getting better, and they shouldn't worry about nothing, but his brother wanted to know when he was going to get married. He was surprised at such a question, and so he didn't know what to answer. He told his brother that he was too much worried about it and asked to study more heron. His brother didn't bother him with this question and didn't ask anything more. Hen thought that things were really going well lately, with just the sale of hidden information and a couple of game items. He could not worry about money for a few months. He thought that a ton of dust was still not a mountain, and since he decided to play on his own, he decided to fight the killer orc on his own. He looked at his brother and said that he would be out for a while. Hen walked down the street and thought about his brother's words about getting married, but he also thought about the fact that he had nothing to do, like going out with some snotty newbies to ask for groups. It was not for him. He was sure that he would manage on his own together with Lucky. He arrived at the computer club and sat in his pod. Right after loading the game, Lucky rushed at him. He was waiting for him to return. Hen hugged him and told him it was time for them to go hunting. Hen thought that Midas wasn't the most popular nickname, but if he started looking for a group to hunt the killer orc, then everyone would know about him. He didn't want to reveal his identity just yet. He held Lucky in his arms and said he was the only one he had, and after those words he saw a question mark above him. He knew Lucky was about to evolve. He had been waiting for this moment. Hen thought that now was the time for Lucky to evolve, like other divine beings did. He wanted to see if evolution moved the creature's experience. He remembered that it was said that the evolution requirement for divine beings was to kill 5,000 monsters. He didn't know if that information was wrong or not. Hen guessed that around 400 reaches was just what he could accumulate if he defeated all 5,000 monsters. He felt that this was valuable information that he planned to sell later in the community. He decided to help Lucky evolve as fast as possible. Lucky was already tearing orcs to pieces, and when he evolved, then he and he could go at the killer orc together. Hen lit up with the desire to help Lucky faster. He was already going to go and attack everyone who would get in their way. He realized that it would be just fine to get a unique skill as a reward. They ran deep into the forest. Hen believed that Lucky would have succeeded, but he also realized that finishing off 400 orcs quickly would not be possible. But they still had to do everything possible to do so. Hen noticed one orc and decided that they would kill it first. He figured that as long as the orc stood still and didn't attack, it was the perfect moment to try out the skill learned from Lady Sakhaline. This was the third legendary skill, after Polymorph and Dragon Supremacy. Hen thought that until now he had used it at half strength. It was time to experience its full power. He wanted to see how good the Dragon Eye was in combat. With this skill, Hen could see the target's weak points, and when he would hit on the monster with a magic attack, he would deal critical damage to it. Hen knew that there was no auto-aim in this game, so it was true that the accuracy skill was important, but in reality only the basic minimum was needed. Because it was not important where to hit, the main thing was to hit the monster. But for him it was no longer relevant. He activated the effect of Dragon Eyes and long-range cast. His target was 40 meters away. It was important not to miss. Hen thought that if he hit the weak spot from the maximum distance, it would increase the damage to the maximum, and then the passive effects would overlap. He threw a fireball and he managed to hit the monster's weak spot, magic critical strike, and he got the title orc with one hit, and he also got a rune. Hen was glad that he was able to kill him the first time. He was amazed at the power of the blow he had delivered. He realized that he now had even more titles. He looked at Lucky and asked what he thought of his new abilities, but noticed that Lucky was upset. He had completely forgotten for him, and promised him that next time he would be sure to finish off the monster. Hekju noticed that Hen was sitting with his head down again. He thought he was having a hard day today too. Hekju went over to him to make sure he was okay. Hen replied that he was fine and thanked him for his concern. He asked him if he had visited the suspicious forest recently. He had heard that the stench that had been in the forest had diminished slightly, but no one knew why that had happened. Hen was surprised to hear about it. He thought it might be because he killed the boss of the hidden dungeon. He thought it was because of the boss that the forest was stinking. Now Hen realized that the main quest could affect the world like this. He figured that if this continued, other players might notice that someone was mopping up the main quest piecemeal. He figured he would need to deal with the killer orc as soon as possible. Hen wanted to ward off suspicion, and said that were there still players who played with their sense of smell turned on in the suspicious forest. He thought they were crazy. He logged back into the game and traveled with Lucky to a suspicious forest so he could fight the orcs and let Lucky finish them off. And after a couple hours, they were able to make 444 kills, and Lucky's body began to overflow with divine powers. Lucky started to evolve. He got bigger and stronger. He was now more like Fenrir. He looked quite formidable. Hen was glad that Lucky had evolved. After the transformation, Lucky received a new power from the god. Now they had to choose a new power for him. Spreading out the random skill cards, Hen hugged him and realized that he had gotten the luckiest dog. They looked at the cards, and Hen told him that he thought he had gotten his nickname wrong and should have named him Cheat Code instead of Lucky, because he was incredibly lucky. Hen couldn't believe that this skill could appear among the cards. This skill would allow him to defeat an orc assassin alone. He wouldn't have to find anyone to partner with, and he didn't need to pump up his hero even more for this quest. He saw Heinz's group gathered around the fire. They were talking about the guild that had signed a new rising star, and it looked like the three of them had come to hunt an orc assassin. But their conversation stopped abruptly. They began to prepare for battle. A system notification informed them that the killer orc had appeared. One of them wanted to know which ones they were in line for, and how many groups were waiting on the orc. He was told that it looked like someone was now trying to kill the orc assassin on their own and take all the rewards for themselves, leaving the other players with nothing. But they wanted to know who dared to fight the orc on their own. There were a few rules that everyone had to abide by during team play. Players who were dealing damage had to wait until the players in charge of defense would attract the monster's attention. But what was to be done if there was a skill that could be used to forcibly lure the enemy even in the middle of battle? Hen gave the command, and Lucky used such a skill and lured the killer orc to himself. The orc stopped his assault on the players. He had heard Lucky challenge him. Now he was forced to go to battle with him specifically, forgetting about other targets. It was a deadly battle. A divine being challenged an enemy, and the chosen opponent could not attack anyone but the celestial beast. Hen saw the orc and prepared to fight him. While the orc was looking at Lucky, Hen used a fireball. It hit the target from the maximum distance, thus increasing the damage. He managed to hit his weak spot with magic, giving him a critical hit. Hen realized that he was angering the killer orc with his actions. He knew that it wouldn't be long before Phase 3 would be the phase the monster would enter. He needed to stay calm and not lose concentration. Phase 3 was the most dangerous. One of the players offered to go look at the player who was trying to fight the orc killer on his own. He thought he probably wouldn't have been able to defeat such a powerful opponent. He went on to say that for sure he thought he had a chance, but the player doubted it a lot. He thought it was impossible to survive the third phase of slaughter mode on his own. Hen continued to make fire attacks as he tried to approach the monster's third phase, and after another attack, the monster fell to its knees and was covered in red flames. Hen realized what this could lead to. He shouted to Lucky with all his might that the monster had started to move to Phase 3, and for him to run away from there, it was too dangerous for him. Lucky turned around and ran towards him to wait for the monster's attack together. Hen knew that the higher the level of the player, the more important the role of the player taking the hit was, because it was incredibly difficult for players who fought at a distance to fight effectively against strong monsters. But if they had mechanics that could distract the enemy while they dealt damage, they didn't need to rely on defense players, no matter how high their level. The orc assassin moved into phase 3 and became even more dangerous, and while he hunted Lucky, Hen stood at his back and prepared to unleash his attack. He took aim and thought that now he may have pitched the ball of his life. Hen realized that he was desperately, with every cell of his soul, striving for this moment, preparing for it with great determination and passion. A great deal for him depended on this throw. He threw a fireball, and with a hopeful look in his eye, watched it fly. His accuracy did not fail, and it hit right on target. He was able to kill the orc assassin himself and still take no damage. Hen had completed the task and was able to level up. He got the new title of the winner of the orc assassin on his own. He was happy that they had succeeded, but now it was time to run away from there before other players got there. He was back in the house again with Sakalina. On seeing him, she said she was surprised that he was able to deal with the killer orc so quickly. She was amazed at his abilities. Hen held Lucky in his arms and answered her that he wasn't even hurt. He looked like battles were a familiar thing to him, and that he wasn't afraid of anyone and could defeat any monster. Sakhalin said that since this test wasn't that difficult for him, it meant that he still wasn't worthy of learning the truth about the almighty class. But she continued that even so, he deserved to be rewarded. She raised her hand and removed the ring she had given him from her finger. He now had Sakhalin's ring, which increased his stats. He said it was just gorgeous. He sat down to show the ring to Lucky. He was incredibly happy to have such an award. Sakhalin asked him to stop coddling her wolf. She had important information for him, and she said it was time to get down to business. She began to tell him that the times when the gods sent their creations to fight each other were incredibly difficult, and to make him realize how brutal the wars were, she used magic to show him that. Sakhalin went on to say that countless hordes had clashed in battle, each fighting in the name of their god. Legendary feats had been performed in that war that were remembered to this day. She decided to tell him that in that war, among thousands of other warriors, there had been one hero among them whose greatness no one had yet been able to surpass. He was one who was called Invincible. In the name of his god, he conquered and performed great deeds in each of the battles. He inspired terror in his enemies, and in his allies he commanded respect and admiration. But despite his efforts, the war could not end. Sakhalin suddenly became silent and thought about something. She was sad that this warrior could not achieve peace. She went on to say that, insofar as the warrior realized that no amount of victory would end the war of the gods, she closed her hand and her magic ended. Hen listened to Sakhalin carefully and understood that complete victory was impossible to achieve. Even if he had a legendary artifact, it wouldn't help him stop the war. But then his thoughts were interrupted by Sakhalin, who went on to say that this hero then began to search for an artifact superior to the legendary one. He needed a weapon that could end the war. It was omnipotent. Hen was shocked to hear about it. He realized that there was a weapon that had destructive power and could hit even one of the gods. Sakhalin looked at him carefully and asked if he wanted to find out the information further. Hen cheerfully replied that he would very much like to, but to find out what was next, she asked him to do one more task for her. She smilingly asked him to go again to the cursed forest and exterminate 1,000 zombies. Now he had a new chapter in the main quest he needed to fulfill. Hen laughed and said that it was the same as always. He needed to find a monster that had the item he needed in his inventory. He already knew what task she had given him. He looked at the quest description and he had one question for Sakhalin. He didn't understand why he needed to exterminate exactly 1,000 monsters. He wanted to know if there was a way to lower that number. She turned to him and asked him what was confusing him. She assumed he just didn't feel like doing the quest, but he smiled at her and replied that it was fine and he would gladly do the quest. Hen exited the game and thought that he hated it for such tasks. He sat in the capsule and thought about the task. He couldn't even imagine how long it would take him to kill 1,000 monsters. Hyuk-ju informed him that while he was in the game, someone called him. He picked up the phone and saw that it was his brother. He hoped that nothing had happened to him. He heard Heron's voice, and he asked her what happened. She wanted to let him know that she had gotten her diploma. His brother answered the phone, asked if he was busy, and told him that Heron had brought home a diploma from daycare. She had been given one for her drawing, and she said she wanted to tell her uncle about it. Hen was overjoyed when he heard about her diploma. He realized she had won the kindergarten drawing contest, but his brother said she had won the city contest, which was even better. He said that she had won first place in the city, and her work would be sent to the regional drawing contest as well. Hen couldn't believe that Heron was able to achieve such a result. Hen was even happier and said that he would have a celebration today. He asked her to tell her that he would bring her fried chicken for dinner tonight, and they all celebrated together. His brother laughed and told him that Heron was embarrassed, but Hen didn't understand why, and he asked what was the matter. His brother replied that she didn't know now what sauce to ask him for, regular or sweet and spicy. Hen listened to his brother and thought that this was a whole event for them. Since it had been so long since he had been able to afford to treat the child with goodies, it made him a little sad. After thinking for a bit, Hen told his brother that she shouldn't have been embarrassed. He would just buy her all the sauces she wanted. Hearing this, Heron literally started snatching the phone from her father. Hyuk-ju heard Hyun's conversation with his brother and niece. He was amazed by it. He was having trouble from his blocked account, but he still did his best to take care of his family. The administrator went to his phone and found a new video, and while he was off work, he decided to watch it. The next day, Hyun returned to the club and said hello to Hyuk-ju, and it was obvious that he was slowly coming to his senses after being blocked. Hen asked him what interesting video he was watching, to which Hyuk-ju replied that on Wars TV, a new video came out yesterday, and everyone is just talking about it around. He wanted to know what the video was all about, and he explained to him that some rich guy armed to the teeth had single-handedly killed a big boss. It hit everyone, and the video quickly went viral. Hen started to get indignant. So as not to arouse suspicion, he said that because of donations, the whole game was ruined, and that now any rich person could become a superhero and thus ruin the game for the rest. He thought it was unfair, and asked who he had killed. He decided to watch the video himself and see how popular it had become. He went to the Wars TV channel, where a girl was commenting on a video that had been uploaded today about killing a killer orc. She started the review and said that no one was surprised, and that killing the killer orc on her own was a prime example of what kind of garbage this game has turned into for donating. The girl went on to say that from what she saw, it could be inferred that the player had used his divine being as bait for the killer orc, so users were at a loss as to whether it was considered a victory on its own. Hen paid attention to the views and didn't understand where so many of them came from. After all, he wasn't trying to get into the trends. He was rather even trying to avoid it. Now he didn't know what he should do next. He thought that if he knew the video would have such a resonance, he would have uploaded it himself. He thought he might try to upload the next video, under the guise of leaking information. Hen did not notice how a man stood behind him and resented that these donated sharks were ruining the game, to which Hen replied that he had not killed a human, but a monster, so he could not worry and continued to play calmly. He got up and was about to leave. He looked at that guy and told him not to judge a person badly if he didn't know him personally, but he didn't understand what Hen was telling him, to which Hen asked him to keep his head down and asked him to set up his capsule for him. Hen entered the game and headed into the cursed forest, a scary place where any wrong move and you could find yourself surrounded by monsters. But if you weren't a newbie, you'd know how to avoid that and how to deal with them. He thought that for him, with his dragon eye skill, which allowed him to see all the targets in the forest, it was not so bad to be in this place. He was able to clear the forest of all the monsters and increase the rank of the ice arrow skill. Hen was upset that he was only able to defeat 74 out of 1,000 monsters, but he was not discouraged and was going to complete this task as soon as possible. It could not be delayed for long. He wanted to know the details of the weapon. He thought that they should have killed over 100 monsters by now, but Lucky's sniff kept distracting him from the task. Lucky smelled the hidden scent again. Hen smiled and said, "Stop finding all these treasures for him." Lucky was able to find black grass that cost $20. Hen started to pick it. He thought that if it went on like this, it would no longer be Lucky serving him, but he would be serving Lucky. But then Lucky suddenly became more aggressive. He noticed something behind the grass. Hen looked and couldn't figure out what was there. It wasn't like he had found a plant or an object. Lucky smelled a man lying near a tree. Hen ran to him and asked him what had happened to him, to which he replied that he wanted to know who was in front of him, and Hen replied that he was a traveler from Vega. His name was Midas. Hen assumed he needed help to find a lost MLM stolen item or needed an escort to get to the city safely. He knew he hadn't found it by accident. He added that he would gladly do anything he asked of him, and it was all completely free to him, but Hen knew he could get some kind of reward for his help. The man thanked him for the offer and introduced himself, saying that his name was Yoshi, and he was quite embarrassed to ask him, but he wouldn't be able to do it himself, so he wouldn't refuse help. And so he needed his help to find 100 cursed zombie skins. It went on the list of tasks for him, and for completing this task, he could get as a reward an album of random skill cards. Yoshi watched as Hen was picking black grass. He decided to check with him if he would help him find 100 cursed zombie skins, but that Hen cheerfully replied, not to worry. He would definitely help him. Hen recalled that when he was asked how to pump up his hero the fastest, Asmo the God Wars player replied that it was a lot easier than they thought. To pump your hero had to equip him in unique or legendary things and weapons, Vuro Arujivayam, legendary skills, and then would be able to attract monsters 10, 20 levels higher. After that, you just needed to kill them one by one yourself. And then your hero would become pumped up and you could try to fight bosses. That's what Hen was doing now. He was trying to pump his hero as fast as possible. He had already killed about 200 monsters and thought that it was incredible. He was pumping perfectly. He approached Lucky and praised him for finding monsters for him so quickly. And now he wanted to take a break and rest. But then suddenly Lucky smelled something again. They ran deep into the forest to see what was hidden from them. They saw that there was a character standing there waiting for them. He told them that when they would fulfill his request, they could find him in the city of Viga. He would be very grateful to them. Hen accepted the request from Jack and thought that the cursed forest was really not a popular place. He was finding a lot of rare items, and there were a lot of side quests here. He liked it that way. He was pumping his character faster. He thought it was strange that on the road between the two quests, he didn't meet any new players. Even though it wasn't the first city, he didn't understand why no one was hunting in this forest. He thought that the Travelers Guild had a hand in this, and even on the way to this forest, he hadn't met a single member of the Travelers Guild. This seemed even more strange to him. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Lucky, who smelled something again. Hen thought he was having a pumping festival. After Hen completed Jack's task, he went to see him in Wig's town. Jack was amazed that he was able to kill so many zombies. Hen received his reward from Jack, and further into town, he leaned over to Lucky and thought his paws must be getting stiff. He offered to open their rewards before they would leave town. He opened random skill cards and gained the ability to wield the element of fire. It was a rare skill that increased the damage he dealt with any fire magic. Hen looked at Lucky and offered to open the unique reward that Yoshi had given them. He was insanely curious as to what he might have gotten. At his words, Lucky began to bark happily. He opened the reward and started the process of opening cards, after which he decided to leave the game for a while. He met Hyuk-ju, who noticed that he had been playing for a very long time without interruption today as well. Hyuk-ju noticed that he played for 4 hours and 44 minutes, but he didn't understand why 444, because he thought 4 was an unlucky number. He decided to find out if everything was okay with him. Hen replied that he was feeling a little dizzy and asked him to step back. As soon as Hyuk-ju stepped back, Hen immediately started smiling. He thought he would go crazy with happiness right now. He opened the reward from Yoshi and received an unbelievable skill. He couldn't even think that he could get the skill Ballista. When he saw its price, he almost fainted. As the skill name implied, Ballista raised the damage of magical attacks if not moving. This skill also reduced the recovery time and the process of using the spell. He thought that it was possible to get a huge effect just by standing at the back and keeping his place. Plus, this skill had a great compatibility with Dragon Eye and Range Throw. Hen was looking at his page while he was taking a break from the game. He noticed that he had a backlog of private messages. He thought it was because of the video he had uploaded of him killing an orc assassin by himself. He saw that different channels were writing to him and offering to buy his videos. He thought that there weren't many single murder videos on the vastness of the internet, but there were a lot of people who wanted to buy it. They were offering him what he wanted. Among other messages, he saw a specific offer, but was indignant that for his video was offered only $100. He could not sell his video so cheap, but when he opened the message, he saw that he was wrong and he was offered not 100, but 100,000. Hen didn't believe the message was real. He thought he was being pranked, but when he logged into the account, he realized the offer was real and the account was verified. He saw that this offer was sent to him by the channel Rising Star. This channel put quality over quantity, and there were not only great videos, but even the ads were quite interesting. Thanks to this approach to business, it allowed them to quickly gain new subscribers. In addition, the main theme of the channel was its stories about rising stars. Hen thought that if he signed the contract, he wouldn't have to sell the Ballista, but he thought it was kind of uncool to write to them himself, offering to sell his videos. While Hen was considering how to respond to their offer on the canal, The secretary asked the president if he thought the $10,000 offer was too generous. The president asked Secretary Kim where he graduated from. Kim thought he was forever asking that question, but he told him from the Wharton School of Business. He told the secretary that he knew that the abilities of the archmage were greatly exaggerated. Personally, he didn't believe that he was so strong that he had killed an orc assassin on his own. President Park Yoon-jun explained that the archmage had reached such heights with the help of forbidden skills, and his divine being, he was sure that the archmage had poured a lot of money into the game. He asked if the secretary thought the same. He went on to say that in such a case, he had a question as to why the archmage was burning through so much money, why he was doing it. He wanted to know what purpose he was pursuing. Park Yoon-jun said that if he had bought a level-up service from the Travelers Guild, he would have sat back and rested while his levels rose. But there was a question as to why he went to the deadly risk against the killer orc on his own. He asked what his secretary thought about it, but he didn't know the exact answer and was unsure of his thoughts. But the president gave him an answer because the archmage wanted to gain universal fame. The president said that a man so hungry for fame would not miss any opportunity to do so. He remarked that he was buying premium, special offers from a well-known channel of their magnitude. He asked the secretary to tell him how the archmage might have reacted to their offer, to which the secretary replied that he thought the archmage would have accepted their offer. Then the president wanted to know what happened after that, but the secretary didn't know the answer. Park Yoon-jun cheerfully replied that they would meet for lunch then, or better yet, they would have something to drink to their acquaintance, and once they got closer, he would present him with his business proposal. He assumed that judging by how much money the archmage had invested in his character, the guy had to be at least a multimillionaire, because no one invested that much money in their characters. The president smiled and said that $10,000 was a small price to pay for the chance to promote their product to the archmage. He hoped to get even richer with it. The secretary informed him that they had received a message from him, to which the president replied that he could guarantee that he would have made up that a representative of some company was writing for him. Thus, he wanted to give himself importance. Kim replied that he was right, and a letter from a representative had come in. The president smiled and replied that he didn't graduate from the Wharton School of Business for nothing. He asked to read the response he gave them. The secretary said with a smirk that they had written that they would seriously consider the offer. They realized that he was busted and cooperation was not something they could avoid. The president looked happily at his aide, rose from his chair, and said that now they could begin, and that it was time to squeeze everything they could out of him. Hen, in the cursed forest, kept increasing his level, and he also wanted to try out new skills. He attacked the orcs and activated a ballista effect against them, after which the damage from his magic skills would be increased as long as he didn't move. The system notification informed him that he had hit the target from the maximum distance, thus increasing the damage of the attack. Hen was glad that he had such a skill as a ballista. It was easier to kill orcs with it. Hen had completed the requirements of the main quest. He had cleared the forest. He had managed to defeat the zombie orcs, and now he could begin the next task. He returned to Sakhalin's house where she met him and asked him a question. She wondered what his thoughts were as he fought 1,000 monsters. Hen had told her that the reason for the unbearable stench in the suspicious forest was because of the zombie orc at the altar of the nameless god he had killed, and it had given him an interesting thought. He thought, what if the cursed forest was under the influence of a nameless god, and asked Sakhalin about it. She listened to him carefully and, bowing her head, said only splendidly and fell silent. Hen was pleased with himself, he thought. Only a fool could have guessed that. He supposed she would now give him a quest to kill the boss in the cursed forest. But he was in no hurry to say anything and began to wait to see what she would tell him. Sakhalin said that his next assignment was to find out why the forest was cursed. Hen had already guessed this assignment, and she didn't surprise him. He thought that after the quest, she would give him his reward for his hard work in mopping up the monsters. But as soon as the system notified him that a new chapter had been created for him, Sakhalina turned around and told him to hurry up and complete the quest. Hen rushed to stop her. He didn't understand why she wasn't giving him a reward. He started to explain to her that he wasn't sure, but he had killed 1,000 zombies. He considered it a lot of hard work for which he wanted to be rewarded. Sakhalin didn't understand what he wanted from her or what he was implying to her. Hen started to get nervous. He thought there was a system crash and he needed to log out and re-enter the game. She turned around and realized he couldn't have done it himself, so she decided to give him a little help and threw him a book. He thanked her and asked Lucky to raise a little to reveal the skill card. He prayed to get something good. He barely opened his eye to see what card he had gotten, and he saw that he had gotten the skill, Lucky Cheat Key. This skill allowed him to use 2 spells at the same time. Hen left the game to get some rest, and he was immediately called by Hek Ju. He informed him that people on Gibei were going crazy. Hen asked him why this was happening, and he told him that someone had gotten a double skill card. Hek Ju told him that as he knew that such a card had not been on sale for a long time, not a single card, but today it appeared for the first time, which caused a strong reaction from the players. Hen listened to him carefully, and with a smile thought that apparently someone else besides him had gotten one. He looked at the receptionist and asked how much it cost, to which he told him that it was now worth $60,000. He recalled that after the launch of God Wars, the prices of the various in-game items were set fairly quickly, and there were many varieties of items that could be purchased in the game. Skill cards were especially valued because it was problematic to understand their value without examining each effect. But there were exceptions, such as skills that were obviously good. Hen sat and looked at the prices of the various items in his inventory. He thought that if it was possible to sell the card he had gotten, he would be bogged down in thought for a long time. He went into the messages and saw one thing that was important to him. The secretary stood by the president and asked him if he was sure he wanted to send it to him. But the president didn't understand what he was telling him. Then the secretary added that he was telling him about the new video contract for the archmage. He wanted to know if he was sure he wanted that particular text sent to him. Did he have a chance to sell them the video of the single murder of the witch doctor Wanderer? They would like to purchase it for $12,950,000. The president asked to send it soon. The president sat in his chair and was in a good mood. He asked him what he thought the chances were that the archmage would have successfully killed the sorcerer on his own with his stats. The secretary thought and said that this boss was of a different type and complexity from the killer orc, so he couldn't even guess how their duel would end. He didn't think the archmage could handle it. The president said they had his personal statistics, and based on them, he wanted to know how the archmage would have handled their proposal. They were left to guess his decision. The secretary smiled at him and told him confidently that the archmage would accept their offer, and then he would start hunting for items, and that was only to their advantage. Park Yoon-jun told the secretary that according to his calculations, the archmage was spending at least $50,000 on skills and items. It was a huge amount for other players, so he could easily buy whatever skills and items he wanted. He thought that in this way, a mutually beneficial cooperation might have arisen between them that would be beneficial to both parties. The secretary couldn't understand why they indicated the exact amount of $12950,000. He asked if it wouldn't be easier to pay $15,000 at once. The president replied that it was not easier. He explained that if you gave $15,000 to someone to whom you had previously offered $10,000, he would start to get cocky, but if you offered him an uneven amount, he would then think twice. Park Yoon Jun explained that the archmage might think that they were trying their best to get a bigger sum for him, and then he might think that this company was really going out of their way to help him. He noted that it was obvious to him. Hen went into the cursed forest to fulfill a mission he had received from Sakhalin. Before he began his hunt, he equipped himself with an orc assassin set that he couldn't afford before due to its price. He had always wanted to get his hands on this set, but the price scared him, and he knew that the equipment could always be sold anyway, so it was better than buying skill cards. But what frustrated him was that he had bought skills. He didn't want to spend money on them. But now he had lightning discharge and fire spear. With these skills, he could deal with monsters much faster. Hen hugged Lucky and told him that he never thought the day would come when he would start spending money on skills. He never imagined this before. He told Lucky that they had to defeat the monster together, no matter what, because he had spent all the money he had saved up, and he had to sell some of his things he didn't use. Hen did so because that letter from the channel meant that they wanted to test him in battle. They gave him a test that he needed to pass with flying colors. He realized that they had given him this test to see if the archmage was worth the investment, and if it was worth spending time on him. Hen was sure that this was not the last test they had in store for him. Hen realized that this was his chance to become a star that he had never had before, and he didn't want to miss it. He had to do it, and defeat the monster himself. He saw 2 players standing in the forest waiting for someone. He approached them and asked if they were members of the Travelers Guild. He wanted to know if he had guessed or not. They saw his divine being and thought he must have been the archmage everyone was talking about, but they knew nothing about him. They didn't expect to see him. They didn't know what kind of intentions he had. They wondered why he had approached them. They asked if something was wrong, but he replied that on the contrary, he had come to thank them because he was safe thanks to the tireless work of the guild members. They were shocked at what they heard and thought he was joking around with them. They remembered that the guild had told them not to contact him as he could become a VIP. They didn't want that trouble. Hen reached into his pocket and began to look for something. He told them that he had nothing to thank them for. He handed them vials with unknown contents and asked them to accept them for their labor. They took the vials and asked what was inside. He replied that there was nothing special in there and that he was just giving them a stress-relieving potion since they experienced it every day. Hen told them that he was sure they wanted more coffee, but there was no such thing in the game, which is why he got them something that resembled the flavor of coffee. They looked at each other and didn't know how to react to his gift. One of them asked if the drink was expensive, but Hen didn't tell them how much it cost. He asked them not to refuse and accept the drink. Hen smiled at them and said that he was just truly grateful that they were here and keeping this creepy place safe and orderly. They didn't know they were being watched yet. They saw that the guys from the Travelers Guild were standing there, and there seemed to be a divine being next to them, and they realized that the archmage was standing there talking to him. They noticed that the archmage was quite friendly to the guys from the Travelers Guild. It was clear that players from the other guild were watching them, because those who stood with the archmage made them feel angry. The two guys watching them thought that the rumor about the archmage using the guild's VIP services must have been true. Now they could see how he had managed to gain levels so fast, but if they fought him, they could die. They understood that if they crossed his path, the Travelers Guild could find them and kill them, so it was safer to just retreat and not interfere with their conversation. Hen saw them and thought they were just plain stupid. This was exactly what he was counting on when he gave them potions in front of everyone to make everyone think he was with the guild, to make them think he was protected for a while. He realized that they would think that for a week at most until they learned the truth, so he thought it would be necessary to destroy the sorcerer and complete the channel's mission in that time. In the cursed forest, the players tried to fight the sorcerer, but it wasn't long before they had to run away from there. They couldn't think that the player who was protecting them would die so quickly, so they had to run away while they were alive. But they could not resist the sorcerer. He was very strong for them, so they could not escape. The magic of the Kaluden caught up with them, and he destroyed them. Hen saw that no one was attacking the monsters and decided to test his new skills on them. He used his lightning bolt ability and killed 3 orcs that had no chance of surviving. The attack was powerful and effective. He didn't stop and used his fire spear to stab through the monster. He was incredibly fast in defeating all the zombie orcs. Hen thought it was worth the investment. He only needed 1 hit to kill them. A system notification told him that his mana level was less than 10%. Hen was surprised that it happened so quickly. He stopped to drink a potion that would restore his mana. He didn't know how many more he had to drink of them. Hen noticed that using the double skill very quickly depleted his mana supply, and then he had to drink a potion to restore. But the orcs did not stop and continued to attack him, and he was helped by Lucky, who began to kill them. When Lucky killed the orc, the system notified him that he had reached level 30 and that his health points and mana points had been fully restored, and Hen began to regret drinking the potion. Hen, for leveling up, received gifts from the Dragon of War, and then Hen thought it was time to reveal a random skill card to cheer himself up before the battle with the sorcerer. He saw that the card was a unique rank, but he didn't think he needed anything else on the warlock, but it would be nice to get another attack spell, though he didn't particularly need it. When the map opened, he saw that he had received a strength skill. It allowed him to increase his physical strength and increase the range of all strength-related skills. But he didn't understand why he needed this skill. He realized that he was simultaneously enhancing both magical and physical skills. He considered this a necessary thing for all battle mages. He thought it would be great to use this skill. But Hen wondered if he needed this skill. But suddenly he remembered the description that stated that this skill allowed him to increase his range, and then he chose a card of this skill. A group of players were hunting orcs to get items and pump up their heroes. They had almost cleared the forest of orcs, but noticed that there was one more, the last living monster. One of them wanted to know if there were still any orcs in the area, but his co-commander replied that there was no one left in the area. He asked him if he was sure of this, because last time they died because there were so many monsters. The archer replied to him that he had just checked the area with the Eagle Eye skill and was sure there was only one zombie left in a 50-meter radius, and asked him to relax and just kill it. But before he could say anything, a fireball flew into the zombie's head right in front of them. They saw it and tensed up a lot. They thought there was no one around anymore. The archer insisted that there was no one within 50 meters, but their chief asked him where the fireball came from then, and added that in their group, no one used fire magic. They realized that this attack was over 50 meters away. Hen looked into the distance and thought that he was able to throw a fireball seemingly 80 meters away, and it hit a zombie. He already thought that the skill he got would be useless, but after using it, he realized that it was a very useful skill. He couldn't believe that the power effect had such an effect on the range of magic use. It meant that it was compatible with both the range skill, the Dragon Eye, and the Ballista. While Hen was thinking about using the power effect, Lucky killed a zombie orc, and then Hen noticed that this effect could increase the combat power of his divine being. He no longer thought this skill was useless. Now he thought that this skill was drastically changing the entire layout of his powers. Now he realized how valuable he had obtained the ability. Hen thought that his range was now 100 meters. And considering Lucky's increased abilities, he suddenly realized that at his current level, it would be easy to overpower the wandering sorcerer. A group of players who were hunting monsters were trying to find out who killed their last monster. They were very angry and wanted to deal with him. He caught the player and started to interrogate him roughly. They wanted to know if it was him who killed their monster. But the guy didn't understand what they were telling him. He tried to explain to them that he was only hunting within his zone. The archer asked his fellow owl to stop intimidating passers-by. Archer knew that Owl was just wasting his time, and that there was no one in the area strong enough to kill an orc with a single blow. He wished he would let the poor guy go, but then he noticed something in the bushes and couldn't understand what was going on there. They noticed that the archmage was going to try and kill a rogue sorcerer on his own. They knew it was the same one that had killed an orc assassin by himself, and that he had been popular on Warstov lately. They rushed out to see it. Hen turned on the video and began to act as if he was broadcasting live, straight from the scene. He said hello to everyone who was about to look at him and informed them that the archmage was with them once again. He told them that he had come to the cursed forest today to defeat the wandering sorcerer on his own, but he figured it wouldn't be as much fun if he just killed him. So, he decided to kill him without taking any damage. Hen made the first attack with his fire spear and thought the battle was beginning. The sorcerer began to use revitalization magic and raise the dead orcs into battle. Hen pissed him off with his attacks. The wandering sorcerer was about to attack him with his magic staff, but he was thwarted by Lucky, who sank his teeth into his arm. Hen thought Lucky was doing a good job of helping him by preventing the sorcerer from using magic. He decided not to prolong the battle and activated the double attack effect. He knew he had to use this chance to corner the sorcerer where he could safely finish him off. Hen started combining attacks. He used an ice arrow and an electric shot at the same time. He thought it might help him with the weaker orcs. Now he was thinking about the distance that was between him and the sorcerer. He calculated that there was about 60 meters between them, and he was going to become a stationary weapon. He wanted to show him a fiery, scalding damage, something beyond this level. A group of players were surreptitiously watching the duel. One of them ran out of cover to get a closer look at the archmage's attack, but his two companions couldn't see what he was doing. He could have declassified them, and then they would be in trouble. He quickly hit again and waited for the archmage's reaction, but they were lucky and he didn't notice them. He continued to attack the sorcerer. He saw how strong he was and how much damage he did to the monster. They thought he was just looking for glory. They knew that the wandering sorcerer's items were worth a lot, and they couldn't just let them go. They wanted to get them on the sly, striking one last blow at the monster instead of the archmage. Archer was sure he would have managed to finish him off, but he was only in phase 2. He told his partner that he had a good idea of the time between using the archmage's skills. Owl asked him to be ready when the sorcerer would go into phase 3 and start using the zombie summoning. He informed him that this was their only chance to strike the final blow while the archmage dealt with the zombies. Summoning zombies is a special skill of the wandering sorcerer, the point of which was that he would summon all the zombies in the area, and the collected zombies would only attack players who dealt damage to the sorcerer. Hen felt that the zombies were on their way, that they were nearby. He realized that the sorcerer had moved to the 3rd phase, and he began to prepare to finish the battle. He figured that he had managed to do more damage than he had expected, which was why he had gotten to phase 3 so quickly, and then he figured it would be okay to stretch out a bit. Hen turned around and addressed the audience. He asked them all to stretch a little. He felt that the guys who were hiding behind him wanted to steal from him. It was obvious to him. He already knew all their plans and he couldn't let them steal his loot from him. He had nothing to offer the thieves who only thought of easy gain. He wasn't going to share with them. Hen finished warming up and thought it was time to show off a special skill he had previously hidden. He wanted to demonstrate his fifth spell to them. The guys hiding behind the trees started laughing at him. They thought he had no idea they were watching him fight and were ready to steal from him. All looked at the archer and asked him to get ready to attack. But then they saw something strange and couldn't understand what was going on. They saw that the archmage abruptly started running at the monster, and he had an axe in his hands. They didn't know what he was up to. Hen began to deal physical damage to him without the help of magic. Seeing this, the thieves couldn't believe that he had just attacked him with his axe. Now they wouldn't be able to slip past him and deliver the final blow. He didn't stop striking more and more blows at the wandering sorcerer. They couldn't understand how he could do so much damage with his axe while being a mage. They couldn't believe their eyes. And eventually, the archmage was able to kill the sorcerer himself. Hen turned around and asked what the audience thought of his special skill. He used rabies with an axe under the effect of strength. That was why he was able to defeat the monster by himself and thank them for watching. He walked over to where the players were watching him. He said that he would also like to thank the members of the Explorer Guild who had witnessed their fight. He hoped they hadn't been bored. The players who wanted to rob him while sitting in the bushes got really scared. When Hen mentioned the guild in his video, they knew that if they were caught, they could get kicked out of the God Wars game. They thought that the archmage would be alone because he was going to kill the sorcerer himself, but they were wrong, and he had the Explorers Guild with him, the archer said. Now it was clear why he went on the attack so calmly. The bandits turned around and rushed away, afraid of being caught. Hen saw this, and was glad that his scarecrow trick had worked successfully. They didn't even realize that he had placed the scarecrows around him. Hen returned to Sakhalin's house where she met him and told him that he had finally returned. She had been waiting for him. She was not happy that he had been fighting the sorcerer for so long. He sat on the floor, trembling with fear. He was pagoda that his scarecrow trick at the end of the battle had worked, and the bandits had rushed to escape. But he had been able to defeat him on his own. He had gotten through it. Hen was pleased that he had managed to pull off such an oomph on his own and defeat the sorcerer. Sakadil looked at him and asked if he had done what she had asked him to do, to which Hen positively ovdled he had managed to get all she asked of him. He told her he thought the reason the forest was cursed was because of the cursed stone he had handed to her. Sakhalin accepted the stone and clutched it in his hand. He looked at it carefully and applied his magic to it. It was going to give him more information about this stone. She looked at him and realized that he had managed to discover the truth, and that was good. Now she could tell him something. She used magic to make a magical staff out of the stone. Sakhalin gave him her staff, which had impressive magical power. It was a weapon of unique rank and increased all its characteristics, but the staff could not be sold or traded. She looked at her hand, saying that the shard was rejecting her mana. She asked him if he understood what that meant. He replied that it meant that the staff had an owner. Sakhalin turned to him and said that he was right, and that meant he was still connected to the real owner of the staff. She added that now she needed to make a compass for him. She gave him a new task, to go to the mines of Dorito and find the blacksmith Zugu there. Hen listened to her carefully, but he didn't understand why he needed to find the blacksmith. The president asked the secretary if he had seen the last sentence from the archmage, where he informed them of the good results, to which he replied that he had seen it, but didn't understand what the point of it was. Park Yoon-jun replied that it was a test for them. The secretary asked what he meant. The president asked what was different in today's recording compared to the killer orc video. He explained that, first of all, the characteristics of his items had changed, and on top of that, new skills had been added, especially the dual use of spells surprised him. The president said the last price on the eBay auction was hundreds of thousands of dollars until the seller suddenly removed the item from the listing, and the reasons were unknown. He thought the answer was simple. Someone had offered a higher price in a private message and had acquired the skill of dual-use spells. The secretary couldn't believe that it could be an archmage. The president patted him for his ingenuity and went on to say that now the archmage did not hesitate after their inquiry and boldly invested $100,000 in his pumping. He added that after he pumped, he sent a video of him killing the sorcerer alone, then what he wrote to them in the last part of the letter about how he hoped the video would show good results would be empty words. The secretary replied that it was a kind of warning. If the quality of the video was not high enough, He would not send them anything else in the future, and there would be no deal between them. The president thought for a moment and asked the aide, the orc killer video they had bought from the archmage first, to modify it again so that it was of the highest quality. The secretary was surprised to hear the president's request, but he proceeded to tell him to improve the quality of the video many times over while using the money to promote the video. They watched the video of the archmage again, and the president said that if he was some kind of savage, they should treat him just as savage. Hen arrived at the Dorito mines. These mines were hunting fields that were meant for mid-level 40 players. It was a very dangerous place. He knew that since the field monster didn't appear here, the only way to level up was to enter the random dungeon that appeared periodically. It was a system where inept players weren't allowed to form a squad. Time after time, players would have no choice but to be left behind one by one, and it wouldn't end even if the eliminated players were able to reassemble into squads. He knew that if a 6-man squad found a dungeon that only 5 players could enter, the player with the lowest level or contribution would be eliminated. It was really sad and unfair. But on the other hand, the Dorito mines were the place to find true nuggets amongst the many diverse God Wars players. Hen remembered that up until now, he was the one who would have been expelled from the squad without a second thought. But now the situation had changed, and he was much stronger. He headed to one of the mines to use the cursed stone as material to make a compass. But to do so, he needed the blacksmith Zug. He looked at him and asked him what business he had with him. Hen said he needed to create a compass out of the cursed stone. He added that he had heard that only Zug the blacksmith could do it. The blacksmith couldn't believe it was true. The blacksmith said that it was impossible to work with Sakhalin, that this mage had a very nasty temper. He laughed and suggested that he must have been in a lot of trouble. Hen laughed back and said that was not true. But the blacksmith didn't know what he was talking about. He knew her character well. It was obvious that she would ask for something ridiculous at any opportunity. He wanted to know if he was right. Hen looked at him and realized that they would have worked well together. Hen said, even though it was quite a problem for him. However, Sakhalin had his own reasons for sending him to the forge to create a compass. The blacksmith looked at him and said that it looked like he was an adventurer of superior character. If he said such things, he raised his amulet and asked him to look at it. He told him that it was created from a soul metal that could only be obtained in these places. He said that this item reacted to the owner's special magic that was tied to this locket beforehand. Hen asked if that meant he just had to find the mineral, to which the blacksmith replied that there was no need, and if it could be mined, he could do it himself. He looked at him and said that he really liked Zuga, and that for the first time in his life, he wanted to hug the bearded dwarf for being willing to do all his work. The blacksmith replied that if he could clear the dungeon so he could safely develop the deposits, that would be great. He informed him with a smile that there weren't many, only 111 dungeons. And when he heard the task from the blacksmith, got a little angry and thought he didn't like him right away. From the moment he heard his strange name, he had no idea what Zug's name could mean. He didn't understand why he couldn't clear 100 dungeons. Why did he need 111 dungeons? Hen calmed down and picked himself up. He figured it didn't matter now. He still needed to capture some content. Hen looked at Lucky and saw the exclamation point above him. He was offering him help. He hugged him and said he was happy he had his back. He was going to shut up and just accept the help. But before going to clean up the dungeons, Hen decided to use reinforcement for Lucky. He gave him different potions to increase his strength, health, and speed. He couldn't let anything happen to him. Hen looked at Lucky and wasn't sure if those potions would be enough for him. He realized he didn't need to take the final blow so he could evolve. A system notification informed him that he had a quest to hunt alone. He needed to evolve and kill 90 monsters above himself in level. He thought that was already too much for him. Hen read the notice carefully and thought it was time to use all his skills. And if Lucky couldn't participate, he couldn't let him get hurt. They were walking through the dungeon and saw monsters. They couldn't understand how humans could be in their dungeon and started attacking them. But Hen didn't have time to react and was the first to attack Lucky, who managed to defeat the monster. Hen realized that Lucky could also attack and kill monsters. He calmed down and thought that it seemed like he was worrying too much. He looked at Lucky and praised him for killing the monster. He told Lucky that now they could go mop up the dungeons, and pretty soon they had 99 kills. And then Lucky gained divine power and his body started to change. He started to evolve. The system prompted him to choose new abilities that Lucky would possess. Hen was surprised that the evolution was complete. He had hoped that something useful for Lucky had appeared. Hen opened the cards and was insanely happy. He had gotten exactly what he wanted. Lucky now possessed incredible speed. It was a legendary skill that was among the two unique skills. He thought he should have renamed it Lucky TV. When they left the dungeon, Hen hugged Lucky. The other players saw this and couldn't understand what was wrong with him, why he hugged this divine being. Once they emerged from the dungeon, they wanted to know what was going on. Hen couldn't believe that Lucky was able to kill a monster in just 9 seconds. It was unbelievable. Suddenly, Lucky could smell the scent of the hidden dungeon. Hen thought that he couldn't miss such a chance. He wanted to sweep the hidden dungeon as well. He happily picked Lucky up in his arms and said that he would help him enter the dungeon. The players were shocked that Hen carried a divine being into the dungeon. This was the first time they had seen such a thing. While Hen was mopping up the hidden dungeon, the secretary approached the president and said that it had been an hour since the updated video was uploaded. He wanted to show him the video so that he could look at its quality. The president looked at his nickname and thought it was terrible. He knew archmages were a rare class, but not so rare that there were only a couple of them. And yet, he wondered why he chose that particular nickname. But in any case, he wanted to know what the answer was. He thought that what was done and nothing could be fixed. He looked at the statistics and saw that the speed of gaining views was not bad because the worst channel was involved. The president told his aide that he thought the archmage had uploaded the video of the killer orc first to Worst V, to which his secretary replied that it was impossible. He asked him if the archmage had spent his money and time to start the rumor. The departing president replied to him that it didn't matter how great the man was, had he ever seen his face on the cover of a famous magazine early in his career. He added that he could have gotten himself into the gossip paper at any time, and then his reputation would have been enhanced by it. They had only to wait and see what would happen next. And if that was the case, they could soon expect a similar action. Before he could finish speaking, his employee ran into his office and began frantically calling out to him. He had important information for him. The staff was incredibly excited. They couldn't believe that Archmage Asmo had left a comment under the video of the killer orc. He wrote that he had never seen a staff with that design before, and he couldn't believe it himself. Archmage Asmo was a prince of Saudi Arabia, one of the richest people. His fortune was over 1 trillion won. As a person who was a club owner and a professional gamer, he was the one who spent $1 to become an archmage. Thus, Asmo became known as the person who spent the most amount in this game, and it also meant that he collected absolutely everything in God Wars. Also, he tested various items and skills. In other words, he was making content unpacking items and skills. The secretary couldn't believe that even Asmo himself was seeing this item for the first time. It was something incredible, because he had everything he could dream of. The president could not miss this opportunity, and he wanted to send a new proposal to the archmage. He proposed to him to distribute the profits 60 to 40%, where 40% were their shares. The secretary was absolutely shocked. He didn't know how to react to his words. It seemed to him this offer was too posh for the archmage, and it could mean they would have nothing left of the profits. The president looked at him and said he would promise him that when they offered him these terms, the archmage would bring them something interesting, a new item to recoup their costs. Hen finished playing and decided to pause and stretch. He stood up from the pod and thought that with a rating like his, he could clear the dungeon in just a second. Hyuk-ju ran up to him and told him that he had come at a very good time, to which Hyeon replied that why did he go to him so late? He told him that he was able to get out of the capsule by himself. Hyuk-ju apologized and said that he had watched the new video. He informed him that there was a new trend right now. Hen smiled and asked which one, to which the employee replied that it was the trend of the death of the killer orc on the Rising Star channel. Hyuk-ju showed him the phone and said that the views really took off and could easily reach 1 million. But that wasn't the most incredible part. The thing was that Asmo himself left a comment under the video that he had never seen such a demet. Hen thought that was too bad after all. The staff of the Wandering Sorcerer was the reward he had gotten in the hidden dungeon. He realized that in God Wars, it was only himself who was trying to pass the main quest. He went to the restroom to think about everything and to make sure no one touched him. He started bashing the stall and screaming that he screwed up. He was afraid that everyone might know his secret, that he was on a major quest. Hen was upset that he had left clues to the main quest, but even if that was the case, why did Asmo write about it? He thought. Someone had definitely asked him to find out about the item. He tried to calm down and analyze everything. He needed to figure out what was going on. He assumed there was a group of players trying to complete the main quest, but then he realized something. Now he was 100% sure that the Rising Star channel would want to make a deal with him. He reached into his pocket to pull out his phone and check for messages from them. He turned on his phone, and as expected, he got a new message from them. He saw that they had offered him 60% of the profits. He exhaled deeply and realized that everything was fine. No one knew about the main quest. No one knew about it. Hen calmed down, once again thinking hard about their offer. He thought it was time to do this. They had revealed their cards to him. Now it was time for him to show them his. He went to the game and was sure he could record a lot of quality video for them. He got to the level 42 Moldog hidden dungeon boss. He could hide in rabbit holes, which made him harder to kill. Hen was going to attack it with the ice arrow skill. He thought that if he was an ordinary player, defeating this boss would be very difficult for him. He realized that the difficulty in fighting him was that he was constantly moving through rabbit holes, as his name implied. So the pattern of his attacks was impossible to predict. Hen smiled and thought that for him, someone who was able to see where the boss was preparing his attacks from, it was no different from playing Catch the Mole. He saw which hole he was going to attack from and released an ice arrow into it. He was able to hit it and deal lethal damage. He defeated the Mole Dog and thus cleared the hidden dungeon. For this, he received the title of Mole Dog Killer. Hen decided that it was time to pick up the hidden dungeon card. The card appeared in front of him again, and he had a choice to make. He didn't know whether to choose the chain lightning or the ball prison or the light shield. The choice was difficult. He chose a light shield that created a barrier of lightning. Hen thought that since he had already learned the attack magic of each element, he didn't think he might need more, and a light shield would be a good option for Lucky. Hen thought that the light shield would go well with Lucky's other characteristics. He wondered if he should have looked for more skills, with improved characteristics. He wanted to see what skills there were for animals, and then he remembered that Lucky had the skill acceleration. He looked at Lucky thinking that, with that skill, he could try a marathon. Acceleration was a skill that summoned a wind fairy that increased movement speed. Since speed characteristics helped with both attack and defense, it was quite useful and very expensive. Hen stepped out of the game, and a moment later came back in. He held up the acceleration card and couldn't believe he had it. He figured that by selling it, he would have enough for a month of his life. He didn't sell it right away. He kept it as a future investment. He studied the acceleration skill and stroked Lucky, thinking that this was the end of the training for the marathon, and he and Lucky could continue to clear the dungeons of monsters. The system notified him that the dungeon had been taken over by kobold miners. Such dungeons were of low rank, and there was nothing of value there. Such dungeons could be found everywhere in Dorito mines. And if you compare them to athletics, it was like running a short distance, which is why many players use them as a location for a marathon. The fastest solo result was 4 minutes and 11 seconds. The record was set by Sasaki Kojiro. He was a sword emperor that, as well as archmage, was a legendary rank, and he was one of the top 10 players. Hen entered his inventory to properly prepare for the marathon. He thought that Sasaki had set this record a long time ago, but no one had broken it yet. He realized that even for him to break this record was almost impossible, but he didn't give up hope and thought it would be nice if he managed to at least get close to it. Hen took the staff and used the strength skill on Lucky. He also used acceleration on him, after which Lucky took the black grass concentrate, after which his strength increased by 28%. He turned on the tape and greeted all his viewers. He informed them that he was going to try a marathon in the Dorito mines today. However, it would be Lucky who would do it alone. He looked at Lucky and told him to get on with it. Lucky was destroying the kobold miners with incredible speed. He activated his light shield, and no one could stop him or damage him. He dealt with all the monsters very quickly. Hen, watching him, told him that he had good speed and good pace, but then he noticed him being attacked by an angry kobold miner. Hen calmly dodged without striking back. He didn't attack him because he promised not to help Lucky, so he missed that attack, and after a little while, he informed the onlookers. As you'd expect, Lucky easily cleared the dungeon of monsters. Hen smiled and said that Lucky had cleared the dungeon much faster than he expected. He paid attention to the timer and couldn't believe that Lucky had managed to set a new record for clearing the dungeon. He realized that the marathon timer hadn't stopped yet. This shocked him. He couldn't believe that his divine being had managed to break a record that had been held for years. Lucky ran a marathon using fast attack. When using this skill, his entire body would take on a golden hue, and his attack and movement speed would be greatly increased for 5 minutes. Hen left the game and went to the dining room, where he sat silently with his head in his hands. Hyuk-ju came up to him to see how he was feeling, to which Hen replied that he had taken a pill. He said that he had been having a heart problem lately. Hyuk-ju turned around and was about to go to his workplace. He asked him to take care of himself. He realized that if Hyun got sick, then there would be no one to watch over Heron. But Hen didn't reveal the whole truth again. He couldn't believe that he had set a record and that he had a video record. He thought he was lucky that there were fewer monsters than usual. Now he wondered how the channel would react when he saw it. The secretary informed the president that the statistics of search queries and subscriber donations were good, but he saw that something was wrong. He asked the president what he was worried about. He replied to him that he had once again cast the rod. The secretary could not believe that he wanted to give another share from the proceeds. He asked him that wouldn't they have suffered a loss, while the other party would have benefited. The president repeated to him that he had cast his line and waited. He was afraid that the archmage might mistakenly think that he was being treated like a fish. He was worried that he might take offense at this and stop cooperating with them. He asked him if they had not yet gotten an answer from him, to which the secretary replied that he had given them his answer. The president was now only interested in one question, whether he had taken the bait or not. The secretary informed him that the archmage had accepted their offer and sent them 2 videos. One was on their order, and the other was more interesting. They thought it was a provocation on his part. Hen finished playing and got up from the pod and noticed that no one was around. He couldn't figure out where everyone had gone. He figured everyone was in the break room. He headed over there to check it out. When Hen entered the room, he saw that everyone was on their phones watching something very intently. When he got a little closer, he noticed that they were watching his tape that he had sent to the channel. He was insanely happy that they uploaded the video to the Rising Star channel immediately after editing it. He watched the faces of those who watched the video. They were thrilled with the video and that someone had managed to break the marathon record. Hyuk-ju ran up to him and rushed over to show him the new video. He said that the archmage's new video was just tinny. Hen calmly looked at him and didn't understand why he was going so crazy. He didn't understand why he said it was just tinny. He asked him if Asmo had left the comment again, and he was right. Hen laughed and said it couldn't be. Asmo wrote that he had never seen a ring like the archmage had before. Hen knew he meant Sakalin's ring. He started to panic and didn't understand why Asmo was paying so much attention to him. He thought he was targeting him. Hen thought that his items were making Asmo suspicious, but soon realized that it wasn't just Asmo that was getting suspicious, but literally all the players. He didn't know what he should do next. He realized that if Asmo continued to watch and comment on his videos, a large number of people might soon take notice of him, and then disaster could happen. Hen realized that it would not be safe for him to stay in one place right now. He decided to get back into the game and leave the Dorito mine urgently so that no one could search for him there. He was very worried that he might have been figured out. He asked the receptionist to get his capsule ready. Hyuk-ju looked at him and asked if he was really sick. He had no face on him. He asked if he had eaten at all. Hyeon said he was fine and added that he just needed a boost. He asked if Hyuk-ju had anything sweet. He said all he had left was grape candy. He was surprised that Hyuk-ju still hadn't thrown away those disgusting candies. He explained to him that the main character of the novel he was reading ate those candies while he played. He told him that he even added them to his coffee for himself. Hen finished listening to him tell him. He climbed into the capsule and logged back into the game. He immediately headed to the mines of Dorito to finish the task as soon as possible. He came to the blacksmith who had been waiting for him for a long time. He noted that he had done well, and that thanks to him he had managed to gather enough soul metal. Hen thought that he simply had no other choice. The blacksmith handed him the pendant and told him that all he had to do now was activate it. Hen took the pendant and said that he would activate it as soon as possible, and that he would go to Sakhalin immediately. But before he could finish speaking, she appeared in the mine dungeon. She looked at the blacksmith and couldn't understand why he had called her to the mine. He had told her that the pendant was ready, and it was time to insert the key, so he had called her. Hen, looking at her, didn't think she would have personally come to the dungeon. Sakhalin used magic to stick her hand into one of the walls of the mine. She used the portal to get the pendant activation key. She wasn't particularly happy to be in a place like this. She took out the key and threw it to the blacksmith, telling him not to do anything stupid. He smilingly replied that he couldn't do anything stupid because they had made a soul contract for it. Sakhalin was tired of listening to him, and she asked him to stop the unnecessary talk and continue activating the pendant. She didn't want to linger with him any longer than she had to. Hen realized that they didn't get along after all. He knew there were circumstances where non-player characters had to cooperate with each other. The blacksmith opened the pendant and placed the stone that Sakhalin gave him into it. Hen thought that the main quest of God Wars was to obtain a rank omnipotent, a powerful item that could destroy even a god. And if the game talked about the purpose of non-player characters, it was something like they needed to find a weapon against a god and kill it. They couldn't give any more information. The blacksmith finished activating the pendant that immediately pointed them north. The blacksmith reached out and gave him the pendant. As soon as he received the pendant, the system notified him that he had passed the cursed pendant quest. Hen went through the quest, and for that, he saw that he was promoted 2 levels at once. He also got a rune as a reward, and the Dragon of War gave him a chance to get a random skill. Hen was shocked at the rewards he received. He put off getting the reward until later. He wanted to deal with the cursed pendant. He had learned that the pendant contained a cursed sedge that would sense its master and point the way to him. Hen couldn't believe that a level 40 item could be better than a legendary item. He was confused and wanted to learn more about this item. Sakhalin gave him a displeased look and told him to go wherever the pendant would point him, and his assignment was to check what was there. He received a new quest in which he was to travel north to the swamp where the pendant pointed him and check out what was hiding there, for which he could be rewarded with a book of skill cards. When he found out about the reward, he was in absolute shock. He thought he would have done everything he could to complete the mission, but now he needed to calm down, or he would be thrown out of the game. Hen couldn't get his heart rate back to normal on his own, and he decided to use the best method to calm himself down. He hugged Lucky and began to slowly calm down. He thought that getting a skill card as a reward was something incredible. He looked up and saw a notification where the system was asking him to open a card given by the Dragon of War. Opening it, he got the skill of Guardian, which he was madly happy about. It was deep into the night, but the editing staffer was still at work on the Rising Stars channel, barely able to leave his office to report to the president that he had finished editing the video. They watched the new video, and the secretary said the swordsman probably never imagined that his record, which no one could beat for a long time, would be surpassed by a divine being. The president listened to his aide, and with a smile on his face asked him how many views the new video had already gotten, to which the aide replied that it was already around 2 million. He thought that the divine creature that broke the record of that very swordsman alone was the best topic of discussion among all the players. Watching the video, the president said that it was very well done despite the rush, to which the director of editing replied that it was a real miracle to make such a video in just 1 day. He pointed out that the archmage addressed the viewers in his video and said that many were curious about the items he had used earlier. He was preparing a surprise for them that they would enjoy. The president, after watching the video, said that the video would have gotten 10 million views. He was absolutely sure of it. His staff looked at him and thought he was joking. Hen studied his new skill, Guardian. He realized that this skill could make defeated monsters follow him after killing them. He could revive almost any monster he would defeat. It was a special skill that could only be learned by an archmage, for example. With Asmo's inevitable killing technique, Hen couldn't believe he had gotten this skill. He was thrilled with it. Hen thought that if he mastered it, it might help him in completing the quest, but he thought that the skill itself wasn't that convenient to use. Because it was hard to fulfill the conditions of its use, he knew that monsters with a level much higher than the players couldn't be assigned as a keeper. It was also necessary to catch 100 monsters of the chosen type in a limited amount of time. In other words, making a strong monster or boss that rarely appeared as his keeper was almost impossible, so he felt that this skill was not convenient to use. The reason why Asmo's keeper becomes so famous was the ability to use player items. He could even use legendary items. Hen knew that Guardian Asmo had many legendary items, none of which ordinary users could afford due to their price. He figured that if he had a keeper, he could use it as bait for monsters, and then Lucky would be able to focus his attacks better. Hen remembered that he had previously thought of buying a golem summoning skill to use as bait for monsters, but the golem summoning skill was terribly expensive for him. He decided it was time to leave the dungeon, but before he left the mines, he decided to use the speed and strength skill to be ready for anything. He looked at Lucky, and they headed for the exit. They successfully left the dungeon. They were able to sweep at full speed. They didn't know they were being followed yet. They couldn't figure out what kind of guy it was that they were spending so much money on following. The players watching them were wondering if 3 people were too many to catch one mage. They thought they were too many for him. One of them said that they couldn't know what the customer was thinking, and if they were given money, They should just be grateful for it and do their job. He added that the easier the case was, the better it was for them. But suddenly they saw him running, and they didn't understand why he did that. They wondered what could make an Archmage class player run so fast. They couldn't decide whether it was better to go after him immediately or to follow him discreetly. They had to make the best decision for them. But suddenly they noticed that Hen was looking right at them, and they were shocked that he was able to spot them. They came out of their ambush and ran after him, knowing that they had failed in their tracking. Hen looked at Lucky and stopped him. They didn't need to keep running. They wouldn't catch up. He was sure of it. He was happy with the effect the pendant had given him. It had improved his speed, and now he was even faster. He hid the pendant and thought that with it he didn't have to worry about the chase. He could easily handle his pursuers. Hen leaned over to pet Lucky for helping him in the dungeon. He wanted to share with him the news that was important to him, that his first video had been put online, and he was incredibly happy. He looked at Lucky and asked if he would change his jacket if the video got 10 million views, to which Lucky barked happily and said it was time to go to his next destination. As soon as the video hit the net, it immediately became very popular all around just talking about it. People were shocked that all the work was done by the creature, while the Archmage just folded his arms and stood aside. But they didn't understand why the video was only 5 minutes long. At the end of the video, the Archmage had something for them. He showed them the staff and asked if any of them knew what was in his hand. And if anyone knew, he would tell him about all the items. Everyone around admired the new video. They thought it was very cool. They couldn't believe that the Archmage creature was able to break a record that many players had not conquered. He didn't think the Archmage would have responded to the comment left by Asmo under the last video. Plus, there was a subject there again that Asmo didn't know about. The views were just unreal. Everyone started discussing that it was as if Asmo and the Archmage had conspired on purpose to gain views. They thought it was too fake. They didn't believe them. Hyeyuk-ju looked at him and wondered what Hyuk thought about it, if they were on the same page. But he noticed that Hyuk was shaking. He thought he was sick. Hakju thought he was so jealous of the Archmage that he was twisted all over. He told him that he knew he was very busy right now, but he asked him not to overexert himself. The players gathered around him and said that it was impossible to earn a lot as an ordinary miner. They decided that they should just play on. Hen Yuta restrained himself, thinking that he had already earned a lot. Hen again hid from everyone in the restroom stall where he decided it was time to spend some money. He wanted to invest in promoting his videos. He figured that if things had originally gone according to his plan, he would have bought himself a summoning golem because a keeper attracting the attention of the enemy wasn't really important to him. Hen couldn't decide which skill he would rather buy. He couldn't choose because all the enhancements and new spells were so good that his eyes just went wild. The thought crossed his mind, check the price of summoning a golem, and when he saw the price, he couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't understand why this skill was so cheap. He didn't hesitate to buy, and it didn't matter to him that he already had a keeper. But the item was already sold out. He thought he had been cheated and that he had thought too long about the purchase. Channeling the rising star, the secretary informed the president that everything was working out exactly as he had envisioned, but it was odd that he didn't seem pleased. The president looked at him and replied that it was because the archmage had only one problem, which was added to every day. The secretary didn't understand what he was talking about and thought he was worried about something again. The president asked him what they were doing for the archmage, to which the aide replied that they were editing the video and uploading it to the channel. But the president knew they weren't the only ones who could do it. He told him that the archmage was a media mogul writing the script with Asmo, and they were just temporary content providers who could be replaced at any time. The president explained to him that in order for the archmage to want to renew their contract with them, they had to show their good faith, and then the contract would be in their pocket. He smiled and said it was time to let the secret of the Wharton school he had graduated from. The secretary looked at him and asked him what secret he wanted to use. He told him he wanted to bribe him. The swamps were hunting grounds for players above level 50, located just north of the Dorito mines. It was a place that many players had difficulty in due to the swamps stretching across the map and the shadows of the trees. A group of warriors made their way through the swamps, but they couldn't pass it because the water usually reached up to the ankle, but in some places the depth could reach knee level, which delayed the players a lot. They could barely move because of the water. They were already incredibly tired. They thought even the damned forest was much better than this place. This slowing down, however, also extended to the creatures that were moving through the swamp in hopes of attacking someone, Hen thought to himself. Hen saw that the lizard was about to attack him, so he attacked it with a fireball and hit it exactly on target. He was able to eliminate it with ease, which increased the rank of his skills. He figured that when such creatures were slow, it was easy to finish them off. He saw a lizard corpse swim up to him. He was afraid it might have soaked his new clothes. Hen noticed that Lucky didn't like being in the water. He approached him and told him that he saw that he was tired. He asked him to rest for a while. He added that as soon as they would have completed the quest, they would have left the place immediately. They went a little further and found they needed a place, a lizard's nest in which a huge number of lizards lurked and waited for the invaders. There were 1998 lizards there. When Hen saw the number of lizards inside, he couldn't believe that he had to kill so many monsters. He was outraged and thought that he couldn't kill so many in his whole life. He thought that this dungeon was definitely for team passage. He decided that he couldn't go in there without preparing. He decided to increase his strength. Hen decided that now was a good time to use a keeper. He had successfully defeated 100 lizard warriors and could now summon a lizard warrior as his keeper. He approached the corpse of the lizard and used his skill of summoning a guardian, and he managed to revive the lizard, which immediately bowed to its master. Hen noticed that it had a question mark above its head. He couldn't believe that it had a hidden quest. The system notified him that if the guardian protected his master from ordinary monsters for 33 minutes without running away, his loyalty would increase to level 8, and then the rank of his physical and combat skills would also increase. Hen was surprised that the keeper had a loyalty system. He thought that if that was the case, he should have used the lizard warrior for his defense, and he began killing other lizards that tried to harm his master. He stood with the fireball in his hand and thought that it would take an average of 3 minutes and 33 seconds to catch a lizard. With all the enhancements, he wondered how much stronger the keeper would become if his devotion was increased. Hen decided to approach the keeper and tell him not to attack the enemies this time. He ordered him to just stand and defend himself. He once again remembered the conditions for increasing the lizard's loyalty level, which had a hidden condition. One had to defend for more than 33 minutes without killing monsters. Hen thought that if playing as usual definitely failed to realize it, that archmage who was famous for being able to learn all kinds of skills, and for him, the keeper was a completely useless skill. He smiled and realized that he might have been the first and only archmage who could figure out the keeper's loyalty system. While Hen was trying to figure out this system, the guardian managed to protect him for 33 minutes. He managed to fulfill a hidden condition. He was able to reach rank 8, and he was added new skills in attacking. Hen was surprised that the lizard spoke to him, but it struck him that he had a new skill. Loyalty increased by 1 level, and the lizard already had such a change. Hen was shocked. The lizard walked up to him, kneeled down and bowed his head to him. He asked for a name, and then in the future he could prove that he was worthy of his name. Hen was delighted that he could give him a name, and after a little thought, he said that his name was now Gold, to which the lizard replied that he was deeply moved by his choice and thought the name worthy. The lizard wanted Hen to give him a new order, and then he would prove to him that he was better than his goofy beast, pointing at Lucky. Hen smiled and thought that it was really a friendly dialogue. He realized that if he increased his level of loyalty, he had the ability to give different orders to the guardian. He decided that he really needed to use the lizard for damage. With excellent melee skills as a defender, the lizard stood in front of him and waited for the order. Hen thought that they now had a squad of 3. Each of them had their own role in the team, but Hen still thought about how if he had the golem summoning skill, going on quests would be even easier. He regretted not buying a golem when he had the chance. Early in the morning, Heron came running to his uncle's house to wake him up for breakfast, but he didn't want to get up. He said he went to bed late and wanted to sleep, but she kept waking him up. Hen couldn't stand his niece's onslaught and said that he would get up now. He looked at the nightstand where his phone was and noticed that he had a text message. He was not happy that someone was disturbing him since morning. He read that the user Rising Star had given him the skill card summoning Golem. Hen quickly got up and was about to go to the game. Heron asked where he was running away without breakfast, to which Hen said that he was in a hurry. While Hen was back in the game to try out a new skill, in one of the buildings, an unknown girl in a red suit, watching his video, offered to send a mercenary after him. She said that judging from the last video, the odds were higher than expected. She thought there was a chance that the archmage had the key. The programmer who was talking to her wanted to know that this was all about an item that even Asmo didn't know about. He wasn't sure if he could access the item, even if the mercenary could kill the archmage. She looked at him and said that she didn't need to retrieve the item. She only needed to check if the archmage had the key to the main quest or not. The girl continued with a smirk that if he did have the key, then she was afraid she would have to catch it and destroy it then. She added that if their plan failed, they would lose nothing, to which the programmer replied that it was true, but there would be a player who could take on the task of killing the archmage. He said that all players knew he was donating to the game. Plus, there were rumors of him colluding with Asmo, and no player would want to take that risk. The girl said that she would put down a $10,000 deposit for the player, and the reward for the archmage was $100,000, and she knew of one player who could take that risk for that reward. The player who could go to battle with the archmage was the sharpshooter Lola from the 7 Stars League, and he would agree, but there were other players with the right level. The programmer looked at her a little nervously and said that he would be sure to contact the other players and would let her know as soon as they sent in their answers. The girl asked him to write the following. It was a request from Emma, the guild manager of the Abyss Guild. She was sure that after such a message, many people would come to them. Hen couldn't believe that he had gotten the golem summoning skill. He thought that finally the day had come when he had gotten a unique skill. He fell on his knees and began to thank the director of Rising Star Channel for such a gift. He promised to bow towards the company building every day. Hen thought that if he wanted Rising Star to continue sponsoring him, he needed to show something special, something they didn't expect from him. He supposed that a single kill of the swamp boss, a diamond alligator, might suit them, but he figured that wouldn't be enough. You had to at least break the time record. It wasn't enough for him to do better than the others. But before that, he decided to clean up the lizard's nest. In order to level up and pump up his character, he summoned a golem, and they proceeded to clean up the nest. Hen noticed that thanks to the secret quest, his stats were increasing incredibly fast. He was surprised that his power stats were quite high for a mage. He smiled and thought that, moreover, the indicator of the creature's aggression level was not directed at him, but at the summoning golem. This pleased him. Thanks to this, he could concentrate on his aim and attack enemies even 100 meters away with the fireball skill. Hen thought that in that case he would have no problem destroying the diamond alligator alone. He realized that he could be covered from the other monsters. He was happy that they were able to clean up the lizard nest in just 8 hours. He was happy that he had the golem summoning skill. They had all worked together very quickly and efficiently. The guardian came up to him and said his mindless dog kept stealing all his loot. He wanted to deal with Fenrir. Hen looked at them and thought they had started arguing again. While the keeper and Lucky were trying to sort each other out, Hen noticed that his cursed pendant was leading him somewhere. It was pointing him to the place he should have gone. Hen turned around and saw what looked like an egg not far from them. That was where his cursed pendant was pulling him. When they got closer, Hen was shocked to see that it was a dragon egg. The system notified him that the power of an unnamed god was necessary for the hatching. Then Hen thought that there might be a new divine beast in the egg. Hen took the egg and thought that he had to finish the quest first. He wanted the reward of the skill book. He turned to Lucky and the guardian and said that they were now going to Wigstown. They were coming out of the forest and headed towards a small bridge. Hen didn't realize he was being waited on and wanted to deal with him. The assassin knew that no matter how much one hid in the hunting grounds, one would still end up going to the city, and to get back to the first city, they had to go this way. He noticed that he had a divine being and a guardian with him. He thought it was expected, from someone whose head they were willing to pay $100,000 for. The assassin used the legendary wig bow to kill him. The feature of the bow was that, after a successful hit, the next arrow could chase the target. He shot and thought he could finish them off quickly, but the guardian managed to save his master and put up his shield. Hen thought that if he was an ordinary player, he would be very confused after the unexpected attack. He realized that there was no way to guess when and from where to expect the next arrow. Hen was prepared in advance for the assassin's arrival. He knew that he was being hunted, so he purposely provoked his attack. He thought he could have been easy prey for the hunter on the bolt, but he wanted to prove that relying on the terrain alone was useless. The hunter was surprised that he was able to stop the sudden attack, as if he had anticipated it. The hunter pulled out his next arrow and dropped the tracking from it. He took aim and thought it was a swamp after all. It would take the archmage at least 30 seconds to get to where he was now. The hunter calculated that he was 120 meters away from him, and that even with magic, it would be difficult to overcome this distance. But then he noticed that a fireball was flying at him. He couldn't believe it, that now he was being attacked. The archmage's attack went straight to the hunter's head. The impact had critically damaged him, and now he couldn't continue hunting him. The hunter came to his senses and looked at the bridge where the archmage was standing and was horrified to find that he had disappeared somewhere. The hunter thought that he had to leave before it was too late. But suddenly he felt that he was now being watched from the tall grass. He didn't realize when the archmage had managed to get close to him, and moments later, he received an ice arrow in his back, taking even more damage. He looked at the archmage and couldn't understand who he was. He realized that with his level, it was impossible to do that much damage. The hunter was already barely moving and wouldn't be able to escape the battlefield. As soon as he tried to get to his feet, Lucky pounced on him and pulled him to the ground. Hen was pleased that he had succeeded. Now he wanted to check his ID. He wanted to make sure that he couldn't repeat such a hunt in the future. Hen was shocked after checking. It was Rail AA-13. It was a sniper from the 7 Stars League. Hen realized that if he went too far, there would be an entire guild against him. He looked at it carefully and thought that it was definitely the sharpshooter Lola from the 7 Stars League. They used to hunt together when he played on his old account. Hen knew that everyone only found out about him because of the popular guild. He didn't understand why he needed to use a second account. But then he realized that it was to find him. He realized that he couldn't take responsibility for killing his character. Then at worst, Hen would make a whole guild of enemies. Hen ordered Lucky to let him go. Then the keeper said that since the hunter dared to put his master in danger, he was going to kill him with his sword. But Hen stopped him too. He thought it was impossible to let him go without some sort of plan. He looked at him and asked if he was from the 7 Stars League because he knew who he was. Hunter replied that he didn't know what he was talking about. Then Hen told him to stop pretending. He knew it was his second account. He was sure that that character's name was Rail. Hunter was shocked when he realized that he knew everything about him. Hen said that it was a big annoyance, and that he didn't think there would have been so much trouble if he hadn't informed the drunk that he was hiding his identity. Sniper Lola was amazed to hear that he knew the master of his guild, but he wasn't sure about it. He thought it could hardly be true. He knew that Dione, the guild master of the 7 Stars League, was so dangerous that most players dared not even approach him, yet his friends might call him a drunkard. Hen said it didn't matter. He said he hadn't told him his plans yet, but the fact that the sniper was trying to grab him from his backup account could only make the master angry. He to know who gave him the order to catch him. If it was Hen, then he would have relieved him of his work for 80 hours. The sniper thought he was now in trouble and that he and the master had a close relationship. Hen continued, he said that if that wasn't the case, then maybe he was secretly taking orders from the guild to kill another player to make money. He knew that according to guild rules, taking orders to kill another player was strictly forbidden. He glared menacingly at the sniper and demanded an answer from him. Sniper knew that if he reported this to the guild, he would be finished. He stood up, bowed his head, and apologized for the attack. He figured that if the guild found out that he had been caught killing another player for money, they would announce that he had broken guild rules, and he would just be eliminated. Hen wanted to know what he was trying to accomplish with his apology. He was thinking of finishing him off now so he wouldn't have any more problems with him in the future. But he changed his mind and said he would have covered for him and wouldn't tell the guild about it. He said he didn't want the league either to find out what he was doing. Hen asked him why he thought he was hiding his main account, using a spare one, and even with the stupid nickname BJ Archmage, the sniper couldn't believe he wouldn't give it out to the guild. He explained to him that he had a big plan. Hen hoped the sniper didn't think he'd thought of nothing better to do than plow through the place for the sake of raising levels. Hen offered him the following arrangement. The sniper failed the mission and he could escape, and then he wouldn't say anything to anyone about the fact that he had met the guild sniper. Sniper was unrealistically happy when Hen offered him this option. He realized that he would continue to live and the guild wouldn't know anything about it. Hen looked at him with a threatening look to make the sniper realize that if he ever wanted to mess with him again in battle, he would finish him off without a second thought next time. Hen wanted to know what he would offer him in exchange for his life. He wanted to know what he could give him in exchange for silence. Otherwise, he could just kill him and get all his items. The sniper, bowing his head, wanted to make sure that Hen really wouldn't tell anyone anything, to which Hen replied that he was a man of his word and wouldn't give away the secret. He thought and decided to give him his bow. It was the only weapon he could give him, in exchange for the archmage's silence. He had no other choice. Otherwise, he would be killed by the guild players or the archmage himself. The sniper apologized again and left. The keeper, looking at his master, said that his nobility had taught him much, but suddenly Hen trembled and fell to the ground. He felt really bad. His breath was cramping. He couldn't believe that a sniper from the league was able to buy his bluff. The guardian drew his sword and looked around. He didn't understand who dared to attack his master. He was ready to kill him. Hen, sitting on the ground, thought that it was good that it was the Seven Stars League. He realized that he had been lucky and played up what he had heard of their master Dione. Otherwise, he would not have been able to convince the sniper that he was personally acquainted with the head of their guild. Hen looked at his new item and thought that he now had a powerful bow anyway, which was one of the items in Vig's set. Vig's bow was one of the items in the Vig weapon set that could be found in Vig's town. Among all the items in the set, the bow had the best stats and the minimum cost started at $40,000. Hen wanted to sell it, but then he thought he didn't really need the money right now. So he figured why not use the bow himself. He took an arrow and took aim, thinking that if the mage walked around with a bow, he could be killed quickly. But when the mage had a Vig bow, it was a different conversation. Hen thought that because of his ability, after every successful hit, the next arrow could chase the target, that this bow had a very cool skill. But he had one problem. He couldn't use a staff and a bow at the same time. It would be problematic for him to switch from weapon to weapon. He thought about telekinesis. He went into his inventory and grabbed Sakhalin's staff and decided to try using telekinesis to make it easier to change weapons. Hen and his team returned to the first city, where on the streets the other players immediately recognized Lucky. They knew it was the Divine Wolf who had single-handedly broken the swordsman's record. They looked at Lucky and noticed that behind him was BJ the archmage. They couldn't believe it was him. It was the first time they had seen BJ the archmage alive, but they couldn't understand what kind of warriors were around him. Hen and his team were walking past the players with a squad of soldiers walking with them, and the players thought they were part of their team. But it was a Vigi guard who was obligated to escort him to the right place. He followed the guards confidently, but inside he was worried a lot. Hen tried not to show it, but his thoughts kept him busy. He didn't understand what was happening and it made him panic. As soon as he arrived in the city, he was immediately approached by guards and told that Lord Viga was looking for him. Hen couldn't even think why he needed him. He thought it might be related to the main quest. Hen paid attention to the players who were looking at him. He thought he should have turned the situation in his favor. He was the first player to be escorted by the guards of Viga City. He was getting more and more curious. He wanted to know what rumors would spread when everyone found out that Lord Wigi was looking for him, right in front of his palace. Hen thought he would find out once he was inside. Hen and his team entered Vigi Manor, where he was greeted by the Lord. He was the governor of this city, and beside him was Sakhalin. Hen didn't understand why she was beside him. Lord Viga came over and said hello to him. He shook his hand and told him that he had heard a lot about him. Hen, looking at him, would never have thought that he would ever be able to meet him in person. As always, a disgruntled Sakhalin looked at him and asked if he had managed to find the very thing he had gone to do the quest for, to which Hen responded positively by taking it out of his inventory. He pulled out an egg and showed it to her. She couldn't believe he still brought it to her. She pulled out his reward and gave it to him. Hen got a legendary book of skill cards for completing the quest. Sakhalin asked him to give her the egg after he was rewarded for it, but he was stopped by Lord Viga. Sakhalin turned to him and wanted to know what the problem was. The Lord replied that there was no problem. And then Sakhalin asked why he was interfering in their affairs, to which the Lord replied that it was because there was no problem. Hen stood completely confused and did not know what was going on between them. Lord Viga began to explain to Sakhalin that a guy named Midas had easily found an item that she couldn't find herself personally. He looked at her and asked if he was right about that, and she confirmed it. Then he went on to say that there was no need to bring someone else in for such a job then, when they already had a person in charge. He asked her again if he was right in his reasoning. The Lord turned to him and said that he was glad they had found the right man for them. He added that he appreciated his skills, for which Hen thanked him. He went on to say that this was why he would have preferred that Hen continue to explore this egg. Hen didn't expect that he would have suggested that he keep the egg for himself. But he soon realized that Sakhalin wanted to keep the egg and explore it on his own. But Lord Wiga wanted Hen to take the egg for himself. Hen realized that could only mean that the non-player characters had their own quests. He replied to the Lord that he wouldn't let him down. The Lord was glad to hear it, and he noticed that Sakhalin didn't really trust him. Lord smiled and said then they should have checked to see if Hen was capable of protecting that egg. He remembered Hen telling him they came from the swamps. He had a mission for him. Hen guessed exactly what task the Lord had for him. He realized that he was to kill a diamond alligator. Hen had read that the plan for the raid had been made, so he didn't see any problems. A system notification appeared in front of him, which stated a secret condition when killing alone. For destroying the monster, he could get a white wiggy staff as a reward. Hen was shocked when he realized that he could get not just a staff, but a white staff of Vega. The Lord smiled and asked him if he would take on the task. Hen said with full confidence that they could rely on him. Before he would leave his manor, Hen decided to open the skill card book. He badly wanted to get the mana recovery skill. He needed it. He was dealt a dragon mana card. This skill could awaken the power of a dragon that was fueled by mana from the surrounding nature. Thus, the skill allowed him to restore his mana supply. Hen was about to leave, but he was stopped by Lucky. He saw that he had dropped another skill, Dragon Fever. It was a reinforcement skill. It was also known as Dragon Fever. Hen realized that this skill was never sold on eBay. The reason the skill that fell out to him became known as $1,000,000 was Asmo. He once said he would give $1,000,000 to someone who would get him that skill. Hen realized that although Asmo had said so, but no one knew whether he had eventually bought the skill or obtained it in some other way. It wasn't known to anyone. But later, Dragon Fever was considered one of the best skills that was associated with Asmo. Everyone wanted $1,000,000 reward. Hen thought it was a short-lived but powerful skill that was just made for boss raids. But there was one downside. It required a large supply of mana. He was insanely happy. It was what he wanted. He wouldn't have been able to afford it even if he had sold his house. It was a huge deal for him. Hyun exited the game, and Hyokju ran up to him and asked him if he knew what quest the archmage was on now. He was very excited. He asked him not to be surprised too much. Hyokju informed him that this time the archmage was going to take over the city of Vigi and become its viceroy. Hen smiled and thought it was just a rumor. He said that this information was from a reliable source and asked him not to tell anyone about it. Hen realized that it was better to let people like Hyokju spread these rumors. Hen looked at him and stated with all confidence that of course he wouldn't tell anyone about this. Hen didn't want to take the conversation any further, and he asked to be immersed in the game. He realized that the problem wasn't those who spoke, but those who acted. He was beginning to be stalked by strange people, willing to hire even Sniper Lola to kill him. Hen went back to the swamp to fight the monster. He realized that killing the diamond alligator alone would be 100% not easy. He sat in the capsule and thought that there was only one thing he could do in such a situation. At that time on the channel, the secretary was surprised that the president had sent him 2 magic skills again. Not counting the golem sent last time, he thought it was just the usual sucking up to the archmage. The president stopped, turned around, and calmly asked who the secretary meant by sucking up to the archmage. The secretary unafraid to answer that he was talking about him. He did not deny the secretary, who was shocked at the reaction to his words. The president smiled and replied that the difference between investing and sucking up was 1 piece of paper. The secretary didn't understand what the president wanted to accomplish. He told him that the archmage was a really important figure to them, and that was a fact, but he didn't think such a person could care about a small bribe. Then the president decided to fill him in on the details of his scenario so he would stop pestering him with his questions. He said that now the archmage was preparing something grand, but no one knew what it was. The secretary replied that the last place he had been seen was the marshes. He could not believe that he was going to defeat the master of those marshes. The president, after listening to him, asked how the archmage was going to do it. He assumed that the archmage would have sent them, as usual, a video of their battle after the battle with the swamp master. But the president replied with a smile that he hadn't thought right this time. The president turned to him and said confidently that it would now be 100% live because he had done everything in his power to make it so. Suddenly, a channel employee intervened in their conversation and informed the director that the archmage had emailed them. He was asking if they could have a live broadcast from their channel. He looked at the secretary and said with a smile that this was exactly what he had been waiting for. They went into the office to the other staff and told them all to quickly get ready for the live broadcast. Hen went into the messages and saw that he was sent 2 new skills. He could not believe that he was sent such expensive skills for nothing. They obviously needed something in return. He had no doubt that the Rising Star channel was supporting him as the most anticipated contestant. Hen decided it was time to prepare for the event. Hen knew that live streaming or broadcasting had been, from the first release in God Wars until today, the most popular content that brought a lot of money and fame. As soon as the stream started, players ran to the scene like a pack of wild dogs and tried to interfere with the stream in every possible way, so the bosses were usually going outside the live broadcast. This is how they acted towards everyone except Guild 10. They organized public executions in front of thousands of viewers for the stupid insolents who killed players while they were streaming. Hen noticed that he was being chased by 3 players as soon as he came to the swamps. He understood why they came to these places. He could see their nicknames, so he was calm, and in case they attacked, he would have time to react. He knew that many players, including these three, were just eager for him to die, so he decided to do something for them. He thought that they were very clumsily waiting for him, which was funny to him. He was going to show them that they had chosen to follow him for nothing. He had another 30 minutes before the diamond alligator appeared. He decided to prepare for the broadcast. He knew that all God Wars video content could only be posted through the Wars tube. Most players didn't mind it at all, but not because they loved the game. The main reason was that it was easy and comfortable to broadcast on the Wars tube. Hen knew that God Wars and Wars tube worked closely together, so the stream could be started in just a couple clicks. He entered the live stream activation code and gained access to the Rising Star channel. He started preparing for the broadcast and noticed that the chat room was already loaded with only 3 people. Him, the chat manager, and one unknown person who asked him to concentrate on the game. He would take care of the rest. Hen couldn't figure out who it was that was happy to have their first dialogue between them, but he soon texted him that the channel director had spoken to him. He was shocked that the director himself spoke to him. He texted him that he could start the broadcast as soon as he was ready for it. Hen thanked him and then started the broadcast. Hen started the stream and the countdown began. While he waited, an interest awoke in him. He was curious how many people would come to his stream. He realized that he already had several videos that had racked up millions of views and was sure he had already gained some popularity, so he figured at least 1,000 people would have come to the stream. But as soon as he started the stream, the people who wanted to watch reached 1,000 people. Everyone had been waiting for a stream from him for a long time. Hen couldn't believe he had gained 1,000 viewers so quickly. He needed to calm down. He thought he shouldn't have gotten cocky before the fight. Hen welcomed all the viewers of his stream. He introduced himself to them and was happy to hold this stream especially for them. He was also ready to start the fight with the diamond alligator, which was going to appear very soon. He thought that this battle would not be as fun as this stream. He turned to the audience and said that the last record of a team of 4 was 10 minutes and 32 seconds, and especially for them, he would try to break that record. Hen saw a diamond alligator appear. It was more than 10 meters long. According to its name, it had gems on its back. They were also called traffic lights. These gems were called so because the boss's movement pattern changed with their color. He knew that if he managed to damage it by taking away 30% of its health, the boss would go into phase 2, and after that, the color of its stones would start to change every minute. When the stones would turn black, the most unpleasant phase with the swamp dive skill would activate, and then it would be impossible to attack him, and it would be very difficult to defend against his attacks. If the alligator dove into the swamp, it would have no chance to do any damage, and underwater, the boss could regain its health. Hen watched him carefully. He realized that when the color of the stones would start to change, it would have to do him a lot of damage. His main strategy was to skip the phase with diving underwater. The players in the chat noticed that the boss's stone color turned red. This only meant one thing, that it was time to start the game, and that the boss was ready to attack him. Hen stood and waited until the diamond alligator would start to approach him and try to damage him. He was ready for it and used his dragon fever skill. Emma from the guild was sitting on the beach when she was informed that Lola's sniper had failed the mission. She wasn't too surprised. She stated that she was going to skip the ground anyway before seriously attacking him. Her assistant didn't understand what she meant. She explained that the guild had begun to suspect that the archmage was supported by Asmo, and that if he was in serious danger, there was a chance that Asmo himself would intervene in the fight. Emma calmly took a sip of her cocktail and said that she hadn't expected that they could so easily lose the Lola sniper card from the deck that the archmage had neutralized. The employee replied that it had cost him a lot of effort to fulfill her assignment on the Pikey. He wondered what she was going to do next. She replied that now they would have to bring in all sorts of rabble. She told him that she had put a small bounty on the archmage's head, and whoever managed to catch him could get $10,000 from the guild. The employee was pleased to hear her answer and asked her if she was going to continue the game, whether he would be caught or not. He said that it might end up restricting her from acting. She sipped her drink and nodded positively to him. They were done talking when she got a notification of big news. She was informed that the archmage had started her first stream. She got angry and put her cocktail down. Hen leisurely tried to deal with the alligator using the fire arrow skill. The players in the chat room were amazed at his skills and his items that they had only seen from Asmo before. They couldn't even imagine how much all these items could cost. He used a ranged strategy, trying to do as much damage as possible with his arrows. He didn't stop attacking his rocks on his back, trying to prevent him from hiding under the water. Hen realized that he couldn't attack it from a distance for long, and that he was running out of mana, so he sent the golem to restrain the monster. He knew exactly what he needed next. He thought it wasn't the usual way, and that it would be better to conserve mana and only spend it when changing phases. But he knew that right now, not only was the alligator his enemy, but those who were following him were too. The players from other guilds who were sent to follow him and steal his loot at the appropriate moment couldn't believe that it was even real. They couldn't believe that he was able to deal such damage alone. One of the players didn't understand why the archmage decided to deal so much damage to the monster from the start. He knew they had almost no time left on their PC. Another player, upon learning of the limited time, offered to attack the archmage immediately after Dragon Fever, but their squad leader ordered them to stand their ground and do nothing. She assumed he was wasting his energy so carelessly because he could already have embedded his bodyguards with them. She knew that the archmage, with his money, had ample opportunity to do so. But suddenly they noticed that the Alsmaz alligator had changed the color of the gemstones on its back, which only meant that it was entering its second phase, and now it was even more dangerous. The players from the guild saw that the stones in their backs had turned black, and they realized that they only had a minute left for the battle, and that it was the second phase. Some of them wanted to know what their strategy was. They decided it would be best to wait until the second half of the phase. If they rushed too much, there was a chance of running into the Archmage's bodyguards. Guardian Gold didn't wait for a command and decided to engage the monster. He was ready to spill blood for his master. He couldn't put him in danger. Lucky joined Gold's attack. They tried to stop the onslaught of the alligator. The viewers of the broadcast were excited to see what was happening. Hen decided to launch an attack and activated the Dragon Eye. Hen thought that the monster only had 23% health left, and when he took off another 3% of health, the alligator would move on to the third phase. He kept his eyes on the guild players watching him. He could see that they were scared and decided to just watch their fight. He realized that after what he had seen, they wouldn't want to engage him. Hen was well aware that their plan was to stand there and just wait for the right moment when all his skills would be unavailable, and then they would be able to attack him. He knew that his mana was already almost maxed out, and the players watching him knew it too. He noticed that the monster's health was already at almost 20%, and he knew that it wouldn't be long before Phase 3 would be here. Hen began to suspect that if he finished the fight in 7 minutes, he was afraid of appearing too heartless. The people in the chat room didn't understand his actions. They wanted him to finish the fight faster and show them lucky. He turned to the viewers of the broadcast and informed them that now he had decided to slow down a bit and not kill the monster immediately. He was using the ranged skill. Hen was ready to spend another 10 minutes fighting the alligator. The monster, after taking damage, started attacking the golem who was holding back the monster as best he could. The people in the chat didn't understand where the assassins that were following him had gone. The guild players couldn't understand why he had decided to stretch the battle for another 10 minutes. They wanted to know what he would do next if he had used up all his mana already. Hen thought that if he set such an unattainable record for the other players, they would all be uninterested in playing because they didn't have enough money or skills. He prepared a special attack and said that there was only one person in this game who spent even more money than he did. And at that moment, Asmo paid him $1,000 to confirm his words. Hen hit the diamond alligator with a powerful attack, and Asmo saw it. He was clearly happy with what he saw because he kept donating money to him. He was a bit surprised when he realized Asmo had come to his stream and was also donating money to him. People in the chat didn't move to comment on his appearance. Hen pretended that Asmo's appearance didn't surprise him in any way. He turned to the audience and said that a new spectator had joined them. He thought it was worth changing the angle slightly for him. He decided to approach the alligator, and now people didn't realize whether he was a defender or a mage. They knew that if he approached it, his long-range throw would no longer work against the monster. At this moment, the alligator's Alamaz stones changed its color, and it had begun its third phase. He understood that the golem's strength was already running low, and it was dying. The diamond alligator became even bigger and more dangerous. It grabbed the golem by the head and gave it several crushing attacks, after which it was finally defeated. Now everything was in the hands of the archmage. Hen believed that the golem had dropped out of the fight. It had a low rank, so it could no longer be helped. It had done its best, but was still close to failure. Its mana was below 20%. However, everything was going according to his plan. From the beginning, he was going to keep the assassins at bay. He just needed to maintain a situation where they couldn't attack him. They saw that the golem was dead and wanted to know if they could attack the archmage. But they couldn't do that now because the alligator was too close. It was furiously attacking everyone and could calmly kill them all. The alligator attacked him and managed to knock him down. Some spectators thought that the archmage had already lost this fight. They couldn't understand where Lucky had disappeared to, why he didn't help attack his master. They heard a howl and realized that Lucky wanted to risk his life in a battle with the diamond alligator. He managed to draw the monster's attention to himself, and it began to attack Lucky. The alligator ran straight at Lucky without noticing anything in its path. It was ready to destroy him with one attack, but that's exactly what Hen was counting on. And as soon as he turned his back, he used Dragon Fever to destroy the monster. No one could believe what they saw. They thought it was impossible, but Hen had already activated his skills, and now his spellcasting speed was greatly increased. Hen used all his skills and abilities. He attacked the monster again and again. Everyone was amazed by his fighting power. He unleashed deadly arrows at the powerful armor of the alligator. The alligator didn't want to give up and was approaching him to do damage. Then Hen decided it was time to finish him off by using a fire arrow before the monster got close to him. After this attack, the rocks on his back broke and he was killed. The monster was defeated. The spectators were thrilled to see such a high-speed kill. The alligator fell, and the system notified that Hen had fulfilled the terms of the quest, and the rewards for killing the monster were now available to him. Hen decided to see how viewers reacted to such a show. He went to the chat room and was shocked that people were just excited about his fight. He couldn't believe that there were over 30,000 viewers watching the broadcast. He remembered that he said he was going to finish the fight in 10 minutes, however. Since everything went according to plan, he finished in 7 minutes. He thought he had a hard time sticking to the timing, but it ended the way he wanted it to. Hen apologized to the audience for the fight ending early, and here he was shocked even more. Asmo donated $10,000 to him. People were all waiting for him to appear on the broadcast. The guild players who were watching his fight couldn't believe that the archmage and Asmo were able to initially plan everything. They couldn't decide what to do next, whether to attack him or not. They realized that they were just following the plan the archmage was acting on. They themselves hadn't noticed how he had outsmarted them. They figured the archmage was close to Asmo, and they were afraid to attack him. Hen approached the keeper, and they began discussing the duel, pretending not to see the guild players, who thought the archmage and Asmo must have devised a plan to keep tabs on them and the other assassins. The player thought the archmage could only fiddle with money, but he was wrong. He realized he had brains too. They decided to back off before they were caught and humiliated on live TV. Hen turned to the viewers and said that they were done for the day. The viewers were left enthralled by the archmage's broadcast. They had been in suspense throughout the broadcast, and now they were waiting for more broadcasts from the archmage. He almost forgot to suck up to the president of the channel. He wanted to make a good impression on him, but he didn't know how to do it. He had never broadcast live before. Hen decided to let the viewers know that he will continue to host live broadcasts on Rising Star, so he asked them to subscribe to the channel and press the bells. He said goodbye and ended the broadcast. The channel staff were insanely happy with the Archmage broadcast. It was watched by a huge number of people. They went to the president and said it was just amazing. They had a huge amount of donations. This broadcast was on top, just like they wanted. The president praised his staff and patted them. They were interested in the Archmage's words about continuing to air on their channels. They thought it was a formality, but the president assured them that it was not a formality, but a message for them. He was sure that the tracking broadcasts with the Archmage would be exclusively on his channel. He realized that they would be able to make a lot of money thanks to him. The president said those who tried to drive wedges at him would never bother him again and simply disappeared from his horizon. He impressed on all his staff. He stood up and said it was time to move on to the next phase. They had established a symbiotic relationship with the Archmage, and it was a mutually beneficial deal that was good for both parties. The president explained to them that in such a position, if they began to think only of their own benefit, there was a question as to whether the Archmage would maintain the relationship in the long term. The staff looked at him and couldn't understand what the president was leading them to. They didn't know the answer to his question. Then he added that they needed something that would please the Archmage. All players did not stop discussing the broadcast of the Archmage. They were amazed that Asmo himself came to his broadcast and made a huge donation. They were impressed by the fact that the Archmage set a new record for time. 7 minutes and 1 second. But there were those who thought he would have failed without his money. But the players defended him, saying that even with the money, the record set was cool. They thought the archmage was not like everyone else. One player said that anyone with the means to donate would have been able to make a record like that, but the archmage showed them what it meant to be a showman. They didn't notice the archmage himself appearing among them. They were startled by his appearance, and not much afraid that he might have heard their conversation. And then they could be in serious trouble. The players started passing the information to each other that the archmage had appeared in the city of Vega. They were excited. It was the first time they had seen him in reality, but they didn't understand what could have brought him to Vega Manor. Hen could hear the players around him chatting, and they were only talking about him. Some of them wanted to pet Lucky. Hen was very nervous, but tried not to show it to the others. He thought it was wonderful that everything was going according to plan, but if he made a mistake, not only would the ether, but everything would be ruined. He noticed that there was a huge crowd in front of him. He thought he should have greeted them. Hen turned around to the other players who were watching him. He bowed to them and said that he wanted to express his gratitude. To everyone who was watching his broadcast, he wanted to show them his good-naturedness. He informed them that he had received many invitations from various channels, but he wanted to make something clear to them. He informed them that at this stage he would only do all his airings through the Rising Star channel. The players were looking at him and couldn't understand why he was telling them this. They were trying to show him that they didn't care where he was broadcasting, and looking at the players, he realized that they obviously didn't come to this place to hear this. He realized that it was a greeting for his company. He was sure that he could please the president of the Rising Star channel, even if it wasn't something special. He thought that there was nothing wrong with it. It was his way of showing respect to the company. Hen decided that now he would tell them something really interesting. He informed them that the reward he would soon receive was the White Staff of Vigi. Some players among the crowd couldn't believe that he would get such a rare item. Some were outraged that he couldn't even name the Staff of Vigi correctly. The players split into two camps. The Staff of Vigi is part of the set Weapon of Vigi. It was an expensive item worth about $30,000. The staff was legendary, so there were not many of them on sale. Mages of medium level could only dream about it, and Hen would get the White Staff of Vigi. Hen smiled and thought that none of the God Wars players had seen it yet. He thought he could make a real debut of this item in the game. He immediately started being asked to do a review of the item or run a live stream with it. Hen turned to them and said he would demo the weapon's features through the Rising Star channel. Emma asked her assistant Jackie what school the channel president had graduated from. She asked if he had met him before. She needed to know everything possible about him. Jackie's aide was surprised at such a question and replied that he had met him before. They were classmates at Wharton, and that's when she asked him to tell her about him. She said that either way, if they wanted to dig under the archmage, they would need to get as close to the Rising Star channel as possible. The aide hesitated and told her that he didn't want to say it, but he didn't think it was a good idea. Emma looked at him and asked what he meant by saying that. He explained to her that the president was a very different person when he went to Wharton. She asked what he wanted to tell her, that he was quite capable in school. The aide confirmed this and added that he was good at identifying people's strengths. Even before he started sponsoring the archmage, he thought he was helping the archmage from the outside. He told her that was why he wouldn't tell her anything, no matter what she did, and no matter how hard she tried. He was already unstoppable. He wouldn't stop helping the archmage. Emma thought the archmage had some kind of key to the game scenario. The only problem was getting the information she needed. She couldn't let him get in the way all the time. She was getting nervous because she couldn't catch the archmage. She couldn't let some kid who didn't understand the value of the script go beyond the limits. Emma picked up her phone and called Merlin. She informed him that they were discussing the archmage and the channel president right now. She suggested that he meet up soon and talk about everything in private. Hen and his team entered the manor to Lord Wiggy, who told them that he had already heard that they had done a good job, but Hen said that they had not. Then the Lord objected and said that killing the swamp monster was a great feat. Lord Vega smiled at them and added that he thought they were heroes who managed to kill the alligator alone. After these words, the system notified him that he had successfully completed the secret condition. Hen was insanely happy to hear that he had done a great job. He asked him where Sakhaline had disappeared, to which the Lord replied that she had entrusted him with all her affairs and had gone home. He was a little confused and didn't understand what he was supposed to do next then. After all, she was giving him tasks. To which the Lord replied to him that he saw that he was enthusiastic and he wanted to start by giving him a gift. Lord Viga said that he was the master of this city after all, and was obliged to reward someone who had worked hard for his well-being. He wanted to appreciate his services. Hen couldn't wait any longer for the Lord to hand him the promised item. He took out the staff of Viga and said that on behalf of all the townspeople of Viga City, he was expressing their gratitude to him. He read its characteristics carefully and thought that he knew that the staff of the Wiggy had them very good. He wanted the Lord to hand him the white staff of the Wiggy as soon as possible. The Lord held out a staff to him and asked him to accept it. Hen was shocked. He couldn't believe he would hand him just a staff. It wasn't what he expected at all. Hen was upset. It wasn't the white staff of Wiga. He couldn't believe he was wrong. Hen remembered that he had already bragged about this staff to all the players. Lord Viga smiled at him and was delighted that Hen was so much pleased with his reward. Hen tried his best not to show his true emotions. But that wasn't all the gift the Lord had prepared for him. He said he had prepared something more special than a simple staff of Ouija. Hen didn't understand what he meant. The Lord struck the staff, and it began to transform into the white staff of Viga. This staff had some mysterious power, and after equipping it, the number of spells used simultaneously was +1. It was a complete surprise to him. He thought that the +1 to spells was some kind of mistake. Among all the items he found, with his level, this was the first in his life, +1 option. The Lord told him that he had used the staff when he was still a child. From then on, the staff belonged to him. He had earned it. The Lord was content to be able to thank him adequately. With this gesture, the Lord wanted to show him how much he appreciated his merit. The system notified him that he had received the title, the one who had caught Viga's attention. After presenting the award, Lord Viga, smiling, asked him to listen carefully to his next request. He had another task for him. Hen, after receiving the coveted staff, replied to him that he would do all that was possible for the city of Vigi, which had so generously thanked him. He decided to go over the details of the quest Lord Viga had given him a little later. He wanted to learn as much as possible about the +1 option his new weapon gave him. Hen didn't think it was a lapse of judgment. The point of the option was that it overlapped with skills, or if he would combine the staff and the double spell application skill. He was insanely happy to receive such a rare item that allowed him to deal more damage to his opponent due to the +1 option. He thought he could now use a triple spell. The first player to get the +1 option was Asmo. In his case, this option was a high-level option that could only be obtained at level 150. And he managed to get it before even reaching level 50. Hen thought his next broadcast was bound to get 1 million viewers. He turned to Lucky and said that was pretty cool, and then he noticed that Lucky and Gold had gotten a quest. He went to the Forest of Giants, a place overgrown with giant trees. It was the most difficult location to hunt near Vigi City, and if one successfully completed the quest, one could get to the next location. That's why it was called the Graduation Forest. Hen entered the forest and began to look around carefully. He wanted to know what was ahead of him. He thought that once they were done in the forest, then they would be able to say goodbye to the city of Viga. He thought that the next place would be the Tunga Kingdom. Getting to it was only possible using distortion magic. Everyone knew that once one got to this place using distortion magic, it was difficult to get back. This is because there was a balanced system that did not allow high-level players to hang around in low-level locations, so it was necessary to be fully armed when leaving the city of Vigi. Hen turned to Lucky and Gold. He said that they might have been visited by high-level players, and since they used spellcasting magic to get into the Tunga Kingdom, he exhaled and added that they were lucky to have their quests before they used the distortion, and now he wanted to familiarize himself with the details of their quests. Lucky and Gold had lonely quest conditions. They needed to kill 5,000 monsters each, and then they would be able to increase their stats and levels. Hen was shocked at how many monsters they needed to defeat. Hen remembered that Tagar was the boss of the giant forest. It was a medium-sized monster that was about 3 to 4 meters tall. Tagar was usually in a state where he was indistinguishable from a normal tree. He was in a state of camouflage, and it was very difficult to figure him out. Hen knew there weren't many medium-sized monsters. He had no idea how long it would take to kill 5,000 monsters, and he had still promised to make an airing about the white staff. He knew they had a lot of work ahead of them. He decided that they should have started with the main quest first, where he needed to search the forest for Tamara west of the city of Vigi. As a reward, he could get a book of skill cards. While Hen was sorting out the details of the quest in another part of the forest, the girl noticed something strange on a tree. She wasn't sure if it wasn't a quest item, but to get it they had to climb the tree. But it wasn't easy. Her assistant came up to her and asked what she needed an archer for then. He took aim and told them to watch and memorize how to do it. The archer released an arrow that didn't hit the target. It stuck right into a tree, but the archer didn't know yet that it wasn't just a tree, but Tagar, who started attacking them after getting an arrow in his branch. A nearby warrior drew his sword and was outraged that he had to put up with all this just because he was a defender. He dreamed of buying a new card and becoming an attacking character. The fleeing players asked him to shut up and do his job. Hen was walking through the forest and thought that he was breaking the rules if he could see the secret information. Unlike those who were now running away from Tigar, he could immediately see where Tigar was under the camouflage. Gold turned to him and said there weren't any monsters nearby. He chuckled and said they must have just been terrified of his greatness. Hen tried to avoid the players who were hunting him and tried not to engage with them. He spotted one of them hiding well between the trees. Hen had a good view of the location of the main quest. But suddenly, the hidden player asked him to stop and stand still. He knew that Archmage Midas was in front of him, but he wanted to make sure of it before showing himself to him. When Hen confirmed his game name, an elf with a bow came out from behind a tree. He didn't attack him. He introduced himself to Tamar. He was exactly who Hen was looking for. Tamaru approached them and said he had heard of him. Mr. Vega told him he was a very talented player and told him that he was able to defeat the Master of the Swamps. Hen was confused by Tamaru's words. He replied to him that he was not as talented as Lord Vega had told him, to which the elf replied that he was capable enough to find it. The elf said that as soon as he entered this wilderness, he was immediately attacked by many cloaked Thgar, yet he stood before him unharmed. Tamaru pulled out of his bag the gift that Vega-san had given him. He handed him a rare book of skill cards. Hen was beyond excited. He had expected such a surprise from him. Hen didn't delay and decided to open the book right away. He wanted to choose a card with a good attack, an unconditional attack. He thought that if there was fire magic, he would take it right away. But he didn't have time to open the book. The elf turned around and told him to follow him. The system notified him that he was heading down the path of the elves and that he was now isolated from the surrounding area. Hen stepped into the path of the elves and receiving the title of the one who stepped into the path of the elves, he thought that even in this place he was able to obtain the title, although it could originally be obtained much earlier in high-level locations. He realized that collecting titles for the sake of rewards wasn't bad either. The elf asked him if he knew anything about the Thgars. Hen replied that they were monsters that disguised themselves as trees. The elf said that was what humans knew about them. But the Thgars were not monsters that disguised themselves as trees. Tamaru told him that because of a strange unknown force, trees were turning into monsters. He didn't know what that force was, or where its source was, so the trees were becoming monsters unwillingly. The elf added that not long ago, variants began to appear among the Thgars. Hen didn't understand what he meant. The elf continued and said that the Thgars were appearing in the guise of shattered monsters. Tamaru said he had never seen anything like this before. And luckily the phenomenon was only found in a few areas of the forest. But there was a threat that they could appear anywhere in the forest. Hen listened to the elf, carefully thinking that this was what the Wild Forest quest was about. The strange unknown power had to be related to the power of the nameless god. He figured it was part of the main quest. He called Tamara over and apologizing, asked him if the mutated Thgar were splitting up, how many were becoming. He needed to find out more information about them before he fought them. The elf answered him that there had been times when Thgar had been divided into more than 10 parts, and the more it was divided, the smaller its parts became. Hen thought that was problematic enough, and then the elf asked him to deal with these monsters before the number of mutated Thgars multiplied. Tamaru told him that they had isolated some parts of the forest where mutants were starting to appear. He said there were over 500 of them. He needed to get rid of every single one of them. Hen, receiving the assignment from the elf, thought it was a real problem. 500 mutants, each divided by 10. No one had told him there would be 5,000 mutants in the end. He calmed down and confidently told them to provide it to him. While Hen was dealing with the mutants, the secretary came to the president and informed him that he had acquired the 3 skills he had mentioned earlier. He continued to report to him and said that also recently, various unpleasant rumors had been circulating in the Secretaries Association. The president wondered what rumors were spreading among the secretaries. Then his assistant replied that the Abyss Guild was digging up information on the archmage. Then the president replied that in any case, the archmage turned out to be a bird of even higher flight than he had expected, and the fact that the Abyss Guild were trying to find out information about him was confirmation of that. Suddenly his phone rang. He picked it up and realized that his high school acquaintance and Emma's assistant from the Abyss Guild was calling him. He told him that he hadn't seen him in a while, and he was surprised by his call. He wanted to know what the archmage was doing now, but the president was in no hurry to answer that question. The secretary, who didn't want to overhear the conversation, apologized and headed for the exit when the president asked him to stay in the office. The president thought that his school acquaintance had joined the Abyss Guild, and that was probably why such a huge guild had its eyes on the archmage. He was well aware that he wanted to pry information on him. He knew that the archmage was, compared to the other players on a whole other level, he was a real rising star who was gathering quite a few people to his live shows. The archmage wasn't a member of one of the top guilds, but was already carrying the burden of being a city celebrity. The president apologized and said he couldn't tell him anything about him. It was confidential information, and after saying goodbye, he hung up. He thought that for a guild as large as this one to not contact the archmage personally, but to try to reach him in this way, the president realized that they were the only way to reach the archmage. The president was certain that the archmage, absolutely no plans to cooperate with guilds from the top 10, he had already stated that he would only work with his channel. He thought that was why he couldn't sit still, letting such a big fish slip off the hook. He couldn't let someone poach the archmage. The secretary, seeing his sinister smile, asked him what he intended to do next, to which the president replied to write a letter to the archmage. He was preparing an interesting proposal for him. He figured that since the archmage had signed a year-long contract with them for videos and live broadcasts, he wanted to split the profits 9-to-1 to keep the archmage on his channel. Hen left the game and headed to the Capsule Cafe near the computer club. He met Hyok-ju there and offered him some food. He could treat him and pay for his food. Hyok-ju was incredibly happy to hear such an offer, but he didn't understand why he suddenly offered him to eat together. He asked him if he could choose something more expensive. Hen replied that he could not worry and choose whatever he wanted. He handed him his phone with the menu, and Hyok-ju asked if it was too expensive to order food at a Chinese restaurant, but Hen didn't have time to answer as he got an important message. After reading the message, Hyon started shaking all over and sweating dramatically. Hyok-ju was scared and wanted to know what was wrong with him that he reacted so dramatically to the message. Hen apologized and told him that his employer had called him and he needed to log in right away. They wouldn't be able to have a meal right now and asked him to hook up the pod. Hyok-ju was very upset. He had hoped that he had a chance to have a nice meal. He thought he had a disgusting employer. Hen returned to the game and came to the wild forest. He opened the gifts he received from the president and thought he had gotten the same skills he already had, but he was more interested in writing than skills. He figured they must have sent him and the gifts to encourage him to show off Vigi's new white staff in public. They were expecting a live show from him. Hen decided that if that was the case, he had no choice but to start the live broadcast immediately. He realized that this item had never appeared in a God Wars game before. As he waited for the broadcast to start, he thought that he was about to use Vigi's white staff to hunt monsters that had also never appeared in the game. He was going to shock all his viewers. He was excited to be able to demonstrate all of this live. And as soon as the broadcast began, he greeted the audience and prepared to begin his performance. The audience was really looking forward to a new airing from the archmage. They were excited to see what he would show them this time. Hen pulled out the white staff of Viga and said that he had come to keep his promise and show them the item, and to show them all the abilities of his new weapon. He was going to attack a special monster, and Tagar appeared in front of them. But the audience knew about this monster and didn't think it was special. But then before their eyes, the normal Tagar began to split into new parts. They had never seen anything like this before, and didn't understand how a new monster could appear in low-level locations. Hen smiled and said that he would stop replying to their chat messages for a while, as he would be busy fighting the monster. He had another surprise for them. He applied his fireball, ice ball, and ball lightning skills at the same time, which no one before him had ever done in this game. The audience was thrilled that he used 3 skills at once, but they couldn't understand how he managed to do that with his level. But eventually they realized that the staff had a +1 option. Hen informed the audience that the attribute check was complete, and he asked them if he needed to explain anything else to them. He realized that everyone had already guessed his new abilities and were now waiting for the battle. He decided to cheat a little and said that since he had already revealed all the cards of the new weapon to them, he thought it was time to call it a day. Hen explained his decision that viewers weren't interested in anything but guns anyway, so he was going to end the broadcast. Viewers panicked and asked him not to, and started donating to keep him on. As soon as he saw that the audience started to donate to him, He said that in that case, he should have fought a new monster. Now he saw the interest of the audience. The monster began to split, which caused a huge cheer from the audience. Some viewers wanted to know if a map with the location of the Tigars splitting up appeared, they wouldn't want to get on them. Hen successfully attacked the monsters with 3 skills at once. He destroyed them without much effort. He kept thinking about the message from the president where it was. He indicated that now the income they shared was 9-1. He realized that all the income from the live broadcasts was now his, and he was ready to give his best. This time he had to properly thank the president for such a gift. Hen had destroyed all the Tigars, and it was time to end the broadcast. He realized that killing them could quickly bore the viewers, and he decided to end the broadcast before they lost interest. He informed them that he would continue to shoot content willingly. For the Rising Star channel, he almost forgot to thank the president at the conclusion of his broadcast. The president watched his broadcast, and when it was over, asked his aide to text him that the archmage had done an excellent job and he was very pleased with the result. The secretary was excited about the new weapon and the new monster. He smilingly asked the president that could he really have predicted that the archmage would shoot something like this. The president replied confidently that of course he knew some information that was only available to him, which was why he had offered the archmage such 9-1 terms. He sat back in his chair and smiled, he thought. From the moment they found out that the Abyss Guild was interested in him, he began to have a premonition of something like this. The president added that they now had true talent coupled with the potential to become a top-notch star. The secretary finished listening to him, couldn't understand only one thing, why the archmage ended the broadcast so early. He explained to the aide that it wasn't hard to guess that there was no point in him continuing. If Asmo didn't show up for the broadcast, there was no one who could pour oil on the fire. The president said that now they had to get a grip and edit the video as best they could, because from now on, they, with the archmage, would share all the joys and sorrows for a year. In the wild forest, the keeper was fighting the Tigars. He was killing them for his master. Hen thought that there were over 40,000 viewers at today's broadcast. They were all regretting that he ended the broadcast so quickly. But then to help the keeper came Lucky, whom he was not expecting and did not call for help. They began to compete with each other for who would kill more monsters for his master. Hen remembered the task Tamaru had given him, and so he used all his skills to complete it as soon as possible, for he had 5,000 monsters to kill. He wasn't thinking about the assignment. He was curious about the broadcast that had already caused some kind of reaction. It came out of nowhere and immediately became the main topic of discussion. Even the guilds from the top 10 had to tense up because of it, because he was taking away their work. Hen didn't regret intentionally becoming the subject of other people's conversations. He hadn't originally planned to just enjoy the game. He knew that all the guilds would unite against him. But then suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the system. It notified him that the Guardian had destroyed enough enemies along with his master, and he had managed to increase his loyalty to rank 7, and he had to choose a new ability for him. Hen saw that the monsters decided to seize the moment and attack the Guardian while he evolved. But he didn't let the monsters harm him. He protected him and asked him to concentrate on the battle. Lucky also came to his master's aid. While Hen was drinking the restorative potion, Lucky rushed to attack. And after destroying Tagar, a mythical power began to boil in Lucky's body, and Lucky's body began to change. When they were able to clear the wild forest of the Tigars and finish the battle, the system notified him that he was able to increase his level to 50, and now the Dragon of War granted him a new skill opportunity. Hen was glad that this was the first time he had ever had 3 skill cards to open at once. He looked at both of them and decided to start with Gold, who was insanely happy that his master had chosen him first. Gold added that it was fitting for the master to put him first instead of that stupid dog. Hen laughed a little. He was amused by their relationship, but he needed to focus on choosing new keeper options. He opened the cards and couldn't believe what was in front of him. He noted that he had good luck because he got a legendary card with the ability of gigantization. Now the Guardian could increase his body, and with it his attack and defense. Hen said that this skill was only used by top defenders, and it was possible that Gold was the only keeper with this skill. To which Gold replied that the master had made an excellent choice. He smiled because he understood that they had gained not only the gigantization skill, but also the loyalty skill. So he was insanely happy that he now had such a strong and loyal guardian. Hen knew that the keepers had a certain loyalty system and skill system, and he was the only one who knew about it. Hen thought the number of hits would jump if he shared such information with them on the air. He was distracted by Lucky, who was barking at him and waiting for Hen to open a card for him. Hen smiled and said it was his turn to get a new ability. He didn't want to procrastinate any longer and opened a skill card for Lucky. When he opened the card, he couldn't believe that his new ability was Warrior Howl. Hen looked at it and was in a stupor. This skill allowed him to increase all the stats of his allies right in the middle of a battle. The skill, which was also known as Warrior Howl, first appeared in God Wars during a brutal guild battle and has been shown to be an ability enhancement, boosting the stats of all allies on a team. Hen remembered that Rappo, the master of the legendary beast Smarty, who was a member of the Immortal Guild, was the first to show the Warrior Howl skill to everyone who fought for him on the battlefield. He did so in the midst of a large-scale battle with another guild, and the moment the skill was applied, the Immortal Guild ended the battle with an absolute victory. Hen thought that everything was going great. He was already excited to unlock another legendary card, but for himself, he wanted to get 3 legendary cards. He opened the card and said that he was the only loser among them. He looked carefully at the skill card and realized that there weren't even any unique cards among them. Hen had gotten a new skill Fire Shot, which allowed him to light up the path he walked on. He found this skill to be very even. He had the ability to light up anything he would step on. This meant that if he was ambushed by monsters or a guild player, the attacker would be hurt. He would remain unharmed. He could run away safely as his enemies would be incinerated if they ran right behind him. Hen thought that the skill's effect itself was very good, but there was a drawback. It expended too much mana, and then it turned out that the first thing the skill would do was burn all his mana faster than the ground. He realized that in his current position, he couldn't use this skill because he was still recovering his mana with potions. He needed to get the mana recovery skill at all costs. Hen thought he would have gotten it even if he had to spend a lot of money at the auction. He noticed Tamaru walking through the trees towards him. Hen thought he was here because the quest had been completed. He was already imagining his first words when he would walk up to him. He was sure he would tell him that it was amazing, and he wouldn't have thought he would have been able to handle all the mutants. And when Tamaru approached him, he repeated all the words exactly what Hen was thinking, to which Hen replied that there was nothing special about it. Tamaru told him that Vega was right, and it combined first-class skill and modesty. Tamaru reached into his bag and handed him the book, saying that it was a reward for his hard work, and now he had a unique book of skill cards. Hen got excited and thought that if the book was unique, what kind of skill card could he get? But he calmed down and decided that he wouldn't get ahead of himself and get excited in vain. He realized that he chose skill cards deliberately, not at random like the other players did. He did so because he could see their contents unlike the others. But even in his case, the skill card dropped from the book was random. He knew that God Wars had an inordinate number of different skills. He opened the unique book of skill cards and was shocked. The mana recovery field skill fell out to him. He realized that it worked the same as the ballista skill. When he wasn't moving, it was the most useful to him skill. Hen could barely contain his emotions. He wanted to scream as loudly as possible with joy. He realized that now he didn't have to worry about mana anymore. He could attack even just by standing still. He decided that he could just destroy everything in the forest next. Tamaru saw his joy, but he hastened to tell him that while he was fighting the monsters, he had a chance to get a better look at the place. Hen already knew ahead of time what Tamaru wanted him to do. He wanted the archmage to defeat a boss or some monster in this forest. He stood silently waiting for Tamaru to voice his task to him. He told him that in his opinion Wiltgar was too queer, and he knew that Tamaru wanted Hen to fight him and destroy him in the wild forest. Tamaru, looking at him, informed him that it looked like Wiltgar had also changed under the influence of an unknown force, and now he was becoming a mutant that was dangerous to all the players coming into the wilderness. Wiltgar is a staggeringly huge tree. Even by the standards of a forest of giants, it was a symbolic tree towering above the forest at its very center. Hen thought to himself, it wasn't like he was going to ask him to fight this monster. After all, he was only at level 50 and had no chance at all against it. The thought of fighting Wiltgar scared him. And then Tamaru told him that he assumed he would have to ask him to take care of the mutated Wiltgar. Now he absolutely had to destroy Wiltgar. That was his new assignment. Hen could get a reward for successfully completing the task, a legendary skill card. They came to the place where Wiltgar was in order to look around and come up with a plan to defeat him. He thought that destroying the monster wouldn't be easy because he had faced it all the time. There was no way he would be able to deal with it alone without his ability to break the rules of the game. But now it didn't matter how hard it was. He couldn't understand how it was possible to give such a task to a level 50 player. To him, it was an unrealistically huge monster. He realized that to defeat a monster the size of Wiltgar, he needed an entire team of at least 10 people, and not just 10 people, but 10 professional players who had experience fighting such monsters. Hen knew that this battle would be on a completely different level compared to all the ones he had had up to this point, because he would have to use skills with strength, rivaling that of 10 players. He supposed that maybe he wouldn't have to worry so much about mana thanks to his new skill, but at the end of the day, he still needed mana recovery potions. And on top of that, he needed money for those potions. Hen finished the game and returned home late at night. He was still thinking about his assignment. He realized that he had been spending too much money lately, and that the budget for training was not enough either. He didn't know what he should do next. He thought that taking out a loan to buy an item in the game would be kind of weird. Even if he took out a loan, he wouldn't be able to live stream every day. Hen decided that he would need to level up first before engaging in battle with Viltgar. He looked at his phone, which had a new message on it. He received a transfer receipt from Rising Star Channel. Hen had completely forgotten that today was his payday, and he had received money in his account. Hen went to his bank to see how much he had earned and saw that he had $26,000 in his account. He thought that now things had changed a bit, but first he wanted to send a thank you letter to the channel. He started typing a message and thought it was too simple. He deleted it and started thinking about something else. He was so engrossed that he didn't look at the road at all, and because of that he crashed with all his might into a girl passing by. She fell and hit herself hard. Her cap came off and his phone fell on the pavement. Hen went up to her and apologized. He said he was engrossed in his phone and wasn't looking at all at the road. He looked the girl was in a lot of pain, and there was no way she could get up. He had no idea they had bumped into her so badly. He asked her if she had hurt herself. He was worried about her being okay. The girl hesitantly replied that she wasn't hurt. She turned around and noticed that her cap had come off. She abruptly rushed to get it, and at that moment Hen noticed that his phone was lying next to the cap and rushed to get it at the same time as the girl. They reached for their things and suddenly their hands suddenly made contact. The girl became very embarrassed and blushed. She didn't say a word more. She quickly picked up her cap and put it on and started running away from him. She was not comfortable being in this situation. Hen looked at her and thought she was kind of weird. He was worried so she wouldn't see the content on his screen. The girl returned home. Her name was Lee Seol. She couldn't even remember the last time she met someone in real life. She was always at home because of sociophobia, and all she did was play computer games. But the God Wars game was different. In virtual life, she was known and honored as the Muse of the Abyss Guild. This game was like a second reality to her. She logged in and was immediately notified. She got a call from Merlin, who noticed she was already back. She asked him what happened and if the schedule for the next surgery had come up. He replied that there was no schedule yet, but he had gotten a message from Emma. She wanted him to relay the information to all the guild members. Lee Seal was surprised to ask what kind of information he wanted to relay. Merlin informed her that she and all members of the guild should now keep an eye on the archmage, if Emma was to be believed. He was very dangerous to them because he was jeopardizing the existence of the entire guild. He asked her if she had heard anything about the archmage, to which the girl replied that she had watched a few videos of him and she understood all the information and took it to heart. As soon as Merlin passed out, she thought that if even Emma had brought him up, he really was a danger to them, but she realized it had nothing to do with her. At the Rising Star Channel meeting, the secretary said that Archmage was the first player they had ever signed a contract with that brought them such a huge profit, even after deducting a portion of it. The president listened to him and told him that a good Korean chicken restaurant had opened up near them. He suggested they go there and celebrate. All of his staff were thrilled with his offer. No one expected that he would invite them to the restaurant, but suddenly, a reply from the Archmage arrived on the secretary's tablet and he told the president. He told him that the Archmage hadn't written them anything special, just thanked them for the money they had transferred to him. He asked what meant nothing special. He considered each of his messages as some sort of message. The president said that he was telling them in the message that he had an item that even Asmo didn't have, and that he was fighting monsters that had never been seen by any of the guilds that were in the top 10. He explained to his staff what the Archmage had actually written to them. He wanted to know their opinion on his next video, whether they thought it would be something minor, and asked to call in the video processing team. The staff was puzzled as to why he needed this department. They looked at him and asked him what was about their little corporate party, to which the president replied that they would go to the restaurant a little later. He informed them that they stayed overtime today, and the next morning they released a new video. People who watched it were shocked at the quality of the video. It was like they were watching a movie. They were discussing his new staff, which came with an extra +1 option. Hen, sitting in the cafe, was also watching the video and wondered how much it might be worth if he put it up for sale. Hen noted that the quality of the video was perfect, but something was strange to him. He had definitely heard that the video would be uploaded the following week. He wondered why they were working over their head and pushing the atmosphere. He watched the video and was horrified to think that in this way, they were urging him to show them what he had prepared for them right now and not to delay the process. Hen thought that if he went on a raid like this, he would have to spend 20 million won just for the potion. He couldn't even imagine how many chicken legs he could buy with it. He went into the comments and saw that Asmo had written to him that he was busy that day and so couldn't watch his broadcast, and suggested he start a new broadcast while they were both there. Asmo would make sure it was worth it. Hen couldn't miss such an opportunity to make money. He was offered to start the airwaves by Asmo himself. And then Hen got up and ran to the game pod. He shouted to Hekju to get it up and running as quickly as possible. He entered the game and traveled with his team into the wilds to battle Wiltgar. He thought this mission would be the perfect time to do a live broadcast for Asmo and the audience. As soon as he was in the forest, he felt an unknown force. The system notified him that Viltgar was reacting to his presence, and now he could not leave the wilderness. Hen calculated that the monster was about 500 meters away from him. He thought it was the perfect location to start their battle. He knew that the feature of this game was huge monsters. Wiltgar was level 77 and his health was increased by 10 times. Hen remembered that on his previous character, it would take him to reach around level 180 to destroy the first huge character. He knew that such a big monster had a slow speed anyway, and since it was a boss, it would have 3 phases of attacks. Hen looked at all the hidden information and prepared to start the battle. Hen learned that the boss had a self-destruction skill, and it activated after his health dropped below 10%. And then he had a plan to attack Wiltgar. He finished his preparations and started the live broadcast. He greeted all the viewers as usual and told them that today he was going to destroy the new boss, Huge Wiltgar. The viewers were shocked that he was going to destroy him alone. Hen didn't speak for a long time and only added that it would be quicker when they could see for themselves, and at that moment Wiltgar appeared. The spectators were shocked to see his size. He wasn't just big, he was huge. They couldn't even imagine its actual size if it was several kilometers away from them. And it was still huge. Then, Hen took out several vials of potion and said it was time to start. He drank the coffee potion first, followed by the rainbow potion. He had to shell out a lot of money for these potions, but he knew that the direct ether would cover his costs. As soon as he finished the potions, he activated the regenerating field. Hen decided to use the fireball as his first attack. He launched it straight at Viltgar. He tried to attack him from a distance. After all, he had little chance in close combat. He used the ice ball and ball lightning ability. He prevented the monster from approaching him and dealt damage from a distance. The spectators couldn't understand how he was able to hit it from such a distance. Hen didn't stop his attacks and inflicted more attacks. He used his entire arsenal, and as his attacks reached their target, the damage wasn't too strong because the monster was far away from him. But not many viewers could see anyone doing such damage to a boss fighting him alone. All the viewers noted that the channel had great effects that were a real treat for their eyes. After sustained attacks, Hen received a notification that he was out of mana. Then he took out a potion to restore his mana supply and thought that it didn't matter what the game was, mages were always short of mana. While Hen was drinking the potion, Wiltgar began to approach him, and it wasn't long before he had greatly reduced the distance between them. The onlookers panicked and advised him to quickly run away from him to safety. Viltgar was almost beside him as suddenly on the mountain, Lucky appeared. He gave out a howl and expressed his willingness to fight to the death with the monster, then diverted Viltgar's attention. The monster turned around and looked towards Lucky. Hen smiled and thought that he wasn't worried at all about the aggressiveness of the monster. And then Wiltgar applied the pruning. Hen noticed that the branches of the monster started to split into smaller tigars. The monster was getting more aggressive. Now it was getting harder and harder to destroy. He was calm and in control of the situation. He thought everything was going according to his plan, and now they were on phase 2. The onlookers didn't realize if the little tigars were dangerous to him. The onlookers realized that Lucky was on the other side and wouldn't be able to help the archmage. Then Gold thought he had to stop anyone who dared try to touch his master. Hen smiled and said that Gold had held himself back for a long time, and now he was letting him fight as long as he wanted. He could show all he was capable of. It was his time. Hearing the words of the boss, Gold applied his new skill gigantization and became bigger and stronger. Now he could damage the boss. Hen noticed that at this moment Asmo entered the chat room and immediately donated $10,000 to him. Asmo couldn't believe that keepers could use skills. The audience noticed his presence and thought he was joking about coming to the archmage's ether, and then Hen started attacking the monster again using all his skills. Hen saw that he was doing great at dealing damage to the monster, and that his health was decreasing. He thought that the atmosphere had tapered off, and that meant it was time to have some fun. Asmo donated another $10,000, and added that he would donate more if it was fun. Hen was waiting for it. He smiled and called Lucky, who had been on the sidelines the whole fight. Lucky heard his master calling him and immediately started to go down to him. The audience didn't understand why he called Lucky if the monster was targeting him. The monster noticed Lucky's movements and started to attack him, and then Gold stood up to defend them. Asmo noticed that his keeper was talking a lot. Hen smiled and said that yes, he was talking a little. And while Hen was answering Asmo, Wiltgar had finally gotten to them, and now he was preparing a new attack on the monster. The spectators replaced that the monster was even bigger up close. It could just step on them, and the fight would be over. Hen had prepared a special attack for them. For this, he decided to change weapons by going into the inventory. Hen decided to use a physical attack and finish off Viltgar. He took out a special weapon from his inventory. It was an axe. It wasn't typical for a mage to deal physical damage. But he didn't have time to get close to the monster. It started making a strange sound. No one could understand what was happening to Wiltgar. But soon, Hen realized that it was going through a phase of self-destruction. Hen noticed that there was a massive explosion waiting for him now, which would be when the destruction phase would come to an end. He could have been caught in the shockwave from the blast, but he had a guardian on his defense who became his shield in the path of the blast. He thought he was going to end it all with awesome physical magic, but the self-destruct phase did it all for him. He smiled and pretended that was how he planned to end the fight. Hen decided that this was definitely not how anyone would think. He knew about Phase 3 and the monster self-destructing. He decided that now was the perfect time to end the broadcast. When he logged into the chat room, he was shocked that 120,000 people were watching the broadcast. He bowed to his viewers and thanked them for being with him. Even though the climax of the show wasn't great, he was still grateful to them for watching the airing. Asmo said he didn't regret watching and donated another $20,000 to him. While Hen was saying goodbye to the audience in the Abyss Guild building, Merlin, looking out the window, said that the affairs of the guild were developing sadly after the Archmage's last airing. But Emma was quick to refute his words. She said it was the opposite now. Everything was turning in their favor, and there were positives. She showed him all the information on her laptop. She explained that now there was no need to invest, and putting a bounty on the Archmage's head was no longer necessary. Emma added that the Archmage had made a trophy of himself. After his broadcast, he had become a coveted trophy that surely guaranteed fame to anyone who could track him down. She also revealed that on his last live show, he self-declared a lot of his weaknesses that they could exploit further. Emma explained to Merlin that the power of the Archmage's fire attacks was incredible, but she noticed that he didn't have enough mana to use those attacks often. The regenerating field skill he used to replenish mana was unsuitable for battles between players because the skill made the user a stationary target. Emma continued and said that it was still confirmed that the Archmage was not under the exclusive protection of any of the guilds, and if his identity became known, even just playing the game would not be easy for him. So she felt that all they had to do was try to get the script from him that they thought he had used to get through this game. Merlin offered her to train all the guild members. It was like the Archmage trusted the restriction system in God Wars and could run freely in low-level locations. But they could start the game over with new characters and get him from level 1. Emma answered him that she was sure he would have been able to prepare a class commensurate with an Archmage. With his authority and guild money, there was no difficulty in that. After successfully killing the monster, Hen and his team got together. Gold told the host that he was awesome in the fight, to which Hen replied that without the two of them, he couldn't have done it, and thanked them for their help. Hen wanted to go in to see their titles and rewards for killing the monster. Hen was given the title of Hunter of Viltgar and the title of Eyewitness to Viltgar's demise. These two titles added a +20 to all of his stats. He said the rewards of the main quest were great, and he must have gotten a lot of items because the boss was incredibly big. But when he went into his inventory, he saw that he only had 2 new items. He thought maybe he forgot to pick something up after defeating the monster. He couldn't believe he only got 2 items. Hen decided that even though there were only 2, he needed to open them. He opened the first item and got a staff made from the root of Wiltgar. This staff was made from the root of the monster after it self-destructed, and inside it was the powerful mana of Wiltgar. But he thought he didn't need the item. He cared about the exchange. He hoped it could be exchanged for money so he could buy home some chickens. Hen noticed that it was tradable, and he figured he would immediately sell it and buy himself a chicken, but he noticed its capabilities. Its mana regeneration speed increased by 100%, and its regeneration increased by 20%. He wouldn't sell this treasure now. Hen didn't notice Tamaru appear behind him and said he never thought he could handle this ridiculous mutant. Hen decided to take it easy and finish the main quest, but more important was to get the quest reward with the legendary rank. Hen told Tamar that he had a hard time in the battle but just did what he had to do. He thought it was natural that he had done well, considering how much money he had spent to defeat the monster. Now he waited for Tamaru to give him the reward he deserved. But suddenly he felt that his whole body was restrained and not he could move. The system notified him that he was attacked by the power of a nameless god that came out of nowhere, and no one knew what it was. Hen couldn't understand where the God Wars game was coming from. It was strange that the endgame screen hadn't appeared yet. Hen had seen notifications that all kinds of defenses had been lowered and that he could no longer use his skills. His health level started to drop significantly. Hen started to think that is he really going to die like this? But suddenly something broke the shackles of the nameless god, and Hen started to recover from this attack. In his hands was a dragon egg that absorbed the nameless god's power. Thus it saved him from his inevitable death. The egg reacted to this attack in time. When the egg had completely absorbed the power, Hen looked at it and thought he had survived because of it, but he didn't even know what was inside. It was unidentifiable. Hen looked carefully at the egg and saw a notice that the hatching progress was already 3%. He thought that couldn't be. Tamaru came up to him and asked if he was all right. He noticed that he was wielding something unknown to him. Tamaru breathed a sigh of relief that Hen was uninjured. He asked him to talk about it with Lord Viga, who was already waiting for him outside the wild forest. Hen was surprised that he had come to this place for him. Hen left the wild forest, and now he couldn't enter it again. He was greeted by a smiling Lord Viga. He was glad that the archmage had finally returned. He added that from the look on his face, something serious had happened. He asked what was the matter. He told him that the moment he defeated Vilgar, he felt that suddenly the power of a nameless god attacked him and tried to kill him. Hen remembered that if it wasn't for the egg, he would have died without being able to do anything. He thought it was just to mess with the players who were trying to level up without completing the main quests. Lord Viga told him that he had received a letter from the Tunga Kingdom, informing him that similar things were happening there. The power of a nameless god had also been discovered there. He told him that there were also mutant monsters appearing there that had never been seen before. As well as the power of a nameless god, he was told it attacked people. Lord Viga said that everyone who met the force in the Tunga Kingdom had died, but he stood before him and was whole and still alive. He couldn't believe that he had managed to survive an attack by the power of a nameless god. Hen, listening to the Lord, was completely confused. He didn't know where he should look for the source of this power, but he calmed down and asked the Lord if he wanted him to investigate the kingdom. Lord Viga told him that once he arrived at the Tunga Kingdom, someone would meet him there and handed him a book of skill cards. He also received a certificate from Viga and could head to the Tunga Kingdom with the help of warp magic. He added that the person who would meet him and bring him up to speed, now he needed to meet the person who sent the letter from the Tunga Kingdom. Hen realized that he needed to go to the Tunga Kingdom to learn more, but now he decided to postpone the quest. He went into the inventory to unlock the treasure of Wiltgar. He thought that he had already obtained an item from the first treasure. There was nothing special about its characteristics, but its mana regeneration was too good, and if he used this staff together with the regenerating field, the mana problem would be solved. Hen figured it wouldn't be difficult to switch between weapons with telekinesis. Even with a unique rank, items like this staff could be sold triple the price, as if it were a legendary one. He chose a staff as his first treasure since he needed to use one. Now he had to choose which type of weapon to choose this time. Hen realized that the monsters he would have to face in the Tunga Kingdom were mighty centaurs. He thought of changing his keeper's appearance and skills to one like a centaur. Then he decided and took a spear from the root of Wiltgar. He began to think about the fact that he would do a live broadcast about nowhere new items. And after he promoted them, he would auction them off when the environment was favorable. Hen didn't know if he should have opened the book of skill cards now. His last few attempts hadn't been particularly successful. He fell to his knees and begged for dragon mana to fall out. He wanted to get it again. He held the book up to Lucky and asked him to howl at it for him. Lucky understood his master's request and began to howl as hard as he could. Gold, standing behind him, asked if he needed to howl like Lucky too. Hen replied that he didn't have to do that, and he complied. Hen opened the map and was quite impressed. Then Gold said that the howling of the nasty little dog didn't help him, but Hen said it showed up. He couldn't believe his eyes that she had actually appeared. He was just crazy happy. He had gotten dragon mana again just like he asked for. He and Lucky were genuinely happy. Hen thought that now he could blow away everything in his path. Gold approached his master and asked where they were going to go next. He would gladly follow him and protect him. He was willing to give his life for him. Hen answered him that they weren't going hunting because the maximum level in Tongue Palace was the 100th level. And when he would switch from Wiggy City to Tongue Palace, then he would immediately jump to the 100th level players. He looked at Gold and wondered if it wasn't stupid to go there with his low level 50. He could have been killed there in a matter of minutes. And then he decided that he needed to get as much use out of that location as he possibly could. Hen walked out of the game and decided to drink an energy drink to replenish his strength a bit. He walked and thought that he had actually managed to level up in the past few days. He used all his skills to level up. After recovering mana, he applied dragon mana. He used the staff from the root of Wiltgar, the cursed pendant, and even Sakhalin's ring, and realized that mana recovery was very fast. Hyon noticed how Hyok-ju was addressing the people in the capsule cafe, asking them to listen to him because he had received information about a very special ruta. He said that the top 10 guilds united and announced a bounty on the head of the archmage. The bounty was huge, as well as those who wanted to catch the archmage. People who listened to him did not believe him and thought that it was just a rumor. But Hyok-ju shouted to them that he was telling them the truth. And if they recorded how they killed the archmage, they could safely get $100,000. It was a huge amount of money. Hen was horrified when he heard about the money. Hyok-ju went on to say that the guilds did it because the archmage provoked them. He was showing them a look that said, "Show us what you were capable of." He left the capsule cafe because he couldn't listen to Hyok-ju's stories any further. He wondered who could have spread rumors about him provoking the top 10 guilds. At the entrance to the store, his phone rang. He took it out and wanted to know who was calling him at this hour. It was his brother calling to see how he was doing and if he was eating well. Hen asked him not to worry about him. He said he should have taken care of his own health. And then Hen thought he was too focused on the heirs and quests. He hadn't visited Heron and his brother in a long time. He, near the entrance of the magazine, told his brother that he had been paid his wages and asked him to buy Heron anything she would ask for. He would pay for it all. He told his brother that it was legitimately earned money and not to think any nonsense. Hen practically walked into the store. He told his brother that he would be home early this afternoon. He hung up the phone and thought that everything was fine and that the false rumors would be forgotten if he ignored them. And then the girl flew into him again. He did not have time to dodge the collision as he was looking at his phone. He did not see the girl's face. He saw that his phone had fallen to the floor again, and he hurried to pick it up. Hen picked up his phone and tried to turn it on, but it was no use. He looked and realized that this time it had really crashed, and now he needed to get it repaired urgently. He turned to the girl and was incredibly angry with her. He wanted to yell at her. The girl looked at him and apologized to him. She wanted to say that she was just in a hurry, and suddenly they realized that they had already crashed into each other earlier. Hyok-ju listened to the story and said that he now understood why his phone was in such a state. Hyon asked not to be bullied and that they had agreed on compensation. She told him that this time the fault was entirely hers. The administrator smiled and said that crashing into the same girl twice in a row was for a reason, and he had his own explanations for that, which he could hardly like. He said it was fate, but Hen said he was just a loser. Hyok-ju said he didn't understand anything about romance and that they had even exchanged numbers already, but Hen asked him to shut up and said he was more valuable than his phone. Then Hyok-ju decided to tell him the new information he had learned recently about the archmage and the top 10 guilds. He said that they were going to fight soon. Hen was astonished to hear this. He thought that it was not going to happen. He couldn't fight them. Hyok-ju added that they said the archmage was on a mission in the giant forest to prepare for the battle with the guilds, and Hyeon noticed that he was so confident in saying it as if he knew it 100%. Hen asked him where he got all this information from, why he was so sure of it, to which Hek-ju replied that the information was from the better community under God Wars. But he could see that Hen was clueless about it, so he stopped explaining it to him. He turned his back on him and said he wasn't interested and asked him to prepare a game capsule for him. Hyok-ju was confused. Hen had asked him to share this information with him, and now he was saying that he didn't believe in this nonsense. While Hen was immersed in the game on the Rising Star channel, the president was sure that soon the archmage and the top 10 guilds would clash in battle. Then the secretary apologized and asked him if it wasn't a rumor. The president replied with certainty that they had become true, and asked him to wait. The archmage had no intention of staying on friendly terms with the guilds that were hunting him. He assumed that most likely the archmage wanted all the top 10 guilds to be hostile to him, and then there would be a war between them, him alone against them all. The secretary couldn't believe the archmage wanted this. The president sat there thinking of the Abyss Guild versus the archmage. How many views would that video with that title earn? The president said that the archmage was obsessed with becoming a star. He never once thought of gaining views in small increments like other players did. He thought that was why there might have been a big conflict between the archmage and the guilds in the next location, Tunga Kingdom. He thought it was just an unbelievable event. The president was happy that they were able to jump into the last car of the departing train, which was pulled by one incredible man. He looked at the aide and said they should have paid his fare. The secretary asked him if he wanted to bribe him again, and added that honestly, he didn't think the archmage would have used the sheer amount of skills the president had given him. The president listened to the aide, but was still going to do as he had planned earlier. He handed him the clipboard and asked him to look at the skills he had chosen. The secretary wanted to know if it could mean anything to the archmage. Looking at the skills that the president chose, he was shocked. Then the president asked him what he thought the reckless train driver needed. He said he needed an extra airbag. Hen logged in and went to the Forest of Giants to level up. He was destroying the Tigars along with Lucky and Gold. He was in a hurry to clear the forest faster so he wouldn't run into any guild players. He increased level after level, and finally he reached the desired level 60. After that, he was able to unlock a card from the Dragon of War, but Hen went into the inventory and immediately changed his equipment. He put on a black set. Besides himself, Hen also decided to equip Gold. He thought he was not protected enough, so he put a set of black Tigar on him, and now he didn't worry about him. Gold was unbelievably happy with the new equipment. Hen noticed that Lucky wanted an outfit too, but he couldn't be outfitted with items. Plus, if he outfitted him too, he'd be left with nothing himself in real life. He apologized to Lucky and was notified that the Dragon of War had granted him the ability. He needed to decide whether to accept the reward or not. Hen acknowledged the receipt and started begging again to get the legendary skill. And his wish was granted. The legendary skill recirculation fell out to him. It allowed him to restore health when mana was consumed and restored mana when health decreased. Hen had never seen such a skill before. Hen thought that it appeared that the effect of this skill was restoring health by consuming mana, or conversely restoring mana while losing health. He realized that this skill was needed to prolong life in dangerous situations, but wasn't it clear that a healing spell would be more likely to be used in such a case, he thought. Archmages could learn every possible spell. Hen thought that maybe he should have bought a new defense skill. His Thunder Shield was good, but his defensive abilities were a bit weak. He thought that he had an overabundance of mana, and this was the way to use the Mana Shield. Mana Shield was a skill that created a shield out of mana, reducing its stats every time the shield absorbed damage, and thus Hen would be protected from enemy attacks, and he wouldn't have to buy a new skill. Hen thought that if he also added recirculation, the Mana Shield would take all the damage, and with the expenditure of mana, his health could regenerate a bit. But he remembered the cost of the Mana Shield card. It was over $15,000, so he couldn't afford it. It was too expensive for him. Then Hen decided to take a little time away from the game. He turned to Lucky and Gold and suggested that they finish for the day. He said goodbye to them and left the game. But after a few minutes, Hen returned back to the game. He had no face on him. He was very worried. Lucky and Gold couldn't understand what was going on. And then Hen shouted happily that the channel boss had given him a Mana Shield skill card. Tunga Kingdom could only be accessed after passing through the Forest of Giants by going through a warp in space in the city of Vigi. So this was the main arena for mid-level players. Hen knew that the Tung Kingdom was surrounded by 4 palaces in the north, east, south, and west, with the starting point being the central palace, but it was still a long way away. Because the first thing the players saw when they went through the warp in space was the western palace where Hen and his team had arrived. The players standing outside the palace saw the appearance of the divine beast that was together with the reptiloid. This could only mean one thing, that the archmage had arrived in the Tunga Kingdom. They didn't know what he would do next. They were afraid that he would decide to show them immediately who was in charge. Some said that he was in the process of preparing for a war with the 10 guilds. The players thought his first move might have been to declare war on the guilds. Hen looked at one of them and beckoned him over. The player was startled and thought that just looking at him immediately hit a nerve. They thought the rumors were true. And judging by what he thought of the other players when the guards were around, they thought he was crazy because he made enemies of all 10 guilds. Hen didn't stop beckoning to the player who was insanely scared. He figured he just glared at him because he was curious, but he didn't expect the archmage to destroy him for it. But Hen smiled and asked him to come over to take as many selfies with them as they wanted. He wasn't going to engage them or harm them in any way. As in all games, newcomers could not oppose veterans. They were helped in every possible way by guilds that had already gained prestige and fame, and it was natural that it became much easier for them to learn and develop. Therefore, the magician, who began to conduct live broadcasts, became incredibly popular and began to be discussed everywhere. He was admired by many and wanted to personally meet him. The players didn't care about his identity. He was showing them a path no one had ever gone through before, so the guilds became less popular and hunted the archmage, and now everyone was discussing his appearance in the western fortress. Some thought it meant the start of the war. Some players said that after his arrival, he arranged something incredible, namely a selfie party. He took pictures with everyone and didn't refuse anyone. But it wasn't just him that was photographed. Someone wanted to take a photo with his keeper Gold. No one could think that people would take a photo with a lizard warrior. People surrounded them. They noticed that Gold was wearing a new set, and Gold replied that it was a symbol of his loyalty that his master had given him, and people remembered that Asma was right, that the keeper had said a lot. Hen thought that his business was going as well as he had planned. He hoped that after something like this, the top 10 strongest guilds would have weakened the pressure of spreading false rumors. He knew that the main story quests were more important to him, and he couldn't let false rumors begin to slow him down in completing them. So he decided to set up a photo shoot for people. While Hen was taking pictures with the people surrounding him, one of the guilds was watching him. They couldn't think that immediately after appearing, the archmage would start taking pictures with everyone. They thought he was one of the attention seekers. They sat there trying to figure out what to do with him, because they thought that Snyko's guild needed to deal with him before the other guilds. They decided it was time to teach him a lesson. The archmage stepped outside the western palace and headed in an unknown direction. People recognized him and assumed he had gone hunting, but he had other plans. The Snyko guild was fastidiously following him. They had been following him from the palace itself, looking for the right moment to attack, and then one of them came out of hiding, called out to him, and said that she was a huge fan of his and would like to get a picture with him. Hen looked at him and realized he was from the Snyko guild. Hen could see all the hidden information and nicknames of the players. Hen noticed she was wearing a lot of items, and it was obvious what they were up to, but he still agreed to a picture with her. She didn't give the appearance that they were going to straighten him out as he came closer to them. She was surprised that he had changed his equipment and that he now had a non-white staff of Ouija. Hen held out the staff so they could see him better and said that it was much better to beat the likes of them with it. He had figured out their plans and knew why they had come to him. Snyko's guild couldn't believe he realized why they had come, but one of them said he knew everything from the beginning. Now they had no choice and had to fight him. The guild representative drew his sword and started attacking him. They thought they were already too close to him so he wouldn't be able to do anything. They didn't care what items he had. He was a mage. He wouldn't survive in close combat against them. They used different techniques and tried to attack him at the same time to make it harder for him to defend himself. But what surprised them was that he didn't do anything and didn't attack them back. They thought they would have been able to defeat him so easily. But suddenly, they heard a noise behind their backs. They turned around and saw the divine beast and the guardian had already massacred the rest of the guild members. They were shocked that their ambush had been destroyed. They couldn't understand how he could know where they were. While they were trying to figure it out, the archmage approached them. He could see that they were quite surprised. Hen stood and smiled. They couldn't do any damage on him. He was all absorbed by the mana shield. And then Hen decided to start the broadcast. He greeted the audience and said that they must have been surprised that he suddenly turned on the live broadcast. He was sure that many of them were expecting the first broadcast from the Tongue Realm. But unfortunately, he had come across some nerds who couldn't make a decent showing in battle. The archmage told them that many had tried to ambush him like this, and that was why he had decided to change his battle strategy, and now he would defend more rather than attack. Hen looked at Sneiko's guild representatives and said that if they managed to kill him, he would invest $100,000 into their guild and ask them to start attacking him. He was well aware that in most games, mages were useless in close combat, and the God Wars game was no exception. So he already knew that they would try to get as close to him as possible. Hen knew that if he tried to defend himself against them, with Lucky and Gold's help, the fight would turn into a mess. And besides, in the worst-case scenario, they might just die. In that case, he decided that he would rather be their target and defend himself from their attacks. He couldn't let them damage Lucky or Gold. He decided to divert their attention to himself. Hen looked at them and asked them with a smile, "Did Sneiko's guild really pay someone like them?" They looked at each other and couldn't believe that he knew which guild they were from. The audience knew that Sneiko was a guild that was in the top 20 all over Japan, and they were quite famous. And while they were trying to attack the archmage, Lucky and Gold had finished dealing with the others, and now they only had 2 to kill. They didn't wait long and rushed in to eliminate them. Lucky eliminated Nikado, and Gold eliminated General Frost. Hen approached them and said their ranking was only 37 points. Hen thought they could collect their items while they had time. He logged into the inventory and started collecting items. He thought he would be suspected if he only took the best items, so he decided to take things a little worse. He was packing up and noticed the other players froze because he killed a famous guild, and that's when he decided to go ahead with the plan. He figured he shouldn't have ended the broadcast there and decided to put on a show. Hen said that everyone had come to see the magician. Then he thought he needed to show them the magic they had come for, so he prepared to demonstrate his skills. The spectators thought that the archmage was going to attack the centaurs. They knew that it was quite difficult for a single mage to kill them because of their speed. Hen wasn't worried that the centaurs were fast and could get close to him for close combat in a matter of minutes. Then he thought that he needed to show something that all the guilds would even be scared to show their faces in front of him. He saw perfectly well that the enraged centaur started to run at him. He was determined to kill the archmage, but unexpectedly for him, the archmage used a long-range attack and hit him with a ball of lightning. The archmage was able to stop his movement and continued to deliver his attacks. He used a fire arrow to finally stop him, and a fireball to finish him off. He showed the spectators his incredible power. Hen killed a centaur that didn't even have time to get close to him. Although everyone said it was too difficult for a mage, the spectators were delighted and thought that such a kill was something only an archmage could do. He wasn't going to stop and decided to destroy all the centaurs. He attacked them with an ice ball and an ice spear. His attacks hit right on target, and the centaurs didn't have time to dodge them. The players were shocked at the way he was destroying the centaurs. They thought he drank some sort of potion and his strength increased. One of them said she knew he was powerful. She wondered if his stamina was always so good. The spectators were shocked that he killed 90 centaurs without drinking a single potion. Some said that his weakness was low mana reserve, but in fact it turned out to be a lie. Not long ago, he spent tens of thousands on potions to restore mana. Hen noticed that there was still one centaur left. He destroyed it with a lightning arrow, and now he could summon the centaur's keeper. And after that, he decided to end the live broadcast. He bowed to the audience and said goodbye to them. After the broadcast was over, Hen called Gold over to him. The system asked if he wanted to make the centaur his keeper. Hen confirmed, and the process of summoning the keeper began, after which he equipped him with a spear made of Trenta wood. Gold greeted him in his new guise, and Hen told him that he was much more reliable now. Gold replied that he would eliminate any enemy if only ordered to, and Hen thought it would be a good idea to test his abilities. But now they had no time for that and needed to head to the Western Fortress. He asked him to wait for a while. He needed to continue with the main quest while the pursuers quieted down. They reached the eastern observation tower of the Western Fortress, where they were greeted and were glad they could make it. They were greeted by the young lord of the Western Fortress, Zagara. Hen was shocked that he was immediately greeted by the lord of the fortress. He thought for a bit and answered him that it was an honor to meet him. He was glad to see them. Lord Zagara said that they must have already heard about the difficult situation from Vigi. He informed them that his soldiers were dying because of an unknown force, and he wanted it to stop. He said that he had heard that he had survived a similar attack. He asked for his help. He wanted to find out what this force was and how to resist it. Hen thought he would like to know himself. He had almost died because of it. Lord Zagara informed him that if he helped them, he would. Swearing on his name, he promised that he would reward him handsomely. Now he was to go to the Forbidden Zone, on the Golden Plains, and explore the setting. The reward was a grimoire of skills. Hen was shocked when he saw that besides the main reward, he could also get an additional reward. He was able to get rewards if he completed the quest without a single death. He knew that the grimoire was a special reward. It allowed him to raise the rank of one skill to master. To raise a skill to master required a lot of time and effort, and a grimoire that allowed him to do it in an instant was incredibly valuable. Hen accepted the conditions that he was not allowed to die once. He asked for it to be granted to him. He would figure it out and get the precious reward. He had no doubts about his abilities and was ready to begin the quest. The plane with Lee Seol was landing at the airport in Miami. The plane's captain asked to fasten the seatbelts. The girl thought she asked to avoid invitations to direct meetings. What was so important they could say to gather all the guild members? She started going through all the possible options. She thought they were going to discuss a new raid strategy or reorganizing the guild. And suddenly she got a message from Hyun. She saw it and let the phone out of her hands. He informed her that he had repaired his phone and had no claims against her. She thought it was awkward for her to keep such a message quiet. She knew they lived in the same neighborhood. She thought to send him money without asking him the price for repairing the phone. She decided that she couldn't keep avoiding people. She thought about it and started writing him back. She said that she felt bad about the whole situation and that she would repay him later. Lee Seol flew to Miami, to the headquarters of the Abyss Guild where all of its representatives were gathered. She noticed that the heads, and even the high ranks, the entire foundation of the guild were gathered in this place, but she didn't know what happened or why they were gathered. The guild leader greeted them and introduced himself before him, which everyone knew that the guild master of the Abyss Guild before them was the guild master of the Abyss Guild, and they had come at his request. He thanked them for their time and coming to HQ. He informed them that they had gathered them because they had an issue troubling their guild and the ecosystem in God Wars. Merlin opened a hologram of the problem in front of him, and one of them said that it was regarding the archmage and that they already knew about him and that he was giving them trouble. They couldn't believe that they were afraid of one player being in the top 10 guilds. Emma came out and said that she would now explain to them why the archmage was a problem for them. She was sure they all knew about him already and had seen his live broadcasts. She said he was destroying the God Wars ecosystem that the top 10 guilds had spent so long building. He showed hundreds of boss items they had never seen and avoided all the ambushes of other players. They wanted to know how that was possible. Emma explained to them that everything was because the archmage was invading the game system. She said that the Alpha Company had all but stopped moderating the game, and now they had to carry justice themselves. She said that in the name of the Abyss Guild, from that moment on, the Abyss Guild announced a bounty on the archmage's head. They were determined to kill the archmage. Lee Seol couldn't believe that such a thing was possible in God Wars. She heard Emma say that the method didn't matter. They needed to thwart the archmage, and if they could prove that they could disturb him, they would be rewarded. One of the guild members asked her a question. The thing would be that they couldn't go to the same place as him due to their high levels, and they didn't know how they could get to him. Emma listened to him and said that was a good point. They added that was why the Abyss Guild would help them all pump new accounts. When the guild members found out about it, they began to discuss the new information vigorously. They saw it as beneficial to them. They could pump new accounts for free, and it didn't matter if they defeated him or not. Lee Seol didn't know how she should react to this information. She thought that if Emma wasn't lying, then they should have tried it, but she still had some sort of uneasy feeling inside. Hen and his team approached the barrier rift. Gold walked up to it and said he was uncomfortable with the place. Hen said he was sure it was the entrance to the restricted area. They said they sealed off the areas where the incident occurred. He figured it was a great place to get some extra experience. And there was a huge plus for him that inside the barrier, he wouldn't be interfered with by anyone doing the task. Hen didn't wait long, and they entered the restricted area. And he immediately realized that the viewing angle was limited by the black wind, and the sound inside the barrier was slightly muffled. He thought that they wanted him to fight monsters in such a place. He didn't forget that there was a condition of not dying. He realized that the complexity of the main plot was high, Such a place would be difficult to mop up alone if not for his abilities. Gold noticed that the monsters were starting to move towards them, and he shouted to his master that they were getting closer. And then Hen thought, why don't they take a look at the capabilities of the upgraded Gold? He was ready to fight for his master. He asked him to start attacking the monsters first, but Hen had already activated the ballista and made the first attack with a long throw. He managed to eliminate the zombie centaur with one attack. Then he noticed that there was another monster, and he shouted to Lucky. And then Lucky showed his desire to fight to the death with the zombie centaurs. They were killing monsters with ease, and Hen thought that they were getting more experience here than in the normal area, and other players couldn't get into this place. He noticed that one of the centaurs started to glow strangely, and Hen didn't know why it was happening. The system notified him that it was a zombie centaur that had a mark left by the advanced team. Hen shouted to Gold that they shouldn't kill this monster yet. He couldn't miss such a tidbit. At the Abyss Guild headquarters, Merlin said that Emma had acted much bolder than he thought. So far, the God Wars game had been perfect without a single bug. He wondered how the archmage had been able to manipulate the system then. Emma replied that she realized that maybe it wasn't enough. But she said that he had seen his broadcast with another guild. She knew that it was impossible to attack him with bad skills right now. She added that this was why they needed to at least support their guild members. And they also needed to convey the fact that Abyss never abandoned their own in trouble. Merlin listened carefully to what Emma was telling him, about how they needed to awaken their sense of sacrifice, that they didn't have to stand by and watch the archmage use unacceptable means in the game. Emma informed him that she had also prepared something for the battle with the archmage. Merlin asked her what exactly she had prepared. Then she replied that it was Smallpoke's rating. Smallpack was a ranking invented by the Smallpack channel in WarsTube. This channel was in charge of visualizing various stats in the game, by type, pastime, and others. She knew that even if the criteria in calculating the statistics were objective, their rankings were still the unofficial and subjective content of the channel author. Subscribers on Smallpack's channel were as much as 51.32 million. Utilizing those who like to compete with each other, his channel has reborn as an absolute for all players. And everyone who was below level 200 had to line up to see who was the strongest of the players who passed that bar. This channel was watched by absolutely all players. Emma realized that if the archmage's name were to appear in the rankings, he would definitely attract the attention of the strongest players, and a real hunt would begin for him. Merlin asked her if she wanted him to become the first-ranked Smallpack. Even though he hadn't even reached level 70, he wasn't sure if they would be able to do it. Emma smiled and said that the archmage would appear in Smokepack's rankings because she had already paid him. Now they had to wait for the release of the video on his channel, which was due out soon. A video of Smallpack telling viewers that the winner would be below level 200 this week has surfaced online. He told them about the archmage who became the most talked about player. Smallpack said that he was the Golden Spoon Boy, but also a showman. He said that he was pretty good. Hyokju watched the episode and was happy that the archmage was the first runner-up. Hen sat beside him with his head in his hands. He could hear what Smallpark was saying about him. He was completely confused. He didn't know what was going on, why there was so much interest in him. Players watched the episode and did not understand how he managed to get into the rankings, because his level was below 200. They knew that usually players with about 150 level 1 in this section. Hen thought that even guilds that didn't care about him or established players could target him. After this video was released, he was a little scared at such thoughts. He realized that getting ranked on Smallpack's channel meant that you had a huge potential for development, so you could skyrocket to stardom. Hen realized that it was a shortcut to general fame, but he didn't understand how he was even able to get there. He thought it was arranged by the president of the Rising Star channel. He knew that no one else would go to such an act just to stop him. But even if it was for publicity, the president was a very brave man, he thought. He needed to focus on getting through the quest. The secretary brought the president a clipboard and asked him if he had seen the ratings on Smallpack's channel. He wondered if he was involved, to which the president replied that he wasn't, and that the owner of that channel didn't listen to a word he said. The president told the aide that the owner was his senior in high school and that he was terribly greedy. He wouldn't move a foot without you being a top 10 guildmaster. But something he knew for sure was that the archmage had done something that had attracted the attention of the strongest guilds. The secretary couldn't believe the archmage had anything to do with it. They realized that the archmage had crushed the group from Snyko's guild, so the middle guilds would not even think of attacking him now. The president asked if the archmage himself liked this situation. But after not waiting for a response from the aide, he said he didn't like this situation at all because he was crazy for attention and was trying to get it in every way possible. The secretary couldn't believe that the archmage had deliberately made himself a target for other players and guilds. He didn't think he was drawing attention to himself that way. The president then said that if he was mentioned in the small pack rankings, even players who thought he was just an attention seeker would turn and run after him. The president added that even while standing still, the archmage made sure that the victims who had elevated him would come after him themselves and try to deal with him. Then he decided they should have matched him and decided to give him another gift. But this time they would attach a letter. He thought it was time to ask a favor of the archmage. At the time, players were killing centaurs to level up, but some were outraged that players above level 90 were hunting here. They didn't understand why they came to the territory of low-ranked players. Apparently, they were looking for an archmage. They were of the opinion that no matter how great the price for the archmage's head was it fair that a group of level 90 players came to fight a level 70 player? One of them said they would have caught him even at the cost of their honor, and he asked if anyone knew if they had caught him. Could their names have gone on small packs rankings? Their resentment was growing, but there was nothing they could do. They were below their level and could just be destroyed by them. They saw that there were players sponsored by top guilds among them. The players noticed that among them was Avid, who was from the Scaff Guild. He turned to his team and asked them to ignore the others. They only wanted the archmage. They had to catch him at any cost. Avid wanted to rehabilitate himself for his defeat he had just recently received. He wanted the guild to not think he was a weakling. He saw Alap walk up to him. He was from the Red Snake group. Alap said hello to him and said it was like he ran into the place when he heard the news. He laughed and added that it was the first time he had entered the place after his loss. He thought that he must have been reborn in the Western Castle after his death. He asked him if it was hard for him to get to this place. But Awat got angry and thought he wanted to fight. But Alap said that was not why he was here. Alap said that he had heard that all the high-ranking players from the Stone Forest were converging on the place. Then Awat thought that if anything went wrong, he would have to kill them first. He didn't see anything wrong with eliminating the competition. Their conversation was interrupted by someone shouting to inform them that the archmage had arrived, who was not far away. Then Avat thought he had finally arrived. They were far away from him, and he could only see their shadows. Avat ordered the archers to check if it was definitely the archmage. He couldn't have a misfire. Everyone was determined. They wanted to catch the archmage and get a decent reward for him. In addition to the archers, Avat ordered the use of clairvoyance, that one could accurately determine if it was an archmage. She reported seeing an archmage, a divine beast, and a guardian. But soon, when the visibility improved, she said it wasn't them. It was just regular centaurs standing in front of them, whom they mistook for the archmage and his team. They couldn't understand how two centaurs could suddenly appear in their midst. Alap said it was strange. He was sure he had definitely seen the archmage and Lucky in their place. Avat said he was just mistaken, but he kept insisting he had seen him. He started asking everyone else if they had seen the archmage. Hen activated the polymorph and took the form of a centaur. He was amused that he couldn't be found. Hen launched a private live broadcast where the viewers were shocked that players from the guild could buy into such a trick. They noted that polymorph was a good skill. Then Hen realized that everything was going according to his plan. He thought he was going crazy when he realized that the players had come to the Golden Fields like a pack of rabid dogs just to catch him. And with them was also the Scarf Guild and the Red Snake Group. He understood that they were the top guilds. They were top because they had over 50 million subscribers. He couldn't believe that there were 90-level players gathered on the Golden Fields. He thought that they had lost their conscience coming to this place. Hen thought that the high-ranked players were hunting in the newbie zones, and it was like they were being aggressive, so everyone was pointing fingers at them. It was shameful for such top guilds. He realized that it was even worse than that. They were here for the character and not the hunt. Not only would the finger be pointed at them, but they would also be criticized. But even without looking at it, they still came. Hen sadly realized that these guilds had finally abandoned their pride and conscience, and everything was for the sake of catching him. It was frustrating him. He thought that if that was the case, he couldn't succeed alone in this game, but he was lucky enough to get Chain Lightning from the reward skill book when he reached level 70. Hen knew he couldn't find a better skill for fighting groups, but there would be problems regardless of the outcome. If he won, then an entire guild would turn on him. But their containment could affect his completion of the main quest. Then Hen decided that he would meet them as befitted an archmage. The centaur-like Hen had time to look around. He was pleased that more players had gathered here than he thought. And not only pleased, the players didn't even think that so many people could gather here. He had perfectly timed to look at and analyze everything. He was surprised that the players didn't band together to catch him faster. They acted in small groups, hoping that someone would get lucky. Hen thought this situation was a great opportunity. As long as they were busy squabbling amongst themselves, then he simply might not be noticed, and he would have enough time to increase his distance with them. He had calculated and thought it all out. He knew that the lower class would never be able to keep up with his speed. He began to run away, even though the form was a bit off. Hen was doing a private broadcast, and despite it all being pretty quiet, and it didn't look like the players had guessed it was him, Hen addressed the audience and thanked them for keeping things private. But nonetheless, some of the players did hear him talking to the spectators and shouting that he had discovered him. He informed everyone that they were running away, and they were no ordinary centaurs. No one believed the player. They thought he was telling him some bullshit, but he said he was told this by a surveillance agent who managed to figure out the archmage who was disguised as a centaur. Hen, running away, thought that now he could end the private broadcast and open access to all willing viewers. He canceled the polymorph and reverted back to his guise. He turned to the players catching up with him, and thinking that now it was a catch-up show, he applied acceleration and started to run even faster. Now he was increasing the distance at an incredible speed. Alap ran after him as hard as he could. He couldn't realize he was definitely a mage, for he was too fast for a mage. No one could develop such speed. All the players were gathered in this place to fight, not to catch up with him. Abbott was running right behind him. He ordered a pursuit. They needed to stop him, even if other guilds got to him. The main thing was to catch up to him. Hen noticed that the audience to watch the show catch up with the archmage was growing at an incredible rate. The audience was thrilled that none of the guild representatives could catch up with him. Then, Avit thought he just wanted to make them look foolish on air. Avit saw the archmage moving away from him. He thought that if he lost, then he would then be humiliated by everyone. He didn't stop and tried to catch him at all costs. Hen ran without turning around, but at some point he turned around and whistled for all he was worth. Then Awat thought he was mocking him, but suddenly he stopped. Awat realized they had let Lucky out of their sight. Avad thought, what if they were ambushed by Lucky, who they had lost sight of? They couldn't even suspect where the Yuogian beast was now, or what command the archmage had given him. He realized that if Lucky under reinforcements attacked him without the help of the other players, it was obvious that the game would end there for him. Then he realized that the archmage had managed to outsmart him. The archmage turned around, and thinking the pursuers had given up, he turned to the audience and asked if they had ever seen Tom and Jerry catching up outside of a cartoon. He saw his friend Lucky running up to him, whom he had asked to do a good job for the audience, who were thrilled that the archmage was angering his pursuers. The archmage thought that now, if things didn't go according to plan, the only sure way out would be to flee, though that would make good content too. He looked off into the distance and said that the number of pursuers had decreased dramatically. He asked the audience if they wished he would just destroy them, and they all wrote to him to straighten them out quickly. The archmage answered them to forget his words. He didn't want to go after them. He didn't see the benefit of attacking weaklings like his audience told him to. He added that they wouldn't even be able to compensate him for the polymorph he used earlier, and after he said that, viewers started discounting him with their donations. The archmage saw that people were starting to send him money, so he decided to go into the inventory to buy the items he needed for the hunt. Now he couldn't take away the joy of the spectators, as he would massacre his pursuers. He thought he hadn't even started the quest, and he was already able to get the tracks left by the advance group. He decided to show the audience his new monsters in Dungeon. He would have to complete the quest. The archmage wanted to finish the live stream and start doing the quest, but he was suddenly donated to by Asmo, who sent him 10K and asked him to show him more. After a few minutes, Asmo sent him 11,000 and told him not to be like that, and wanted him to show them everything he had in store for them. But the archmage was sure he needed to deny Asmo's request. Viewers wrote to him that Asmo was watching his broadcast and he was obliged to show him more. Some wrote that he had over 130,000 viewers, and if he finished the live broadcast, he would be a wimp to them. They asked the archmage to show them the whole quest. They were quite interested to see it in its entirety. The archmage didn't know what to do. After all, he had planned to show them a small part of the quest. Asmo discounted him a donation of 12K and said he would discount him more by 1K every 10 minutes. the archmage seriously wondered what everyone wanted him to show them the whole quest. The archmage thought he had gotten a lot of information about this quest, so he needed to play it carefully, but the most important thing was for him to learn something. He thought he had to find out if they could see the hidden information at all costs. He was worried about that question. That's why it took him so long to make a decision. The archmage realized that Asmo had set the atmosphere for the audience, and so now it was hard to say no to them, and he had no excuses for his audience. He was ready to start showing them the whole quest, but suddenly a blue beam appeared, which interrupted the archmage's thoughts. The spectators realized that it was the effect of teleportation, but could not understand who had arrived to him. Non-player characters appeared in front of him, and were glad he was alive and well. The audience couldn't believe that the castle knights had come to his aid. The archmage realized that it was a vassal of Zagara who had informed him that he was here to see him off, since he had received word that he had come out of the Forbidden Zone and reported that Zagara was waiting for him. He was incredibly excited that he was waiting for him and said Jonas was the best. The audience was at a loss as to what was going on and why a non-player character met the archmage. The archmage exhaled quietly and told his audience that he should have ended the broadcast there. But the audience didn't understand why he was doing that, even though he had sent him so much money. He explained that there was a rule from the developers that forbade him from showing the process of the quest. He knew that if he put the question that way, the audience would no longer ask him what they wanted before. The archmage said goodbye to his viewers and ended the live broadcast before heading off with a non-player character to the Eastern Watchtower. He was met at the Vostoyan Watchtower by the non-player character Zagara, who was quite curious as to whether the archmage had done a good job. The archmage replied that he had found some clues in the Forbidden Zone and showed him the tracks left by the advance party, whereupon the system notified him that he had completed the quest and was able to level up. Zagara took his notes to scrutinize them. He couldn't believe the archmage could come to him with such important information for him. He added that he had heard of his skills, but never thought they were like this, and called his guards over to hand him his well-deserved reward, whereupon the system notified him that he had received the title recognized by Zagar. The archmage replied that he had simply done what was required of him. He looked at his reward and didn't know which to open first. He had received from Zagar a grimoire of master rank, unique and legendary. He picked up the grimoire and held it high. He never thought he would be able to get the grimoire of a master that was previously out of his reach. But now things were different. The archmage knew that the skill grimoire could be obtained for money, but the wizard's grimoire could not be bought anywhere for money. But now he had it in his hands, and the archmage could not believe it. He knew that reaching the rank of master in a skill was only possible by obtaining at least level 150. The archmage realized that he still had a long way to go to reach that level, which was why the master grimoire was so important to him. The archmage realized that even if he learned a skill at level 10 and used it continuously, he needed to reach level 150 to reach the rank of master. But getting a master rank in an instant was hard to even think of a price for it. He decided that there was no way he would sell a master grimoire. The archmage decided that he would keep the wizard's grimoire and use it when he really needed to. He held up his reward and said that he had decided to put off opening the skill grimoire for later. He wanted to quickly take the next quest and move on. The archmage realized that he had to hurry, because after seeing that show, the pursuers would definitely not give up and leave him alone. He had to hurry because the game would have to forcibly unplug him after an hour already, due to its internal policies and conditions. The archmage thought that 9 hours later, after the reset, over 100 players would have gathered in the Western Castle, just as they had earlier in the Golden Fields. He looked at Sir Zagar and asked him what he needed to do next. He had to find out before disconnecting him from the game. Zagara replied that according to the leads he had given him, his men had been attacked by an unknown man whom no one had seen before. The archmage rejoiced. He knew he just had to find this man who dared to attack Zagar's men. Zagara replied that he could trust him with the task. After his words, the archmage was notified that a new quest had been added to the main story branch. He read the information about this quest and noticed that he would need to go to the Forbidden Zone again, and that pleased him. His musings were interrupted by a new notification that informed him that the reward for completing this quest was the Ring of Zagar. It was a hidden reward. The archmage saw the ring on Zagar's finger, but he knew nothing about it. He knew he didn't need to burn through time for nothing, but Zagar told him to head for the teleporter they had prepared for him. Zagara informed him that they would use teleportation magic and asked him to stand in the magic circle, but the archmage only looked at his ring and could think of nothing else. And the archmage asked his soldiers to wait for a while and asked Zagar to tell the characteristics of his ring, at least some information about it. He couldn't leave without learning anything about his reward. But the soldiers didn't listen to him. They silently placed him in a magical portal, and the archmage was instantly transported to the Golden Fields from where he was taken by Zagar's assistant. The archmage felt strongly that he couldn't find out anything about the ring. He thought he should have explained better to Zagar about the ring that had been bugging the archmage. He rejoiced and thought that anyway, since it was given to him for the main plot, it definitely had to have good characteristics. The archmage thought he had been moved rather conveniently that time. He looked around and said that the entrance to the dungeon had to be somewhere near them. Suddenly, Lucky started barking. The archmage looked around and noticed the other players, who immediately recognized them and started shouting to everyone that there was an archmage among them. The stalker told him that it looked like he had stayed to wait for him in this place for a reason. He looked at his aides and told them that he was sure the archmage would have returned to this place. The archmage turned to Lucky and Gold and gave them the command to attack them. Lucky was ready to engage. Gold understood that he had to obey his master's orders and prepared to attack the pursuers. But they decided to enter back into forbidden territory where their pursuers couldn't get them. The archmage noticed that they were still in groups and it was too dangerous for them outside. The archmage couldn't believe that the forbidden area was safer for them than the outside. He figured at this rate, he'd have all of his player abilities broken. He figured he needed to finish everything in one go. So he took out the wizard grimoire. He really wanted to make sure he got a good skill. The archmage waited until the grimoire would reveal the available skills to him. He fell to his knees and prayed that there would be a decent skill. Gold told him that God was taking care of him, so he could not worry. When the available skill cards appeared in front of him, the archmage thought this was the end. He couldn't believe he had been dealt such bad skills. Gold, looking at his master, asked him not to be disappointed. He was willing to do anything possible for him, just to keep his master satisfied. But looking at the skill cards, the archmage replied to Gold that that wasn't what he was talking about at all. He wouldn't let Gold die on the battlefield. The archmage explained to him that the end was those pursuers who had decided to hunt him, for he had gotten the skill of indomitable will, and now he would be able to give them a decent fight. As in other games, the higher the level of monsters here, the more varied skills players used. But among all of them, there was a factor that increased the difficulty of interacting with the game: the use of ranged attacks. Mages who had interruptible spellcasting, if hit, would inevitably have an increased risk of being attacked. Therefore, mages needed more time to cast a stronger spell, and there was always the risk of being hit by a long-range attack, no matter how far away the mage might be. As a result, Indomitable Will becomes essential for high-level players because as long as this skill was active, spellcasting could not be disrupted in any way. The archmage thought that although he had a penalty in the form of increased spell creation time, it was better than interrupting spells. He realized that if he had to fight these non-player characters, he needed to have a ranged skill to deal with their melee, simple arrows, or directional skills. The archmage thought that long-range skills that were capable of causing status disadvantages would be perfect for this ideal, but such skills were extremely expensive. He told Gold that it was good to draw out the whole picture, but needed to focus on the current situation. He looked around, saw that there was a disgusting field in front of him. He didn't understand how he could find a quest monster here. The archmage realized that it wouldn't be a problem for him, because an unknown creature would leave a clue when it attacked successfully, and by that clue he could find it. He thought, looking at the condition, the attack was permissible, but victory was not necessary. The archmage noticed a mysterious silhouette in the shadows, but he was in no hurry to attack it. The archmage thought it was better to finish quickly and leave before more people gathered, but perhaps the forbidden area would close if he completed the quest. He wondered if it would be a good idea to postpone the quest and level up in the gold fields. At first glance, there were already over 100 people there. He didn't know how many more people might have come. He didn't want to think about that right now. The archmage decided that if he added the money he had earned and was able to get rid of a few things, he would be able to buy a spell on the go. He realized that if he succeeded, he would be able to obtain level 80 in just 4 days. He decided that he needed to prepare thoroughly before returning to the Golden Fields. There were already an incredible number of people on the Golden Fields that were hard to count. At first glance, he thought that there might have been over 1,000 people there. Some onlookers were shocked that they had all come for the archmage. It seemed to them that this was already on the level of a large-scale guild war. They were surprised that it had been 3 days since the archmage had disappeared from the Golden Fields through the teleporter, and the number of people there was only increasing. The audience realized that the last time his show had been pretty good, it had been a game of Spot the Archmage with the goal of catching the Archmage. The channel president sighed and thought that there was no fun to be had. He looked over the analytics of the Archmage's last broadcast and realized that something more had to be done now. His subordinates couldn't believe he hadn't seen any fun. He'd seen that the Archmage's last live show had beaten all the ratings. The president looked around at his subordinates and noted with a smirk that if the Archmage repeated the same thing again, it would not only be boring but predictable. He realized that the true game required new moves, not repetitions of old tricks. One of the subordinates didn't understand what the Archmage had to do in such a case to avoid repeating himself and show his audience a completely new show. The president responded that even if the content was similar, new terms had to be invented. He suggested doing the catch me if you can plot again. But this time, instead of fleeing, the Archmage would fight anyone who dared attack him. The president told all his subordinates that now it was time for the Archmage to fulfill one request of theirs. Tension hung in the air. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the outcome. In the capsule cafe, the players were discussing the Archmage. They thought he was strange, but he kept them on their toes. They couldn't believe it would have ended there for him. They were sure he had a backup plan. They were looking forward to the Archmage's next airing. They were sure it looked like he would be showing them another big show soon. Some players thought that if they had a lower level, they would go to the Golden Fields to try and catch the Archmage. One player was confident that they could defeat him in a one-on-one battle because he was a mage, but his overconfidence might have been his weakness. After all, the Archmage wasn't that easy either. The Archmage was out of the game, and sitting on his phone, he read that the auction for the spell in motion would be starting soon. He knew that the winning bid in the last auction for this skill was $37,000. He thought after selling the items he got $43,000, even if the price went up over $40,000 he needed to buy this skill. He wanted to show everyone what crazy spending was. After the auction, the Archmage logged into the game and went to level up. He was incredibly angry and was destroying the zombie centaurs one by one. He managed to reach level 80, but he had no joy even with level 80 because he failed to outbid for the skill. The last bid was $80K for it, and he failed to buy the skill he needed. But he didn't care. Even if he didn't buy the skill, he could just get it from level 80 cards. But the chances that he would have fallen just this skill was small. The Archmage hoped the Dragon of War would have given him this necessary skill. He was willing to make his choice, hoping only for his luck. He was willing to accept the reward and only asked for a movement spell. The Archmage knew that this skill was a unique rank, so he only wanted to see cards of that level. The Archmage realized that he didn't need legendary ones. He only asked for unique ones. But when the cards appeared in front of him, he was quite upset. There were no unique cards among them, not a single one as he thought. He started to cry and turned away from the skill cards, but suddenly Lucky started barking furiously, as if trying to get the attention of his master, who was desperate. The Archmage looked up and saw one interesting legendary skill that Lucky had pointed out to him. He saw that he had a shockwave. He couldn't believe it, and his mood improved. The shockwave skill was of legendary rank. It created a shockwave that dealt great damage and stunned the target. The Archmage thought that due to the paralyzing effect, it was one of the best long-range skills. Now he was sure that he should be able to get through the quest pretty well with it. But he still regretted not having a spell in motion. But with indomitable will and shockwave, he had some sort of advantage over the other players. The Archmage approached the exit from the forbidden area to begin the quest. He was sure that by combining the two skills, he would be able to defeat even the 7 players attacking him. He walked out to the gold fields and decided it was time to start the live broadcast little by little. But he noticed messages from the president of the channel, who was waiting for him to return. The Archmage was quite surprised that he had written to him. He asked him what he wanted to tell him, but he himself could not understand what was going on and why the president had come to him. The president wanted to know his next actions and how he planned to entertain the spectators. The Archmage realized that it made no sense for him to fight the players face to face. The president asked him if it was possible to destroy him. This question surprised the Archmage. The Archmage was quite upset when he read his messages. He thought it was like the president didn't like his past broadcast, and now he wouldn't be able to just run away from the players. He figured it was out of character for an Archmage, and he saw no reason to refuse his offer. He planned to fight anyway. He couldn't show them his fear. The president asked him to take care of the battle. He added that he had prepared a skill card for him that would help him in the battle. He informed him that he had prepared a special card for him that would definitely give him an edge in his favor on the battlefield. He had bought him a card to the move spell he had dreamed of. The archmage was shocked when he found out about it. The players were already on the golden fields and waiting for the archmage to arrive. They were ready to engage him in battle. They had all only heard of him from rumors and had not met him in person. They also noticed that among them was Avet, who had come to the golden fields as a villain, but in the end he was able to be outmaneuvered by the archmage, leaving him with nothing. The players thought that if they could destroy the archmage, then Avet would not be bullied anymore, because they were supplied by the guild, and there was a whole crowd of them, and if everyone forgot about their past and they could start from scratch, they would hardly be here. They also noticed that Alep was among them. They suspected that he had come with Avet. Because the archmage had managed to destroy him, Alep could not give him a decent fight, and he was easily defeated by the archmage. Avet looked around and thought that he couldn't be wrong now, and if he was, all his efforts would be for naught. He was determined. He remembered perfectly well what had happened 4 days ago, after the end of the Catch Me. If you can task that the archmage had arranged, and in which he had managed to make a mistake. It was the day he arrived at the main gate of the western castle to await the archmage. Avet was waiting impatiently for him, and paid no attention to anyone else's attention. But suddenly, he heard that the archmage had left the western castle. He had used a teleporter outside the main gate and gone to the golden fields, and all of Avet's efforts were in vain. Avet thought at that moment that the taunts for getting dirty were no problem for him. He realized that he needed to destroy the archmage, and then everything would be resolved. The archmage and his team appeared on the golden fields, and all those who had gathered to hunt him, noticing him, immediately began to shout about his appearance. The archmage was calm and confident. The players were happy that the live broadcast had started. They had been waiting for it. They were confident that their intuition had not failed them, and that they had arrived in time for the golden pitches. The viewers didn't understand why the broadcast suddenly started so abruptly, but they saw that the Scaff Guild had appeared on the golden fields, and they had gathered in a full group, such a sight they couldn't miss. One of the Scaff Guild players approached the archmage and wanted to ask him something. Noticing this, the archmage was the first to ask what business they had with him. He replied to him that he would like to fight him. The spectators were thrilled with what was happening. They noticed that he threw the archmage a white scarf, and that meant he would pay him 10,000 if he lost to him. Throwing the Scaff Guild scarf was a symbol of declaring a duel. The guild member who won such a duel would receive glory and reward, but if he lost, he would permanently lose the scarf and be expelled from the guild. A cash prize going to the person who defeated a Scaff Guild member was part of their confidence. This method of dueling was one of the secrets by which the Scaff Guild was at the top. Alap said that it was a very brave decision on Awat's part. The spectators were happy that now no one would run away, and they would be able to see their battle for sure. Avet started to draw his sword and told the archmage to start running away from him. If he succeeded, the archmage didn't say anything back. He stood quietly and waited for Avet to start attacking him. Without waiting for the attack, the archmage was the first to make a long-range attack on Avet. He used a fireball to watch Avet's further actions. Avet was focused. He was glad their battle had begun, and he was ready to attack the archmage in return. He knew he needed to defeat him at all costs. There was too much at stake for him. He managed to stop the archmage's attack by interrupting his spell. All the spectators expected him to do so, but Avet didn't wait long and was about to attack the archmage with his sword needle. The onlookers couldn't understand how a mage could handle a melee player. They thought the archmage was finished and Avet could prevail. Avet was sure he could damage the archmage. But suddenly Avet saw a fireball in front of him, which was rapidly approaching him, and which he would not have time to dodge, and after a moment the fireball was able to reach its target, causing critical damage. The onlookers thought that the fireball spell should have stopped, but the archmage was able to surprise them. They hadn't seen this before. Asmo answered them that it was like the archmage had gotten an indomitable will. The archmage saw that Asmo had made a donation of $10,000, and then he made the decision to launch an ice ball and lightning ball attack. Asmo noticed that it looked like the archmage had studied indomitable will, and launching attacks on him was pointless. Avet couldn't understand why or how the fireball had so much power. With this attack, the archmage was able to remove 10% of his health with a single hit. Asmo couldn't understand how the archmage managed to get a rare skill. Asmo knew that this skill was able to sell out, but how could the archmage have an indomitable will? Avet was sure he wouldn't stand a chance if he kept taking so much damage like this. He knew he had to attack and defeat the archmage. The archmage noticed that Avat was starting to panic and was already preparing to attack him. He realized that Avat was not the easiest opponent for him. He thought that the nickname Guild Newcomer didn't suit him at all. He was a worthy opponent, but the archmage didn't wait until he would attack him and started attacking him first. The audience was shocked that the archmage rushed towards him right in the middle of his spell. They were sure that the spell should have stopped while he was moving. And for this show, Asmo paid him 1,000. Asmo was surprised that the archmage had also gotten hold of a spell in motion that cost less than 100k, so he could afford it. Avat was notified that he was partially paralyzed. The archmage decided to take advantage of the situation and attacked him with an ice ball. Avat could do nothing and was unable to dodge the archmage's attack. The spectators were delighted by what was happening. They were impressed by the archmage's power. Avat wanted to catch the archmage off guard and unleashed his attack. Asmo noticed that such close combat was the archmage's disadvantage. His movement speed was slower while the spell was in motion, and he could easily be caught on the counterattack. But despite Asmo's words, the archmage managed to instantly dodge Avat's attack, and he was at a safe distance. Asmo was quite shocked. He couldn't understand how he had such speed. After all, he was active during his spell. Hen, being at a safe distance, was pleased that he was able to outsmart everyone and impress his viewers. He wanted them to enjoy his battle, and the viewers on his broadcast were in awe of his new skills. The archmage managed to dodge Avat's attack due to the fact that he used a skill from the grimoire. He used the skill book to improve his skill to master level. He thought that the audience would be bored if he finished off a Watt now, so he decided to take his time. He used the first attack with a fireball, but he decided not to use a single attack and added a shock lightning to the fireball, which he directed into the ground. Asmo was impressed. He said the archmage knew where to spend the money. The archmage had decided to make it so that Avat couldn't even think about catching him, and after that he would just stomp on him. The players watching the fight couldn't believe their eyes. He was using shock lightning, a skill that was thought to be exclusively for ranged attacks. Now that the lightning was already aimed, no one believed that Avat would be able to dodge. Avat froze for a moment and didn't know what he had to do to dodge the archmage's attack. His body began to tremble, but he tried not to show his fear. He realized that he couldn't stay in one place, or else the archmage would destroy him with ease. So he decided to use a dash to dodge the attack. Avat used a melee skill that increased his attack and movement speed, and he tried to counterattack the archmage while he was confused. The archmage thought there was still 10 seconds to go before the shockwave spell ended. He wondered why Avat didn't run away from the battlefield if he had the chance. Avat tried to damage him before he would activate his shockwave spell. He realized he was running out of time, but he didn't give up and charged at the archmage. The archmage deftly dodged his attacks. Avat couldn't hit him, and 10 seconds later the archmage activated a shockwave at the moment Avat was closest to him. Avat realized that he could not move. He was severely paralyzed by the shockwave. He realized that he was trapped in a trap from which he could not escape. He could only watch the archmage's further actions. The archmage opened the inventory window and told his audience to finish gradually. He thought the finale was supposed to be special. Asmo donated another 1,000 to him. He figured the archmage had decided to take his staff of Wiltgar out of his inventory to finish off Avat. But he didn't guess, and the archmage pulled out an axe. No one expected this from him. The audience was sure he would have pulled out a staff, but they were all wrong. Avat saw the archmage draw his axe. He realized that this fight was coming to an end. He couldn't even think that it would end like this for him. The archmage approached him to end this fight. He gave him one last attack, after which the system notified him that he was able to overpower the enemy. He managed to emerge victorious. The audience was thrilled to see him taunt Awat in the finale and use an axe to destroy him. The spectators said that it was a one-sided fight. They didn't understand who could catch the archmage after such a fight. They were sure that no one would want to fight him now. After the duel, the archmage did not linger in the Golden Fields. He used the teleporter and made his way back to the Eastern Observation Tower, where Zagar was waiting for him. Hen shouted happily to Zagar that he had succeeded and defeated the top guild's rising star. He was sure he had just defeated him. Zagar replied that he already knew that he had tried and managed to overpower his opponent, but he wondered if he had managed to learn anything about the unknown. The archmage answered him that he had found him, but he was quite fast, so he only got a trace of him. He reached out, and in front of Zagar, the trail of the unknown. Zagar said he learned from the letter that they didn't know who he was. He realized that this lack of knowledge could backfire on themselves. Suddenly, the archmage noticed that his necklace was reaching straight for Lord Zagar, who stood quite surprised and couldn't understand what was happening. He could barely contain the necklace that was reaching for the Lord with incredible strength. The archmage wondered why it was acting so strangely, what Lord Zagar was hiding. Lord Zagar asked him to calm down and asked him who made him the necklace, to which the archmage replied that it was made by the dwarf Zuga. He said he didn't think he himself could have been involved in such a thing. After all, he was the lord of the castle. He asked if he could leave the job to him. The archmage replied with joy in his voice that he would gladly do the job, whereupon the system notified him that he had received a new quest. Zagara took off his ring and said he was giving it to the archmage as a reward. He said that with this ring, he would have help in any nook and cranny of the kingdom of Tunga. The archmage accepted the reward, and all his characteristics improved dramatically. He was incredibly happy. He couldn't believe that his ring had such properties, and it was not for sale. He slipped the ring on his finger, and the system notified him that equipping King Tunga's ring had activated Seth's hidden parameters, but the archmage knew nothing about it. On the channel, the staff was discussing the last airing of the archmage. They knew the highest number of viewers was 389,000. They posted the best moment, and the viewers demanded to give them the full video of the whole fight. They were incredibly happy. The number of subscribers on the channel increased by 11,000. They were at their peak. It was incredible for them. The channel's presidential aide wanted to cheer him up with the statistics of the last broadcast, but suddenly he noticed who the president was talking to on the phone. The president asked if they had seen the archmage's broadcast and added that if that was the case, things had to happen quickly, and asked how much they were willing to offer them for publicity. Hen exited the game and returned to the real world, where he took a walk with his niece. He asked her if she liked her new backpack. Heron turned around and replied with a smile on her face that she was insanely happy to have such a beautiful backpack. Hen thought maybe he should have gotten a bigger apartment when he got the money. He had saved some of the money he had set aside for a spell on the move. He figured there shouldn't be any problems with his current items at the next location, so he wasn't going to spend any more. So he decided to improve his life since he had money. Hen said goodbye to Heron and noticed that he had a new message on his phone. He opened it and read that the president had texted him. He wanted to meet him via broadcast. He had something to tell him. The archmage logged onto the Rising Star channel and started a private broadcast. President Wharton said he wanted to talk to him about important topics, namely advertising and sponsors. Wharton said he was thinking about doing some advertising contracts under the archmage's name, but if he didn't want to do that, he could decline. The archmage smiled and replied that he was fine with advertising contracts. He asked Wharton what he had to do that. Wharton asked him to organize a show for potential clients. The archmage thought he just needed to show off his skills on a live broadcast. The president told him to continue doing what he normally did. The archmage understood him and replied that he would tell him the date when he would be done with the preparations. The president's aide said he noticed he was in a forest of stone trees. He assumed the archmage was hunting small golems. Wharton took a sip of tea and replied that it was supposed to be like that, but they needed this broadcast to impress the customers, so he asked him to try his best on the commercial. He added that usually a group of 5 was enough for the small golems, but the archmage had to handle them alone. The president had asked for more videos to be collected about him, but it would also be nice if he could find how the top members of the top guilds hunted the little golems. He took the cup in his hands, and before taking a sip, he told the aide that he knew he was practicing first in the archmage class. The president knew that the first in the archmage class was Merlin of the Abyss Guild. He knew that this mage not only possessed incredible power, but also hid many secrets that could change the course of any battle. Wharton said they needed to scale up. His assistant was shocked. He didn't think it was possible. Gold swung his spear, concentrating all his power into a single strike, his eyes glittering with determination. The blade split the air with incredible speed. It was aimed at destroying the golem. The archmage tried not to engage the golems in close combat and attacked them from long range. He used a fireball to deal as much damage as possible with a single attack. The players watching him were shocked that it only took him 10 seconds to finish off the small golem. The players knew that golems were known for their high resistance, but they were powerless against them. They realized that the archmage was too powerful for both them and the golems. After destroying the golems, the archmage was rewarded with golem crystals that replenished his inventory. After receiving the golem crystals, the archmage thought he now had all the quest items. He was glad he had managed to amass such a collection. Hen came to the dwarf Zuga, who knew that he was pursuing the unknown man. He thought that in that case he should have made a compass for him as he had done for him last time. He explained to him that if he took the fragment of the god who had lost his name out of the pendant and combined it with his trace of the unknown, it could open a path to the unknown. The gnome Zuga was sure that the resulting item would definitely point him to the owner. He asked him to destroy the little golems and bring him 10 golem crystals. The archmage smiled and thought he could see which golems he needed to destroy to get the item he needed, so all the golems quickly ran out. He was curious if he would show the customers hunting the small golems, but he realized that they were too weak compared to him. He wasn't allowed to show hunting such weak monsters. It wasn't long before the archmage returned to the dwarf Zuga, who had sent him to fetch the crystals. It was amazing to him that he was able to gather the necessary items so quickly. The archmage replied that he hadn't accomplished anything difficult, but he didn't plan on finishing so soon. He wanted to level up some more. But the situation changed with the ad offers he was told about by the president of the channel. For the fact that he managed to complete the quest early, he got an extra reward. The dwarf Zuga said that it was because of him that he had saved his hammer. And for that, he offered the archmage the use of his hammer. And the archmage realized that this was his extra reward. Taking the hammer in his hands, the archmage thought it was hard to call it a weapon by the look of it. The system notified him that he could use the hammer to extract skills from objects and place them into other objects. After reading its characteristics, the archmage was shocked. He couldn't understand what it meant. He learned that the hammer couldn't be used on items above level 99. It was only used on items of the same type. When the archmage learned that the hammer could retrieve and place a skill, he could not believe that in this game was also possible. Now, the hammer seemed much more valuable to him than before. The gnome Zuga smiled and told him that if he used the golem crystals, he could summon the blue stone golems themselves. He added that by summoning them and destroying them, he could get the melting stones, and if he used them, he could combine the two powers into one. He wished him luck and was about to leave. The archmage had a new quest. Now he needed to use the blue stone golem's summoning stone and get them melting stones. For this, he would be rewarded with a cursed necklace. When the dwarf Zuga left him, the archmage decided to think about the information he had received once more. He wanted to further understand the abilities of the hammer he had received. He thought that extracting the ability of one item and transferring it to another, such a system was involved in many other games. The archmage smiled and realized that no one had found this ability in God Wars until now, so players were convinced that there was no such thing in that game. Then he decided that he needed to think hard about what exactly he was going to use this precious item on. He thought it was obvious that he would take the skill from Viga's white staff. It wasn't a bad option that gave him +1 to simultaneous spellcasting. The archmage decided that the item he would put this skill into would be a level 89 legendary item, the Staff of Tongue. He knew that on eBay, its price was an average of 120k. Hen smiled and thought that he would definitely be able to buy it if he could get his hands on the advertising order the channel president was talking about. The archmage looked off into the distance and thought he knew the game had a good name, but for it to be this good, he couldn't have even guessed such a thing before. Lucky and Gold looked at him, and they were happy that their master had gotten a good item. But the archmage looking at them saw that they were both also with quests that he had had the misfortune to watch. The assistant to the president of the channel remarked that he had been glued to the phone lately. He realized that if the promotional offers were coming in so many, it meant that the archmage's value was growing more and more. The president responded there were a lot of suggestions, and he honestly said that he had planned to spend more time on advertising. He explained that the archmage's value would continue to rise further if he kept it up, but the aide couldn't understand why the president was taking the publicity now. The president replied that his value was rising faster than he thought, which was why they had to start preparing for the show. They still had 3 hours left before the archmage's time. He asked for the time of the broadcast to be announced along with an edited version of the raid on Wiltgar. The aide just wanted to know what he thought was the best way to name the broadcast. The president replied that they were not allowed to come up with a grand name yet, and he told him to give the broadcast a warm-up title. He opened his notebook and wrote words of thanks to all the advertisers who had chosen to attend their great show today. He asked them to take their time, telling them that the broadcast would start soon. The president smiled and thought that they were all set on their end. He realized that the archmage just needed to show off his skills as he usually did. After his words, the archmage went live and greeted everyone watching his broadcast. He looked confident and was ready to show all the advertisers his skills. He pulled out an unusual rock and said that for tonight's show, he would show the usual warm-up and asked them to think about their answer about the commercial. The archmage thought that he had no intention of signing a major contract right now anyway. He just wanted to shoot a few videos for a short period of time. The advertisers were shocked when they saw that the archmage decided to show them a battle with the deep blue golem itself. It made an incredible impression on them. The canal president thought it was the first time he had seen such a monster. He was shocked that the archmage had chosen such an unusual monster as his opponent. The archmage looked at the monster and said it was time to start the raid on the bluestone golem. The spectators were shocked that he called this fight a warm-up. Hen felt everything trembling inside him. The situation in which he was risking his fate was how it was supposed to feel. Also, the conditions for Lucky and Gold's evolution were perfect. Lucky was ready to enter the fray. The archmage knew Lucky had evolved as he hunted the boss above himself level. Gold was also waiting for orders from his master. The archmage knew that his loyalty increased to level 6 when he defended his master from a boss above himself level. The showing of the fight for the advertisers began, and the first thing the archmage decided to do was to break the distance between them. The archmage knew that the main phases of the golem were tied to regeneration and cloning. He didn't need to destroy it quickly. He needed to show them its potential. He figured that even recruiters at big companies thought potential was more important than results. So he decided to show them what he was capable of so that advertisers would be crazy about him. The archmage ordered Gold to destroy the stone trees around him and clear the place for the battle. Gold replied that he was following his orders even with the value of his life. He also didn't forget to give orders to Lucky, who was ready to enter the battle. He expressed his will to live so that he could fight the blue stone golem. The archmage used the fireball and ice ball to attack the golem from afar. He didn't want to attack it in close combat. He was afraid that the blue stone golem might hit him, and then no one would be willing to make advertising contracts with him. He knew that an attack without any plan would definitely not impress the representatives of the big companies. So before he started the demonstration, he worked out a detailed plan and tried to stick to it. The archmage decided that this was why it was necessary to show them his strategic skills, not just his firepower. The company representatives couldn't understand why the archmage wasn't attacking the golems, but the archmage watched closely as the golem fought Lucky, and he noticed that the time between the golem strikes was 7.3 seconds. One of them realized that the archmage wasn't attacking pointlessly. It wouldn't do him any good. The first time he met the boss, he should have studied the timing of his attacks and only then deal damage. But for now, the boss was on cooldown. The spectators realized that the archmage was no ordinary experienced player. In one of the attacks, the archmage used combined skills. He struck with a fire arrow and an ice arrow. He also added a wind arrow to his performance as well. The archmage didn't stop in his attacks. He used ball lightning to end this fight as soon as possible. The spectators understood that a lot of money could be spent on firepower, but it was hard to be born with such a sense of play. He was able to land enough attacks that the golem's health was at 60%, and the archmage realized that the blue golem's second phase would have to come now. The spectators noticed that the golem had disintegrated, and they thought that the archmage had already defeated it. But it was only the second phase in which the bluestone golem disintegrated into 3 pieces. The archmage told Lucky to destroy one of the golems. He knew that Lucky would be up to the task. He also ordered Gold to use gigantism and take the second of the disintegrated golems. Gold obeyed the order and immediately used gigantism. The archmage didn't want to stand by, and he used golem summoning. The spectators couldn't believe that there was a solo player in front of them. They were sure that he could easily catch the disintegrated golems. They turned around and saw one of the golems start to run away from the battlefield, hoping to take refuge in a bladeless place, but he couldn't be allowed to escape. The archmage pulled out Viltgar's bow and was about to stop the fleeing golem. He thought it would be problematic if it hid and recovered. He knew where he needed to shoot to destroy the golem. He used a combined attack with fire and ice arrows. The onlookers realized that the archmage had immediately blocked the escape routes. It was standard procedure for a raid. The archmage figured that so far everything was going according to his plan, and he was calm. The archmage turned to the audience when he realized they were getting bored. He said that the standard procedures only sounded good, saving potions, but they weren't that spectacular. He realized that they didn't come to his live show to be bored, so he decided to abandon standard strategies. The audience couldn't understand what he had planned and wanted him to get to the point. The archmage explained to them that he would use dragon fever on the last golem, and if he couldn't catch it at the end of that action, then he had something special prepared for them. He added that he would show them a quest that only he had been on in this game. The audience was thrilled with his suggestion and wanted to know more about his quest. After his promise, the archmage activated Dragon Fever and was about to start hunting the last golem. The audience was ecstatic and started making him their donations. While the archmage was doing his challenge, some advertisers created a private chat where they were delighted with how the archmage treated the challenge. They thought it was a good way to impress their viewers. They felt it would fit with their brand. They thought he was extremely brave for a rookie. They assumed it wasn't his first time in this game. Watching the archmage live, they thought he was well worth the investment. His magic and strategic mind confirmed that he was indeed a real find. The girl watching the archmage told the nearby Emma that she didn't even have to ask for a favor. Emma replied that it was good because she was worried because asking for something from her was too much for her position. The girl replied that it was because of her that their relationship with the Abyss Guild was strengthened. Gamma medicines had been able to go this far. Emma modestly replied to her that she was only a manager. After her words, Emma, in complete seriousness, added that she wished she could find out everything about the archmage. She needed that information. Emma hoped she understood her request. The onlookers saw the archmage have to destroy the last golem before the dragon fever ended. They thought it was too easy for him. Suddenly, the disintegrated blue golem began to move again. The system notified that the golem had created 9 clones of itself. The spectators couldn't believe that this was possible. The clones created were small and looked weak. The archmage couldn't let them escape, so he decided to use chain lightning and use shockwave to destroy them with one attack. The archmage shouted to his team to not let any of the golems escape. If any of them escaped, the golem could regain its power again, and he would have to show them the quest pass. The onlookers noticed that the golems had gotten small, but because of this, they were able to speed up. They were sure that the archmage wouldn't be able to destroy them all before the dragon fever ran out. Asmo made a donation of 10,000 and said that if the archmage lost, he would donate 10 times that amount to him for the chance to see the quest he was on. The archmage not taking his eyes off the main battle. With the edge of his eye, he noticed movement behind him. One of the golem clones was trying to hide in the shadows, the archmage thought, with a predatory smile. No one would have escaped him. Lucky, looking at his master, expressed his will to live and wanted his master to let him fight the little golem. The audience couldn't understand what the point of hunting the little golems was. Lucky managed to destroy the fleeing golems that were defenseless before him. The archmage activated the shockwave again. He needed to hurry and destroy the remaining golems. He realized that the dragon fever's time was coming to an end. He figured the dragon fever had another 23 seconds left. He needed to gather the golems all together and use a spell to finish them off. The archmage went into his inventory to select a suitable weapon. He couldn't choose which one to choose last, Asmo thought, as he once again decided to use a physical spell. He chose his axe and destroyed the blue stone golem. He was able to increase his level. The archmage thought it had been 19 minutes and 43 seconds to destroy the monsters. It was a great result. The onlookers were in awe of his abilities. It was exactly what they expected from him. The archmage thought he had definitely succeeded in showing off his skills. He was sure there were enough shows on the broadcast and the advertisers had to be happy. But even if he had skills, they were useless if they had nowhere to show them. After the fight with the blue golem, the archmage decided to address his viewers at the broadcast. He wanted to tell them about the plans for the next broadcasts. The archmage informed all the spectators that his next target would be a centaur knight. The spectators were puzzled. They had not heard that there was such a monster in this game before. He smiled and added that the exact time and date of the next broadcast would be announced on the Rising Star channel and ended the broadcast. After the broadcast ended, he received a melting stone for defeating the blue golem. The archmage was thrilled with his performance. He thought it was amazing. At this moment, the power of the Pantheon began to overwhelm Lucky's body, and his body began to change. Now the archmage needed to choose a new ability for him. The archmage didn't wait long and decided to choose a skill card for Lucky right away. Once he was in front of the cards, he began to scrutinize them and carefully choose the card that suited him. Hen chose him the skill Indestructible Diamond. When this skill was activated, his physical defense would increase incredibly, but he couldn't use other skills while this skill was active. He told Lucky that he had called him wrong. He should have called him Cheat Key, not Lucky. His words sounded like a joke, but there was a hidden truth in them about Lucky's unusual luck. The archmage bent down to pet him and said that Lucky was the best of the best. Then the system confirmed that Lucky had gotten the new skill, Indestructible Diamond. Gold looked at the archmage and asked him to give him a chance to become stronger too. He could get a skill for being able to destroy the enemy together with his master. Gold's body started to change. His devotion was raised to level 6. The archmage needed to choose Gold a new skill. Hen thought that he had already spent all of his luck on a card for Lucky. He decided that a medium strength skill card for Gold would be enough for him. But suddenly the expression on his face changed. He was incredibly shocked that Gold had gotten that skill card. He couldn't believe it. There was a lot of discussion on the Rising Star channel about the archmage, with viewers believing he had managed to hack the game, some having never seen such an item, which he obtained by destroying the golem. The president of the channel looked into the monitor and read the various comments under his video. Some wanted to watch the archmage as he put out his full power. Some just wanted to see him. An aide ran into his office to ask him how they should have handled the contract. The agencies watching the broadcast called them non-stop. The president answered him to just wait because he hadn't decided yet. Having seen the archmage's show, he was sure the archmage wasn't interested in advertising. He noticed that the archmage acted as if he wanted to show them a broadcast, after which the agencies could put him on their schedule. The president was sure that was what he wanted to tell them. He noticed that the archmage had suddenly gone to raid the boss for the first time without any information. An aide asked the president if the archmage didn't do it for better viewer response, so advertisers could bid more on it, but the president couldn't how much more they were willing to bid. The president smiled and told his aide that he didn't think the archmage had made such a bold move just to get $100 off the bet. He explained to him that the archmage only meant to say that whoever it was, advertiser or whatever, they could do whatever they wanted. The main thing for him was that they pay the right price for the show. Through their channel, the archmage would continue to keep showing new monsters and items no one had ever seen before, so they needed to offer him something worthwhile. The aide was sure that they would now have to negotiate with advertisers to raise advertising fees. But the president responded negatively to his suggestion. The president replied to the aide with complete confidence that they would not have charged for advertising on their channel, his determination clearly showing that something more important to them than money was more important. The president's words shocked the aide. He couldn't believe that they wouldn't have taken the ads at all, but the president replied, the ads they would have taken, but under certain conditions. The aide recalled that the president had previously stated that they would not charge for advertising. The president nodded, confirming that they would indeed not charge for it. He smiled and added that in return, they would ask for items and skills that could help the archmage in the upcoming battles. The aide was quite upset. He said that in such a case, the company's advertising revenue would have dropped drastically, and the employees needed something to live on. The president thought he was happily willing to accept the archmage's scheme, and he was willing to try his best for him. At the western fortress of the Tunga Kingdom stood the archmage. He couldn't realize it was exactly right. He didn't even realize that such a thing could actually happen. He could hardly believe that the Berserk skill had dropped gold off the gold card. This skill was capable of temporarily increasing all stats. The archmage looked at Gold, who was glad that they were back in the Tunga Kingdom again, and dreaded to imagine how much stronger Gold was now. Through the crowd of people, the guards were making their way towards the archmage. He approached him and told him that they were looking for him, and asked him to come with them. He followed the guards, who led him to a place he had never been before. He thought it was the Eastern Tower, and they led him to the Golden Forge. This was an incredible experience for him. The archmage was well aware that the Golden Forge was a legendary place known to every player who had ever visited the Western Fortress, its reputation firmly established in the minds of all who set foot in these lands. He knew that only in the Golden Forge could one obtain the legendary items of the Tunga Kingdom. This place attracted all those who sought the might and glory hidden in ancient relics. The archmage was incredibly happy to be able to get into this place. He was sure it was something every player should try at least once. He was fascinated by the things that surrounded him in the forge. Among all the items, he saw the Staff of Tungi that he wanted to get his hands on in his inventory. This staff was created by the blacksmiths of Tungi and was infused with their special powers. It was full of indomitable majesty. But for now it was inaccessible to the archmage. The archmage smiled and thought that this staff was his next target. This item was valued at 120,000. He figured that when payment came to him, he would be able to buy himself absolutely everything. In the forge he was met by the dwarf Zuga, who couldn't believe he had returned alive and well. He asked him if he had managed to get the melting stone from the blue golem. The archmage proudly confirmed that everything had been successful. He took out a stone that was slowly melting in his hands, and without wasting any time handed the stone to Zug's forge. The blacksmith said that the soul metal he found in the Dorito mines reacted to the owner's mana, meaning that if it became stronger, the stone would begin to react more strongly as well. The archmage listened intently to the blacksmith Zuga, who told him he was starting out, and so asked him to hold the pendant tighter. The blacksmith Zuga opened the pendant and began to pour the mark of the unknown into it. The archmage was amazed that this mark could spread out like a liquid. It amazed him. The archmage had seen the melting stone melt the mark of the unknown, and now he understood why the blacksmith Zuga had sent him to find it. Once the trace of the unknown was inside the pendant, it immediately began to point in his direction. Blacksmith Zuga was surprised that it was overflowing with energy. The archmage was pleased that now, with such a compass, it was not difficult for him to find the unknown man. The cursed pendant would be able to lead him straight to him. All he had to do was go where it pointed. But before leaving the Golden Forge, the archmage decided to test the new characteristics of the cursed pendant. When he started to study them, he was shocked that it was possible to use the reproduction skill when equipping it. The replay skill allowed him to use a skill he had already used once, ignoring recovery. Also, this skill could not be obtained from skill cards. The archmage remembered that even Asmo had said that this reproduction skill could only be used through an item. So Asmo would write a blank check to anyone who brought him a skill card with it. Because of this, replay also started being called a blank check. The archmage was incredibly happy that he now had such a skill. He couldn't believe his luck and thought it was happening to him in a dream. Zugo the blacksmith smiled and informed him that he had managed to find where to go and all preparations were now complete, and wished him luck on his new quest. The archmage was happy that now he had access to hunt the centaur knight who possessed the power of a god. He needed to go to the Forbidden Zone and defeat him. As a reward, he could get the Staff of Tung. He knew that Tung's black staff was exactly the same as the white staff Vigi had gotten. The black staff was much better than Tung's normal staff. The archmage thought it was just like a dream. Everything was happening just as he wanted it to. For a moment, he felt as if he was in control of fate itself. But he needed to immediately calm down and think. The condition of the hidden reward was to defeat a centaur knight in a team of less than 6 people. This meant that 6 people would be enough to get the job done easily. And given the complexity of the game, it wouldn't be the usual team of 6. He thought that it had to have at least level 90 professional players in it, and he would have to complete the task alone. He hadn't remembered such nerve-wracking raids in a long time. The archmage remembered that the boss that appeared in the Golden Plains was a black centaur. It had twice the mobility and power of a normal centaur. This boss had made many players struggle with it. He realized that the centaur knight was even stronger than the black one, but even so, Lucky, under the acceleration and lightning speed effect, would not yield to his speed. But when the second effect would pass, he would be able to catch up to Lucky, and then the life skill would activate, which meant they would fight until one of them died. The archmage sadly realized that in the end of their battle, the centaur would be able to chase him until Lucky would be dead. He couldn't let that happen. Lucky was already too precious to him. He realized that until this moment, even if Lucky had shown the will to fight, he could safely defeat the monster. But this time, he couldn't guarantee his safety. Emma was surprised that the president of the Rising Star channel said that they only accepted items and skills as payment for advertising. Her interlocutor Park Yoon-jun replied that that's exactly what she had been told. They had decided not to charge money for advertising. Emma was angry and didn't understand if Park Yoon-jun had a brain. Emma realized that the really important items in the God Wars game couldn't be obtained for money. Park Yoon-jun asked her how she intended to handle the situation. It answered her that it was to their advantage, because the items the Abyss Guild would offer would always be better than anyone else's. Emma was determined that whoever he was, but the archmage would no longer be able to elude her. He was now her target, and she wasn't going to back down. At the Rising Star channel, an aide came to the president to show the list of items that advertisers were offering them. There were a few good items, but most could be bought on eBay. The president gave him the clipboard and said that wouldn't work. He asked him to tell them to start offering them more rare items. The aide asked what they would need to do if the advertisers left them. The president replied that they didn't have to do anything but wait. He explained that God Wars was a game where survival was the only way to survive, so he asked them to wait, and then they would see for themselves. He knew that there were no advertisers who wanted to miss the opportunity to contact the Archmage's most talked about person right now. On the Rising Star channel, the Archmage began broadcasting live. He entered Forbidden Territory and prepared to do battle with the Centaur Knight. The Archmage noticed that the fog had grown noticeably thicker since his last visit to the Forbidden Territory, and now it enveloped everything around him in a dense veil, creating an even more ominous atmosphere than the last time. The onlookers were happy that the Archmage had finally started the live broadcast. Some of them thought his location was strange. The archmage noticed that his pendant was starting to point him towards an unknown person. They thought he had gotten into a solo dungeon. They were sure that was where the archmage had gone when he disappeared from the Golden Plains. A level 109 centaur knight appeared in front of the archmage. The archmage was ready to use all his skills and abilities to overpower him. Hen realized that this was the worst monster for mages, dash, crush, acceleration, and even fire step. He wanted to overpower it at any cost. He decided to address the onlookers, telling them that he usually rested a bit before and after the raid. But this time, he had to rush due to certain circumstances. The archmage smiled and added that this was why he would need to show off all his abilities and skills today. He wanted to finish off the monster quickly. Asmo again made him a donation of 1,000. He advised him to try to interact more with the viewers on his broadcast. The archmage ignored Asmo and activated Dragon Fever. He would like to finish off the monster in just 10 minutes. He was sure he would have it all worked out. He used a fire spear and an ice spear. He added a fireball to make his first attack on an incredibly strong enemy. The spectators couldn't see who he was attacking because of the thick fog and thought he was attacking a monster just for luck. The onlookers couldn't understand how he managed to hit his target accurately in such darkness. But some noticed that the archmage's necklace was pointing at the target. The archmage's attack caused the centaur knight to begin its attack. The onlookers noticed that it was larger than the black centaurs and was all protected by armor. The centaur was barely visible to onlookers because it was covered in black fur and black armor that was completely invisible in the fog. The archmage used ice and fire arrows to attack him while he was at a great distance from him. He used ball lightning, hoping to stun his enemy for a while. The centaur knight was able to repel the archmage's attacks with ease. He was rapidly approaching him. He was angry after the archmage's attacks and wanted to finish him off. He raised his sword and prepared to destroy the archmage, but he managed to deftly dodge his attack. The onlookers were shocked that he used a roll and envied his skill and movement. They stood opposite each other, waiting to attack. The archmage wanted to use a fire arrow, but suddenly turned away and shouted to Lucky and Gold that it was their time to attack the centaur. Lucky and Gold, hearing the command, started attacking the centaur, who didn't expect them to show up. Lucky bit his leg while Gold tried to do physical damage to him. The viewers noticed that Gold had changed since the last airing. They assumed he could use the Berserk skill. They were surprised that the Keeper could use it. Berserk and Gigantism were the best skills for players who used melee. They were impressed that the Keeper used them. The onlookers were confused. They didn't understand how a mage could attack a boss. It was beyond their comprehension. The centaur's sword had already almost reached its target. It deftly approached the archmage, who didn't expect such speed. The archmage didn't dodge. The mana shield absorbed some of the damage he took. The archmage smiled and thought that the shield could withstand such a blow. The system notified him that by using the circulation effect, his health would regenerate proportionally to the spent mom, whereupon he decided to use the ice arrow and launch an attack. The centaur knight did not wait for the archmage to attack. He rose above him and was about to trample him with his hooves. The onlookers were beginning to fear that he might hurt the archmage. The spectators realized that the archmage attacked the boss well, but he still had to dodge his counterattacks. They assumed that the damage done by the archmage was at an incredible level. They said that no matter how strong the guardian and mystic beast were, they did too little damage when the archmage didn't attack the boss. The centaur knight decided to flip his attacks to Gold. Some spectators thought that Gold was contributing too much damage, and the boss decided to destroy him first. The archmage decided that now was the perfect moment to attack the boss. He thought it was a true aggro ping-pong tactic. He used his ranged attack skills to inflict as much damage as possible. He knew that in cases where there was no defending player, the monsters would start attacking the one who did the highest damage. The archmage realized that if the damage gap wasn't so large and noticeable, the monsters would have to change their target to attack. This was aggro ping-pong. He thought that it was hard to calculate how the monster would behave, and because it would be difficult for the entire group of players to react quickly, aggro ping-pong was dangerous in normal groups. The onlookers began to realize that the archmage had deliberately decided to ping-pong aggro. They knew it wasn't easy to do, and nearly impossible to do alone. The archmage didn't pay attention to the spectators' comments. He thought it was very convenient that he could see the monster's aggressiveness figure. The system notified the archmage that the centaur knight's steps were getting lighter. The boss decided to use the acceleration to get even faster. The aggression indicator turned red, and the boss became incredibly angry. He started attacking the archmage again, who was launching ranged attacks at him. The archmage felt that the effect of the dragon fever was ending. It was dangerous for him. because the boss was in the second phase and the dragon fever could help him deal with him. The Centaur Knight was approaching the archmage with incredible speed and anger, who was calmly standing and waiting. Asmo had donated 10K to him and was already starting to say goodbye to the archmage. He was sure the monster would finish him off. But suddenly the monster was attacked by Lucky, who had previously tried to stay away from the boss. Lucky activated his life or death skill on the Centaur Knight. Lucky started attacking the centaur from all sides with incredible speed, but he was unable to get a hold of the defending monster. The archmage shouted a new command to him, and Lucky started preparing a special attack for the boss. He turned around and began to lead the Centaur Knight behind him, who pursued him relentlessly and tried to reach him with his mighty sword. The archmage decided to seize the moment and attacked him in the back. He used the ballista to deal him maximum damage, but that didn't stop the boss from going after Lucky. The spectators noticed that the Centaur Knight was faster than Lucky. Even under all the available enhancements, he was inferior to him in speed. They thought it was too dangerous for Lucky. The archmage couldn't let the monster launch an attack on Lucky. He decided to use ball lightning to stop the boss, and he managed to hit the target exactly. But the Centaur Knight didn't stop. He caught up to Lucky and unleashed his attack. The onlookers began to worry about him and couldn't understand why the aggro ping-pong wasn't working. Lucky fell to the grass and could no longer run away from the boss. He approached the lying Lucky and brought his sword over him. He was ready to destroy him. The onlookers shouted to the archmage that Lucky was in danger. The Centaur Knight struck with his sword, and it seemed he had succeeded in destroying Lucky. But suddenly, the onlookers saw an unusual light that came from far away. They heard a strange sound that reminded them of a stone being thrown. The spectators realized that it was an unusual light. They saw that Lucky had used the invulnerability skill of the divine beast indestructible diamond. The archmage decided to use the skill repeat and shock the onlookers. They thought that this skill was an additional weapon property. Now he could use one of his skills without reloading. He smiled and reused Dragon Fever. Seeing this, Asmo gave him another $1,000 donation. The archmage waited patiently for the Dragon Fever to start so he could attack the boss. Asmo, noticing his waiting, said that he could and told the audience about his replay skill. He calculated that the distance between them was 64 meters. He activated the long-range throw and the Dragon Eye to hit his attack exactly on target without hitting Lucky and Gold. The archmage activated the ballista to use the fire and ice spear at the same time. He decided to add a fireball to this attack to maximize the damage to the boss. His attack hit exactly on target. The spectators were shocked by his actions. They said that with such accuracy, they could safely say that his damage exceeded Asmo's at the same level. The system notified him that the Centaur Knight's hooves were engulfed in flames. He began to run away in hopes of extinguishing it. During his movements, he entered the third phase. The archmage thought he had seen enough, but even so he could not lose to the Centaur Knight, and so he decided to move closer to him. He pulled out his axe and decided to use a physical spell. The audience noted that he knew a thing or two about live action and asked him to show them a closer look at the Centaur Knight. The archmage noticed something strange. The Centaur Knight's health began to plummet. He couldn't figure out what it was related to. But suddenly his face changed. He couldn't believe that this was actually happening. He had to urgently change tactics. Otherwise, they would lose to the Centaur Knight. The archmage ordered Gold and Lucky to stop their attacks on the boss. He decided to back off from what he had planned. He realized that if they died, it would all come to an end. The Centaur Knight fell to the ground, and the system notified him that he had managed to defeat the Centaur Knight. He didn't have time to use his physical spell. The spectators couldn't believe that the archmage was able to defeat the boss so quickly. The onlookers noticed that the archmage was too confused. He didn't know what to do next. He had already pulled out his axe for a physical spell. He didn't expect that the Centaur Knight would be destroyed so quickly. Lucky and Gold were happy that they had managed to defeat a very formidable opponent, but the archmage was frustrated. This wasn't how he wanted to end the broadcast, and he didn't know how the audience would react to such an ending. As soon as he finished the live broadcast, the archmage fell to his knees and said that he played cool against the Centaur Knight, but was greatly embarrassed. Gold happily told his master that today they were able to destroy the evil and bad monster together, his eyes shining with pride, for as a team they had accomplished a task that had seemed impossible before. The archmage looked at them and realized they were safe after all. He thought his heart stopped when he saw Lucky fall to the ground. He realized that the broadcast was short because he had put out all his power. He was worried about making sure everything was normal. He was afraid that the advertisers might swear. Hen was greatly afraid that advertisers might no longer send him advertising requests and his earnings would be reduced. He went into the inventory to look at the new items. He got the Centaur Knight treasure, but he was upset that there was one reward for destroying the boss. He was able to defeat him alone while he was usually hunted by 10 players. Hen started to open the treasure, hoping that the item could be sold. In front of him appeared the weapon the boss owned. He didn't know what he should choose better. He noticed an unusual item. They were Centaur Knight arrows. This item could only be used by someone who had destroyed the boss. It could also only be used with the title of Purifier of Forbidden Territory. Hen was incredibly pleased that he came across this item. He was sure he could sell it favorably and make some money. But he noticed another unique property of this item. The Centaur Knight's arrows could activate double arrows when attacking. Hen couldn't believe that such a property existed. Double arrow is an exclusive skill of the archer class, with which you could shoot 2 arrows at once in one attack. Hen thought that if it was a built-in property, it meant that other classes could use it. He thought it was even better than Tunga's arrow, and it was worth at least 100,000. Gold noticed that his master's new item had begun to glow and immediately reported it to the archmage. He replied that the light was coming from the legendary item he was holding. But soon Hen himself couldn't understand what was happening. He realized that he was glowing too much, and then the system notified him that the dragon egg had begun to absorb the unnamed god's energy. Hen thought he felt as if he had defeated Wilgar. This realization swept over him like a sudden tide. The dragon egg finished absorbing. The hatching progress increased to 9%. Hen knew it would hatch faster, absorbing the nameless god's energy. The system notified him that the forbidden area had been cleared and that he had managed to obtain the title of Forbidden Area Cleanser. Suddenly in the distance he noticed a silhouette that looked like a player. He looked closer and saw that an unknown person was standing right in front of him. Hen ordered Gold and Lucky to prepare for battle. Hen wanted to demonstrate to him the power of the double arrow. He was ready to fight him. Hen wanted the unknown to feel the full wrath of the archmage. As he got closer, Hen froze, noticing that the unknown was at level 444. His strength seemed insurmountable, far surpassing anything Hen had ever encountered. A doubt in his heart that he could handle such an opponent. Hen realized that not even the top God Wars players had reached this level. He had never seen such a strong opponent before. He was sure that this creature was not created to fight him. Hen was in a tricky situation. He didn't want such a powerful creature to start attacking him. Gold and Lucky were on the verge of attack, clutching their weapons in their hands and focusing on the unknown enemy. Their gazes read readiness for battle, but they were patiently waiting for their master's order to unleash their full power on the enemy. Hen answered them that they needed to get away from him as soon as possible before he decided to launch his attack. Gold and Lucky were confused and didn't understand why Hen decided to retreat. He looked at the unknown man and didn't understand why he hadn't started attacking them yet. Suddenly, Hen felt someone else's presence. Someone else was approaching them. The first thing Hen saw was a spear flying at the unknown man. He stepped back a little and the spear stuck next to him without causing him any harm. The unknown man, not paying attention to the approaching attack, calmly turned around and stepped into the portal. His departure was lightning fast, as if he was not going to engage in battle. Hiding in the shadows of the portal, he left behind only a sense of unsolved mystery. Zagar and his warriors came to his aid. He asked if he was all right. He added that they immediately moved into the area when they heard that the zone had been cleared. Hen replied that it was fine. He was relieved when he saw them. He knew the storyline had him being saved by non-player characters. 21:32. They arrived at the East Tower where Zagar said that because of him they were able to destroy the threat terrorizing the fortress. He was sure that no reward would be enough to repay him for it. Zagar said that was why he had brought him the most precious thing he could give him. His gesture spoke of deep respect and the importance of the moment. The archmage knew he had to give him a hidden reward for passing this quest. Zagar handed him Tunga's black staff as a token of his gratitude. He was happy to receive this reward. It was the goal of his efforts. It was a black staff with an incredibly small chance of turning out when creating a Tungi staff. It had a special power. Receiving it, the archmage was able to increase his characterization. He thought this was no simple staff. He was sure he had been given a real hacking trick. He had learned that the staff increased the size of magical attacks by 28%. If he counted it in damage, it was about 20%, but he knew that this was a normal feature of Tunga's staff. The archmage looked at Tunga's staff and realized that its real specialty was not in these aspects at all. There was a specialty lurking inside the staff that remained hidden from view, but could drastically change the course of events. He knew that when the cumulative magic damage reached a certain level, then the snake eye that was on the staff would activate. Hen thought it was the first time he had seen such a skill, but he was sure it was extremely unusual. It was another item to use Zuga's hammer on. Zager added that he also wanted to give him something else. He explained that his men had found it while searching the cleared restricted area and ordered him to show it to him. One of his warriors brought him a box with a leaf in it. Zagar said that this leaf was discovered where the unknown man stood. Zagar explained to him that the look of the leaf had changed. It was completely different, and it was an important sign that could not be ignored. He noted that this was the exact spot where everything he saw changed. The leaf he held was from the ghostly forest, and that explained his unusual transformation. Zager smiled and said that apparently the next destination for the archmage had already been determined. He needed to go to the ghostly forest and find out about the nameless god. The system informed him that his cursed pendant would give him a clue. Hen was happy. He was waiting for the moment when he could go to a new location. The channel president was watching the video of the archmage and thought that his broadcast had even come out very successful. He was impressed that he had managed to complete the raid on the boss in only 6 minutes. He knew that the reason it was hard to get up through such streamers, even though they were quite popular, was because they didn't know when exactly the boss might show up. The president stared into his laptop and couldn't understand how the archmage had managed to schedule such a live broadcast, how he knew when and where the boss was to appear. He figured that the archmage was going through some quest alone, which explained his precise knowledge of the boss's location. This explanation confirmed why the archmage was so confidently aware of the enemy's location. The president expected that the archmage was definitely connected to someone from the Alpha company that created this game. He had no other explanation for where he had gotten so much information in the first place. So he was worried about one request. He had just finished a private chat and didn't know what he should do next. An aide entered his office and informed him that he had brought him the report for the broadcast. But suddenly the aide noticed that the president was thinking about something and did not hear him at all. The president handed him the tablet and said there was a request from an advertiser. He asked that their description be added to the letter. The assistant took the tablet and looked up the request from the advertiser. He read that they would like to see the archmage single-handedly destroy the ghost. The advertiser wanted him to destroy the Ghost Forest boss, but the assistant said that with the archmage's current level, it would be nearly impossible to do so. The president confirmed the aide's words. He knew it would be difficult for the archmage to defeat the boss. The aide asked what reward the advertiser was offering, to which the president replied that they would give him a spirit summoning skill card. The assistant was shocked. He couldn't believe that they were offering him this card. He knew that this card couldn't even be found on the market due to the monopolization of the Adventurers Guild. He thought that the advertiser was a representative of the guild. The president logged into a secret chat room to talk to a potential advertiser. He asked him what he thought of the archmage's skills. An advertiser under the nickname Cure Gamma replied that the archmage's skills were shocking, but he didn't like the quality of the video. The president replied that if they didn't like the quality of the video, they could give them their money back. He understood that they wanted to lower the price of the ads, but he couldn't allow that to happen. The president replied that the quality of the video depended on the card, to which Medicine Gamma asked him if they could then converge on a spirit summoning skill card or not. When he read the reply message, he was quite shocked. He thought that it was too high a fee for destroying the Ghost Forest boss. The president didn't know that Emma was behind the proposal, who was acting with other people's hands. Medicine's Gamma had written to him that if they were agreeable, she was willing to give them the first order. Emma spoke to the head of the guild and informed him that she was acting through the Gamma Drug Organization. She was sure that the president of the Rising Star channel had no idea about anything. She added that if the archmage could single-handedly destroy the ghost boss of the ghostly forest after 15 days on the broadcast, she would give him a spirit summoning skill card. The guild leader replied that if the archmage would take their bait, then they would be able to find out his next move. It was crucial for them to know. Emma said that she'd already sold the root information to the Snake Hunters Guild. The guild leader noting that she had planned much more carefully this time. She replied to the guild leader that they couldn't let the archmage continue to behave like this. The guild leader wondered if the archmage would be able to fall into their trap or not. Emma replied that she hoped the archmage was happy now, and unsuspecting. She imagined him smiling and happy to know what reward awaited him for destroying the boss. The archmage was incredibly happy that the advertisers hadn't walked out on him, and that they were satisfied with his latest live show. He checked the letter the channel president had sent him. He read that he needed to single-handedly destroy the ghost. He figured it was a simple matter. He was sure his current skills were more than enough. Hen decided that he needed to start by selling Viga's bow and Viltgar's wood spear. He wanted to use the money he received to buy additional armor. He knew that simply destroying it wouldn't be enough. The mistake he made at the end of the live show, with the destruction of the Centaur Knight, was quite offensive to him. This was his chance to make things right. He wanted to put on a show that would shock everyone. Hen decided before embarking on the task, he should have prepared thoroughly and gotten the necessary publicity. He realized that if he could get publicity that way, he could close any remaining debts and move elsewhere. He didn't like living in poverty. He wanted to get out of it. Hen thought that this way his brother would be much better off and he could continue to recover in peace without thinking about money or debt. He also thought of sending Heron to art school. He was sure he could defeat the monster and get some lucrative publicity. He realized this would be his second trip into the ghostly forest since his first character. The forest was an area for 10011 level players. After receiving a quest in the western fortress of the Kingdom of Tung, they could get there through a magic portal. Players who got to the ghostly forest saw the slime appear there. It was a monster of transforming type. It can change its shape and adapting to the environment. And in addition to the various geographical features, players could fall into an illusion and their appearance could change. And then they couldn't tell where was a monster and where was a real player. Hen knew to tell the difference between human and slime, one had to attack and test it. It was risky. But in the ghostly forest, one could not otherwise expose the cunning tricks of the transforming monster. Gold pointed out that it was a strange forest, and one couldn't relax in it. Hen thought that being under the illusion of a monster was a great opportunity for players with bad manners to destroy others. That was why they were called forest bedmanners. Such a silly fame of this forest was brought by one incident. The incident was called stealing a ghost from Guild Huayan. The recognized top 1 guild, Huayan, was attacked during a raid on a ghost boss in Ghost Forest. Hen knew that all the 14-year-old members taking part in the raid were instantly killed and had the boss stolen from them. And then the players who destroyed them organized their own guild. It was known as the Snake Hunters Guild, specializing in stealing. The archmage knew that from then on, if a player wanted to hunt in the forest, one had to go in 3 groups of 5. This was the norm for the Ghost Forest. Suddenly, Lucky barked at something, but Hen didn't see what he found. The system notified him that Lucky had smelled a peculiar odor. He had found a hidden dungeon dwelling of slime. It looked like the monsters had eaten and left something behind. Passing the dungeon would earn the title of Ghost Forest Purifier. The archmage thought that if he leveled up in the dungeon, he wouldn't have to worry about other players. Everyone knew about the presence of hidden dungeons in the ghostly forest, but since the terrain was constantly changing, they were not easy to find, and because of the fear of running into players, it became more difficult. Hen thought it looked like he was the first to find this hidden dungeon. He hugged Lucky and thanked him for discovered it, and he was ready to start the live feed. The archmage looked at his team and decided it was time to go level up in the hidden dungeon. Lucky and Gold were ready to go after their master. One of the players in the ghostly forest was attacked by unknown people. He called them cowardly monsters. He couldn't understand if it was so much fun for them to destroy others. The player who attacked him replied with a smile that they were only doing it for fun. Destroying others gave them a special pleasure. The unknown added that he hadn't even realized how wonderful it was to interact with a player like this. Especially the remaining healer from the trio, this moment was surprisingly meaningful to him. He smiled and told him that if he didn't want to get into a situation like this again, he would be better off staying inside his guild's protected explorer zone. The attacking player advised him not to leave the defended area for nothing. He swung his mace and prepared to destroy the defenseless player. Suddenly, the player saw the chief hunter who told him that he had asked him not to behave so recklessly in the middle of an important mission. The hunter told him that even dogs obeyed their masters unlike him. His words were full of reproach, emphasizing his disappointment in his interlocutor's disobedience. The player answered him to feed him better. He added that they didn't know if the archmage had accepted the order or not, if he had fallen into their trap. The hunter replied to the player, if he didn't like it so much, he could give up at any time, and there were already 4 men in his place who would obey his orders. The player replied that he was not willing to give up. He knew that if he managed to catch a big fish like the archmage, he would become famous and become a famous guildmaster. But he did not understand where it was that a hound would abandon its prey. Such a situation seemed to him impossible, for it was contrary to the very nature of the hunter and pursuer. The archmage methodically hunted in the ghostly forest, relentlessly increasing his level. Finally, he reached the 89th level he had long sought, feeling that his power had increased significantly. After the archmage leveled up, he equipped the Tungi Black Staff. The system immediately notified him that he had obtained the title of Tungi Black Staff Bearer, which was a significant achievement. He was rewarded with 11 points of intelligence, 11 points of magic. He was satisfied and considered this reward very worthy. Hen knew that in addition, the staff had a hidden power that he knew of. He turned around to Gold and Lucky to come over to him. He had something he needed to check out. When Lucky and Gold approached him, he offered to test the power of Snake Eyes. Having seen the monsters attacking them, he decided to use this opportunity to test his new skill in action. Hen knew that God Wars had crowd control abilities, or a period of time after using a spell. Most notable among them were paralysis and sleep. There was also more confusion, which caused aggression, and blindness, which could shut off vision. He knew that there was also petrification, which was a modifier of Tunga's Black Staff. Its advantage was that it disrupted the enemy's formation. The archmage and his team fought off the monsters that were attacking them. He waited until the charging of the Snake Eyes would be complete. He noticed that they took quite a while to charge. Hen realized that if he just attacked the monsters 3 more times, he would be able to fully charge the Snake Eyes. The archmage realized that the slugs of the ghost forest were a big problem because there was no end to them. They were getting bigger and bigger, and it was getting harder to fight them. However, Hen wanted to use the Snake Eyes, and to test what would happen to the monsters, he applied the ability, and all the monsters that looked at the Snake Eyes were petrified. Hen was shocked. He saw his ability hit multiple targets at once, causing petrification as the monsters looked into the eyes of the snake. He knew petrification was good on its own, but multiple targets at once was just delightful. He thought that under the influence of dragon fever, he could use this ability every 30 seconds. He realized that at that rate, he would have to delete the game. Hen added that for using unfair methods, other players could have notified the developers for violating the rules of the game. In addition, Lucky's fighting skills were also unusual. Lucky was able to figure out the most effective action sequence when the monsters were petrified. He thought he should have changed his alias to Streamer Lucky. He was able to defeat all the petrified monsters, and the system notified him that he was able to reach level 90. After leveling up, the War Dragon gave him the ability to choose a new skill. Hen thought that now was not the time to change his alias. Everything was fine as long as the results of the ethers were good. He decided to choose a skill card and go hunt the boss. Among the many skill cards, the archmage noticed one that caught his attention with its unusualness. This card stood out from the rest, promising something special and intriguing. He couldn't believe he had managed to get such a unique skill here. He realized that he now had everything he needed to start hunting the ghost. But before that, he decided to go out of his way to sell a few things and buy some goodies for Heron. The administrator of the Capsule Cafe noticed that Hen was engrossed in something, and he asked him what he was so busy with. Hen instantly hid his phone out of surprise, afraid that he might have seen the extra. The receptionist couldn't understand why he had put his phone away so abruptly. He quickly replied that he was just texting a girl and wouldn't want anyone to see his message. A player approached Administrator Hek-ju and asked him to add 3 hours for his game capsule. Hyok-ju stared at Hen and told the visitor that he had informed him that he had gotten a girlfriend, to which the visitor asked if he was sure she was a human and not an artificial intelligence. Hen smiled and thought that it was so unbelievable that he could have a girlfriend. He decided that he had to come up with something else right away, and he said that he was just kidding. They laughed and said they knew it. They couldn't understand how he could have a girlfriend if he was in a game pod for days on end. Hen reflected that he really was like someone who didn't get along with girls. The last contact he had taken from a girl to get compensation for a broken phone. He turned around and started to walk away. He could still hear their laughter and didn't pay attention to them. He needed to put things up for sale right away. Hek-ju noticed that his phone had sent an alert and picked it up and quickly checked the latest news. With each word he read, his shock increased. The information was so unexpected that he couldn't believe his eyes. He quickly rushed to stop Hen, who was about to leave the cafe. He informed him that the staff of purification was being auctioned off. Hek-ju noted that it was the same staff that the archmage had used. Hen was shocked that he had only put it up for sale, and Hek-ju already knew about it. Hek-ju said he hoped the staff would sell well. At the Abyss Guild, while Emma was talking to Saul, She remembered that she was supposed to have a recording today. This reminder made her think about how best to coordinate their actions. Saul replied that she came to this place because they finished quickly, and she was able to fly to the Abyss Guild, and it was all possible because of their private plane. Emma replied that she was glad to hear that. She asked her how her progress was going with the twink character they had talked to her about last time. Saul replied that she was still on the moors. But her thoughts suddenly turned to the question of why Emma needed an archmage. The thought kept her on her toes, and she wondered about possible reasons. The cabinet doors opened, and Merlin, the head of the Abyss Guild, joined them. He was glad to have their muse with them. Saul was incredibly happy to see him. He approached them with a smile and asked if they had discussed anything important in his absence. Saul replied that they had only said hello, and no serious topics had been discussed. Merlin looked at Saul and asked if he could borrow Emma for a while. He had a personal request for her and wanted to discuss it privately. Saul smiled back at him and said that she was fine with their conversation. He got up and headed for the exit to leave them alone and not interfere with the conversation. As soon as she walked out, Merlin said he was annoyed working with top guild members who didn't know what was going on behind the scenes. Emma replied that it was best not to talk about it in front of her. Emma asked him what was the matter, why he had suddenly come to her. She said he only wanted to say one thing. Regarding the archmage, he believed they had set quite a big bait for him. Merlin remembered Emma telling him that the archmage still hadn't accepted their assignment. Emma replied that it looked like Park Yun-jun from Rising Star had noticed something. Emma knew full well that he was a graduate of Wharton High. Merlin had heard it said that he was smart enough to outdo even the older ones. She was sure that even if the terms were very favorable to him, he still wouldn't give them an immediate answer. Her intuition told her that he would carefully consider his decision. Emma knew he was the kind of man who would push his opponent to the max to get as much as he could, but so far he had never turned down such offers yet. She informed Merlin that Park Yun-jun had said that they still had to think things over. Merlin noted that it was a smart decision on his part. Merlin realized that at worst, the archmage would be able to understand their motives, and if that was the case, there was a high chance that there was a traitor among them. He noted that all they had to do was wait for a response, but suddenly a notification appeared on Emma's watch, and she was puzzled as she had not expected any messages. Emma was horrified to report that the archmage had started the live stream. Merlin was shocked that he had started it without accepting their offer. Emma thought the live stream might have been related to the item he had put up for sale. They tapped into his live feed to find out what the archmage had in store for them. The archmage greeted the audience and prepared to explain the reason why he had started the broadcast. The archmage rushed to please his audience and said it was time to start the raid alone on the ghost. Emma and Merlin were stunned and didn't know why he had decided not to accept their offer. The players in the cafe were discussing that a staff made of Wiltgar root had appeared on the trading floor. They didn't know why the archmage had decided to sell it and thought he needed money. They knew he wasn't the only one with such a staff. Some players were sure he had plenty of money, and he wasn't selling it for money. They assumed he was just pretending he wanted to sell the staff and then would take it off the market. Some players thought he was trying to find sponsors using the sale of his items. If someone advertising items would buy a staff from him, he could take his advertising. Hen heard them say that there was no point in them worrying about it. The players were sure some rich guy would buy him out anyway, and they wanted no part of it. He returned to the ghostly forest where he was completely at a loss. He couldn't understand why the price at the auction wasn't going up at all. Hen had spent all his money on other items and skills. He realized that they couldn't use the lack of firepower during the surprise show. But even if they arranged it, firepower shouldn't be a problem for them. He decided that this time they would have an unusual raid on the boss. The archmage's grades and recognition would depend on this broadcast. He realized that such expenditures were necessary for him. Hen thought that with such preparations, the ghost wouldn't be a problem for him. The difficulty was only time. The system notified him to take his cursed pendant into the ghostly forest where he could find clues. The archmage picked it up, but the pendant wasn't pointing him anywhere. Hen was already in the ghostly forest, but the pendant didn't react in any way. Hen told his team that the only clue was a notification window that informed him that an unknown force from the ghostly forest was entangling the pendant. He thought that in his current experience, he had to destroy the ghost to move on with the quest. He needed to get as far as possible before the broadcast started. After a while, Hen was notified again that his cursed pendant had fallen into deep confusion due to an invisible force. Hen realized that now he had no choice but to defeat the ghost. He still had 5 more hours before it appeared, and he could properly prepare for the battle with it. He turned to Lucky and Gold and asked them to get ready for the amazing party that would be starting very soon. On Rising Star, An aide told the president that the archmage had sent them a private message, to which the president replied that he had already seen it. The aide said with excitement in his voice that he was going to start the broadcast very soon, and he thought it might have been from the assignment in destroying the ghost. The president replied that the advertiser's terms were too favorable to the archmage. The president was sure they had an entirely different goal in mind. He explained to his aide that the archmage must have smelled something strange. The president was sure that even so, he hadn't given up on this assignment. The president reread his messages once more and realized that he was looking forward to the broadcast. He was wondering what kind of show he was going to put on for them this time. He started looking for the broadcast so he could connect to it immediately. He figured that whether it was taking down the boss single-handedly or something else, he would definitely watch it live. The archmage stood in the ghostly forest and prepared for the broadcast. He didn't know where else they could have seen such a spectacle. He was frankly nervous. He was worried that things might not go according to plan, or he might lose out altogether, and then advertisers would stop working with him. The archmage turned around and looked at Lucky and Gold, who were waiting for his order. They were enthusiastic and willing to go to any lengths for him. He calmed down and thought they were encouraging him. When all the preparations were done, he decided it was time to start the broadcast. He entered the channel code and started the live broadcast on the Rising Star channel. The archmage was notified that the president of the channel had joined the broadcast. The archmage was surprised that he was first. He was just about to say something to him. Wharton asked him what he wanted to tell him, to which the archmage replied that it was nothing. It was about today's content for the airwaves, and about the assignment about destroying the ghost alone. The archmage reported that he was ready to accept the assignment. Wharton replied to him that he thought so. The system had notified him that the broadcast was due to begin very soon, and the countdown had already begun. He knew that the job description said he had to defeat the ghost in 11 days. Wharton replied that was exactly what it said. The archmage smiled and said then he was starting the battle right now. He started a broadcast called Destroying the Ghost Alone. A ghost appeared in front of them. The system notified him that a chilling aura had been used. The ghost skill would activate after every 16% of health lost. The archmage looked at the ghost and realized that he had to overpower it at all costs. He was sure his team would help him destroy it. He noticed that quite a few people had already joined his broadcast. He greeted them and informed them that he had begun the hunt for the ghost. The archmage hurriedly told the viewers that they had an addition to their broadcast this time and asked them to enjoy watching. The viewers shocked that he had added a spirit familiar. The president smiled, pleased that the archmage had even summoned a spirit familiar that appeared in this broadcast. He was pleased that the archmage had demonstrated his abilities. The spectators saw that the archmage now had several types of ranged attacks, and the spirit familiar used the lightning arrow skill. They were sure that the archmage had hacked the game and could easily use various skills and abilities. The archmage was focused on the ghost and launched his first attack. The archmage used ranged attacks that hit right on target, but he noticed that the damage from his 3 shots was slightly lacking. But he realized that he still had a spirit familiar who was completing the preparation of the lightning arrow. After completing the preparation, he had 1 more shot. The ghost didn't wait for another attack and decided to counterattack the archmage. He was already almost beside him, ready to launch his attack. Lucky and Gold stood before the archmage, already knowing what was required of them. All they had to do was wait for the order to begin to act. The archmage told Gold to activate his gigantism skill and enhance it with the berserk skill, and Gold obeyed his order. Activating his skills, Gold restrained the ghost, preventing it from going any further. Watching this, the archmage realized that Gold had done well, demonstrating his power and control over the situation. Suddenly, from the back of the ghost, attacked Lucky, who was waiting for the moment to attack. The spectators couldn't believe that physical attacks were working on the ghost. Onlookers noticed that the attacks were through materialization. Initially, the ghost was in a ghostly state, and damage only came from magic, but at a certain damage threshold, it materialized. They realized that at this time, the damage could only come from physical attacks. The archmage thought that when he would become ghostly again, then the surprises would begin. Suddenly, the archmage noticed something strange in the depths of the forest. He felt as if someone was watching him. He looked closely and saw that a dark assassin was following him. He was shocked to notice that he was being followed by an assassin from the Snake Hunters Guild. Realizing the danger, he realized that now his every move would be under the watchful eye of this dangerous adversary. At the Abyss Guild, Emma was nervous about the archmage accepting their assignment. Even knowing it was a trap, she couldn't understand why he was taking such a risk. She was amazed that he had proudly used the spirit familiar that was given to him as a prepayment. He couldn't realize how many steps he'd been able to think everything through. The president of the Rising Star channel thought the archmage showed the spirit familiar on the sudden broadcast. He turned on the broadcast to show how he hunted. The archmage told the audience that it was too early to be surprised. He said it was only the beginning and asked them to stay with them. Emma realized that it was a message from the archmage. By showing the spirit familiar, he was thereby saying that they would have to pay a heavy price if they wanted to get their hands on the clues. She thought, as expected, maybe he had already realized that they had given the other players a task. Their plan had failed. They needed to stop if they wanted to minimize the damage. Merlin looked at Emma and asked if they really didn't need to watch the broadcast, to which she replied that the archmage had already figured it out and their plan wouldn't have worked. Emma asked him to tell the snake hunters to stop following the archmage and get out of there. Merlin wanted to know what they should do next, to which Emma replied with a smile that a message had to be answered. The canal president thought over the message from the archmage, who openly stated that he knew of their trap and hunters, but warned that all their efforts had been in vain. He knew the archmage was powerful, but now he no longer had any doubt that he was working on a huge project that even he had trouble imagining. The president smiled and realized that his message meant something else. He realized that the archmage had finally accepted him as his ally. He started to leave and told his aide that there was no need to watch the broadcast anymore, but the aide couldn't understand what the president was saying. The president knew that the broadcast was going quite well, and now their main task was to make a plan to help the archmage. The staff realized that they were once again forced to work late, to which the president responded that they were now doing everything together, including sleeping and eating. The dark assassin received a message from his guild. They thought he hadn't gotten to the archmage yet and tried to stop him. They informed him that they had a new assignment. He replied that missing such an opportunity was sad for him. Their advantage was about 40 levels. He was sure the archmage didn't even know he was following him. The dark assassin was determined that he would attack him when the ghost would enter the third phase. He considered it a great moment and didn't want to miss it. Enraged from the damage he had taken, the ghost activated a ghostly dash. His sinister figure began to move with frightening speed. Everyone realized that his anger would make his next attack particularly dangerous. The archmage ordered Lucky and Gold to step back. The onlookers couldn't understand what he was doing and thought he had decided to take the tug on himself. They were sure he couldn't stand up to the ghost. The ghostly tug was that the ghost would indiscriminately attack the nearest enemies for 30 seconds. The archmage needed to stand for 30 seconds of endless blows. During the spurt, the dark assassin decided to start attacking the archmage. He was sure he knew his next moves. He thought the archmage was planning to run away with his creatures. The dark assassin was sure he would continue to deal damage to the ghost while avoiding attacks in return. He figured this would be a perfect moment to attack the defenseless archmage. The dark assassin suddenly noticed that his body had become stiff. He couldn't understand what caused this restriction and tried to figure out the reason, remaining in anxious anticipation. The archmage used snake eyes on them, and all his enemies were petrified. The spectators were shocked. They couldn't believe that the archmage had this skill. But the onlookers could not understand who was beside the ghost, but some of them realized that it was an assassin sent to destroy the archmage. The ghost was freed from petrification, and he was still in a rage. The assassin standing nearby couldn't understand what was happening. He was shocked that the archmage used petrification, and that he didn't know he had such a skill. But he realized that the target of the ghost jerk was the closest player to the ghost. The onlookers recognized the assassin and that he was from a guild of snake hunters. They understood that he would have taken the full brunt of the attack, after which the ghost destroyed him. The archmage explained to the audience that the assassin who had suddenly appeared had taken the brunt of the ghost's attack. The audience was in awe of the archmage's mental abilities. He said that after the ghost dealt with the intruder, he was going to continue his attack on him. The archmage ordered Lucky to act, and he used his life or destruction skill, after which the ghost was to switch his attacks to him. The spectators were worried about Lucky, but they knew he had the indestructible diamond skill. But they realized that the damage wouldn't be enough for the ghost, even if he used the maximum power of the spell. The archmage had another surprise for the audience. He told them not to worry, he would succeed. He equipped the bow of the centaur knight to use the double arrow skill. It was a unique skill for an archer, and the archmage used it to hit the target accurately, after which he noticed that there was only one hit left to destroy it. The archmage pulled out his axe to deal physical damage. He decided it was time to end this fight, and he wanted to rehabilitate himself for his last live fight. He yelled for Lucky to stop attacking the ghost and let him finish it off himself. But the audience wanted Lucky to get ahead of the archmage and finish off the ghost this time too. The spectators started sending money and begging for Lucky to be the one to finish the battle and set his master up again. Lucky sat at a loss and didn't know who he was supposed to obey. After much persuasion, Lucky delivered the final blow. The archmage was incredibly upset. He wanted to destroy it, but Lucky beat him to it again. The audience began to laugh at the archmage as Lucky launched his last attack again. The situation became comical, and the audience enjoyed the spectacle of seeing the archmage unlucky again. The archmage thought that such an ending had also been planned by him beforehand, but the ending turned out to be perfect. After which the archmage decided to start counting. Suddenly, Asmo sent a small donation and offered to make a deal. This offer piqued the archmage's interest, and everyone was waiting to see how this unexpected turn of events would end. Hen was surprised that Asmo himself started a conversation with him. He couldn't understand what was going on. Asmo said that if he answered his question yes or no, he would bid on the item he was selling. Asmo asked him if he was currently on the main quest and waited for his question. The channel president was also waiting for an answer to that question. He wondered what the archmage would answer. The archmage replied that it was the one he was passing through. The audience was incredibly surprised, but now they understood where he was getting the items they were seeing for the first time. The president thought that the main plot that no one had been able to find since the beginning of the game had been found by the archmage. He realized that the consequences would be serious. He began to think how they could help the archmage. He realized that when he was thinking, it only got more painful and called his assistant to finish with one important thing. He asked him to place an advertisement for the drug gam on their channel. The aide was shocked. He thought they had turned them down for publicity, to which the president replied that he wanted to tell them no, but didn't. He explained that the archmage had completed the task, and if they wanted a reward, they would need to advertise them. The assistant pointed out that the archmage had run the broadcast without responding to them. He doubted they would have given them a reward. The president replied that it didn't matter. It was more important now to maintain the necessary ties and not to let them break in order to maintain the strategic relationship. He added that if they wanted to really mess up their lives, they needed to strengthen their relationship urgently because their hands were no longer unclaspable. The president was sure they would give them a reward for passing the ghost. If they tried hard enough, they could get more from them. He turned to his aide and added that they had to do it, even if they had to use everything he'd learned at Wharton. Hen got off the game to do some resting. He had a bad headache from what was happening to him. He decided that he would need to get all the parts together. He received notification that the power of the ghost forest was weakening and his cursed pendant finally reacted. He realized he couldn't show such a thing live. He informed the audience that the raid was over and he needed to urgently collect the loot from the destroyed Dark Assassin and Ghost, then finish the live broadcast. The archmage decided he needed to see what the assassin's bounty was first. The spectators were mocking the assassin because he was so ridiculously destroyed. He was surprised that he got the fang of a fire serpent that could fatally poison an enemy. The audience was shocked that he managed to get a legendary item from it. The archmage, upon seeing the skill, realized that the assassin was determined to destroy it. He was shocked that even the Snake Hunters Guild tried to do so, but after the cursed pendant activated, the archmage could move on with the main plot. But now he was thinking about the question from Asmo. He realized that someday he wanted to talk about what the main plot was going through. But right now, it was a headache for him. Now they would start asking him constantly about the clues to the beginning of the main plot. Administrator Hekju quickly ran up to Hen and said that he had amazing news. He couldn't even imagine what happened. He said that the archmage revealed that he was going through the main plot of the game, and it looked like the first person who managed to notice it was Asmo. Hekju said that the game would have raised a fuss about this news right now. He added that his gamer blood was starting to boil. Hen congratulated him on that and asked him to let him check G-Bay through his phone. He wanted to see if Asmo kept his promise or not. When he went to his G-Bay, he found that his original bet was there. He was surprised that Asmo hadn't bet anything yet. He thought that just the amount of the bet was just not like his usual amounts. Hekju, standing behind his back, couldn't understand his indifferent reaction. He asked Hen if he knew how much Asmo spent for such information. Hekju told him that Asmo spent a whopping $100,000 for the archmage's answer. Hen was shocked. He couldn't believe that Asmo paid that kind of money. When Hyun saw the huge sum, his hands trembled and the phone slipped out of them. Hyuk-ju barely managed to catch the device before it fell to the ground. After buying some groceries, Hen decided to go home to his niece and brother. The niece was happy to see her uncle coming home so unexpectedly. Hen asked her how her day was. He informed her that he bought chicken and her favorite ice cream. The niece was happy and said she had the best uncle. He asked his niece to put the ice cream in the freezer and warm the chicken so he and her dad could eat together. She smiled, took the bags, and headed for the kitchen. His older brother noticed that Hyun had already returned home. He asked him to come over so they could talk privately. Hen wanted his older brother to join them for chicken. His brother, surprised at his generosity, asked if it was too expensive for him and if he could really afford such a thing. He smiled and jokingly asked if his brother thought he had sold his organs for chicken and ice cream. But the older brother, getting serious, told him to stop fooling around. His brother, with anxiety in his eyes, asked if he had done anything dangerous to get them food. He was very worried about his little brother. Hen answered him that he would not hide the truth this time and wanted to confess that he had done something important this time. He said there were people who were interested in the information he possessed, and now his life was in danger because they tried to figure out his identity in real life. Hen added that he didn't know the real name of their group, but he knew Ethan Hunt was after him, and his real name was Tom Cruise. He was about to say that the operation was called Mission Impossible, but suddenly his brother pinched his leg. Hen laughed and asked why he was pinched. The older brother remembered that Hen had told him that he worked as a miner. He asked him not to overwork himself and not to do anything stupid. But their conversation was interrupted by Heron. She called them to the table to eat chicken. At that moment, Hyun thought, how could he not overwork? After all, he had to support his family. Heron turned around and warned them with a smile that if they didn't hurry, she would eat it all herself. Hen realized that this was only the beginning, and the forces that opposed him were just beginning to emerge, building up power. But he was ready to do battle with them. He realized that even the Snake Hunters Guild, one of the 3 most manaless guilds in the game, was targeting him. But he was adamant that he would destroy anyone but you. Emma's assistant informed her that the assignment given to the Snake Hunter Guild had failed due to the actions of their hunter, to which Emma replied that she had seen the broadcast and was aware of the events. Emma added that not only had they lost, they had also given the archmage the fang of the fire serpent. She thought that the Snake Hunters Guild was full of madmen. She informed her assistant that it was time to try a different method and asked him to recontact them immediately, as the situation was getting more and more complicated. Emma glanced at Jackie and wondered if he had managed to figure out the archmage's identity, or if it was still a mystery. Jackie replied that they had only been able to establish that the archmage was somewhere in South Korea, but his exact identity was still unknown. Emma asked if they had anyone at the place so they could learn more about the archmage, to which Jackie replied that only the Muse was there. She asked Jackie to contact her as soon as possible, explaining that they had a really important errand for her that needed immediate attention. Muse had just entered the store and immediately heard a notification on her phone. She read that there was an urgent assignment from Emma. She wondered what had happened. She decided that she had to go home and find out about the assignment. As she walked past the cafe, she noticed a familiar face and realized it was the guy with the smartphone she had smashed. She was sure he lived somewhere nearby. The Muse didn't know what to do. She wanted to go up to him to say hello, but she was too shy. She was darting around the store from side to side and couldn't make a decision. She picked up all her purchases and headed for the exit. She looked at him and thought he didn't seem like a bad person, judging by that one time, and decided to go over to say hello after all. Muse approached from the back and saw him watching a video from the game and realized it was an Archmage video on the Rising Star channel. Hen, looking at the video, said that they edited the video pretty well this time. Suddenly, he heard a mysterious voice from behind him who was near him and greeted him. He was quite scared. Hen turned around and asked her who she was, but after calming down a bit, he realized it was the girl with the phone. Hen apologized to her for his reaction and said he was just thinking he didn't expect anyone to approach him. He motioned for her to sit down at his table and talk for a bit. Muse thought that maybe she shouldn't have talked to him. She sat down at his table and told him that she was truly sorry about his phone. Hen replied that it was fine and that it had been able to be fixed long ago. He got over that she could hear his words. Muse said that she noticed that he was a fan of the Archmage. He was quite focused watching his videos, to which Hen replied that he was just popular and he wanted to know more about him because he was a player himself. She got excited and said she was a player too. She asked what he did. Hen said he did anything that could bring him money. He said he worked as a miner. Muse was surprised that he worked as a miner in the game. She realized it was an incredibly difficult job. Hen replied that he was doing it for his family and a good life. so he would be able to endure no matter how difficult it was. He said it even became fun when you got used to it. He thought he was telling the truth. After all, he was mining the items. He glanced at the phone and said he had to leave. He glanced at the phone and said it was time for him to leave, but Muse replied with a touch of excitement in her voice that he should take care of himself, though her eyes were eager to talk some more. She watched him leave and noticed he was such a hard worker. She thought it would be great if she could help him with anything in the game. The archmage returned to the ghostly forest to continue the quest. He approached his destination and a ghost appeared in front of him. He stepped closer to the ghost and said that he was looking for the nameless god and wanted more information on its location. The ghost was an exile of Natar's. He was quite surprised when he learned that the archmage had come to him seeking the inheritance of a nameless god. He said his name was Natarsa. He was banished and became a wandering ghost who longed to gain the power of a nameless god, but in the past he had been a guardian of a forest village. The archmage wondered if she was bigger than all the cities he'd been to. The ghost added that those who chased the power of the nameless god she had devoured and turned into ghosts, but he was fine, and he didn't understand how that was possible. He explained that this was possible because of the egg that absorbed her power. The ghost thought about it with interest, realizing that this power could be a clue. The ghost was quite surprised that this egg actually existed. The archmage asked him if he knew anything about it and its properties. Natarsa replied that he could tell him more information about this egg, but first, he had to prove to him that he was worthy to hear his story. The ghost gave him a task. He needed to destroy the ghost in 10 minutes. The archmage couldn't believe his luck. He agreed to this task because he was confident in his abilities. The archmage set off to complete the task, but before he began the battle, he calculated everything. He would need 6 minutes and 42 seconds. That's how long it would take to hunt. Returning to the ghost of Natar's, the archmage asked him what he wanted this time. The ghost replied that he never thought he would have been able to accomplish his task so easily. He opened the portal and showed the archmage the true appearance of the forest. He added that it was nothing like the fertile place where only slimes lived. The archmage asked the ghost who had hidden the forest's appearance. The ghost replied that someone had ravaged the forest, and no one knew who had hidden its true appearance. He added that however his power was enough to change an entire forest, he realized that it was no other way than the power of a god. The archmage realized that it was definitely something to do with the unnamed god. The ghost said he had another task for him, but first he wanted to give him a reward for completing his past task, and a gauntlet appeared in front of the archmage. He explained to the archmage that it was one of his guardian legacies, a guardian's gauntlet. He instructed to gather all evidence that the ghost was a guardian. The archmage was incredibly happy to receive the gauntlet. The ghost added that he needed to find the head of the forest village and give him a message, and if he could manage it, he would tell him about the egg. After receiving the guardian gauntlet, the system notified the archmage that the magic projection speed was now increased. The archmage couldn't believe that he had gotten the revolver skill. It was just incredible. The ghost said he had gotten the gauntlet, and now it was his turn for his blindfold. He sent him to the troll forest, where he would be able to find the ghost's head. The archmage had no doubt that his quest would succeed, and he would discover all of the guardian's legacy. He knew that this path would reveal great secrets to him. The Abyss Guild received a call from the Snake Hunter Guild. They apologized to them for what happened to their hunter who let them down. Emma answered them that the hunter had disobeyed and failed the task, so he wouldn't mind if they broke the contract with him. Plus, it had come up that the Snake Hunter Guild had targeted the archmage. Now it was incredibly difficult for them to act. Emma said that their contract was still valid and she would give them one last chance to get it right and do it right. She told them to prepare as best they could for the attack on the archmage soon, confidence in her voice and determination in her eyes not to let him get away with it. But the Snake Hunters Guild weren't sure if the archmage would take another one of their assignments. Emma replied, not to worry, she would prepare such a reward that he simply wouldn't be able to refuse it. Emma reminded them that this was their last chance and hung up without waiting for a reply, the determination in her voice emphasizing the seriousness of the task ahead. She left the office and thought about whether the archmage could survive a head-on collision with a guild of snake hunters. The aide asked the president what the gamma drugs had told him. He was sure they had done well in their assignment, but he was worried whether they would give them the award or not. The president answered him that it was the other way around. They gave them a new assignment, saying they enjoyed the surprise from the archmage. He was sure that the attack would happen again. They asked if the archmage would be able to stage a scene of destroying the boss again under such circumstances. The aide replied that it was madness. The archmage had many enemies, and providing him on a platter would be a mistake. The president replied that he realized it was a trap again, but he showed the aide what they offered him as a reward. The aide could not believe they offered him the skill of a revolver. The revolver skill was increasing magic creation by 40% through 6 bullets. It was one of the skills that all the mages in this game wanted. The aide said that the revolver card had never been put up on eBay, to which the president replied that it had been just that, and with such a reward, the archmage would certainly have accepted their assignment. The president said there was still airing with a planned attack. He thought a better show couldn't be made. He was sure there would be over 1 million viewers, so most likely the archmage would agree. He opened his laptop and found a new message. He saw that the archmage had sent him a video, but the president didn't remember that the archmage wanted to send him anything. The president and aide were shocked when they read the title of Destroying the Ghost Alone. They thought, isn't that what he did on the last broadcast? But after paying attention to the time the video lasted, they couldn't believe their eyes that this video was only 6 minutes and 42 seconds long. In the forest village, all the players suddenly froze. When they saw the special player who had come to the village, they couldn't believe their eyes that he was among them. The players saw the archmage and his team come to the village. They were insanely happy to see them. Some of them immediately started asking him to take a picture with him. The archmage, fixing his hair, said that of course he was willing to take a photo together. His smile was confident and his mood elevated, giving the moment added significance. A whole photo shoot started in the forest village with Lucky and Gold also taking part. Everyone around wanted to take a photo, and the archmage didn't refuse anyone. A girl came up to the archmage and asked for a picture. She didn't have time to say anything else before the archmage replied that, what better pose to take? The girl thought she shouldn't have said she wanted a picture with Lucky. The girl told him that she had seen him destroy the ghost alone. She had been at his broadcast, to which the archmage replied that he was already preparing a video that would be cooler than the previous one. She remembered what the archmage had said about forest trolls. He confirmed it, but added that he couldn't say anything else. The archmage told her that the Rising Star channel was scheduled to release the video in 8 days. The girl was quite surprised that she had to wait another 8 days. He added that the schedule was a big secret, and if everyone found out about it, he would be in big trouble. The girl covered her mouth with her hands and said she would keep the schedule a secret. The archmage went to the troll forest and started the live broadcast. The audience began to gather en masse, waiting for the appearance of the two-headed troll, which was to appear in 2 minutes and 29 seconds. The audience realized that the announcement that was 2 days ago was not a lie. The archmage confirmed that this was exactly what happened, and if anyone wanted to stop him, he would gladly wait for him. He added that there would be no personal accounts. They thought the archmage had gone mad, and the high-level players would definitely want him. The archmage looked around and realized that just as he expected, the hunters had come for him. The archmage couldn't understand what he had done to attract only hatred, but he saw them all. He realized they would only have more trouble from fighting him. He informed the onlookers that the boss was about to appear soon, but before that, according to his information, there were many members of the various guilds here. The archmage began to list the guilds that were hunting him to the audience. He knew there was the Red Snake Guild, the Scaff Guild, the Triple Code Guild, the 5-Star Gate Guild. He added that the Orochi Guild, Good Hope Guild, were also present there. The onlookers couldn't believe that he was being hunted by such an impressive list. Viewers noticed that all guilds were there except for the top 10, but there were sponsors who supported the archmage. They refused the participating guilds. The hunters were shocked that the archmage had revealed them. They had thought they had hidden well, and he would not have been able to detect them. But now they would have to fight him. There was no other way. Archimachus said that the Snake Hunters Guild, whose representative he had recently destroyed, was also here. He realized that it was one of the 3 sinister guilds. The onlookers were surprised that he had managed to detect even them. They were wondering how the archmage had managed to figure everything out. Now anyone could tell that this situation was a trap. Hunter asked how long they planned to just stand there, but he was warned that they had to wait for communication with the elders first before taking any action. The archmage realized that they didn't want to come out of their ambush until the last. Then he said that in that case he would attack them first. The hunters couldn't believe that he even knew where they were hiding. They couldn't guess at how much information he had on them. They decided to retreat to avoid getting kicked out of their guilds. The archmage noticed that almost all of the guilds had fled. Only the Snake Hunters Guild remained. He realized they were waiting until he would have relaxed after the boss raid. After 2 seconds, a two-headed troll appeared in front of him. This meant the raid had begun. The audience froze in anticipation of the archmage's next actions. The archmage confidently declared that it was time to begin the battle, and focusing his magic, prepared the first attack on the two-headed troll that was already beginning to move towards him. Lucky and Gold were also ready for battle. They had only given instructions from the archmage. The spectators were excited for them and the spectacle to come. The archmage and his team launched several attacks, after which the boss's second phase was almost finished, with only 10% of the monster's health remaining before the third phase. He decided it was time to use Dragon Fever. The spectators thought that it wouldn't be enough for the entire battle, even with the use of the replay skill. The archmage ordered Lucky to use the Life or Destruction skill, then launched a long-range attack on the two-headed troll using fire and ice arrows. The two-headed monster activated its special mode, making both heads work in sync. This caused its health to recover crazily, and the archmage realized that the battle would be much harder than he expected. The onlookers realized that the archmage wouldn't do enough damage, but some thought that with Gold and Lucky, he would be able to do it. But you couldn't underestimate the recovery of two goals. Suddenly, in the middle of the battle, the archmage ordered Lucky and Gold to retreat and stop attacking the two-headed monster. He said it was his turn to launch attacks now. The spectators noticed something unusual behind the archmage. He informed the spectators that it was time for the archmage to go. He used inferno spells, which made the spectators stunned. The archmage remembered that not long ago he had been able to raise his level to the 100th level, and this skill was the reward he had gotten for it. He knew that Inferno was the second most damaging among skills below level 100. It was second only to Lightning Strike. Despite the troll's recovery, Inferno had a unique effect. The two-headed troll from behind the Inferno curse felt its magic resistance decreased by 17%, and all of its stats also decreased by 12%. The archmage received a notification that due to the Inferno curse, the recovery of the two-headed troll was reduced by 17%. He decided it was time to reuse Dragon Fever. The onlookers noticed that the archmage looked different while destroying the ghost alone, and his arrows were faster now. They assumed he had gained the revolver skill. The archmage defeated the two-headed troll with a lethal attack. The raid was over, and he knew he had to prepare for another attack from the hunters. The hunters were sure that whatever this monster was would definitely be able to weaken it. They were sure that they would be able to overpower the archmage this time. Gold admired the victory of his master, but the archmage with a smile reminded that the conversation was about the archmage, not about Lucky and Gold. The audience did not like this joke, and they expressed their displeasure. The archmage decided to address the audience and said it was time for a quiz. He asked why he hadn't used the Eye of the Snake today. The spectators could not understand why he really did not use the snake eye. He explained to them that he had one more prey left. The hunters realized that the archmage had noticed them, and he used the snake eye skill. The president of Rising Star Channel was surprised to learn that even the Snake Hunter Guild had decided to start hunting the archmage. This was an unexpected turn of events for him. He realized that these hunters weren't the type to take the reward. He couldn't let something like this happen and thought about how to prevent it. Emma was incredibly angry. She thought the archmage was a real monster because he knew everything. She couldn't believe that this was again because of the traitor. She knew that as long as they had a traitor in the guild, they would have a hard time destroying him. Emma's assistant informed her that they had received an offer from the Rising Star Channel. She wondered what they wanted to offer them after the archmage had been completely assassinated twice. He said they had asked them to do another award of the same value. Emma thought they were mocking them, but if they refused, they would make them hesitate. Emma replied that the reward elf boots would have to fit them, and she had one more errand for her assistant. She asked him to summon all the players that were around the forest village. She knew time was running out and they had to act fast. The players in the forest village were discussing that the archmage had made an announcement that he had appeared on another boss raid. They knew that the archmage had managed to defeat the two-headed troll. The player couldn't understand why the archmage made a new announcement about the emerging boss. He assumed that this was the archmage's way of drawing attention to himself. They knew that everything would be known in exactly 2 days. An employee of the channel told the president that today was the day of the raid on the boss, but the comments have not moved to appear for days. He replied that it wouldn't be enough. They needed to make it look like it was a leak. A plan was already brewing in his mind that could meet their demands. The staff member was shocked when the president talked about the leak, but the president explained to him that it was some sort of marketing move, as if the archmage's raid schedule had leaked online. The president looked at his watch and said that everyone would be interested to see if that was actually the case. His words sounded like a challenge, and the tension in the room rose palpably. He added that now all the staff were preparing for the broadcast. He ordered them to be ready to run it as soon as the archmage would call them. One of the employees was looking through the competitors' channels and saw something important. He shouted to the president that they had a problem with another channel. On the rival channel, the Avengers team started hunting for the two-headed troll, but the leader of the group was sure that all the viewers already knew this from various rumors. The Avengers mentioned Archmage's post that he would be the first to be able to take down the boss, but they decided to get ahead of him and defeat the boss first. The president and his staff couldn't believe that they dared to steal a raid on their boss. It shocked them. The president didn't know what they should do in such a situation. An employee reached out to Emma. He informed her that the number of views was just cosmic. He noted that the creation of the Avengers was worth it. Emma was sure no one would even have a word to say to them for that. It was obvious that everyone wanted a raid. They were just the first to find the two-headed troll. She calmly added that the archmage would not have had the strength to thwart a vigilante raid in the current situation. Her words sounded like a sentence, and everyone in the room realized that the outcome was already a foregone conclusion. The president took a deep breath, trying to remain calm. He was convinced that even the archmage could not have foreseen such a turn of events. A shadow of confidence flashed in his eyes, as if he already knew what to do next. Viewers watching the Avengers airing noticed that the archmage was missing there, and he had no heir. They thought he wanted to break into someone else's raid. The Avengers players were amazed at how easily they were able to damage the monster today. The viewers continued their discussion and thought the post about the archmage broadcast was not real, and asked for an explanation from the channel president. Emma was sure that this time she was able to defeat them. The president thought that they had failed their mission. His face remained impenetrable, but anxiety for the future was already beginning to brew in his soul. Saul pulled out her phone and turned on the Avengers airwaves. She couldn't understand why the Abyss Guild had launched a raid on the two-headed troll. After all, the archmage was going to destroy it alone. She thought that the last gathering a few days ago was to gather people for this raid. She couldn't understand why they were treating the archmage like this in the first place. But suddenly she noticed that the archmage had also started his broadcast. The archmage began his broadcast and greeted all his viewers. He informed them that there were quite a few people with him today. The onlookers informed him that he was late with the hunt for the two-headed troll and asked for an explanation. He felt the pressure building, but he couldn't understand what they wanted from him. Saul realized that the archmage hadn't yet realized that his raid on the boss had been stolen by the Avengers, but suddenly she wondered why she even bothered with it. The archmage said that he didn't know why his viewers had such a reaction. He added that, as previously reported, he was ready to launch a raid on the multi-headed troll. The onlookers couldn't believe he said multi-headed troll. After all, they were expecting a raid on the two-headed monster. They were beginning to realize that something big was starting to happen. Gold warned the archmage that something really huge was approaching them. He was ready to engage and protect his master. The archmage announced to the audience that the raid on the three-headed troll had begun, and he began broadcasting live, straight from the hunting ground. The channel president was shocked and didn't know how to react. He was stunned by the appearance of the huge three-headed monster. Emma realized that the archmage had gotten ahead of her, and she hadn't been able to set him up. The spectators were perplexed as to why he was retreating in front of the monster. The archmage explained that everyone knew the effect of the long spin skill. The greater the distance to the target, the higher the damage. His running was a deliberate move, not cowardice. The archmage added that this would make it easier for the enemy to dodge his ranged attacks, and he used the golem summoning skill. He said that there were many different obstacles preventing him from hitting his target accurately. But there would be no such problem with this method. He was standing on the golem's head and could see his target perfectly, he thought. This way, he not only had a perfect view, but there were no obstacles. The archmage looked at the monster and said that it was time to attack it. He made several ranged attacks, and the monster instantly went into the third phase. The spectators were thrilled that the archmage was able to deal so much damage without getting hit in return. They thought it would be up to Lucky to finish this battle once again. But the archmage noticed that Lucky's life or destruction skill was about to run out soon. Then he decided it was time for Gold to prove himself in battle. The system notified him that Lucky's life or destruction effect had run out. Gold immediately said that he had been waiting for this moment and applied the gigantization effect. The archmage saw that the monster was closing in on him. It was ready to destroy the archmage, and then he ordered Gold to stop the enraged three-headed troll. Gold replied that he was obeying his order and headed towards the monster. He applied the Guardian defense skill, and a protective barrier appeared in front of the monster that he wouldn't be able to break. The archmage decided it was time to finish with the monster. He used Inferno again, after which the system notified him that he was able to overpower the three-headed troll. After the victory, the archmage turned to the audience and informed them that this was the end of his live broadcast, and said that they would have seen each other later. But the audience had asked him to show the items he received for defeating the monster. The archmage figured he had more important things to do right now than displaying items, and ended the live broadcast, and he went to the ghost again. Seeing him, the ghost was surprised that he was able to defeat the three-headed troll. He, as promised, gave him another piece of Guardian gear. The ghost gave him the Guardian's hoop. This item could absorb the power of great nature and gave the Guardian mystical power. The archmage could barely contain his emotions seeing his characteristics, among which was also camouflage. Gold cheerfully told the archmage that the job was done, and it was all thanks to his new skill. The archmage thought it was good that he had raised them both levels before the raid. The archmage thought to himself as he learned new skills that helped him in this battle. Now he needed to find one piece of Guardian equipment. Emma was incredibly angry after the archmage's air of making her look like a laughingstock once again. She couldn't remember how many times he had circled her anymore, she thought, as they finally managed to make it to the night forest. She knew it was incredibly difficult for solo players in the night forest, due to the groups of werewolves wandering there. She decided that a new plan of action had to be prepared. Wharton sat in his office reading the message board that was going crazy. After the archmage airing, he couldn't believe that their channel had risen to number 60 in the rankings, and that they now had 2.5 million subscribers. His assistant came into his office and informed him that they had received a request for advertising. The president thought the request was again from the drug gamma, but the assistant refuted his assumption. An aide informed him that the request for publicity came to them from a blue bull. The president couldn't believe it, because the blue bull was the enemy of the drug gamma. In the garrison of the night forest, the hunters from the Avengers sat around the fire and said that this time he was obliged to gather more players, for even if it was the archmage himself, he would not be able to overpower a dozen wolves alone. They knew that even players from top guilds were gathering groups of players of 10 to hunt in the night forest. After all, the wolves were walking in groups with a werewolf and 9 black wolves. With each step, their numerical advantage became more and more obvious, creating an ominous atmosphere of threat that was hard to ignore. They had heard that the archmage wanted to form an alliance with the top 10 guilds. Some of them had heard them offer him a lot of money in return for a video of a joint hunt. The players thought that rumors were just that, rumors, and decided that they would ask him in person. They were sure that he would definitely pass them by if he was going into the night forest. And suddenly they heard someone yell out that the archmage was near them. The archmage approached the garrison of the night forest. He was ready to head into the dark forest. He was sure he could handle the wolves alone. He was instantly surrounded by other players who wanted to know more information. They told him that there were rumors that he wanted to gather a group of players from the top 10 guilds. They suggested that he team up with them. The archmage started receiving various offers. Everyone wanted to team up with him. Players tried to entice him by showing off their stats and skills. Some wanted Lucky to join them. Some wanted Gold. He understood that hunting in the night forest as a group was the basis of the basics, and he didn't expect this. He asked them all to listen to him. He apologized to them. The players froze, waiting for his decision. The archmage informed them that he had already received various invitations, but all declined. He made the decision to continue playing alone. He knew that the night forest was pitch black, so the players couldn't see anything in front of them. Mage players like him couldn't even attack at full strength. But he figured that in his case, if he had prepared in advance, he would be able to deal with 3 of the 4 before they even approached him. And as long as Lucky and Gold were with him, there shouldn't be a problem. The archmage began to attack the werewolves. He said that no matter how much they hid, he saw them all. He successfully destroyed them, even while in total darkness. Suddenly, a little girl appeared in front of him and asked him to stop. She said she didn't want to fight him. She said her name was Umta and she needed his help. The archmage looked at her and thought it was a scenario. He assumed she probably wanted revenge on him. He asked her why he would help her, to which she replied that she would reward him accordingly. Umta took out the wizard's random skill book and said with a slight shudder that it was unique, and he could get a unique skill if he completed her task. The archmage thought that this book was supposed to be the reward for the night forest's cries. She added that she would give the book if he could catch the dark wolf. He was given a new task. He needed to find the dark wolf and destroy it for Umta's revenge. She added that if he could get his revenge, he would be rewarded with a legendary random wizard skill book. Umta asked if he would defeat the wolf, to which the archmage replied that he would certainly defeat him and exact revenge in her place. The system notified him that there were 59 hours until the boss appeared. The archmage decided that this would be enough time for him to level up. He accepted the task from Umta and decided to return to the dark forest where he began hunting werewolves. He successfully destroyed them until he raised his level to 110. After leveling up, the Dragon of War gave him a new chance to obtain a skill card, and the archmage decided to use it immediately. The archmage saw one interesting glowing skill card and thought it could be a skill he really needed. He picked a card and was shocked. He got the skill Lightning Strike. An aide to the president of the Rising Star channel came to his office to inform him that the archmage had started a live broadcast, to which the president replied that he knew about it and had already watched it. He added that such a solitary hunt was worth watching. He knew it was incredible, but he thought it was the first time he had seen such an aggressive hunt since Asmo. The aide said that, as he saw the archmage show Lucky to the audience, the archmage was sure that the audience liked Lucky and that they thought he was cute. The archmage informed the audience that he was ending the broadcast. He thanked them for watching as Lucky was suddenly healed live. He added that in the next live broadcast, he would show them a stronger self. He prepared Asmo style for them. He strongly intrigued the viewers with his words. The archmage thought his broadcast went great. He was sure he had shown the audience all of his skills, except for the lightning strike. He decided to show it off while destroying the dark wolf. Suddenly, he received a message from Wharton, where he said he did a good job at the broadcast and was admirable. The archmage asked him to force himself to praise him. He didn't show the audience anything of the sort. The archimagus asked if he had anything else to say, to which the president replied that he wanted to accept publicity from the Blue Bull this time, and asked if he was in agreement with him. He was surprised that this time the request for advertising was from Blue Bull and not Gamma Drug. He was sure he could get a lot of money, and he couldn't turn them down. The archmage said he didn't have to worry about his opinion on the advertisement. The president clarified whether the archmage was giving him full power, to which he replied that he was giving him as much power as he wanted. After their conversation, the president made a final decision. He asked an aide to call the Blue Bull and make a contract with him. The aide excitedly asked the president that would Asmo really give them the item. There was no panic in his voice, but there was a genuine concern, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. The president laughed and replied that he wasn't sure about that, but it would be boring if they knew everything in advance, his lighthearted tone hiding the calculating nature that always helped him stay one step ahead. At the Abyss Guild, Emma informed Merlin that there was a huge possibility that the Blue Bull would be the Archmage's next sponsor. Merlin was incredibly shocked by this news. He asked her not to tell him that their competitors had gotten themselves a lightning strike card. Emma calmly replied that it was impossible. She added that was why the Archmage had requested her from the Blue Bull. Merlin, looking at Emma, wanted to know what they were going to offer him to take their advertisement and their assignment. Emma replied that the Blue Bull had offered him the armor of a nameless Archmage. Emma added that this armor was only Asmo's. She was sure that Asmo had started to act up, and there was a readiness in her voice for the inevitable clash. Merlin tried to find out exactly what kind of deal Asmo was going to make with the Archmage, but Emma only shook her head and replied that they didn't know. Her voice was calm, but behind that calmness was a sense of unease. Emma said that if Asmo decided to take control of the Blue Bull, it would be incredibly difficult for them to straighten him out. She suggested Merlin just wait. She turned to her assistant Jackie and asked him to send a message. Jackie asked her exactly who she needed to poison the message to. Merlin realized that there was a real war ahead of them, and every step could be decisive. The tension was building, and there was only one thing on his mind. They had to win. The stakes were too high to allow defeat. Emma looked at Merlin and said that in that case they couldn't just sit still. There was determination in her gaze, and her voice left no room for doubt. Action was inevitable, and the time for it was now. Hen got out of the game and decided to spend his day with his niece Heron. They were going to the store, and Hen told her he could go himself. He was shocked that she liked the chicken so much. Heron replied that she loved the chicken very much, but more than the chicken, she loved her uncle who bought it for her, and laughed loudly. Hen answered her that she had grown so much, and he was pleased to hear her say so. He thought that after he had made a contract with the Blue Bull, he could buy her anything she wished. They were walking down the street and repeating that they could eat their winnings. Suddenly, they were noticed by Sol, who was standing not far from where they were to pass. Seol heard a familiar voice and realized it was Hyun and was surprised to see him. She didn't expect that he was also shopping in this area of the city. She joined them, and they both began to feel shy. They didn't know where to start talking and stood silent for a long time. Heron smiled and told her that she was quite nice. She asked her if she was her Uncle Hen's girlfriend. Her question threw them both into a terrible embarrassment. They both quickly answered her that there was nothing between them. They were just childhood friends. Heron, hearing this, asked her if she liked to play like her uncle did. Heron hurriedly told her that her uncle played God Wars. She wondered if Seol had played the game. Seol smiled and replied that she had played it too, and had started quite a while ago. She told Sol that her uncle was a very powerful mage in the game. Hen was quick to stop her story and said she shouldn't have said that. Seol was surprised that Hen was also a mage. She remembered him telling her that he had labored in the mines, but she didn't think he was a mage. Hen didn't answer her anything, and they continued walking to the store. Hen returned to the game where he was able to defeat 100 werewolves and level up to 118. He had been waiting for this for a very long time and was insanely happy when it worked out. His whole team was incredibly happy for him. The archmage looked at Gold and ordered him to remove his old clothes. Gold obediently and without further question complied with his master's order. He knew that when defeating 100 monsters, he wouldn't be able to summon a guardian just like that. This skill had one condition. The monster's level couldn't exceed it by more than 10. Werewolves had level 128, so it had to be level 118 to be able to summon it as a guardian. The archmage realized that to pass this location, the person had to be above level 130. But because of his power, he got to this location too quickly. So he had to try harder. He used a guardian summon, and Gold's appearance was changed. He asked Gold what he thought of his new body, to which Gold replied that he now felt he was capable of anything. Hearing his reply, the archmage decided that he should have now given Gold new things. He equipped him with the leather armor of a three-headed troll and gave him the fang of a fiery serpent. Upon receiving these items, Gold told him that he would repay him for his favor. He was willing to praise his master until his last breath. Gold leaned over to Lucky and asked him what he thought now. He called him an unimportant little dog. Gold was sure Lucky was jealous of him, but Lucky wouldn't listen to him and just turned away from him. The archmage received a notification that there were 10 seconds left until the moon appeared. He thought he now had everything ready and could start the live broadcast. He started the live broadcast, and after welcoming his viewers, he hurriedly introduced his new keeper to the audience. Some onlookers thought it was a Lucky that stood on 2 legs, some that it was a hybrid beast. But the archmage explained to them that it was a new kind of Gald. The archmage didn't talk for long and decided he should have gotten straight to the point and started the raid on the Dark Wolf. The onlookers were enthralled with the gold and hardly listened to the archmage. The system notified him that there were 0 seconds left until the full moon appeared, and a tree with a glowing apple on it appeared in front of him. The archmage realized what they meant about the appearance. He realized it wasn't the moon but the fruit. The system notified that the fruit would be gone in 10 minutes, and he needed to destroy all the dark wolves while the full moon ripened. He covered his face with his hands from the bright light of the fruit that appeared and thought that this time there would be no boss. Now he needed to survive the waves of attacking monsters. The audience was surprised that he had to survive the waves with monsters. They realized that sometimes you would have to watch such events. It would be boring to only destroy bosses. The archmage decided that in that case, he should have delayed the debut of the lightning strike, but only for 10 minutes. He realized that there were about 100 monsters and thought it would be possible to start at full strength from the beginning. He ordered Lucky to use the lightning flash and Gold the berserk skill. He decided to destroy monsters from long range and applied the skills Fireball, Ice Ball, and Ball Lightning. He knew it would be enough. The archmage waited until the Fuchsia Familiar spell would have been completed so he could apply the Inferno. The archmage improved the move spell and double spell using the wizard's book. Then he began his attack. The audience could not believe that the mage had become so fast. They thought his skills and abilities were true madness. The archmage decided to make an image of the mage that no one would ever be able to show them. He smiled and thought that it was he who was to be the protagonist of this broadcast. A spark of confidence flashed across his gaze, for he had long felt that this moment was his destiny. Gold was incredibly fast and decisive in dealing with the dark wolves. The audience noted that the new gold could handle them alone without the help of the archmage and Lucky. They were sure that now he was stronger than both of them. The archmage couldn't believe he would be buried so quickly, but he didn't see anything wrong with that. He would still show his true power to all the onlookers. He used dragon fever to dispatch the dark wolves as quickly as possible, who couldn't resist the incredible power of the archmage and his team. The system notified him that he had fulfilled the conditions of the quest and defeated all the dark wolves. The archmage realized that he was unable to use the lightning strike. He once again had to postpone this skill until the next battle. Suddenly, the archmage received a notification that Asmo had donated 10K to him. He also left him a cryptic message asking the archmage to use it wisely. The archmage couldn't understand why Asmo had appeared and disrupted the whole atmosphere. He didn't even know what to answer him or how he could continue to conduct the live broadcast. He decided that he needed to end the live stream for the day. The archmage decided to ignore the Asmo for now. He realized that his quest reward was due soon. Suddenly, he heard Umta calling him over. Umta thanked him for avenging his parents, and now he could give him the reward he deserved, and handed him the skill book. He added that now he had to return to the village. The archmage took the book and couldn't believe that it was actually in his hands. It was something incredible. The archmage felt a ghost appear behind him. Surprised that he had been able to get this far, now he saw that the archmage was worthy to find out everything. The ghost asked him if he knew why he coveted the power of the nameless god, to which the archmage shook his head and replied that he didn't know. He reminded him that the ghost had simply told him to gather evidence and go to the forest village. The exile of Natars added that there was nothing wrong with that. He just needed the power to protect the forest village, so he needed the power of the nameless god. He said that was when he found the power of the nameless god and successfully managed to get some of it. It was said that if one craved the power of the gods, he could be punished. He absorbed the power, and now he was an exile and a ghost. The exile of Natars said that however the egg that the archmage had was able to protect him from the power of the nameless god, the ghost reached out his hand and wanted to hand the archmage a skill card. The ghost had given him the special skill of guardian armor. Thanks to this skill, the magic level of its wearer increased several times. The archmage was incredibly happy to get this skill. He saw that this skill could add projectiles. He noted that the unnamed archmage's armor had the same feature. He turned to the exiled Natars and said that he had managed to gather all the evidence and wanted to know where he should have sent next. The ghost said that there was a secret lab inside his lab in the forest village. If he went there, he could meet the helper bird that way. Now he needed to go there and find the secret room. The archmage, upon hearing the new assignment, turned around and went in search of it. He kept thinking about the helper bird. He thought that, as expected, it was indeed a divine game. He was walking along the road outside the forest road and suddenly heard Gold barking. He asked him to be quiet. They were not allowed to make noise. To which Gold replied that he could not control himself at the sight of the moon. Soon they were able to find the Guardian's laboratory, which looked like an ordinary small house. The archmage was surprised that the Guardian used this house. The archmage opened the doors and entered the cabin, apologizing tentatively. He remembered that the ghost had told him exactly about the secret laboratory that was right there. He saw the candle and thought that this place was quite convenient. The archmage thought that in that case they couldn't waste time. He turned the lever and prepared to enter the secret room. Ahimag managed to find the secret room, from which a bird immediately flew out, plowing him to the floor. It was incredibly fast. He didn't even have time to look at it. The bird didn't fly away. It hovered above, lying on the floor, confused archmage. He couldn't believe he had a bird assistant in front of him. The archmage, while in the lab, found himself another pet. He thought it was really cool, but it was a real pain in the ass for him. He received a notification that he had received a gift. Now he understood what Asmo had told him during his broadcast. He received a message that it was his reward for the last broadcast. The archmage opened the gift and saw there an item that only Asmo had. It sent him the armor of an unknown archmage. Hen realized that he was now the only one to receive Asmo's item. Hen thought the problem was that he had no reason to use the armor because the guardian armor from the last quest was much better. He realized that if he sold the gift to Asmo, there was a high chance of losing his respect. He hugged Lucky and asked him how he could get out of this difficult situation. Hen looked at the nameless god armor skill card again and saw that it even had different characteristics. But if one delved into the skill card, a hidden skill could be found. He couldn't understand what this hidden skill was, but when he realized, he was shocked. What such a thing could actually be. He didn't know that such a skill existed in this game. He had never heard of it before. In the Capsule Cafe, the players were discussing the Archmage's latest broadcast. They were impressed with the power of the Archmage and his team. They knew he had met a non-player character in the forest village, but no one had heard any news after he left with him. One player rushed to tell the others that he had super news because the Archmage had started an emergency live stream. The Archmage was going to show a gift received from Asmo. The cafe patrons, one by one, began to quickly pull out their phones. They wanted to know the name of the broadcast so they could open it as soon as possible. The Archmage decided to call his live broadcast Unpacking. The Archmage appeared live, with an unknown to the audience, a bird on his head. He greeted the audience and prepared to show them the gift he had received. The audience couldn't understand why he had an item destruction machine next to him. The Archmage got up and asked his bird, which he named Jackpot, to stand back and rest while he broadcast live. The Archmage said that this time Asmo gave him something, and it was the armor of an unknown Archmage. The audience was shocked that Asmo actually gave him this item. After all, he only had this item. He added that the main skill of this armor was the extra projectile, but the audience noticed that the Archmage had not yet put the item on, but was already showing them the extra projectile. The Archmage said that unfortunately, the item was already useless to him, so he decided to destroy it in front of the entire audience live. The onlookers were incredibly shocked. They thought it was crazy. They didn't understand why he needed to destroy such an expensive item. They knew the armor was the only one in this game. The Archmage picked up the armor and prepared to throw it into the item destroyer. He knew it was madness. Madness that no one would ever do, and for show there was nothing better than madness. Asmo came on the Archmage's live stream and made him a donation of 10K. He told him it would work out and asked him to start the destruction. The Archmage realized it was a sign and started the destruction process. The audience noticed that the Archmage was a real psycho. His armor was worth a huge amount of money. When the Archmage finished destroying it, he exhaled and said with a smile that it was a great performance. No one knew there was a hidden skill in the armor. He knew that at first glance it was a skill that gave another projectile. But after destroying it, the Archmage had the option to obtain a skill card that appeared in the item destruction machine. The audience noticed that the card appeared immediately after the legendary item was destroyed. The Archmage demonstrated their skill card that could increase the number of projectiles while using the skill. The Archmage covered his face with his hands from the glow of the map and informed the audience that he was wrapping up the live broadcast for the day. He had shown them everything he wanted to. He finished the broadcast and thought that he had given the audience a great performance. He realized that everyone's initial reaction was that this rascal with a lot of money was doing some nonsense. But everything changed when they saw the card one more time. Because there were no cases when a card would appear after destroying a legendary item, this broadcast was a big event that changed the history of the game. The Archmage realized that it was too early for the audience to be shocked, because what would come next would be the airing of the Fire Snake's single-handed destruction. The system notified him that a threat was coming towards him. He decided that he would need to complete the main task first before destroying the boss. He entered the Tower of Azar, where he noticed that it was completely empty. Suddenly, the Archmage heard a voice greeting him in the tower, and the voice added that it had long awaited his appearance in this place. The voice asked him to take hold of the vine hanging beside him. The Archmage thought he would need to climb up, riding the stem of the vine. He thought that was an unusual way to do it. He took hold of the vine and it pulled him up. The voice informed him that not too long ago, she had sensed something strange and had sent out her scouts, but several of them had not returned. After a moment, the Archmage arrived at the place he needed, and the elven woman Azara appeared before him. She asked him if he would go to the underground labyrinth beneath the forest village, where he needed to destroy the fire snake. The Archmage smiled and said he accepted her assignment. Now he had to destroy the monsters in the underground labyrinth, find the nest of the fire snake and destroy it. As soon as he entered the underground labyrinth of the forest village, he was given the title of the first person who managed to enter the labyrinth. The Archmage said that the complexity in the labyrinth was quite high, a sense of dread instilled in anyone who dared to enter it, but he believed it was no problem for them. He noticed that there were 3 slugs lying in the corner of the maze. He noted that even the slugs were letting them know where the fire snake was. But before heading further down the labyrinth, he decided to use the wizard's skill card book. He wanted to thoroughly prepare himself for a serious opponent. The Archmage decided that he needed to increase the rank of the keeper. He used the wizard's book and promoted gold to rank AS. Then he left all the monsters to gold. He was sure he would handle them easily. Moving through the labyrinth, he thought he was in trouble. He hadn't expected the keeper to be so strong. At this rate, he could be finished as a streamer, even considering the unpacking ether. Gold could outshine him. He knew he needed to be in the middle of the ether this time. In Saudi Arabia, Asmo decided to start a live broadcast, and the first question from the audience was about the item the archmage destroyed. Asmo replied that, to be honest, he was annoyed by it. He added that if he was going to do such a thing, he should have at least shown them what the skill was. It was the first time he had seen it too, so he was incredibly curious. Asmo said he watched the Rising Star channel with great delight. He thought that maybe he'd better humble himself and pretend that he wasn't annoyed by the destruction of his gift. The president of the Rising Star channel was also watching the Asmo broadcast. He heard his words and thought that destroying his gift would get them in a bit of trouble. He noticed that the viewer's opinion of the archmage was not very positive. He remembered his worried face on his last airing. This was the first time the president had seen him so worried. The president thought it was hard for him to believe he had intentionally done this. But if the archmage wanted to change people's minds, it had to be carefully prepared and shown on the airwaves with the snake. He smiled and thought he didn't have to worry about it. He knew the archmage was a true genius beyond his imagination. The president picked up the phone and decided to check with the advertiser to see if he had decided anything about the reward for airing the fire snake. He needed to know before the live broadcast started. He thought that he should have just organized everything like he always did, and Archimachus would take care of everything and bring them better results. The advertiser replied that the reward would be the trident skill. It wasn't bad, but it didn't match the lightning strike level. The president replied that he would talk to the archmage about it, after which he hung up. He figured that picking one of the Asmo items was an incredibly big bet. It had been a few days since the archmage's last airing. The Capsule Cafe was saying it was too much. It had been days since there had been any news, even after Asmo had mentioned it on his airing. One of the players said it wasn't normal to make his subscribers wait so long and wanted to unsubscribe from it, but suddenly heard someone say that Archmage had posted a post. He saw that the broadcast the Archmage had put up was only for 10 seconds. The player couldn't imagine what he would have undertaken this time. The Archmage informed everyone that the raid walkthrough for the Fire Snake boss would be tomorrow. The players couldn't believe they had to wait another day before airing. The next day, the Archmage started the broadcast. As promised, he welcomed all his viewers and informed them that there would now be a review on the one more skill, which had not been in the game before. The Archmage said he would first show the effect with the Guardian armor on, which increased the number of projectiles, and then show what would happen if you started using the one more skill. The onlookers noticed that he had a fire snake behind his back that was about to attack him. They were shocked when they saw her body was on fire. They thought she would eat Lucky right now because he couldn't dodge the attack in the air. But the Archmage's new pet Jackpot was able to save Lucky. He picked him up in the air and directed him to the ground, because of which the sequence of the snake's attacks was changed. Lucky paused to prepare for the attack. The bright light enveloped his body, as if protecting and empowering him with a strength that could turn the tide of the battle. Every spectator held their breath, anticipating something incredible. The audience was delighted, some of them writing that they wet their pants with excitement. But the Archmage replied that they shouldn't have wet their pants prematurely. The Archmage decided to show the audience the trident skill. He decided to once again show them the unpacking of the skill. The audience couldn't understand when he had managed to get his hands on another legendary skill. He didn't delay his attack for long and threw the trident directly at the fire snake, whereupon the item's effect was activated. The Archmage thought that one attack wouldn't be enough and decided to use it again. The spectators were shocked that he used a legendary skill without spending mana. The fiery serpent froze due to the trident effect, but the Archmage was not going to stop. He informed the audience that they still had a lot to do and used a second trident strike. But in this attack, he decided to use several tridents at once. The spectators remembered that he had the repetition skill, and they realized that in that case, he could release 5 more tridents. The Archmage didn't stop throwing tridents at the snake. He knew he had to use the time when the snake froze to do maximum damage to it. He saw that the fire snake was completely frozen after 5 consecutive trident attacks. The Archmage knew that the snake's torch skill activated when its health dropped below 10%. The fire snake was able to get rid of the freeze early. It activated the torch skill. The spectators were delighted with the snake, and now they understood why it was called a fire snake. The Archmage started preparing magic beforehand. He stood right in front of the snake. He didn't move or try to take cover in a safe place. The spectators were worried that this way he could die as soon as the snake got close to him. When the snake was as close as possible to the archmage, he decided to use the lightning strike skill, whereupon the snake's entire body was pierced by an incredibly powerful lightning bolt. The system notified the archmage that he had succeeded in destroying the snake. The archmage smiled and said that was how he had decided to end the skill review. The archmage thought he had no other choice. He hoped the advertisers would be pleased. He realized that if he delayed the airing, no one would watch the commercial. He decided to sacrifice that for the greater cause. Asmo donated to him and offered to talk in person. After he would have finished the ether, the archmage thanked him and replied that he had finished the ether, but would have others soon. Asmo, without finishing listening to him, asked what subject he would choose next. The archmage hardly realized that Asmo intended to send him something else, and something so valuable that it could be used as equipment. The thoughts whirled through his mind, leaving a sense of impending intrigue. He thought that maybe he should ask Asmo for some sort of cloak or robe or pants. He sank into his thoughts and thought that maybe he should borrow an elven robe from Asmo. The audience noted that the elven robe was too much. They thought that the archmage began to frankly impudent, but the archmage hastened to calm them down and said that he was just joking. The archmage smiled and thought it was too expensive. He was sure he had overdone it and wanted to say a quick goodbye to the audience. He told them the review was over and stopped the broadcast. After completing the task, the archmage gained a new skill. He quickly opened it to find out what he had gotten. The archmage saw that he now had a fire snake crystal and could now sense the immense power contained within it. The archmage returned to the forest village and went to the first bar he could find. He entered it and immediately apologized to everyone. He asked the people present if Zuga was in the bar. He saw a similar face, and approaching him, asked if he was Zug's blacksmith, to which he asked the archmage what brought him to this bar. The archmage replied that he had heard that Zuga was here, and after that he wanted to meet him in person, to which Zuga asked why he was seeking a meeting with him. He replied that he wanted nothing of the sort. He had just managed to find the power of an unknown god, and thought he might be interested. Zuga understood that the archmage was talking about the fire snake crystal, and that he wanted to enhance Tung's black staff. Zuga was willing to do so, and wanted to try and improve it. The archmage couldn't believe he wanted to do this right in the bar. He was sure Zuga was drunk. But Zuga asked him not to worry. He was a master with a 90% success rate, but the archmage couldn't stop worrying. He smiled and thought that with 90% it should have worked out. He had little to no worries and was sure Zuga would have done well. The next day in the woods near the forest village, the archmage couldn't figure out what to make of it. He couldn't believe it was real. Zuga made a tongue fire staff for him. It had the ability to increase the status of ailment by 100%. The archmage was incredibly happy and thought that it was impossible. The archmage looked at Lucky and Gold and thought it was time for them to get stronger. He saw their races upgraded in a second. Now the main plot seemed too easy for him to get through. He told them that he had to visit the Rising Star channel and added that he had to get out of the game to do so. Lucky and Gold asked him to be careful and take care of himself. His assistant entered the office of the Rising Star president, apologizing for disturbing him. He wanted to tell him the important news, but he didn't know how to tell him. The aide informed him that they had received a letter from the archmage. He added that the archmage had written to them that something had seriously changed. The president carefully read the letter from the archmage. He asked that as soon as the Blue Bull's publicity was over, they needed to wait a little while, as he was testing his fighting ability. He realized that the archmage was in the process of improving his stats and asked him to take his time with the conversation. He wanted to show the absurdity of this game again, and as a partner, he expected an appropriate reward. The president remembered that the archmage had an elven robe that he had gotten from Asmo. The president realized that he had missed a good time to talk. His thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected phone call. He picked up the phone and saw that a past advertiser of the Gamma drug was calling him. He couldn't understand what they needed from him. Saul visited the main office of the Abyss Guild again. She was waiting in the hallway when Merlin could give her a few minutes of his time. She smiled and was friendly to the guild staff. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice inform her that they had received a request from the archmage. The voice was filled with anxiety, and she felt her heart beat faster. Something important was about to happen. She realized that the owner of that voice was Merlin, who was talking to someone about the archmage. She moved as close to the door as possible to better hear their conversation. Merlin said that the archmage had once again asked them for a deal. Saul saw that Merlin was talking to Emma. He smiled and asked what the archmage wanted from them this time. Emma replied that he gave them a blank check. Merlin was amazed. He hadn't expected that the archmage would have given them an empty man. Emma replied that the archmage had said it would mean he had signed a contract with them. But since he was fulfilling the Blue Bull's order, such a chance they would no longer have. He was surprised when he listened to the archmage's conditions. Merlin realized that above all else they were to prevent the unification of Asmo and the archmage. Merlin understood that on the other hand, the archmage could also make inadequate demands of them. For example, he might want them to give him the armor of an unknown archmage. Emma was sure that in that case their best option was to give him an impossible mission. It would distract him and give them time to prepare. She knew they had no other choice. Merlin replied that alone it must have been difficult even for the archmage. On her own, defeating the leader of the Red Goblins was quite difficult. Emma replied that she had asked the archmage to do a raid on the Red Goblins. But even if the archmage handed them a blank check, if you gave him an impossible mission at the beginning, he might as well give it up. Emma replied that if it was a solo raid, that would be it. Emma voiced the contents of the order, which would require the archmage to go on a raid on the leader of the Red Goblins alone or in a group of players. She told Merlin that she had offered him both options. They realized that in such a case, instead of simply abandoning a difficult task, the archmage would draw attention to the formation of the squad. Blue Bull would want it to be a single destruction to attract, as much as possible, the interest of the spectators. They were sure the archmage would go naturally. Merlin replied that in that case, if the archmage managed to mop up everything by playing in a group of players, he wanted to know if she could really give him the unknown archmage's armor as a reward. Emma replied that even if this was a game in a group of players, the archmage could still lose. Merlin asked her why she was so sure of that. She took out her tablet to show him the important information. She asked to draw his attention to what results they were able to achieve. Merlin was shocked when he saw it. Emma explained that they had raised levels quickly through trading, and that at the moment all the players were gathering at Red Mountain. She said that if they applied this method, even the archmage himself wouldn't be able to escape. This was their best opportunity to put him in a corner. Her words sounded determined, instilling confidence in the success of the plan. Seol listened to their conversation intently. She thought that she had quite accidentally managed to overhear a very interesting conversation. She picked up her phone and decided that she needed to have a hand in this too. She tried to contact Rappo from the Undead Guild. She figured that if Emma found out about this, she would be glad. The representatives of the Undead Guild greeted her and asked her what was wrong. Saul asked if everything was all right with Rappo-san. Saul replied that she had a small request for them. She spoke calmly, but there was something hidden in her voice, as if this request could change the course of the events to come. The Red Mountain was an arena for players who had reached level 130, 140, and if one crossed the great wall that surrounded the mountain, only a few dared to cross it, knowing that every step could be their last. On a clear plain, players waiting for a tribe of red goblins. These fierce creatures knew no mercy and attacked without warning. Every step forward could turn into a death trap, turning the battle into a cruel test. There were about 40 united tribes of goblins, and to fight them, you needed a group of players with good characteristics. It was for this reason that players with weaker characteristics had no choice but to use a random player selection system called Punishment Squad. The problem was that those players who had enough skills didn't need to use the Punishment Squad. This created an imbalance, as those who were weaker had to rely on risky solutions. The players tried their best to fight the Red Goblins. They acted on their plan and hoped that it would work, and they would be able to hold off the onslaught of monsters. But not everyone in the team acted coherently. There were players who could accidentally injure their partner. Some players left the game right in the middle of the fight, which caused a lot of problems for the remaining players. The last of the players thought that was why they shouldn't have used the Punishment Squad, because it was one garbage gathering. Players watching the duel between the Red Goblins and the Punishment Squad were horrified to see the goblins completely annihilate the fighters. Realizing the strength of the enemy made them think about their own chances of survival. The Archmage thought their squad was different from the others. It was as if his entire team had already passed the Punitive Squad quest. Their confident and coordinated actions gave away experience and strategic thinking. He laughed and said that he hoped they would have done well today. He was sure they were prepared for the toughest of challenges. The Archmage and the team found the non-player character Mr. Choi. They asked him if he knew where Mr. Reitling was. Mr. Choi was the fourth prince of the Tongue Kingdom. He answered him that if he helped him a little, he would tell him where Mr. Rightling was. The archmage was glad that the quest had started normally, and he accepted the task from Choi. He guessed that there would be some sort of stipulation about having to join the punitive squad. He realized that the reward for completing the secret mission was necessary. For setting a record in the punishment squad, he could get a valuable skill book. This thought fueled his determination to complete the task at any cost. Hen thought that it would be hard for him alone anyway after joining the punishment squad. He decided that he needed to take care of the other players as well. A player from the Abyss Guild was amazed that the archmage had noticed their existence. He never thought he would refuse the other team's offer and join the punitive squad, because there was no way to predict who would be there. But because of the punishment squad, it became much more convenient to hunt the archmage. Those who sought him out knew this was their chance to get closer to him than ever. The player was going to pretend that he made a mistake in the battle with the red goblins. He purposely dropped the sword from his hand and loudly informed all the players present in the punishment squad. He noticed that the members of the squad were in no mood to fight. He didn't know if he should have tried to attack the archmage by taking the enhancing potion. The player figured that no matter what class of mage they were all quite vulnerable in melee combat, so he had a chance to overpower the archmage. He thought that all he would have to do was direct the goblin towards the archmage. But suddenly he noticed that one of the red goblins tried to do melee damage on the archmage, but he failed, and the archmage dodged all of his attacks. The player couldn't believe his eyes. He was sure that the archmage must have been mortally wounded, but he couldn't understand what kind of crazy prank this was on his part. He was beginning to think it was just another hoax. He noticed that the archmage was just having as much fun as he wanted. The player was so engrossed in the archmage that he didn't notice one of the goblins attacking him. The archmage noticed that one of the punishment squad players was in danger. He activated the elven boots and trident spell. He managed to save the player and destroy the goblin. The player knew that if the archmage was going to go on a secret quest, he also had to take care of the weaker players. The player was lying on the ground and couldn't believe that the archmage had just saved him from a goblin that had caught him off guard. He didn't know why the archmage had done it. He assumed that he had decided to self-destruct all the goblins. The archmage approached the wounded player to see how he was feeling and if he was all right, trying to determine if additional measures were needed. At this point, the player thought he should have attacked the archmage right away. He leaned over to the player and told him that he would give him a multicolored potion that would help him and give him extra strength. The player was incredibly amazed by the archmage's action. He couldn't believe that he could just give him a potion that cost 800 gold. A while later, the archmage managed to complete the quest of the punishment squad. They destroyed 2,052 goblins. The players were happy that they were able to destroy 2,000 goblins for the first time. The archmage was quite upset that he had to spend a lot of money on potions for other players. But still the reward for the hidden quest was received. The puny squad player thought he was supposed to distract the archmage, but now it was the other way around. He felt for him and his team who had helped him on the hunt. But still, in order for him to successfully carry out Lady Emma's order, he needed to prevent the archmage of any value. He couldn't disobey the order and not carry it out. He approached the archmage and said it was an honor to be in the same squad with him. He asked if they could be together in the next group of players as well. The archmage didn't immediately understand what the young player was talking about. He thought that after he completed the quest and received the reward, he didn't need the player anymore. He realized that Lucky and Gold's quest was also completed. In the past few days, he had managed to defeat the red goblins and reach level 130. And after learning the secrets of the golem skill, now hunting down the red goblin chief alone wouldn't be a problem for him, and would become quite possible for him. The archmage realized that he had to give the player a very firm no, so that he would understand and not pester him with this suggestion. He added that he was going to play alone from now on. He went back to Prince Choi to receive his reward. Seeing Archmage Choi didn't even know what to say to him. He said he couldn't even imagine that it would have gone like this. Choi added that the captain of the punishment squad told him to give him the skill book. The Archmage, upon receiving it, realized that there were only 2 such legendary ones, and he had one of them. The system notified him of a new quest called the Buried Temple. He needed to follow Choi's instructions to find the temple buried underground and destroy the leader of the red goblins there. The Archmage scrutinized the details of the quest and thought that a raid on the leader of the red goblin tribe was now awaiting him. But suddenly he noticed that the reward was a skill card book of legendary epic. He was incredibly happy because this book of skills he had never seen before in this game. He wondered if he too could become a legend. The president of the Rising Star channel noticed that there were many rumors about the archmage on the internet. It started when he was doing the Punitive Squad quest because he raised the audience's expectations. He realized that with his announcement of the game alone, the president couldn't understand what ridiculous notion the archmage was trying to play out. The archmage sent him a message informing him that he was going to schedule a live broadcast of the next boss raid. After he said that, he immediately went to the raid. The president knew that for this raid, the archmage would have gotten the empty gamma medicine contract, the elven robe he had requested. The archmage went to the buried temple to fulfill the terms of the quest. He was ready to fight the leader of the Red Goblins, but first, he needed to get to him. He looked around carefully and was quite surprised that there was a buried temple here. He decided that he needed to find something first before the raid went live. The archmage saw the debris lying under the rubble, and he realized that it was an elaborate structure. But for the leader of the Red Goblins, it would be the perfect place to hide. He understood that unlike the other bosses, the Red Goblin Chief had attack while escaping, health regeneration, attack enhancement, curse, and high basic skills. But the scariest thing was the follower song skill, which activated 10 minutes after the start of the fight because this skill summoned many goblins at once, making the difficulty level increase. The archmage thought that he would need to catch the Red Goblin Chief within 10 minutes so he wouldn't have time to use the skill. But before that, he decided to start the broadcast. He greeted his audience who couldn't understand where he was and where his assistants were. The archmage continued and offered to start their broadcast. He had prepared for them a raid on the leader of the Red Goblins. The audience said that they had not even seen the shadow of the leader of the Red Goblins, to which the archmage replied if he were like everyone else, he would not be an archmage. Suddenly, the spectators noticed that the statue standing behind the archmage began to move. But the archmage did not see it as he was explaining the terms of the raid to them. The archmage told the audience that he had to defeat the monster in only 10 minutes, but the audience tried to warn the archmage to turn around because he was being attacked by animated statues. He was ready for this attack and activated the golem's truth effect. Attacking from behind was no problem for the archmage. The golems handled the revived statues, and the archmage headed straight for the boss. The archmage smiled and thought it was quite a good show. He thought he had picked a good opening scene involving the stone guards. He realized that this was just a starter for the audience. The archmage had received a system notification that the leader of the Red Goblins knew he was here, and he was preparing a song for the followers. The archmage thought that the leader of the Red Goblins had become aware of his presence as soon as he entered here, but he was sure that the monster would not have been able to escape him. He discovered it and pointed out to his spectators that on the mountain sat the leader of the Red Goblins. As soon as the monster saw him, he tried to escape. The spectators noticed that he was incredibly fast. The leader of the Red Goblins was in such a hurry to escape that he was completely oblivious to the surroundings, and he crashed into one of the archmage's aides. The monster raised his head and saw a huge wolf in front of him. The spectators were delighted by Gold's appearance and didn't expect that he could use the leaping skill. Jackpot was floating in the air. Asmo noted that he liked the archmage's performance. The monster looked back and saw that Lucky was behind him, and he was trapped. The archmage thought that everything was going well, and the appearance of the entire team had been timed perfectly, and now he was ready to begin the battle with the monster. He decided that now that Lucky and Gold had gotten their Duel and Shadow of Mist skill cards, it was possible to use those skills right now in a fight with a monster to show the effect of the skills to the audience. He ordered Gold to use the Duel skill and Lucky to use the Shadow of Mist skill. The spectators were delighted with what they saw. They considered it a successful game. Now they were waiting for the attacks to begin. The leader of the Red Goblins realized that he was trapped, so he decided to use songs for followers to call on the goblins for help. The archmage smiled and told his audience that they had waited a long time. He informed them that the preparations were complete. He told Lucky and Gold that they had done a good job. He informed the spectators that he was going to end this fight with 5 magic attacks. He believed that it should have been enough to destroy the monster. The archmage used Dragon Fever and Inferno spells at the same time. He decided to show the audience all at once at the very beginning. He used his ranged attacks to deal maximum damage to the monster. He used a fireball to distract the monster. After that, he used a revolver and added a trident to this attack. He launched 3 tridents into the monster at once. The spectators realized that it was serious. After the trident attack iced the Red Goblin leader, the Archmage activated the Flaming Staff of Tunga, then increased his stats by 100%. The Archmage once again used the trident to attack the monster, after which the monster iced over again. The spectators could not understand why the Archmage destroyed it for so long. The Archmage answered them that he had no time for explanations and was preparing the next attack. He used a shockwave spell. The system notified him that the leader of the Red Goblins was paralyzed. At that moment, Asmo donated 10,000 to him. The Archmage realized that he liked his broadcast. The Archmage explained to the audience that he was going to do more with his further attack, and the audience held their breath in anticipation. The leader of the Red Goblins could no longer resist the Archmage's attacks. He was paralyzed, and he could only think of the next attack the Archmage had prepared for him. The Archmage asked the spirit of the familiar to apply a lightning discharge. Seeing this, the spectators began to actively discount the Archmage with donations. But the leader of the Red Goblins was still alive and dangerous. He could still use the songs of the followers. The spectators were amazed that the Archmage had failed to overpower him. The audience realized that the Archmage had not yet used all 5 magic spells as he had promised at the beginning of the broadcast. The Archmage said that the last magic attack was left. The Archmage decided to use one last magical attack in which he applied physical magic. He pulled out his axe and destroyed the monster. The system notified him that the temple guards had frozen and the way was clear. After the broadcast ended, the Archmage sat down on the ground. He was almost completely exhausted. He had used up all his mana. Gold came up to him and said that he was impressed by the powerful fire attack. The Archmage said the shadow of the Guram and the continuous attacks of magic. His mana was evaporating in an instant. He knew he had to do something to make sure his mana was enough. He thought that for the future, for a larger performance, he needed to prepare skills and items that would be able to restore his magic. He got up and they headed onward. Walking up to the temple, the Archmage noticed a tombstone. He immediately thought it could be Raitling's footprints. This find made him wary. The Archmage noticed that the inscription on the tombstone began to glow with an ominous light. He did not understand what was going on. The system notified him that around him felt an unknown force. Suddenly, the Archmage was enveloped by some unknown dust that hovered in the air. He thought it was a sand monster that was already approaching him. The Archmage could hardly open his eyes. The system notified him that the egg had absorbed the power of the nameless god, and the quest was completed. He was given the title of Discoverer of the Buried Temple. He was happy that he was able to complete the quest, and a skill book, legendary epic, appeared in front of him that he wanted very badly. The Archmage decided not to delay and proceeded to open the skill book of the legendary epic. He was shocked that he was dropped a rank item that had never appeared in the game. He could increase the skill level of the keeper to epic. The skill effect allowed to make the pursued monster his keeper. In addition, it was possible to use skill absorption and monster evolution. The Archmage opened a new chapter of the main quest Fallen Tribe. Now he would need to destroy the fallen tribe of Red Goblins at the request of Reitling. Hen left the game and headed to the Capsule Cafe, where the receptionist asked him what was wrong and why he had that complexion. The administrator added that he had a look on his face as if he had bought the item by selling the house papers. Hen thought he had asked for items to restore mana through the blank check received from the advertisement. Hen was shocked that they had given him an item, the sight of which made him want to say, ouch. He had received the rod of an unknown Archmage. The rod contained one of the powerful powers of an Archmage. He figured that if he was recovering that much mana, he could keep the 2 flaming golems obtained through hacking skill book cards. In return, he got an additional request from advertisers. He figured if they were talking about the performance art on Red Mountain, it might be Lucky 7. In other words, this performance is about catching 777 red goblins in a short time. The record was 19 minutes and 29 seconds and was performed by a group of Abyss Guild players. He couldn't believe that they thought he could break this record. Hen realized that since he had gotten this incredible item, he couldn't be rude to them. Hen put his hands on his head and shouted at the whole cafe that did they really expect him to show them something. The receptionist standing nearby asked him if he was really all right. He calmed down and answered him that everything was fine and further continued to sit with a puzzled face. Then the receptionist asked him not to take it all on his own. The administrator added that there have been times when it would have been better if someone had helped him lighten the load and asked him to let the worries out. After Hyuk-ju's words, he happily got up from the couch and grabbed him by the shoulders and thanked him. Hyuk-ju, looking at him, couldn't understand why he was thanking him because he hadn't done anything. Hen said he had to go and asked Hyuk-ju to prepare his game pod. Hen took out his phone and wrote a reply to the message he received earlier. He said he was going to do an interesting broadcast on their request on Red Mountain worthy of the item he had received. He figured that even if he didn't succeed in breaking the record, he couldn't just give up. There was good news in the Abyss Guild. Everyone around them was saying that their stock price had increased significantly due to the advertisement made by the archmage. The head of Merlin's guild was certain that the rod of the unknown archmage was too great a price to pay. Emma answered him that there was one weighty but in their case. Emma said the archmage's capabilities were more impressive than they expected. She asked him if he had seen the archmage's last broadcast. She added that the skills that were hard to buy, no matter how much they would have paid for them because they weren't for sale, were all rare skills the archmage had. Emma explained to the guild leader that they still didn't know about his abilities. He was a real mystery to them that couldn't be solved. She added confidently that this was why they had given him a very expensive item, and to it they had put forward their own additional offer. Merlin couldn't understand what offer she was talking about. Emma replied that they had asked him to do a solo performance on Red Mountain. Merlin replied that if she was talking about a performance on Red Mountain, it couldn't be anything other than Lucky 7. They were sure that on the broadcast after the raid on the Red Goblin Chief, the Archmage would do anything to break their Abyss Guild's record. Merlin was certain that their record could not be surpassed, not even by an Archmage. There was pride in his voice at what he had achieved, and he had no doubt that their achievement would remain untouchable. Suddenly, Emma's worried assistant ran into their office, informing her that the Archmage had started the live broadcast. Emma didn't think much of it. She asked him to write everything down and see what skills he had. The assistant tentatively informed her that they had one problem. She looked worriedly at the aide and asked what problem he had mentioned. There was tension in her voice, as if she already had a premonition that the news would be unpleasant. The aide told her it would be faster if they watched the Archmage's broadcast themselves, and handed them his tablet with the Archmage's live feed. They were shocked when they saw that the Archmage was just drinking a cocktail and relaxing. They couldn't believe that this was a live feed of an Archmage who wasn't hunting at all and was just relaxing. The audience was thrilled that the Archmage only involved his team. They were happy to see Lucky hunt. They thought the Archmage was doing the performance as it should be done. Suddenly they noticed that the Red Mountain was starting to burn. They immediately realized that it was time to see the flaming golems in action. They were surprised that he could use 2 golems at once. The spectators watched as Jackpot was able to destroy the Red Goblins with ease, but they couldn't believe that the Archmage really didn't do anything. They were impressed that there were not only attacks, but also reinforcements. Suddenly they saw magic and thought the Archmage had started to destroy the goblins with his team, but it was a spirit familiar who used magic to attack. The spectators didn't stop donating, and one of them was made by Asmo, who said he hadn't seen something like this before. He was surprised that his characteristics had changed. The Archmage thanked all the spectators for donating to him. Asmo noted that he had a change in his mana amount thanks to the rod of the unknown Archmage. The Archmage was surprised that they noticed this as well. He noted that nothing could be hidden to Asmo-san. The Archmage received a request from the audience who wanted him to show them gold. The Archmage pointed a camera at him, and the audience couldn't believe that gold had gotten twice as big and strong. The onlookers thought the Archmage was showing them this appearance of gold for the first time. Some onlookers thought it was the boss of this raid. Asmo didn't understand how that was possible. Gold demonstrated his new appearance to the audience, after which the system notified the Archmage that he had succeeded in destroying 777 fallen Red Goblins, and that the quest had been completed. In Rappo's Phoenix Guild, there was talk of a live broadcast of the Archmage. Some of them had heard that he was quite an interesting guy. They thought then, since Lady Lisol had asked them then, they had to take a different route. They stopped the broadcast of the Archmage's solitary raid on the Red Mountain. After completing the quest, the Archmage addressed the audience. He apologized to them that he was unable to break the Abyss Guild record, but the audience was delighted that he was able to complete the quest so quickly and yet not participate in it personally. Rappo wrote to him that he had heard rumors that he didn't make mediocre ethers. He said there was a dungeon in the frozen ground. He asked the Archmage if he could clean it up, much to the Archmage's shock. The system notified him of the opening of a new chapter in the quest. The Archmage thanked Rappo for the request, but decided to end the broadcast. Not knowing what to do next, he realized he needed to embark on a new quest. Rappo added that he had discovered the dungeon but had not yet been able to explore it, and his voice gave away his anxiety, for the place held something sinister. The Archmage smiled, and replied that this order he would have to coordinate with the president of the channel. Rappo replied to him that as a reward, he would give him whatever he wanted. He bowed and said that if it was Rappo-san's request, he had to fulfill it unconditionally. It didn't matter to him which dungeon he would choose, he was ready to go there. The archmage received a new quest, a ring left by the Ratling. He needed to take his ring and go with it to the unknown archmage's dungeon. Rappo gave him the answer that the name of the dungeon was the unknown archmage's dungeon. The players who were in the frozen forest thought that it was too harsh to give them a frostbite penalty. Their stats had already been reduced by 50%, but even that would be hard for them to feel. One of the players couldn't understand. Wouldn't they have died in this forest before they even managed to reach the Black City? His comrade replied that they were very lucky that there were no monsters in the vicinity, to which he received the reply that they just weren't visible right now. He had told him about the monsters of the frozen forest. He was sure the monsters were all white, and that was their camouflage so you could get close to your victim unnoticed. The player added that they could have jumped out and attacked them at any moment. His comrade asked him not to scare him, but suddenly he noticed something in the distance, but couldn't see what it was. They were shocked when they saw that they managed to find a land where the snow had melted. They thought it was an incredible find and thought it was some sort of glitch in the game. One of them headed to the land without snow and said that there was probably a guild of immortals here. They said that they would go to the Black City because of the archmage. The player was already very tired, and it was quite hard for him to move on. In the Black City, the players knew that there was a guild of immortals. They knew that they had come to meet the archmage. And now they realized that the rumors were true. Guild immortals wanted to raid the dungeon of an unknown archmage, and for that, all players up to level 200 showed up. Even the Remie from the top leadership was there. The players knew that there was nothing left for her to do but to come at the behest of the guildmaster, Rappo-san. Now everyone knew how much of an outstanding player the archmage was. Remia noticed a thick fog rising into the air. She realized it was the archmage approaching. They could see the frozen forest melting, and there was quite a bit of steam from it. Soon the guild immortals saw the flaming golems coming at them. They were the ones that melted all the snow that came their way. The players were shocked when they saw how thick the steam was. They couldn't see anything from behind it, but soon they were able to see a silhouette very similar to the archmage. When the steam cleared a little, they saw the archmage, but they couldn't see who was behind him. But soon the steam disappeared and they saw that there were 200 players riding a steam train behind him. The players thought there was a full steam train in front of them, which was fully staffed with players. The players named this steam train Lucky Express. Remia was shocked that the archmage had brought 200 people. She had seen for herself how much of an unpredictable personality he was. She thought that if they were together with the archmage, wouldn't they be able to pass the dungeon of the unknown archmage? This question tormented her. But she was undaunted by the hope that they would be able to succeed. The players who came on the steam train started to thank him for it. They found the archmage's steam train to be fast and reliable, to which the archmage replied that the cost of the ticket was a channel subscription, a like and a comment. The archmage heard someone approaching him from behind. He turned around and saw Remia, who greeted him, and said that she was from the Immortals Guild. The archmage replied to her that he was glad to see them. Remia was impressed that the archmage recognized her immediately and knew who she was. His insight surprised her, for not everyone could know her. It added a special meaning to the situation, and she realized that he was no ordinary mage. The archmage replied that he couldn't help but recognize her. There weren't many people with that kind of light energy among all the players. Remia replied that just like the guildmaster said he was a very interesting man, she noted that Lucky Express was quite good. The archmage laughed and replied that it was nothing like that. She added that if they worked together with Mr. Archmage, it seemed to her that they could pull off a great raid. The archmage thought that together they definitely couldn't pass the raid. He realized that if he made a mistake, the main scenario quest would become known to everyone. He turned away and said that he couldn't go along with the Guild Immortals right now. Remia couldn't understand why he couldn't go on the raid with them. The archmage explained that if he and the guild started working together, then they absolutely could not mop up everything. He added that in that case it would be no fun, and he would be ashamed to receive a blank check for such a thing. He decided to balance the difficulty. He would go through the raid alone. His words shocked Remia. They realized that playing alone was the archmage's style. A few days later, the archmage launched a live broadcast from the unknown archmage's dungeon. The archmage greeted his audience and immediately noted that they were quite guessing. Just by seeing the landscape, they immediately realized that he was in the dungeon of an unknown archmage. He explained to them that because of the anthill type, simple and complex rooms were dropped randomly, and it was difficult to choose which room to enter. The archmage added that it was only through luck that one could easily reach the boss's room. He said that success in such places depended not only on skill, but also on luck. He told the audience that he would go where Lucky would tell him to go. The audience asked Lucky to show him a path full of difficulties. Lucky chose doors with simple tasks. Through incredible luck, they ended up at the boss door. Here it was just beginning. The audience realized that if he destroyed the boss, a new, even more dangerous enemy would soon appear. The archmage thought that this would definitely become an incredible problem for him. The monster that appeared after destroying the boss was a non-playable character. The system notified him that he had entered the boss room, where the Ice Knight was using the skill Snow White Body. If his health was below 80%, then the skill Fierce Cold was activated. If it was even lower, Ice Armor was activated. The Ice Knight sat on his throne and calmly watched the archmage. The onlookers noted that he looked quite cool. The archmage looking at him couldn't understand why the Ice Knight was there. The boss was pleased that they had finally reached him. He was eagerly waiting for the fight to begin, ready to destroy the uninvited guests in his eyes with an icy calmness, and he was sure of his victory. The archmage decided to use the flaming golems first. He knew that these fiery creatures could weaken the enemy and pave the way for more powerful spells. The spectators were excited for the battle. They were ready to see how fire stood up to ice. The spectators realized that the flaming golems were 100% resistant to cold, which was why the archmage used them first. The Ice Knight attacked the flaming golem incredibly fast. His attack made the golem simply collapse. The archmage was impressed that he was able to smash the golem with a single sword. The boss headed towards the archmage to unleash his powerful and fast attack. The archmage thought that he was incredibly agile, so he would have to go all out. The archmage managed to avoid the boss' attack. He used his elven boots to dodge. The spectators thought that he was not omnipotent. The Ice Knight was faster than him. They were sure that this time he would not be able to escape, and the raid was a failure. On the archmage's defense stood his guardian Gold, who took on the dangerous attack. The strong and loyal guardian did not hesitate to throw himself under the attack to protect the archmage. Gold turned to his master and asked if he was all right. He was worried lest the Ice Knight hurt him. The archmage replied that thanks to his faithful guardian, he was fine. The archmage realized that the moment he let his guard down, the raid would be a failure. He ordered his team to activate all his characteristics at full power. He ordered Gold to use Gigantization and Ilkido. Lucky, he ordered him to use Guram Shadow, which gave him incredible speed. The archmage used Dragon Fever. Now he was ready to fight the Ice Knight. He was sure that they could win and successfully execute the raid because the strength was in their unity. The system notified him that he had defeated the Ice Knight. Archmage was given the title of the one who was able to single-handedly defeat the Ice Knight. The archmage noted that since this level was a field boss, it was difficult for him. Rappo wrote that it was time for the real boss to show up. If he said he didn't have enough skills, he would forcibly kick him out of the dungeon. The boss they had been waiting for appeared in front of the archmage and his team. His face was not visible. He had a hood on his head. He told the archmage that he had been waiting for them to meet. The onlookers noticed that the archmage looked ready for anything and that he had carefully made preparations for this raid. It didn't surprise them. They knew that the archmage always prepared for his broadcasts. Asmo wrote that the archmage had successfully completed the raid and the deal with the Immortals Guild had been finalized, after which the archmage felt some strange atmosphere. Asmo said he had one request for the archmage as well, a dungeon that none of the top 10 guilds had been able to clear. If the archmage had managed it, he would have gotten a reward for ordering a set of items. The onlookers were sure that if you gave the archmage the items, they would be useless. Asmo replied that that was why this time he had prepared something for his keeper Gold. The archmage fell to the ground thinking he was in big trouble. He had to end the broadcast in a hurry because of the main scenario quest. He had accepted an order from Asmo to clear a dungeon that no guild could clear. He was sure he could manage and get an item for his faithful keeper Gold. The archmage thought he had accepted the unknown archmage's dungeon request because it overlapped with the main scenario quest. But quests and orders couldn't match all the time. This upset him greatly. The system notified him that the unknown archmage's dungeon had been cleared. The archmage saw the hooded boss in front of him and thought it was all because of him. Unexpectedly, he heard him say that the one who came to him with the Guardian's legacy, apparently it was because of the underground labyrinth of the forest village. After the Guardian disappeared, strange things started to happen in the underground labyrinth. The boss took off his hood, and the archmage saw that it was an elven girl who added that knowing that the reason was because of the power of the nameless god, she searched for a solution and reached this place. The archmage, looking at her, thought that he would deal with the order from Asmo a little later. He wanted to get the main scenario rewarded first. She told the archmage that if he sought the power of the nameless god, she could help him in his quest. But before that, a Thunderbird chick had to be raised. The archmage couldn't believe it was just a chick. It seemed incredibly large to him, and he thought Jackpot was an adult bird. When the Thunderbird grew, it became louder than thunder, and could even compete with the dragon, its power and majesty inspiring fear, and its presence could change the course of any battle. The system notified the archmage that he could choose a new skill for Jackpot that evolved. The archmage realized that this move could greatly enhance Jackpot. 3 skill cards appeared in front of him. The archmage was shocked that all 3 were legendary. Such a chance was rare. He realized that choosing one of these skills could change Jackpot dramatically. The archmage thought that in such a case, any card could be chosen. The skill Orion's Song fell to him. After Orion's Song, part of the power of the god Orion would descend on the chosen target, and all of the target's characteristics would increase. The archmage could not believe that Jackpot had such a legendary skill. It was something incredible and almost unreal to him. He realized that this rare gift could raise their powers to a new level and open up unprecedented possibilities. The elfess said that the Thunderbird had already grown and asked the archmage to follow her. She added that she had a book she would like to show him. She led him to the laboratory of an unknown archmage, and suddenly he felt a powerful, unfamiliar energy. It literally permeated the air, making him wary. He realized that this place held something special and possibly dangerous. The unknown energy attacked the archmage sharply. He didn't expect such an attack and didn't know how he could dodge it, but suddenly he felt the egg begin to absorb the unknown energy. The elfess noticed that something was wrong with the archmage and worriedly asked what was happening to him. The archmage was startled and remembered that it was the same last time. She said it was here. He looked around and made sure it was indeed the archmage's lab. He wondered if there were any unique items here. She went to one of the books and said that this book was with her powers, and she was completely unable to understand its contents. The archmage had received a book by an unknown archmage, and it was uninterpreted. He was quite surprised by this, for this way, he would not have been able to read it. The system notified him that interpretation was possible after he would activate the ability assimilation system. The archmage was confused. He didn't know what that system was or where to find it. He looked at the book and couldn't believe that he wouldn't have been able to read it, but he was sure that there was still a way to read it. The elfess said that there was someone who could interpret this book. She said that if he went into the misty forest, he could find his tracks. She held out her hand with the ring on it. She explained to him that the man would listen to his request if he showed him the ring. King Tungi's ring was a legendary item. King Tungi had given this ring to his comrades who helped him, and now the archmage could meet King Tungi. Taking the ring in his hands, the archmage thought that it was capable of reducing mana recovery time and even mana consumption. He realized that he had to definitely reach level 150. The archmage opened a new chapter in the main quest. He needed to find Arvia, a fellow wraithling in the misty forest. Realizing that the forest was full of dangers, he prepared himself for the arduous journey, realizing the importance of this encounter for further developments. He answered her that he would have gone straight to find Arabia, but Asmo had personally ordered a dungeon sweep from him, and he couldn't ignore it. Nor did he want to sweep the dungeon too quickly. The archmage returned to his team. Seeing him, they were happy. Gold said they had been waiting for him. The archmage wasted no time telling them that they needed to get on the road right away. But before they set off, the archmage gave a task for Gold. He ordered him this time to absorb the Ice Knight. Rapo-san watched the archmage's live broadcast and realized that he had fully met his expectations. He found him to be a very interesting fellow. One player watching the archmage's broadcast couldn't understand, even if she saw it again, why the elven woman had chased her away, and the archmage she was waiting for. It was a curious question to her. Rapo was sure she had something prepared for him. He looked at his phone and saw an incoming call from Lee Seol. He picked up the phone and started talking to her. Saul greeted him and asked him if he had seen the archmage. Rapo was surprised that she got straight to the point. She informed him that she was quite disappointed. She explained to him that she had been incredibly looking forward to this because she had heard that even the Immortals Guild couldn't clear it. The Immortal Guild just didn't know how they could proceed to the next stage. They knew that the difficulty of the dungeon wasn't very high. Rappo replied that he was just wondering how the archmage would behave in such a situation, but he was also surprised at the result. His style of play was beyond common sense. He added that he was able to have fun quite well, thanks to her, Lady Lee Seal, because he saw the archmage enjoying the game. Saul listened to him carefully. He was telling her that he liked the live broadcast from the archmage. Now he wanted to watch him all the time. Rappo thought she was disappointed that this was not the direction she would have wanted, to which Seal replied that she wanted to express her gratitude to him for listening to her request, and hung up. On the Rising Star channel, an aide informed the president that Asmo had prepaid the order. He was surprised that the archmage had agreed to the assignment. The president asked him to keep his voice down and explained that he was the one who told Asmo to prepay. The president explained to him that this was the second time the request was made live to the archmage under terms that broke the rules. He noted that the price of the order usually remained hidden, which was ideal for raising the cost of the archmage's services. It would maintain an element of secrecy and fuel interest, making his work even more valuable and sought after. In other words, they were competing with each other. And as evidence of this, I received an upfront payment. He felt it was an acknowledgement that he had taken out other competitors. The president asked that the archmage be sent the reward for Rappo's Order Black Claymore, and that the swordsman's kit Asmo had bought be sent as well. Hen left the game and headed to the Capsule Cafe. He sat and thought about what he should do, what he should have done with the rewards sent for the orders. He was rewarded with a black claymore from Rappo and a swordsman's set from Asmo. He knew that at the moment, Gold was absorbing the Ice Knight. Hen realized that after that, Gold's appearance would become like a werewolf. Then a swordsman's set could be put on him, he thought. Wouldn't Gold be too much then? Besides, Lucky went through the evolution process. After he managed to reach level 150, he also pulled out the gigantization skill card that Gold had. Hen was concerned that Gold and Lucky were overshadowing him too much, and he looked quite plain against them. He couldn't understand at all how it was possible for him to find balance in these productions. He thought that even though he had come up with something hastily, they still stood out too much. He needed to figure out how to make them all complement each other right away. Suddenly, he heard a conversation between two players passing by. They couldn't believe it was true, and they hurried quickly to the restroom. Hen couldn't understand why they were in such a hurry to get to the break room. What was it that had everyone starting to rush there? He decided to go there too to find out what was the matter. As he approached the lounge, he heard the cheers from the other players. They were saying it was incredible. Someone had played a successful game. Hen stood behind them and didn't understand what the excitement in the room was about. But suddenly he noticed the screen where Rappo was live streaming. He saw the Smarty Pants Fenrir that looked incredibly large. He couldn't understand why it had gotten so powerful and large. Hen asked Hekju if by any chance the smart guy had evolved. Hekju was stunned by the question and asked in surprise when Hen entered the break room. He saw a clever man use Fenrir's initial skill. This was the first time Hen had heard of such a skill and didn't know its characteristics and what it gave Fenrir. After that, Clever Man used gigantization. Hen was glad that he was able to see Rappo's broadcast. He realized that the giantization skill of the smarty Fenrir would be able to reduce Lucky's burden. Guild player Scaff Mars turned on the live broadcast to show off their skills and abilities. They showed the audience the fire blade and thought it was marvelous. But the audience was bored. They lacked firepower. They wanted to see the Archmage's ether. Mars asked the audience to refrain from mentioning other streamers, to which the audience responded that the Archmage was more interesting than they were. The Guild Warrior asked the viewers not to leave the airwaves, as he still had his night skills, to which the viewers replied that no one had asked him to show them. The audience began to leave the boring Scaff Guild airwaves one by one. The guild leader begged them to stay. He promised them that they would now begin to show them real combat power. As they left the air, the viewers added that the once top Scaff Guild was now of no interest to anyone. These words greatly angered Mars, who was incredibly upset to hear this. He opened the online chat and saw that they were severely lacking in content today. He said they should have done better next time and come back on air. Mars finished the broadcast and lost control of himself. He was incredibly angry that no one wanted to watch. He blamed it on the Archmage. He realized that because of him, the number of viewers on their broadcasts had dropped by 20%. His co-teammates replied to him that there was nothing they could do about it. They told him that they wouldn't have been able to get ahead of him in views because he was playing alone and not with a group of players. Mars replied to them that they had no chance of winning, but they could ruin his ether, or at least they should have given the Archmage a warning. The players understood that he wanted to corrupt the ether, but they didn't know there was a way to do it. Mars replied that when they hunted, their hunting areas could overlap. The guild also said they wouldn't prevent conflicts with the archmage. Mars suggested that they barge in on the archmage when he would start broadcasting. The players asked him if that was too reckless of them. They were discussing a plan of action and didn't notice the camera filming them. Mars added that the archmage didn't belong to any guilds, so there would be no response from anyone. He said he had thought of everything and wanted them to hear him out. Merlin told Emma that the top guilds were starting to gather like she wanted. It was amazing that you could get them so riled up using a few chat rooms. Emma replied that it wasn't over yet. After all, she had given some money to Mars. He realized that their guild's goal was much deeper than just messing up the archmage's broadcast. There was a more complex plan behind their actions than might at first appear. Emma confirmed his words and added that Mars was just a decoy. She wanted to once again order a special favor from the Red Snake Guild. Merlin asked her what would happen if they didn't succeed this time too. Emma replied that if they didn't succeed, they would have to completely change their approach. He wondered how they should have changed their approach. Emma replied that they would have to use recruitment. They would have to find a way to recruit the archmage. The players in the Misty Forest began to gather. They knew that today would definitely be a special edition about the protagonist in the Misty Forest. Mars knew that the only content that could be done in the Misty Forest was express. Anything else took too much time and was unpredictable. Content when the player ran in a straight line without stopping and destroyed all enemies that got in his way. The players asked Mars what would happen if they defeated the monsters first. Then they get a simple airing about walking through a misty forest. Mars was excited for the start of the Archmage's live broadcast. He wanted to spoil the airwaves for him as soon as possible. He wanted as many viewers as possible to come back to their channel. The player standing behind Mars asked him to stop. He said there was an Archmage 50 meters away. They needed to quickly prepare to attack him, but they needed to wait until he would have launched the ether. Mars thought that even in the thick fog, if one worked with the mage detector, one could steal the monster in secret from the Archmage. He said that the operation was starting and asked everyone to take their seats. First on his broadcast, the Archmage showed Lucky, who had evolved and become much stronger. The viewers were delighted to see the new Lucky and wanted him to host the broadcast himself. The Archmage asked Lucky how he was in his new body, and if he had finished his hunt, curiosity and concern in his voice. For their future plan depended on Lucky's success. The onlookers noticed that there were unusually few monsters in the misty forest around him. This made them suspicious, for such a lull usually heralded something dangerous. Everyone realized that the calmness in this place could be deceptive and lead to serious consequences. The Archmage saw that he was not alone in the misty forest. He saw that the top Scaff Guild was there. He realized that they were committing the theft right before his eyes. He figured they had crossed the line. The spectators said they were getting too bored, but it was all from the fact that there were hardly any monsters, but they also wanted to see gold. The Archmage used a fireball and realized they were looking for gold. The Archmage told the onlookers that if they wanted to see the gold, then they needed to keep an eye out for a fireball, and he threw it deep into the misty forest where it hit one of the Scaff Guild players. The fireball hit right on target and took out the player. The spectators immediately realized why there were no monsters around, but they couldn't understand why the top guild tried to steal monsters from the Archmage. The player informed Mars that apparently the Archmage had noticed their presence. Mars replied that he had already realized this. He was impressed that he had hit his attack through the thick fog without seeing an inch in front of him. The Archmage was able to hit the target with ease despite the fog. He had incredible efficiency. The players of the Scaff Guild couldn't dodge his attacks, so they didn't see them. They turned around and ran. Mars realized that he had no choice but to order the rest of the players to advance on the Archmage. They were sure they would be able to overpower him due to their superior numbers. But suddenly, something appeared in front of them. Because of the fog, they couldn't see who it was. But when the fog cleared slightly, they saw an Ice Knight standing right in front of them. The Ice Knight immediately started attacking them, destroying the players with his mighty sword. The spectators couldn't understand where in the misty forest an Ice Knight could appear from. 3051. He asked his master Archmage to leave it to him. He could deal with the top guild players in peace. The onlookers were shocked when they realized that Gold was in front of them in a new guise. Gold said that if they wanted to approach his master, they would have to go through him. His voice was full of determination and threat, showing that he was willing to protect the Archmage at all costs. Mars told the player standing behind him not to be afraid. In front of them was only a guardian. The player replied that the Guardian's combat power was incredible. Suddenly, Jackpot appeared over Gold to strengthen him. Using Orion's song, he increased Gold's characteristics. His movement speed, attacks, and overall power increased by 15%. Gold was now an even more formidable opponent. The Scaff Guild players were shocked by Gold, Lucky, and Jackpot's new abilities. They hadn't heard anything about them leveling up and gaining new skills. Mars didn't want to retreat, even after Gold's reinforcement. He was sure that due to their numerical advantage, they would be able to overpower them. He asked his players not to be afraid. He suggested them to attack all together so that the chance of winning would be higher. The players obeyed Mars and started attacking them. The players of the Snake Hunters Guild thought that this was their chance to attack the Archmage, as long as he was busy with the Scaff Guild. As long as Gold and Jackpot weren't around, they would be able to destroy him. But they were only worried about Lucky. They decided to ignore Lucky and eliminate the Archmage by destroying him abruptly. The Archmage informing the audience that if the intruders crossed the line, they would suffer greatly. The onlookers noticed that the Archmage looked a little angry. They realized that it was because the players had suddenly started disrupting his broadcast. The Archmage added that the intruders had almost derailed his plans. The Archmage was confident that Gold was able to deal with the intruders. The onlookers thought that no matter how strong Gold was, it was too much for them that he was fighting alone against so many opponents at once. He saw the concern from the spectators and asked them not to worry too much. He also provided fire support to his team. He decided to continue Lucky Express. He started attacking his opponents and said that games were supposed to end in games. What fun was there in bringing them into real life? The Archmage thought that all he had was his brother, who was just now beginning to rehabilitate, and his face finally colored with a blush. And his niece Heron, who got chubby cheeks because she started eating part of her chicken, and now she looked even cuter. The Archmage realized it was best to mislead. If it wasn't for them, he would have quit long ago, but he tried his best to provide them with the better life they deserved. He noticed that they continued to follow him and were gradually getting closer to him. He thought that he must have been so careful since he had been through so much in the past. It didn't matter to the Archmage how many stealth skills they used. He knew they wouldn't have been able to fool them. The Archmage could see that a guild of snake hunters were after him. He noticed that this time they sent them as they should. The Archmage saw that there were 3 of them. He knew he had to play it safe. The Archmage asked the audience if they were bored with simple monster hunting. He decided to introduce them to skills for sight. He asked Lucky to look deep into the forest and try to apply Fenrir's Fear. Lucky obeyed the Archmage's order and applied Fenrir's Fear, the system notifying him that the positive effect was temporarily suspended for the encountered targets. The audience was thrilled with his skill. They thought Lucky was really cute. They wanted to see such cuteness again. They thought Fenrir's Fear was really cool. The players from the Snake Hunter Guild were panicked by Lucky's use of Fenrir's Fear. One of them said that before they came out of stealth, they needed to hit the Archmage. They were all exposed to Fenrir's Fear and stealth was broken. The players abruptly started attacking the Archmage, who suddenly just disappeared right in front of them. The Archmage had stumped them by disappearing suddenly and without a trace. They were puzzled, not understanding how he had done it or where he could have hidden to. His disappearance had left them at a loss, forcing them to reconsider their plans. He smiled and explained his disappearance. He had applied camouflage, and now his enemies couldn't find or detect him. Now they had switched places, and he was beginning his hunt for them. The Archmage had finished the spell beforehand, using Memorize and the Spirit Familiar, and this time he was ready to show his audience how much more perfect he was than the other players. From behind the thick branches of the trees, the players saw a burst of lightning. They realized that there were mercenaries from the Snake Hunter Guild who had apparently lost to the Archmage. Players recalled that they were not told such a thing, and if a rumor went around that they had teamed up with a guild that didn't follow the rules, they would be kicked out of their guild immediately. They didn't know if they should have acted now before Gold attacked them. They wanted to be careful in choosing an opponent, so they decided that what was happening wasn't a call for help. Mars realized that the situation was getting very strange. He didn't know what they should do next, whether they should continue in the same vein, or whether it would be better to retreat before the Archmage destroyed them all. After a little thought, Mars shouted for everyone to start retreating. Their purpose was to distract, not fight. He said they couldn't stay and arouse suspicion. Emma watched everything that was happening and thought that her plan had worked, and these events would distract the Archmage for a while. She realized that he wouldn't be able to team up with the guilds that were targeting him. She realized that this in no way matched the actions and confidence the archmage had previously shown. Emma realized that there were only 2 guilds left in such a case. If the archmage offered cooperation to the top guilds, they could demand compensation, and he would end up having to mop up the dungeon Asmo had ordered from him himself. Emma knew that according to their information, this dungeon was particularly difficult and impossible to go through alone. She was sure the archmage would have lost there. She figured if he wanted to play alone, she'd isolate him for life, even if he didn't like it. The archmage thought it was sabotage, organized by those guilds and snake hunters. The audience thought he was a rich man in his normal life, and he decided to take advantage of that a bit. He sat down on the grass and said that he couldn't believe they were going to destroy him with so many items. He asked them next time to take at least more than 2 legendary items, and then they could come. The archmage added that if they were coming to destroy him with items that weren't even worth a glass of booze, he could pay them when they met him one-on-one. Asmo donated and said he didn't like the time being wasted because of those who distracted him. Even though he left him an order, Gold successfully returned from the mission. But the archmage asked him to wait. He had an important conversation. The archmage informed his viewers that he would definitely fulfill Asmo's order and asked them not to worry, and he decided it was time for the live broadcast to end. The Rising Star channel team watched the archmage's broadcast closely. The presidential aide said he felt that something would have happened on the air, but some of the team thought it was an accident. The president understood that those guilds weren't stupid either. He understood that there was no way to attack the archmage in such a way. He figured that meant someone had taken the lead, and they were acting under it. If someone was targeting the archmage, then they needed to increase the number of allies. The president realized that at this point the likelihood of the archmage restoring relations with those guilds was very low, and he had only one option left. Asmo, sailing on his yacht on the ocean, came off the live broadcast. He immediately asked how his live broadcast ended. He needed statistics after the archmage's failed broadcast. One of his assistants informed him that the total number of spectators had increased by 3%, which was a very good result. He added that recently it had been holding steady, but now it had increased. Analysis had revealed that the problem was the archmage. The aide informed him that he had also received an invitation to a meeting from the Rising Star channel, and he needed to decide whether he would go to it or not in order to send the channel his decision. Asmo thought for a moment, realizing that this could be a big deal. He agreed to talk to the best player Wharton had ever produced. The archmage went to do the interpretation quest. He needed to find Arbia to break the seal. After completing the quest, he could proceed to the fragment of the Spirit King. He was surprised that it was at the foot of a cliff in a misty forest, and if it hadn't been for the light, he would never have found it. The archmage thought that now was the time to give Arbia the Book of the Unknown Archmage. He realized that this book could give him a legendary skill that would be quite important in his future journey. The archmage approached the non-player character, apologized, and explained that he was directed here by Mr. Reitling. The character listened to him carefully and was willing to help him. The non-player character was a little surprised to be sent by Mr. Reitling himself. He asked what the reason was for coming to him. The archmage pulled out a book of skills and told him that Reitling had assured him that he would be able to break the seal that he himself was unable to break. A non-player character was able to break the seal in a second. The archmage, seeing this, was shocked that he didn't just break the seal, he just shattered it. After the archmage was helped by a non-player character to break the seal, the system notified him that a new chapter of the main quest had been opened, where he needed to find the frost flower. The archmage accepted the terms of the quest and went in search of the frost flower, and after 9 days he only managed to find 4 flowers. He realized that if it wasn't for Lucky's nose, he wouldn't have been able to find any at all. He decided it was time to hit the road. He thought it would be quite a hardship if the company didn't extend the lead time by 10 days. The archmage thought that he couldn't keep them waiting any longer. He was able to improve the characteristics, and now he could mop it up properly. He needed to find the dungeon of the Misty Labyrinth and the fragment of the Spirit King hidden there. He turned back to the non-player character who didn't understand what was wrong. He melted the frost flowers as best he could. The archmage replied that it was fine and thanked him for it. The archmage looked at the melted flower and was shocked that he didn't know that these frost flowers had a shelf life of 24 hours. He knew that the frost flowers could be used to extract the characteristics of items. He thought of recruiting more of them and gradually using them, but he couldn't understand why they had an expiration date. The archmage thought then, the items to draw characteristics from now were the guardian's gloves, the guardian's headband, and the guardian's armor. He figured he needed a replacement to put on after he could unfold them, after which he could use the flame gloves. The archmage pondered what to do with the guard's bezel and armor that he now had in his possession. He understood that these artifacts had powerful powers, but he also realized that using them could have unpredictable consequences. He figured that given the time he had left before the broadcast began, and the shelf life of the frost flowers, he should be able to find a replacement within 24 hours, after which the quest would be complete. The archmage decided that in that case he should hurry. He hoped that Jibei had something useful on sale. The system notified him that it was possible to extract the characteristic of 40% to magic projectile speed from the Guardian's gloves. The archmage unfolded them and gained a new ability. Hekju sat at his desk and was incredibly bored. The archmage hadn't been live for 9 whole days already. He went to Jibei and noticed that the prices there kept going up. There was nothing of interest to him there. He noticed they had a flame cap and snow armor. He knew they were rare legendary items. But looking at their price, Hekju thought that it was too high a price for these items. Hen approached him and asked him to prepare a game capsule. Hyon noticed that Hekju was looking passionately at his phone. He asked him what was so interesting he found, to which Hekju replied that he found a Jibei bubble there. Hekju said that even if the items were for mages, they had increased in value because of the archmage. He knew that no one would buy them for that kind of money. But unexpectedly, Hyokju found that these items were sold. He couldn't believe that there were really such people who bought such items. At the Rising Star channel, an aide was setting up communications equipment to go live. He informed the president that preparations had been completed, to which the president replied to plug him. The president made a video call to Khalid bin Mohammed. He said he was honored to personally welcome him, to which Khalid bin Mohammed replied that he too was pleased to meet him. Khalid bin Mohammed told the president that he could just call him Asmo for convenience. The president thanked him for his understanding in dealing with his order. Asmo replied that everything was fine. He just needed something too. He wanted information on the main quest and to purchase the Rising Star channel. The president looked at him carefully and thought his suggestion was quite expected. They definitely needed to win Asmo over to the archmage's side. But if that were the case, the president seriously doubted that the archmage would have kept an exclusive contract with them. Asmo realized that the archmage was merely Wharton's best player. The president was ready to voice what he needed from Asmo and why he chose to contact him. The president answered him that he wanted investment from Asmo in the Rising Star channel. He knew that the companies that Asmo invested in were not easy to touch. Asmo laughed and said he understood that they wanted to cooperate with him. He reached for his phone, and at that moment the president replied that that was exactly what it was. He replied that he would think about it, and if his order was successful, he showed him his phone and told him that he had an urgent call, and so he had to disconnect. The president meekly accepted his terms. He said that in that case they would talk about it again after the order was finalized and the conversation was terminated. Asmo picked up the phone and realized that Rappo was calling him. He asked him what was wrong, to which Rappo replied that he had heard some very interesting news. Rappo replied that he had heard that Asmo had started investing in the Rising Star channel. Asmo was surprised that the information was spreading so quickly. He replied that he had not invested yet. Rappo replied that he too had something to thank the archmage for, who had, without realizing it, given him an interesting idea. Asmo asked what he was going to thank him for. He thought for gigantizing Lucky, to which Rappo replied that because of that he too had paid attention to his smarty pants. Rappo smiled and said that in any case the archmage was quite an interesting fellow, a pleasure to watch, who could really surprise on his airs. Hen left the game to rest and returned home to his brother and niece. Sitting at the dinner table, Hen accidentally sneezed. His brother thought he had a cold, but he replied that he was fine. His brother suggested that he rest today and stay home, to which Hen replied that it was fine. He remembered that his brother had a rehab class today. Hen told Heron to get ready quickly. It was already time for her to go to daycare, and she hadn't eaten yet. She wished her uncle and dad good luck and went to get ready. Heron quickly packed up and stood at the door. Her father asked if she could make it to the daycare on her own, to which Heron nodded happily and said she was on her way out. Hen reminded her to be careful outside, watching her walk confidently out of the house. Hen, watching them, thought that if his brother's condition improved through rehabilitation, he would be able to regain his health after the surgery. He was sure they could move into a new house then instead of this old one, Hen thought. He needed to start earning even harder. Hen called out to his brother. He smiled at him and asked him to try his best at rehab. He jokingly said he paid a lot for it. His brother looked at him and said thank you with a smile. He was walking down his street and thought that there was no way he could go wrong on his broadcast today. Unlike last time, It was all new here in the final part. Hen was thinking about cleaning up the dungeon. He wanted to calculate how he could clean it up more efficiently. He thought he should increase his spell activation speed to the maximum. He didn't notice anyone around and was only thinking about the order. Seal was sitting on the swing and not thinking about anything. She saw Hen passing by and decided to call him over to talk to him for a bit. She ran up to him and asked him why he was so loaded. Hen was a little startled when she suddenly ran up to him and couldn't think quickly what to say to her. Seal apologized for scaring him. She explained that she was calling out to him, but he didn't say anything back to her and continued to walk past. Hen laughed and admitted that he didn't hear her call right away. He explained that he was immersed in his thoughts, thinking about an important matter, and apologized for his absent-mindedness. Saul answered him that she didn't know what his big deal was there, but she knew he was a man who took his job seriously. She smiled at him and told him that she was sure he would be able to handle everything and wished him luck. Hen confusedly replied to her that he would definitely try to handle it. The president shouted to his subordinates to all gather. He said that today's live broadcast could change the fate of the Archmage's broadcasts. Asmo was excited for the ether, he thought, a dungeon that even successful guilds had failed to clear. He wanted to see what the Archmage had been setting them up for 10 whole days. The Archmage started the broadcast and greeted the audience. He appeared in front of them in a completely different form. He informed them that he had been commissioned by Asmo to begin airing the dungeon passage of the Misty Labyrinth. The onlookers were incredibly shocked that he was wearing a flaming hat, and he was also wearing snow armor. They knew that it was the same armor that had recently been sold at an inflated price. The Archmage said that none of that was important right now. He wanted to brief them on the Mist Labyrinth dungeon. He told them that if you deviated from the light signs in the foggy maze, you could simply get lost and lose your way, which was very dangerous. The Archmage informed them that hybrid monsters with 2 different parts were also appearing here. It would be impossible for them to deal damage if one attacked both parts at the same time. The onlookers realized that it would be impossible for the Archmage to escape. They considered the wizard's position to be quite disadvantageous. Rappo noted that Lucky could handle everything. His luck was the best. Archimagus said it had been a long time since his last broadcast. He noted that Lucky and Gold would be playing minor roles tonight. He said he would be the main star tonight. He started attacking the monsters approaching him. The spectators were thrilled that he was so accurate. They saw that they were hybrid monsters, but he only attacked the ice side. Asmo was surprised that the Archmage used the fireball so quickly and often, and he asked him how long he would have to wait before the fireballs would become available again. The spectators saw for themselves that it took 1.93 seconds before the next use of fireballs. The Archmage was glad that he managed to surprise them. This was the first time they had seen this in the games. The Archmage remembered how a non-player character gave him a skill book identified by Arbius. He couldn't believe it was a skill book that constantly increased skill characteristics. He wondered what else new things might have fallen to him in this game as he continued further into the main scenario. The Abyss Guild watched the Archmage's broadcast. The guild leader Merlin said it was an incredible sight, to which Emma replied that was the wrong answer. Emma said that it wasn't the kind of dungeon that could be passed by only increasing the damage dealt to monsters. She was sure that the Archmage wouldn't have been able to pass the dungeon. Gold and Lucky rushed to help their master. Gold shouted to him that they would take care of his rear and keep the monsters from attacking from the back. Merlin looked at Emma and asked her what she thought. He wondered why she was so calm and sure that the Archmage would have failed the task. Emma smiled and replied that it was expected. The most important thing in the dungeon was the boss room, and if one used the usual tactics to attack the boss of this dungeon, the Archmage would definitely fail. The onlookers noticed that the Archmage's snow armor equipment had changed, but they couldn't understand why the +1 effect to spell activation remained. The Archmage was surprised that they only noticed it. The Archmage realized that they couldn't notice it because the activation speed of the spell was quite fast, and not everyone could notice it. He used the fireball again to attack the monsters. The audience thought it couldn't be, and he was using the game's system bugs. The onlookers hoped he had reported back to the main office of the game. The Archmage replied that he had something to tell them, but now was not the time, and promised to tell them about it later. In front of him stood 2 huge monsters that were ready to destroy him. The Archmage ordered Gold and Lucky to begin their attacks. They needed to fight the smaller monsters that could prevent him from destroying the huge golems. The Archmage applied Dragon Fever, and the activation speed of his spells instantly increased by 50%. The spectators were stunned as they watched his magic become even more powerful and faster than before. Dragon Fever had also been upgraded with the legendary skill book, and now the archmage with his skill set had nothing to fear. The archmage told the audience that it was weaker than he thought it would be, and instead of doing dungeon airings, he should have done an airing with a running competition with Lucky. The onlookers noted that although without luck, today the archmage's level was recognized by them. Suddenly the archmage noticed that there was no further road, and he had reached the very edge, and this could only mean one thing. This meant that the archmage had managed to reach the boss room. The system asked if the archmage wanted to enter the room where the ice and flaming giants were hiding. The archmage noticed that he could see something behind the boss room. He couldn't believe that a double boss was hiding there. He realized that now he would be completely uneasy. The system notified him that if there was one boss left, the health recovery rate of the remaining one would increase by 300%, and the attack speed would increase by 200%, and the attack power would increase by 100%. The archmage knew that it was usually worth destroying double bosses one at a time, but this boss needed to be dealt with at the same time. He thought that if he were to attack them as if he knew everything beforehand, then the onlookers would definitely start to have unnecessary suspicions. The archmage didn't know if he had a better option. The onlookers were thrilled by their appearance. They were incredibly strong and ready to destroy anyone who got in their way. Gold told the archmage not to worry. They would be able to protect him from these monsters. His confidence instilled a sense of security in the archmage, knowing that his guards were ready to repel any threat. Suddenly, the archmage realized how he could overpower them. The viewer who was watching the archmage's broadcast thought it was unbelievable, and he had no words. The archmage was not going to confront the monsters from the start. He realized that if it wasn't for Gold and Lucky, the archmage wouldn't have succeeded and would have lost to the giants. Their support was crucial in this battle. This live broadcast could be called Gold and Lucky versus Archmage. Which of them would be the first to destroy their monster? Each of them wanting to straighten out their opponent as soon as possible. The spectator understood that he wanted to overpower the boss faster, but didn't understand if that made any sense. The archmage was only adjusting to the damage dealt by creatures with skills. In other words, it matched the skill level of first-rate guilds. But the archmage seemed to be holding back their power to finish off the bosses at the same time. The spectator was angry at the archmage. He was pissing him off because of the fact that his level was higher. At that moment, the archmage managed to defeat two giants. The archmage addressed the audience and said that today was a draw between him and his guards. He promised them to come back next time with interesting content. After defeating the two bosses, the archmage returned to a non-player character to give him the powers of the two giants he had taken after his victory over them. The non-player character asked the archmage to give him more of his staff. He said that the only thing that could contain such immense power was a staff. He added that he would improve his staff. The archmage was surprised that he wasn't going to make a new staff. He was just going to improve his old staff. Taking a knee, the archmage held out his staff to him and thanked him. The non-player character noted that he fell to his knees easily. The archmage was amazed when he received the staff of Arbia. It had the power of two spirit kings. Their power was activated alternately. Also, the staff could increase the power of the magic used by the archmage. He couldn't be happy that he had gotten such a unique item that would help him in future battles. But suddenly, a non-player character asked him to calm down and help him. The archmage looked at him genuinely, couldn't understand what he was talking about. The non-player character asked him, didn't he owe him for helping him? The system notified him that a new chapter in the main plot had been opened. The archmage would need to fulfill an errand for Arbia. He needed to go to the Hit after defeating 1,000 monkeys in the tree forest on a hunt. The tree forest was a dense thicket with huge trees covered in lush foliage. These trees towered above the ground, creating dark, almost impassable paths, and every step in this forest was shrouded in a mysterious silence. The Scaff Guild player asked the others to get ready. Soon they would begin to climb. He knew that the tailed monkeys lived in groups in the tree crowns. The tailed monkeys were throwing rocks and were quite aggressive. You had to be quite careful that the monkeys didn't manage to throw them off the tree. One of the players noticed that there were about 30 of them. He figured they would easily be able to handle them and asked everyone to prepare for battle. The monkeys didn't wait until the players would start climbing up to them. They started attacking them with rocks without giving them a chance to climb up. The players noticed that they were quite strong. Monkeys were so strong that they could destroy a mage with poor stamina with a single blow. These creatures posed a serious threat to those who were not adequately prepared to meet them. The player noticed that they were preparing an attack. He shouted to the entire group that a surprise attack was being prepared on them from above. The suddenness of the attack could have caught them off guard if not for his timely warning. He realized that if they were unlucky, they could encounter over 100 grand of monkeys coming out of hiding and armed with rocks. The player knew that there were quite a few teams that the monkeys had wiped out with their gunfire. He was going to have a hard time climbing the tree. In a village near the forest, the archmage finally managed to complete a mission and destroy 1,000 monkeys. Thanks to this, he managed to raise his level quite well. Gold added that thanks to his master, he too had managed to become stronger, his voice resounding with gratitude, realizing that together with the archmage he had reached new heights and was ready to fight even more fiercely. The archmage got something else important. It was a new skill card for Gold, the miniaturization skill that first appeared in the game. It allowed Gold to shrink his body. The archmage understood that using gigantization among such trees was simply voluntary self-destruction. The bigger the body, the easier it was for the apes to spot it. He thought that if they were constantly hit by such powerful attacks from the monkeys, Gold and Lucky would have been wiped out by now. The archmage knew that it would be possible to awaken Lucky with the item Life of a Divine Being, which cost a lot of money, and then Lucky would be alive again. He realized that if the monkeys destroyed Gold, that would be the end for him, and he would have to start all over again. The archmage had a way to use the miniaturization skill he had received this time. He could also use the Fatu dagger, thus he could save Gold from being killed. But the problem was that he didn't have the dagger of Fatu. Gold was sure he would show the difference between him and Lucky in the next fight. The archmage realized that he didn't have the money to buy the necessary skill for Lucky and Gold either, because he had recently bought new items on eBay. He thought that if he needed money urgently, should he have sold the information about the main scenario, or should he have found a non-player character to hit first and continue the quest? The archmage didn't know what to do. He wanted to get a new item, but he didn't have the money for it. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him. He turned around and saw a non-player character who wanted to know it was him coming to him instead of Arbius. Not game character was on a huge flying monster. He realized it was and asked the archmage to come up to him. He said his name was Hitu. Then the system notified him that he had to fulfill the quest Hitu Potion. The archmage had to destroy a pack of tailed monkeys and their leader, then bring his blood. Rising Star Channel staff were looking for footage of the archmage's past live stream where he was mopping up a tree forest. They hoped to find this moment to analyze his tactics and show viewers how powerful his magic was. One of the staff could not believe that the archmage had managed to defeat 1,000 tailed monkeys, but his colleague confirmed that he had managed to do it alone. They noticed that this time, too, the archmage managed to distinguish himself, his skill and tactics once again impressing the audience, proving that he was capable of overcoming the most difficult challenges with brilliance. The staff noted that the archmage showed the audience black branding, a special style of swordsmanship. In their opinion, it was amazing, but they saw it as something strange. Some of them were amazed because the archmage had always been good at hunting. But this time, it seemed that he was having quite a hard time. They analyzed the footage they received and noticed that he used a lot more potions this time. They felt that he should have focused on playing in a group of players rather than going it alone. Suddenly, the president of the channel entered their office, who heard someone talking about a group of players. The president brought his staff lunch to discuss their business over a meal. They informed the president that the archmage had stated that he was going to play alone again. They were worried that he might have failed this time. The president was shocked that they didn't know about it, to which the staff replied that in addition, the Explorers Guild found the first quest of the main scenario. He realized that it was to be expected that the guild would be able to find the main scenario quest. The letter sent just now by the archmage said that he would like to sell the information about the main scenario. The president thought that the guild that might have put the Fatu dagger up for sale might have been the Abyss Guild, or it might have been the Explorers Guild. He looked at his staff and asked them to eat some chicken and get ready to work overtime. They had quite a lot of work to do now. Jackie informed Emma that the Dagger of Veil had been sent to Rising Star, to which Emma replied that Jackie had done a good job. Jackie had one question. He informed Emma that after he got the call that the Explorer Guild had found the starting point of the main scenario, something strange happened. He was surprised that the Rising Star channel had put out information about the main script. He didn't understand why they did it. She replied that there was only one thing in the Abyss Guild's vault that could be traded for it. The channelers pointed them to the only Fatu dagger. Jackie wanted to know if it was just a coincidence, but Emma interrupted him and replied that it wasn't a coincidence at all. She realized that they were trying to sabotage them. Emma thought their act was utterly unconscionable robbery on their part. She was outraged at their insolence and injustice. She realized that because of Asmo's investment, it would now be impossible to recruit the archmage. Now there was nothing left for them but to go through the main scenario before the archmage. Emma told Jackie to buy up all the information President Pak Yun-jun was selling, and he would need to compile a list of disgruntled archmages among the first-class guilds. In the tree forest, while hunting tailed monkeys, one of the players decided to quit the game. He wanted to watch the live broadcast that the archmage started. The archmage launched a live broadcast over the forest platforms where there were 152 monkeys and one their leader. The audience was amazed that there was a leader among the monkeys. He greeted his dear spectators amidst, aggressively, tailed monkeys. He was glad to see them and decided to start the hunt. The archmage decided to immediately demonstrate something to his audience. He presented them a new kind of gold that was under the influence of the miniaturization skill. The spectators realized that because gold had become small, it would be harder for the tailed monkeys to get into him. The archmage noticed that at first the ether donuts were already pretty good, but he didn't notice a stone thrown by a monkey flying into him. The spectators tried to point out to him that a huge number of stones were flying at him. They realized that the archmage was distracted by the donations and lost his guard. Piles of stones were falling on the place where the archmage and his team stood. It seemed to the spectators that this was the end for them, that they would not be able to dodge so many stones thrown at them. But the archmage was ready for it. He smiled and applied the skill of Ice Wall, and no stone could not hit the target. The audience was delighted and did not understand when he had time to learn it. The archmage decided to immediately tell the audience about tonight's broadcast before the ice wall would collapse. He noticed that there were 150 tailed monkeys behind them, which seemed unbelievable. The audience thought it was a lie. They were sure that even 100 monkeys could destroy a whole group of players in a matter of minutes. They doubted that he could defeat them alone. The archmage ordered Gold to get ready. They would soon have to start attacking the tailed monkeys. After the ice wall would be destroyed, Gold said he would not tolerate those who got in his master's way. Gold successfully attacked the tailed monkeys that couldn't hit him, and for his size, he flew among them, dealing a lot of damage, and there was nothing they could do about it. The viewer noticed that Gold had a Fadu dagger in his hands. They knew that even a scratch inflicted with it was dangerous. They also noticed that the throwing speed of the tailed monkeys was greatly reduced. They were amazed that the monkeys couldn't hit hunger. The archmage replied to them that they were too early to be surprised. He said that all the interesting things were yet to come. The archmage told the audience that he still had one more negative effect left in store for the tailed monkeys. The archmage used Inferno to end them. He ordered Lucky to use the Shadow of the Garum, after which all of the monkeys' stats were reduced. All defenses and resistance to all attributes were also reduced. All tailed monkeys were negatively affected. Their movement speed was drastically reduced, and some of them began to fall from trees. The archmage realized that the attack speed of the tailed monkeys had been reduced as much as possible. He decided to finish them off with a single attack and used the flame golem to do so. The audience saw an incredibly powerful archmage team that could take down almost any opponent. The archmage said it was time to clear the forest. The audience couldn't believe it was possible. The archmage informed the audience that this was the end of today's broadcast. He had succeeded in destroying the required number of tailed monkeys. He decided to immediately watch the viewer's reaction to tonight's broadcast, and he noticed that it was quite successful, but he realized that it was harder than he thought. The archmage thought as the apes blackened with the power of their leader, he was greatly shocked and thought that these creatures had become even more dangerous to him. He knew that certain conditions were needed before, but now the power of the unknown god had begun to work, even on ordinary monsters. The archmage wondered what would happen if all monsters were given the power of an unknown god. He realized that it would then be much harder to destroy them. Suddenly, a huge monkey landed behind him, which scared the archmage quite a bit. He thought he was able to destroy all the monkeys in the area. The archmage abruptly jumped back to a safe distance. He couldn't believe there was another one left. He was sure he had definitely destroyed their leader. He realized that the leader had let his guard down. Archmage realized that he couldn't use his skills yet because they hadn't recovered yet. But suddenly, he heard him say that the archmage was able to deal with a group of tailed monkeys. The archmage saw over his head that it wasn't a game character, Chim. He asked him if the archmage wanted to make a deal with him. Hen went all out and went to the capsule cafe alone. The receptionist thought that Hen must have gone broke pumping his items. That's why he was so sad. He was sitting on the couch checking his phone. He went on eBay to see what items were currently on sale, but he was shocked when he saw that nothing was on sale. He wanted to know why that was the case. Hen knew that this site always had something of a series of veils. Now it was unknown when they would be put up for sale again. He couldn't understand why, exactly now, there weren't the goods he was looking for. And he didn't know if he needed to ask the channel for help or new skills. The president's aide entered his office and informed him that he had received a letter from the archmage, the contents of which seemed a little strange to him. The president opened the letter to check its contents. He read that the archmage had informed him that he needed a series of veils, but they were not currently on sale on the eBay website. He thought that the items in the Fatu series weren't the most common, but it wasn't that hard to find them either. He realized that the archmage could find these items himself without a problem. Suddenly, the president stopped the endless stream of his thoughts in his head because he remembered the man who had the entire Fatu series. This person was someone who was on good terms with the archmage and was also an investor in the Rising Star channel. This person was none other than Asmo. The president smiled and realized that the archmage wanted them to mine them for him himself. He was sure that this was his way of asking to show who was who of his investors. He was amazed by the archmage's insight and wanted to understand how far the archmage had been able to plan everything in advance. His interest growing as he realized that the archmage had acted with extraordinary precision and cunning. An employee of the Abyss Guild informed Emma that they had bought up all the legendary items suitable for archmage level. Emma coldly replied that they had been good and asked them to keep buying everything that would be for sale on the site. It was important. Merlin couldn't understand if they really needed to go that far, to which Emma replied that the archmage would continue to play alone, buying up items they could prevent it. Emma realized that he might need the equipment to play alone, but if they bought up all the items, it would be much harder to do so. She realized that the lack of items might have slowed his progression through the main scenario, and that would play into their hands. Emma added that they wouldn't be able to trade information about the main scenario for items like they had done last time. Merlin realized that that way they could somehow solve two problems. Hen was sure that Asmo had gotten magic from Chima that didn't depend on warrior spirit skill cards. This unique power could make him an even more dangerous opponent. He realized that it was a crucial skill that allowed Asmo to play alone in the Pioneer Lands, and Hen would want to get his hands on it. Hen thought that getting that kind of magic in exchange for a series of Fatu would be quite cheap, a non-game character Chima, unlike how he thought was a good monkey. He looked at his phone and noticed that he had received an email from Rising Star. The president had sent him the entire series of veils he had requested. Hen realized that the president was a true professional. Hen suddenly cried in the middle of the street, surprising those around him. He thanked the president and said he would never forget his kindness. He thought that with the money he had saved, he could buy his brother the laptop he had always wanted, as well as toys as a gift for his niece, Heron. Hen realized that he still had to go to the surgery consultation for his brother, and for that he needed to go to Salem University Hospital. After buying all the gifts for his family, Hen went home to please his family quickly. It made his mood incredible. He was happy. He went to the tree forest again to fulfill the quest Hema had given him. When he got the items, he liked it a lot, but something made him uneasy. The archmage asked for 3 items from the Veil series that weren't even for sale on the site right now. He didn't realize if he was allowed to receive so many. Gold asked his master not to worry about it. He would destroy anyone who would try to harm him, showing his loyalty and willingness to protect him at all costs. The archmage replied that they could just make good use of what they got. Moreover, worrying was not something they should be doing right now. They went to the center of the tree forest where Hema was sitting. The archmage approached him and told him he had come to make a deal with him. Hema asked him if he had brought what he had asked him for. The archmage answered him that he had brought everything he asked for. He pulled out the first item, Hammer Veil, to which Chima answered him that for the hammer he would give him a magic skill. Hema added that before he would give him a magic skill, he would invite him into his home as a guest, began to create a magic portal. Carrying them to his home, Chima welcomed them into his resting place. The archmage was incredibly amazed. He thought that the cat scenes in this game were no joke at all. Hema asked him what magic he wanted to obtain, to which the archmage told him that he would like to obtain the skill Spiritual Warrior, Hema taking that he could comprehend it. The archmage was happy that he got a skill that only the elementalist class could get, and only Asmo could get it in this game. He received a skill that allowed him to transform a summoned spirit into a warrior spirit. As the rank of the skill increased, the number of warrior spirits increased. At 100 transformations, a white warrior appeared, and at 999, a heavenly army appeared. The archmage couldn't believe he was able to do that, he thought. Now there were possibly more combinations with skills. He instantly decided that it was time to try summoning a low-level spirit. This step was the first because he wanted to try out a new skill. After the low-rank spirits were summoned, the archmage turned them into warrior spirits. He noticed that their combat strength was mediocre, but the upside was that it was possible to equip items on them. Chima interrupted his experiment. He asked him if he would like to use a magic skill on the battlefield. The archmage apologized and put away the warrior spirits. Before the archmage would leave his home, the Chima asked to let him, to give him a small gift. He gave him a special liquid for his cursed pendant. Hima asked him to be careful. The moment he would add it to his pendant, he would become incredibly greedy. He took his pendant and poured the liquid into it. As soon as the liquid hit the pendant, it started to flail around in different directions, but suddenly it froze and started pointing him in a direction. Now all he had to do was find his way. Chima realized that he would have a hard time. He held out the book to him. He hoped it would help him. Upon seeing it, the archmage realized that it was a legendary book of skills. He thanked him and said that he would love to use it. The system notified him that a new quest had been received. The archmage needed to find the entrance to the altar at the top of the platform tree and destroy the 3 monkey brothers, then enter the altar. Before setting out to fulfill the quest, the archmage decided to level up. After that, it didn't matter how many 8 brothers he needed to destroy. He figured he had improved the pendant that devoured curses anyway. The curse-devouring pendant contained the powers of the cursed creature. The power of the cursed creature became stronger and demanded more. The archmage did not know that his effect would be 1 more, a passive skill that increased the number of possible summons by 1. The Dragon of War gave the archmage a new chance to get a skill. The archmage chose the jump skill and thought that now the impossible would become possible for him. The archmage said the preparations were complete. He was ready to start the live broadcast. He was sure the audience was already waiting for him. The audience wanted him to show them the spiritual warrior, to which the archmage replied that they were all only interested in the spiritual warrior. It seemed to him that no one cared about today's monster. They answered him that he was just hunting the tailed monkey brothers, and again asked to show the spiritual warrior skill. The archmage remarked that they were all impatient, and that he would soon show them everything. The archmage snapped his fingers, summoned the spirits of the warriors. The onlookers couldn't believe it was true. They knew that Asmo was the only one in the world who possessed this skill. One of the onlookers asked him how about selling him the information on how to get the spiritual warriors he had bought from Asmo. He could pay double for it. He thought he would need to ask Asmo's permission before doing so. The archmage smiled and thought he knew there would be offers of this nature. He would have wanted to sell but couldn't. After all, it was related to the main scenario quest. He apologized and noted that it would be hard to sell it, at which point Rappo entered the chat, asking if it was due to the high price or the fact that it would be nearly impossible to negotiate with Asmo. The archmage thought this was a very difficult question, and he needed to get off the subject somehow. He answered the audience that he and Mr. Asmo were good business partners. The president of the Rising Star channel, watching the archmage, thought it was good that he spoke so positively about their relationship with Asmo. Merlin joined them in the chat room, wondering how he could become such a business partner with him. The archmage knew Merlin was the best mage in the game. He thought the situation was already getting out of his control. He decided that the intro was taking too long. He informed the audience that he couldn't just chat with his dear viewers. He asked if any of them had noticed what the raid would be today. Onlookers noticed that today the archmage would have to fight 3 brothers of tailed monkeys instead of 2. It seemed to them that today's raid would be different than usual. The archmage informed his audience that the raid on the boss had begun. The audience couldn't understand why he had as many as 3 flame golems. He snapped his fingers and summoned the warrior spirits using the magic skill obtained from Heim. The archmage immediately ordered them to transform into warrior spirits so that they could be used in battle. Merlin noticed that based on how the number of summons had increased, he had gained a skill +1, but it wasn't like whoever was summoned was bound to any other item. The archmage confirmed his words and used the summoning of the familiar. The archmage decided to use the spear veil and bow veil last to be fully equipped before the important battle, after which he introduced the audience to the new core team without Lucky and Gold. Asmo replied that it was possible to equip warrior spirits with legendary weapons. He wanted to know why else it seemed like madness. He had 2 more familiars, and now he had 5 spells in a row. The archmage used the trident, fireball, and fire spear for his attacks, after which he began to believe that this was his new canonical fighting style. The onlookers noticed that one of the brothers had destroyed the flame barrier and started attacking the archmage. They had a feeling that he had purposely let one of them get out and attack him. But on the archmage's defense became warrior spirits who stopped the attack of one of the bosses. After his attack, the Fatu curse was activated. The archmage decided it was time to inflict his ranged attacks that he had prepared for this raid. He used all his skills to inflict maximum damage to the monster. The archmage's long-range attacks had all but destroyed the boss, who was barely able to get up. The archmage only had to deliver a decisive blow to finish him off. The archmage thought that after his attacks, one of the bosses was finished and he had 2 more to destroy. The audience realized that the archmage would have acted the same way he did with one boss, but he replied that it would have been different. He informed the audience that he was going to make a new team, whereupon he turned the third-tailed monkey into his keeper, and now the archmage had 2 full teams. The archmage said it was now a match to see which team would be the first to be able to defeat the remaining monkey. He added that the archmage in charge of this match was with them, and announced to everyone that the competition was ready to begin, but suddenly he received a strange donation from Asmo, and decided to delay the start a bit. Asmo asked the archmage to wait a bit. He said that the third-tailed ape needed equipment too, and you couldn't throw him into battle completely unprotected. In the Discoverer lands, the players were fighting monsters that seemed to surround them. One of the players realized that his wizard skill was running out, but he was sure that they would be able to get the reward this time too. His cohort was confident they would have gotten the award because they were a group with those who ranked in the single digits in the small pack rankings. A group of players noticed that the Chungwan Guild was fighting not far away from them. They didn't know if they should have done something about it before they would move on to the next stage. The guild player told them that they shouldn't have hated the Chungwan Guild so much. Only the winners of the Pioneer Land competition received rewards and could level up. She stood on the mountain and used her staff to gather the storm on them. She added that the weaker players had no choice but to face their limit. She said that she didn't see a problem with only the strongest players and guilds coming together for the hunt, after which she used Blizzard and destroyed all the monsters. The other players saw her power and realized that today was a bad day to level up, and now they would have to rest for a few days. The player pointed out that her power of destruction deserved the top spot on Small Pack's rankings, but Ewa countered by saying that her power wasn't that great, and she wasn't the only one at the top of the rankings. He looked at the timer for the task and noticed that they had managed to set a new record, which was 4 minutes and 30 seconds. He realized that soon they would have a chance to get within 3 minutes. Yewa replied that if things had continued like this, they would have had no trouble catching the archmage. But suddenly she noticed an incoming call and asked him to hold on for a while. She was surprised to get a call from Mrs. Emma, who saw that she had set a new record. Emma asked her if she could complete the task even faster. She wanted to see another record. Ewa replied that she could try to make it. She was only able to set the record thanks to the efforts of the Abyss Guild. Emma asked her if there had been any news from the archmage. She answered her that as far as she knew, the archmage had failed to get the pioneer quest. Emma wanted to know if she was sure of that. She didn't want the archmage to take part in that quest. Yewa explained to her that they were keeping track of all the non-player characters that it was possible to get this quest from. She was sure that the archmage would have been unable to get this quest. She was sure it would be impossible to go around so many people looking for a quest, Emma thought, which was why he was still in the wood forest. Yewa replied that she thought that was where he was because he didn't get the pioneer quest. She was sure he had no way of getting here. The archmage, along with a non-player character, was able to get to the pioneer lands. He was surprised that even without doing the pioneer quest, it was possible to get into their lands. He was concerned about what had happened to him right after defeating the three-tailed monkey brothers. He remembered that there was smoke rising above the strange altar. The system notified him that an unknown power was felt near him. The archmage was not calm. He knew that the egg would absorb the power of the nameless god. He thought that as a result of the egg absorbing the unknown god's power, the hatching had reached 67%. The archmage thought about what would happen in the game if the hatching process reached 100%. The thought kept him on his toes. Soon a non-player character informed him that they had arrived at the location, and right in front of them was Tex. He had a new quest, and now the archmage was to smite the leader of the black hyenas in the Forbidden Zone. Tex told the archmage that the hyenas in the Forbidden Zone had begun to undergo sudden changes, and they were happening quite abruptly and quickly. The archmage thought that the same thing happened in this quest that had happened with the restricted area. He was glad that there was no competition around him this time. He realized that he would need to be extremely careful, as the monster that appeared was an unusual grizzled hyena. It was a stronger black hyena. The archmage turned around and looked at his team and realized that destroying the hyenas would not be a problem for him. There was no problem for him, and he was sure he would be able to handle this quest. He remembered his recent online meeting with President Wharton, where he had something important to tell him. President Wharton responded that it looked like the archmage had already entered Pioneer Land. He added that he was a target for many, but he was coping admirably. The archmage answered him that if you were so afraid of everything, it would be better not to go anywhere at all. He didn't understand why he had to pay so much money to play games. Wharton replied that it wouldn't have made sense for them to invest money in it then either, but he had one suggestion for him this time. He said it was considered risky to play alone in Pioneer Lands. He asked him if he was still negative about playing as a team, or if he had changed his mind. President Wharton added that if he had let him, he would have been able to recruit the best players for him, to which the archmage replied that he could not play in a group of players. The archmage realized that because of the basic scenario, he couldn't even if he wanted to. Wharton asked him what the archmage was going to tell him of importance. He replied that he needed something suitable for Silver's outfit, so he wanted to sell information about the basic scenario. Wharton thought that Asmo had shown up at the last broadcast and said he would supply him with everything he needed. He didn't understand why he wanted to sell the basic script information and get everything he needed. He thought that the archmage also had the Chungwan Guild in his mind. He couldn't play quietly while they were around him. Wharton realized that the archmage must have prepared some sort of plan. But looking at the items he requested, his plan was not ideal at all. If he would have already sorted out the items provided by Asmo, he might want something on the level of the Rocket Man set. The president figured that if the archmage wanted to play alone to the end, his role was to do his best to make sure he continued to play alone. He decided to send him the Rocket Man set that Asmo had provided. After receiving the set, the archmage decided to equip Gold in it, and he would give Silver the swordsman's set. The archmage noticed Gold's character had changed. He thought he was so affected by Silver's appearance on their team, and because he had a younger one. The archmage finished all the preparations and told his team that it was time to finish this annoying quest. He wanted to get through it as soon as possible. The Abyss Guild contacted Yewa again to see if the archmage had gotten the Pioneer quest. Yewa replied that he was being watched 24/7 by 3 groups of 2. They wouldn't be able to miss something like that. Emma thought that the archmage had some kind of limit in the game after all. He couldn't do everything he wanted to do with the game system. Yewa asked Mistress Emma if it wouldn't be easier to find an archmage in real life than to wait endlessly for him to appear. Emma laughed and replied that she had tried to hack him countless times, but had failed to do it that way. She added that he was a man that things wouldn't have worked out so easily with. She asked Yewa not to think about anything else. She needed to focus on her task, to which Yewa replied that they would definitely make it. Hen logged out of the game and went to the cafe. He thought the non-playable character text was already overkill. He couldn't understand what kind of endless quest he was giving him. He was drinking his drink and thinking that the hunt had taken him about 11 minutes. He wouldn't have been able to do a live broadcast. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a phone that had a text message on it. Hen opened the message and was madly excited when he read that today was the date set for his brother's surgery. He had been waiting for this moment for countless days. He suddenly realized that there wasn't much left, and his beloved older brother could finally stand on his own 2 feet. Hen thought they could update the renovations and do things they couldn't do before. They could live a normal life. He felt a sense of joy overwhelm his body. He finished his drink and decided that he needed to go to the hospital to see his brother sooner rather than later. Hen returned to the game where he went to the Forbidden Pioneer Zone where he had successfully hunted black hyenas. He thought it was convenient to hunt here because there was no competition. But suddenly the archmage found that he had one problem. There was no way he could adjust to the speed of the hunt. He realized that familiar Gold Silver were all giving their 100%, but even with their top-notch actions, the time was still over 10 minutes. The archmage realized that it was taking them a decent amount of time to overpower the leader of the black hyenas. Each attack seemed underpowered, and the situation was beginning to make him uneasy. He thought the problem might have been him. He had been using too many different magical skills lately, and even his attack recovery time had increased. He realized that he had just started a level and urgently needed to find a way to make things right. He had a new quest, to escort the chapter to wherever she wanted to go. But he could encounter black hyenas along the way, so he needed to be careful. A non-player character appeared behind him and informed him that the destination was where she was pointing her finger at him. The archmage thought that if they went that way, it could be quite dangerous, and decided to take a detour. He thought it was lucky he had its eyes and could see the monsters hiding. He saw that if they took the normal route, they could have gotten trapped. The archmage looked carefully around to avoid the black hyenas. He was a bit confused when he got the quest of escorting a non-player character, but it was easier than he expected. He thought that given her saying that she was Ara's apprentice, there was a high probability that as a reward, he could get an Ara-related item. The archmage hoped that this item that would help boost his special skills. He realized that any enhancement could play a key role in the battles to come. He figured that if he wanted to continue playing solo in the future, he would need to show what he was capable of. And if he was no different than any other streamer, he might have a problem. The archmage thought his competitiveness might have dropped, and then it would become more difficult for him to continue live broadcasting. He realized that not only were views dropping, but advertising contracts could be canceled, and without the company's profits, his contract could be terminated. The archmage realized that saving up for his brother's surgery would become quite difficult for him. He decided that such a thing could not be allowed to happen. He fell on a snake and started acting quite strange. His team couldn't understand what was happening to him, and at that moment the non-player character Glara informed him that they had come to the right place. Glara told him they could enter here, whereupon the archmage was notified that he had managed to complete the quest. Glara held out an item to him in gratitude and asked him to accept it. He was happy to get a reward for completing the quest. He took the hat with feathers and begged that it had awesome features. But looking closer, he saw it had a hidden option. The archmage was given a hat with feathers that contained immense abilities, and it would be able to improve all stats by plus 333. He saw the dormant power lurking within it and couldn't believe that such a thing was possible. He figured that for him, a person who could use a 5 spell, a 50% reduction in skill recharge time was useless. But a 25% increase in magic damage for an archmage was something incredible. But the archmage managed to spot something else in the cap of feathers. The system notified him that he had received the inheritance of a dead shaman. It had a mysterious power sealed in it. He needed to get recognition from the owner of the items, and he needed to find out the rest of the information from a non-player character. The archmage thought that if he collected the entire quest, he could have access to incredible abilities. Now he had a reason to complete the quest faster and gain level 193. He was ready for the quest ahead. He was sure that with his team he was virtually unbeatable. The archmage attacked the black hyenas, quickly leveling up and fulfilling the terms of the quest, but Ara decided to test it again. Now the archmage had to follow in Ara's footsteps, knowing that if he deviated, he would fail the quest. Getting a new quest, the Dragon of War gave the archmage a chance to get a new skill. He leaned over to Lucky and asked him if he was ready to bring him luck. He thought it was okay to cry sometimes to get a good skill. He took his chance and revealed the card he liked the most. Seeing the skill card, it was hard for the archmage to believe that he was really that lucky. He had obtained the Blizzard skill, which allowed him to summon a cloud full of ice chunks. He hugged Lucky tightly, who once again brought him luck. He thought it was all thanks to Lucky. Now he was sure that with that skill, they would have succeeded. The archmage added that he was actually quite nervous because everything was going too smoothly. It was suspicious to him. Gold tried to calm him down and said that he would solve everything for him. He picked himself up and said that maybe they would have had it soon and would have made it through the quest. He was amazed at how incredible he had the game alone. Asmo's assistant handed him the phone, on the other end of which was Rappo. Rappo said he wanted to discuss matters related to the Chungwan Guild. Asmo knew of them, as they were openly following the archmage. Asmo was surprised that the newly emerged guild was already so popular. He thought that perhaps they had grown so quickly because they consisted of small pack ranking members. Rappo replied that Asmo was wrong. He explained to him that the Abyss Guild and the Travelers Guild sponsored the Chungwan Guild, so the guild's purpose was too obvious as well. Asmo was surprised that things had gotten this far. He replied that the game was made for fun. Rappo asked Asmo to look at some interesting information he sent him. Rappo sent him a video that had Ewa, the head star of the Chungwan Guild. Asmo didn't immediately realize why Rappo had sent him the video, but he soon saw one very interesting detail. He noticed that she was holding a weapon that Asmo had never seen before. This sight impressed him, as the weapon looked extremely unusual and mysterious, catching his attention. The aide said that if Rapo-san's information was to be believed, it was Ara's staff. According to unofficial information, it had enough firepower to break the record of the Abyss Guild. Asmo replied that judging by the information he had gotten from the archmage, items, quests, and skills that had not appeared before at all would soon begin to appear. He took a sip of his tea and added that this game was already giving him a headache. He was glad that finally the fun was starting. The aide noted that the game was not originally intended to be sold. It was only intended for entertainment, nothing more. In the forbidden zone of the Discoverers, the archmage failed the quest, training Ara. He noticed that it was much harder than he thought. He couldn't believe that this time he failed the quest. Gold asked his master to leave this quest to him. He would be able to complete it instead of the archmage. The rest of his team also joined his request. The archmage replied to them that everything was fine. He informed them that this quest was something he had to complete on his own, without any extra help. And then he decided to take the challenge once more. On the Rising Star channel, an aide informed the channel president that just as he predicted, the archmage managed to take the top spot in the small pack rankings. He added that lately the archmage had disappeared somewhere and no one had seen him for a long time. He said that unthinkable rumors had already started to circulate on the channel's forum. The president replied that there was nothing to worry about, but an aide remarked that the archmage hadn't been seen in weeks, to which the president replied that the problem wasn't that he was missing, but that the audience couldn't see him. He added that he would find out all the details and share the information himself, and then asked the aide to mind his own business. He needed to be alone with his thoughts. The president thought that because of the hackers who were trying to get hold of the archmage's data, he had to be careful about what he said to his staff. He realized that this had happened occasionally before too, but since the archmage's disappearance, hacking their channel had been a regular occurrence for them. The president thought he should have hired digital security experts to do everything possible to make sure no one knew anything about the archmage. He assumed that at the time of their recent meeting to hand over the Rocket Man set, the archmage must have definitely been in the lands of the pioneers by now. The president understood that in order to get to the pioneer lands, a proper quest was necessary. He also knew that it was impossible to do so undetected. He thought this meant that the archmage had deliberately started hiding. He realized that even now, he was in a place to hide from other people's eyes. The president couldn't understand why on earth he had let only him know his location, but he soon realized his intent. He opened his laptop and decided he had some things he needed to secretly prepare for the archmage's next live broadcast. The president realized that by revealing his location only to him, the archmage had tried to buy him some time. Then he decided he had to try to live up to his expectations. Hen left the game pod and decided to check the latest news, and found that an event called Find the Hidden Archmage had been opened. Administrator Heck Ju, who was mopping the floor between pods, received notice that an announcement had been posted on the Rising Star channel asking players to find an archmage. There was a reward for finding the archmage. The first person to find the archmage would be paid $3 million by the canal. The next day in the ancient forest, a large number of players were intently searching for the archmage. They would like to receive a considerable reward for his capture. None of the players knew if he was actually in that forest. They knew he had failed to get the pioneer quest. They assumed he had purposely stayed out of contact. The players decided it was a waste of time. They realized that that rumor was true, and no reward would be given to them. One of them said that the rumor was that he, afraid of running into the Chungwan Guild, was encrypting himself until they would move on to the next location. The players realized that it had been 2 weeks, but if the archmage hadn't been in contact at all, they wouldn't be able to find him even if they wanted to badly. There was talk in the Abyss Guild that they had a positive result as a result of various rumors about the Chungwan Guild spreading on social media. Emma's assistant informed her that because of this, the archmage's image was currently severely degraded, to which Emma replied that they had done a good job. Emma said that soon, Yewei of the Chungwan Guild would have to openly tell the archmage to apply for the big golden hyena match. The aide replied that he understood her intent, but he wondered what would happen if the archmage refused to hunt the golden hyena, what their next steps would be. Emma replied that then the rumors that he was scared of the Chungwan Guild and hid would become reality, and the popularity of the Chugapan Guild would increase dramatically. She was certain that the Chungwan Guild's popularity would rise, and the archmage's popularity would naturally fall, which was what they wanted. Emma said that hiding was good on the archmage's part, but his level rolling had its limit. They had bought up all the items below level 200, and now further level rolling of the archmage would be impossible. She explained to her aide that in other words, they had already managed to defeat the archmage, to which the aide replied that it was as admirable as ever on her part. Hen visited his brother just before the surgery. His brother asked him not to worry about him. He would be back to them soon, to which Hen asked his brother not to worry either and concentrate on the surgery. His older brother hurriedly reminded him that he would have to take Heron to daycare today. Hen smiled and replied that he remembered that and would definitely take her to daycare. He asked his brother to be good during the surgery. His brother smiled and thanked him. He was happy that thanks to his little brother, he would be able to walk again. After which he said they would see each other later, and he was taken away for surgery. Hen was sitting outside the operating room waiting for his brother to be operated on. He had been sitting for hours. He looked at his phone and seeing what time it was realized he had to go pick up Heron from the garden. He picked her up from the garden and they headed home. On the way, Hen asked her if she enjoyed the daycare, to which Heron said she really enjoyed it, and she didn't want to leave because she wanted to play some more. On their way home, they met Mrs. Seol, who was walking towards them. She said hello and was happy to see them again. Heron, seeing her, said, "It was that pretty Ani she saw in the neighborhood." Saul leaned over to her and thanked her for her words. She looked at her uncle and asked if she could play with Mrs. Seol. Hen replied that Ani was very busy and asked her not to take up her time. Heron was very upset. She had wanted to play with her for just a little while. Her frustration became apparent, for she had longed so much to enjoy at least a short game with Ani. Saul smiled and replied that she had some free time today and would be able to play a little with Heron. Hen told her that he had somewhere urgent to go today, and he thought it might take a little while, so he couldn't play with them together. Seol replied that in that case, she would play with Heron by herself. Since she had free time, Hen could safely go about her business. She approached Heron and asked if she would like to go to her house and play with her there. She was insanely happy that she could go with Seol to her house. Hen couldn't believe it was possible. Now Seol was a real angel in his eyes. He realized that she was a really good person. Hen asked Heron to obey Ani and wait for him to return. Heron assured him that she would be obedient until he returned. Hearing this, Hen decided that he now needed to fully focus on the game. After picking up his niece from Lee Seol, he heard her longing to go back there again. When he asked her if she really enjoyed it so much, Heron happily confirmed that she did very much. He remembered that he was very late to pick her up and apologized to Lee Seol a lot for inconveniencing her. He was glad that she was understanding. Unexpectedly, Heron asked her uncle if he would like to start dating Lee Seol. Hyeon was shocked by her question. He didn't understand what she was saying. Hyeon thought that Lee Seol was quite a kind and good girl, but he had never thought of her as his girlfriend. Embarrassed, he asked if Seol had talked to Heron about it. She said she hadn't, but added that if they started dating, she could go visit her friend more often. Smiling, Hen answered her that he was telling her that both in the game and in life he was a loner. Heron didn't understand what that meant and offered to let him eat some chicken. Back in the game, Hen thought he only needed to hold out a little longer to complete the quest. He needed to hold out another 10 minutes, and he managed to do it. Gold and Silver were delighted with the performance from their master. It was exactly what they expected from him. They were sure he could last the required amount of time. After completing the quest, the non-player character Ara informed him that it had been a good job, and now she had nothing more to teach him. The system notified him that he had acquired an outstanding consciousness skill. He thought after seeing it that he had only managed to do it on 51 attempts. He realized that it wasn't easy to pass this desert quest alone. He asked Lucky to go with him, but first he needed to pitch his vote so that Luck would smile on him again when he chose a new skill card. Lucky obediently followed his master's orders and the archmage began to select a card. After he reached level 200, he was shocked that the color of the card was emerald instead of gold, as it was before. He was pleasantly surprised to see the status of the skill card, Legendary Epic. He had gotten the skill, Hellfire. Now he could summon the flames of hell, after applying which all defenses would disappear from places where the fire would reach. Ara warned him that it was too early to rejoice. He had yet to destroy that monster that would appear in the Golden Valley. The archmage thought he needed to come to his senses immediately. He realized the fact that the reward had been increased only meant that the difficulty level had increased as well. The system notified him that he had received a new quest, Golden Valley. He needed to destroy an altar hidden in the Golden Valley. The archmage was shocked to see that there was no reward for the quest. The other players were fighting as best they could with the monster that was about to go to Phase 3 very soon. They should have changed their attack position. They doubted if they could defeat the monster. They saw that the golden hyena had reached the 3rd phase. The players thought that this time their guild Buffalos would definitely be able to defeat the Golden Hyena. The administrator of the Capsule Cafe, watching the Buffalos Guild broadcast, thought that they could defeat the monster. The visitor next to him realized that it was about raiding the bosses of Golden Valley. He noted that it was incredibly fun because they, carefully prepared for this raid. He told the visitor that the number of spectators has already exceeded 3 million. The administrator added that it was possible that the number of viewers had also increased because the archmage was no longer broadcasting. The players of the Buffalos Guild rejoiced that they had defeated the Golden Hyena. They were able to destroy it after only the third attempt. The administrator and visitor watching the broadcast were stunned to see that the Golden Hyena was enveloped by an ominous black aura. They couldn't understand why this was happening. The spectators and players were surprised to notice that the hyena had changed to become the Black Golden Hyena, its sudden transformation causing the players to worry. With a look of horror on his face, the receptionist said that he had seen such a transformation once before, as suddenly after Phase 3, the monster would start turning black. The visitor wanted to know where he had seen such a thing, to which the receptionist replied that it was on the Archmage's live broadcast. The Buffalos Guild didn't even have time to react before it was instantly destroyed by the Black Hyena. The power of this monster was so incredible that no one could resist it. After that, the remaining 5 guilds formed an alliance and attempted to destroy the newly created Black Gold Hyena, but they were also defeated as a result. Criticism for this sudden increase in the game's difficulty level also reached the Archmage, who still could not be found. The assistant to the president of the Rising Star channel hardly had time to answer the phone calls. They were incredibly numerous. He tried his best to answer each one. The channel president was thinking about the appearance of the new monster Black and Gold Hyena. It was obvious to him that as the Archmage continued to go through the main quest, new monsters could appear. He thought he needed to start getting ready little by little too. He decided it was time to end the hide-and-seek event. The president noticed the call from Asmo, and picking up the phone, he calmly said that he was just about to contact him himself, anticipating an important conversation. Asmo asked him if he received a gift in honor of Small Pack's #1 ranking, to which the channel president replied that he was grateful for the Rocketman set he sent him. He asked the president if he could ask one question that bothered him quite a bit. Asmo wanted to know the reason why the Archmage was hiding and not in contact. Asmo assumed it was related to the Black Golden Hyena. The president started to get nervous but didn't say anything back. He didn't wait for a response from the president and added that the Archmage had started to change the game itself. In other words, you could say that he had opened a Pandora's box. After talking to Asmo, an aide entered the president's office and informed him that there was a tournament request from the Chungwan Guild. He asked him to drop it somewhere. An aide told him that rumors of the upcoming tournament have already spread widely across all social media. The channel president responded that the mood of the viewers had been volatile lately. He realized that it would be difficult to deny them the tournament. He wanted to know the details of the tournament, and the assistant explained to him that the competition would be for speed, where 2 teams would battle against a Black and Gold Hyena. The president reported that he had received a letter from the Archmage stating his participation in the raid on the Black and Gold Hyena. He instructed an aide to reply that their challenge had been accepted. Hen thought that this time he was also accepting help from the president. Alone, he would have to work hard, which would be very burdensome for him. He sat down in the game pod and decided it was time to start the live stream, which hadn't happened in weeks. He reckoned the viewers had been waiting for him to return. The Archmage started the broadcast, causing a stir among the audience. He greeted them, and saying that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. He added that not a single person had found him during the event either. He told them that he was told to die alone on level 10, but he didn't listen to anyone. Onlookers noticed that behind gold was a Rocketman set. Onlookers were impressed that Silver now had the outfit. Asmo donated it, writing that the gift was to his liking. ON also noticed that the Archmage was again without the support of other players. After a bit of thought, the Archmage replied to the audience that they had noticed everything correctly and that he would play alone even if he died from it. He wanted to finish the game by himself. 2 teams were gathered in the Golden Valley, about to compete in a tournament. The spectators were in anticipation of their battle that was about to begin. The Archmage was surprised that the opposing team was near them. He was sure the starting point for the race must have been different for each team. Yewa replied that she actually just wanted to face him before the race. He thanked him for accepting her challenge. The Archmage was surprised to hear of the summons. He didn't know that a broadcast of the match was planned and figured he should have responded to it in some appropriate way. He turned to the opposing team and said that he had one last thing to measure his combat power and asked them not to distract him. Yewa started to get nervous and angry, stating that it was supposed to be a competition after all. Despite the tension, she tried to keep her composure. She turned around and was about to leave. Ewa asked for the preparations to be finalized soon. She added that they would be waiting for him in the boss room. Yewa began to walk away, ordering her team to follow her. Her response startled the archmage, who watched silently as they moved further away from him. She figured that if things were going to work out that way, she needed to stop the archmage from preparing for this tournament. She needed to do everything she could to defeat him. 2 weeks passed and the archmage appeared on the air again. The archmage had brought his entire team and was ready for the competition. He had reached level 200 and now he could activate the truth golem effect. He could use 4 fire golems at once, which would help him a lot in the battle. The archmage moved towards the boss room without stopping. He wanted to be in front of it faster than the opposing team. The archmage thought that even though he was running as hard as he could, with almost no rest, he had half the distance to go. He realized that right now, he was still slightly ahead of the Chungwan Guild, but once he would relax, they would be able to catch up with him. The archmage took out a potion and said he would only rest for 5 seconds. One spectator noted that if he continued at that pace, his opponents would have a hard time controlling his pace. He informed the audience that today he would show them anything he hadn't shown them during his absence. He knew there were many viewers who wanted to watch his new skills. The archmage took out a staff, after which a great spirit seeped into his hand. The staff began to coil around his hand, after which his weapon dissolved and the spectators couldn't understand what skill he had used. He informed the audience that with both hands free, he would have made it to the boss's room. His confidence attracted attention, and everyone eagerly awaited the next step. The administrator of the Capsule Cafe, watching the archmage's broadcast, noticed that he was going to have a cock race with the opposing team. He added that the archmage really wanted to crush the Chungwan Guild. He decided to see how far the Chungwan Guild could go. Yewa noted that the archmage was indeed an outstanding player. As she had heard earlier, she realized that the gap between them was growing wider. She reported that as it was, they couldn't continue to compete with him any further. She explained that all the guilds were beaten by the pace the archmage was keeping. Yewa admitted she was sorry, but at this stage they were ending the tournament. The administrator couldn't believe they were right there to announce their defeat. She smiled and said that even though they were behind the record, the archmage should have kept her spirits up and kept competing. The archmage couldn't believe that the Chungwan Guild had actually decided to surrender. He thought that they would have fought the boss together. He admitted that he was hurt by this. He managed to get to the boss room and entered it without a second thought. The audience hoped he had a plan to defeat the boss alone. The archmage answered them that he was even more comfortable fighting the monster alone. The archmage decided to immediately use all his ranged skills to deal as much damage as possible before the boss would get close to him. He didn't realize that the mercenary assassins continued to follow him. The mercenaries noticed that he was using hellfire and couldn't believe that he had managed to master it. The archmage realized that the Chungwan Guild wasn't aiming for victory from the beginning, which was why they had allowed them to reach the boss room so quickly. The mercenaries had to watch the archmage and, once he weakened, use the right moment to strike a decisive blow. The archmage noticed that the black hyena's health level had decreased. He thought that if he attacked again, he could deal with it. He ordered Lucky and Gold to help Silver so they could buy him some time so he could strike a decisive blow. Gold answered him to just leave it up to them. They were willing to help him and do whatever he would order them to do. Once Lucky and Gold moved away from the archmage, the mercenaries decided that this was the perfect chance to finish him off, while his keepers were away from him. The archmage didn't expect that mercenaries might have appeared during his battle with the boss. He was highly concentrated on the boss attack that he failed to notice them. Lucky turned around and saw his master being attacked by the mercenaries. He could see that their weapons were almost on target. The archmage realized that avoiding their attack was impossible. In panic, he froze in place, not knowing how to deal with the threat, and his face expressed utter confusion. The mercenaries launched an attack and landed in a safe place. They were surprised when they realized he reacted to their scent. They realized they had applied too much poison. The archmage saw that the entire attack was taken by Lucky, who was lying on the ground and not giving any signs of life. The archmage was incredibly scared and was greatly worried for his life. He ran up to Lucky, hugged him, and begged him not to joke with him like that. Barely holding back tears, he knew he had to save him. The archmage looked at the mercenaries and said that he would never forgive them for this. His face was incredibly determined and ruthless. He was ready to destroy them for injuring his friend. The mercenaries saw that the archmage was approaching them and wanted to proceed very cautiously. They realized that he was incredibly aggressive and dangerous right now. The archmage used hellfire and destroyed the mercenaries who wouldn't be able to escape punishment from him. The audience supported him and said they deserved it. He was able to overpower the black and gold hyena, after which he immediately ended the broadcast. He immediately went to Lucky to find out how to help him. The archmage opened the notification window and saw that Lucky wouldn't be able to fight for 80 hours, he thought. Lucky had always been with him. He couldn't let him disappear. But suddenly he noticed he had a hidden quest. He thought it might help him cure Lucky. Gold and Silver noticed that their master was standing over Lucky's body lying on the ground. They couldn't understand what had happened and why their master was quite upset. They saw that Lucky was lying on the ground and not moving. The archmage sat on his body and didn't know how he could save his friend. The archmage was given the quest Immortal Body. He needed to find a non-playable character in Meteor City in 24 hours. By using a hidden divine stone, he could resurrect a divine beast. He was worried about his friend Lucky. He didn't know if he would be able to get to the Meteor City in time. He didn't know if he would be able to revive Lucky. The thoughts were running through his head one after another. But suddenly the archmage realized that with eyes like his, who could see his target wherever she was, finding a non-player character of Thos wouldn't be much of a problem. The archmage knew to get to the Meteor City he had to go through the stone elephants, which usually took 2 days. He realized that he didn't have that much time. He didn't know if he would have been able to get through the herd of stone elephants and reach the Meteor City without Lucky. The archmage realized that this would be a battle against time, and perhaps his efforts would fall short and he would lose forever, losing Lucky. He thought he couldn't give up. He was sure there was a way not to lose. He couldn't give up without even trying, and he accepted the quest offered to him. The archmage realized that if he could revive Lucky again, the means and methods were completely unimportant to him. He thought he didn't have time. He ordered his team to head forward. They couldn't give up. He took Lucky behind his back and prepared to carry him all the way to the Meteor City. But before he went to the city, he said it was Silver's turn to get an upgrade. The archmage knew they needed incredible power, and he used the body of a black gold hyena. The staff of the Rising Star channel discussing the archmage's latest broadcast realized that there had been an incident on it. But despite that, he had managed to overpower a black and gold hyena, but it didn't matter. The channel president heard his staff saying that Lucky was now in a non-fighting state. He thought that the archmage was completely defeated by the Chungwan Guild. He realized that this had been their goal from the beginning. Suddenly he received a call on his phone interrupting his thoughts. He looked and saw it was Asmo calling him. He picked up the phone to discuss the archmage's latest broadcast. Asmo said it seemed to him that they had crossed the line. He realized they had planned the attack from the beginning. He asked, shouldn't they have gone ahead with it? The president listened carefully. Asmo said he thought so too. He wanted to know how they should have proceeded. Asmo said that they should always be on guard. He realized that it wasn't enough for them to just mess up the archmage's live feed. They had another goal in mind. He was sure they were targeting the archmage's safety, and if it wasn't for Lucky, the archmage would be lying in his place right now. Asmo added that the archmage should have received monetary compensation and a public apology for daring to be so vilely attacked. He said it was imperative that it became known who was behind the archmage. No matter how much they ran, they would eventually be mere prey for a wild beast. The president smiled and replied that he would be sure to tell them what he meant. He understood that the attack on the archmage had angered Asmo. 2 players were making their way down the path of discoverers. One of them said that the more he thought about it, the more he found this game abhorrent, the difficulty level increasing right on the way to the next location. He offered to give the money to the Explorers Guild so they could go on. His comrade asked if they started digging. The ground would the money come out of there? He knew they had nothing to pay the guild with. The player asked him to stop talking nonsense and suggested that he start looking for the road, because the sand had caused them to lose their way. They realized that if they met the stone elephants, they would be destroyed instantly. They did not yet realize that danger was just around the corner. The players turned around and were horrified to see the stone elephant that was right behind them. But realizing that it was only one, they figured they could handle it. But his comrade said that stone elephants always went in herds. He realized that there were an incredible number of them in the area, and they should have prepared for the worst. Suddenly, before their eyes, the stone elephant was destroyed by an archmage who was running at an incredible speed. He did not stop to take hellfire to get the elephant out of his way. The players were shocked by his appearance. They couldn't understand where he came from. They turned around and realized that he had come running from the other side after destroying a herd of stone elephants. They remarked that the news that Lucky was unfit turned out to be true, to which his comrade replied that it was a good thing and that it was a chance to raise Gold's popularity. But the player couldn't understand why it was a chance for Gold. He was sure he wouldn't have been able to catch up to Lucky in popularity. The archmage tried his best to run faster. He was sure that if they continued running at the same speed, they would be able to make it in time. He realized that he was only able to hold on because of the potion, but as he expected, his team was severely lacking Lucky. The archmage noticed that there were 2 stone elephants in front of them that needed to be out of the way as quickly as possible. He ordered Silver to destroy them. Silver had asked the archmage to assign it to him. He was sure he would have the strength to overpower the stone elephants and not upset his master. The archmage knew that the meteor city had been built in the crater from the fallen meteorite, and he was already almost near it. He only had a little bit left to save Lucky. He barely made it to the city. He was all exhausted from the long journey, but he stopped at nothing. He realized that there were numerous blacksmiths gathered in the city who would be able to help him. Players would come to this city for weapons made from meteorite shards, which is why it was called meteorite weapons. The local forges were skilled in working with this rare material. The archmage found the blacksmith Thos and asked him to save his friend Lucky. The blacksmith realized he was talking about his divine being. He added that he had heard that it was possible for a divine being to be revived using the divine Tosa stone. The blacksmith listened carefully to the archmage and replied that he knew about it, but he didn't have the divine stone right now. The archmage was shocked to learn this. He thought that the divine stone was a rare item that could not be found even at auctions. He had come to the city because he thought the blacksmith Thos had it. Blacksmith Thos added that he hadn't used it much lately. If he could find it and bring the stone to him, he would be able to revive his divine being, but he only had 1 hour to search for it. In the Abyss Guild, the players who carried out the attack on the archmage said that they didn't know where to take their eyes from Lady Emma. They were incredibly ashamed that they couldn't destroy him. Emma calmly replied that they shouldn't have worried. She herself was amazed at how the archmage had managed to pump up her special skills. She was amazed by his hellfire skill with the steel set. She also noticed that the archmage had managed to reach level 200, so she wasn't surprised that he dealt with them so easily. Emma said that no matter what, it was pretty good that Lucky had been taken out of a combat-capable state. It could help them in destroying the archmage. She heard a knock on the door, whereupon Merlin entered her office, who was in a great mood from hearing that Lucky was in a non-combatant state. Emma confirmed this information. She said that now the archmage would have a hard time with performances, let alone keeping an audience. Merlin informed her that he had already received a report that the archmage had been spotted in the Meteor City. He was sure he would be able to save his divine being and come back even stronger than before. Yewa said there was no way that could have happened. She added that as fast as he was, the journey to the Meteor City took at least 2 days. Emma took a few sips of tea and said that, as expected, the archmage could even do the impossible. She was sure that all the rumors about him reaching the city were true. Guild leader Merlin said that despite Lucky's absence, the archmage hadn't gotten any worse at fighting at all. But that wasn't the problem. He added that a particular problem was in Keeper Silvera, this time using a black and gold hyena as a base. Merlin added that he had been informed that Silver had single-handedly destroyed a herd of stone elephants with a force of unprecedented power. Yewa was amazed that the Keeper had managed to destroy the herd of stone elephants. She realized that everything they had done was in vain. Merlin took out his clipboard and replied that it couldn't be said that way either. Thanks to this, he had gotten some good information that could help them in their fight against the archmage. He added that the archmage had run from the Pioneer Lands to the Meteor City as fast as he could, a journey that had taken him 24 hours. He said that because of this, he was able to calculate what the archmage was capable of. This knowledge would help him destroy the archmage and prepare to fight him. Merlin put down his tablet and looked at Emma and Ava and said that he would like to ask them one question that he couldn't find the answer to on his own. He thought about why the archmage was running so fast, why he was in such a hurry to get there without sparing himself, what he needed in the Meteor City. Emma and Ewa suddenly realized that the true purpose of the archmage's long run was much deeper than they had realized, and Merlin had confirmed it. He was sure the archmage was testing his skills to prepare for a long run. He wanted to know his own limits. Merlin added that this was nothing unusual. Such abilities could come to him in the future. He wanted to know why he needed to do this at this point. He was sure that if it hadn't been for the small number of people who had attacked him last time, they wouldn't have had a problem with the archmage by now. Merlin said that even despite the divine being and the guardians, if everyone attacked at once, there would be a different outcome. That was what he needed to assess his skills for in case of a long escape. He looked at Yewa and asked what she thought about it, to which she replied that actually the Changwan Guild in its current form was vulnerable at long ranges. She added that was why they had given up during the hunt for the black gold hyena. They also had to prepare for a sneak attack. She was sure the archmage was intent on widening the gap between them. Emma added that quite important in long runs were items that could add stamina. Merlin was sure the next location would be the city of blacksmiths. She asked Yehua and the Changwan Guild to give them all the support they could. She wanted to challenge the archmage once more. The next day, the president of the channel was at a loss 15 minutes after the broadcast started, and the archmage still hadn't shown up. He said that if it was like that, it meant that there was an emergency on the airwaves. He asked his employee if the archmage had been in touch, to which he received a negative answer. They tried to contact him, but there was no result. The president wanted to know the location of the archmage, to which his staff member replied that he was in Meteor City. He told everyone to stall as much as they could. He was curious what the audience's reaction was to the incident. He realized since he was in Meteor City, they would be able to see the archmage in his new outfit. The Abyss Guild had been watching the channel closely. Emma said they had said the broadcast would be about resurrection. Viewers had come to watch it even before their provocation. Merlin was surprised when he realized there was a crash on the airwaves. The viewers noticed that it wasn't just late. They were sure that the archmage had something wrong. But suddenly he appeared on the air. He realized that the viewers were already waiting for him. The archmage explained to them that it had taken longer than he had hoped to make the new item. The onlookers were happy to see Lucky alive, but they thought the rumor of the new item was just a joke. They didn't know that Lucky could wear items. The Abyss Guild couldn't believe that such a thing was even possible. They were amazed that he had managed to resurrect Lucky and put the equipment on him. They realized that the archmage had outplayed them. The archmage smiled and thought they would be writhing in wonder and envy right now. But he was having a hard time getting new items and reviving Lucky. He had spent all the money he wanted to spend on buying a house and setting up the game pod. He would have liked to change Heron's bed and desk to new ones, but he couldn't let Lucky die. The archmage had planned to spend his money on a new room for Heron, but his plans fell apart after the dastardly attack. Now he needed to spend it on something else entirely. He thought he was pleased to save Lucky, but in order to make exclusive items for the Divine Being and the Guardian, Blacksmith Thos had charged an incredibly huge price for 3 items each. The archmage realized that it was because of the Blacksmith Thos that he had spent all his savings, and now he would not be able to please Heron. The onlookers couldn't understand what kind of items Lucky was wearing. They were amazed that the archmage was the first to equip a divine being. Asmo, making a small donation, noticed that the archmage had changed weapons. He had never seen this before. The archmage had managed to surprise him once again. The archmage said that this was exactly what he had expected from Asmo. He added that he would not have been able to hide anywhere from Mr. Asmo's insight. He said that before he would explain to his audience the characteristics of his new items, he wanted to tell them something. The archmage said that not too long ago Lucky had been attacked, after which he had been dangerously injured. But as of today, such a thing would never happen again. He informed the audience that they would be happy to accept any number of entries for the big match. However, he would not tolerate the situation that arose last time. The archmage looked at Lucky and thought that Lucky wasn't just resurrected. After he acquired that skill, he would no longer be able to die. He remembered in front of Tosa's smithy. He couldn't understand why it had to necessarily be the highest level of hard-to-find materials. He didn't know where he could find the divine stone. The archmage tried to buy it, but found it was not for sale, and he was no longer sure how he was going to find the stone. He had too little time left. He needed to bring it back in 48 minutes. He wondered if there was no other way to find him. Silver tried to cheer up the archmage by saying that he was ready to show him an even stronger form of him. The archmage thanked them for their support and told them that there had to be a way to find the stone. They were bound to find it. Suddenly, a system notification appeared in front of him. He saw that he had received a call. He was shocked when he saw who was calling him. The president of the Rising Star channel got a message. He read that they wanted to talk to him. He got incredibly interested. He wanted to know what they needed from him. He took the incoming call and their conversation began with an apology. He had received confirmation that some members of the guild had malice towards the archmage. Yewa added that it was Changwan Guild's fault. They had failed to control the guild members properly, so as an apology, they would provide them with the necessary item. After talking to Yewa, the channel president immediately decided to call the archmage to tell him the good news. He told the archmage that neither had received an apology call from the Chungwan Guild, and they had sent them a useful item. He shocked the archmage by informing him that he had received 2 divine stones. The archmage was incredibly happy to hear this. He thanked the president and promised him to try harder. He was willing to do anything for him for saving his friend Lucky. He was able to complete the quest Immortal Body in time. He managed to find the blacksmith Thos, who helped him revive Lucky, after which he was rewarded with the divine creature skill. The archmage thought that he was indeed lucky. He had constantly received help from the channel president, and the Chungwan Guild would no longer be able to get in his way in the future. He understood that thanks to the divine stone, Lucky had obtained the immortal body skill, after which he reappeared in front of them. The archmage was glad that his friend was back with them. He hugged him and told him that he was quite disturbed that he might have lost him. He promised him that now he wouldn't let anyone hurt him. Gold thought that Lucky had managed to appropriate his master as soon as he was resurrected, to which Silver replied that Lucky was definitely a bad dog. The archmage was able to open a new chapter of the main scenario, Greed of Thos. He had to leave his staff to Arbia so the blacksmith could modify it. Taz asked the archmage to delay his joy over their reunion with Lucky. He asked him to show him the staff he wanted to modify. The archmage couldn't believe that the blacksmith Thos wanted to upgrade his weapons. He thought it was quite sudden for him, so he was confused by his offer. Taz thought that the archmage didn't want him to change his weapon, but the archmage didn't see why he should refuse his offer. He knew that the Meteor City was anything but. The archmage thought this was a good opportunity to upgrade all of his items and asked blacksmith Thos to take care of his other equipment as well. Thos offered to make equipment for his divine being as well. He was surprised when Thos offered to make equipment for Lucky. He couldn't believe such items existed, to which Thos replied that if he needed them, he could make them. The archmage smiled and said that if he did it for him, he would be able to tell the entire continent about his achievements, he thought. He had never heard of equipment for divine beings before. Thos smiled back and warned the archmage that the cost of the material was quite expensive, and they would need to sign a contract first. The archmage thought he should have known that the moment he mentioned the contract, all his money evaporated even faster, but on top of that, he was also late for his broadcast. He realized that he was now completely broke. He had no more savings left, but Thos was able to strengthen him incredibly in such a short time. He felt it was worth it. The archmage thought that in addition to the enhancement, he had gotten a new weapon, and now he needed to think of it as an investment in his future, and now he was ready to start live. Hen left the game and went to the hospital to see his brother. He asked him how he was feeling and if he could walk, to which his brother replied that when he was in braces, there was no problem. The doctors told him he could take them off in 6 months. He was happy that his older brother was finally on the mend, and pretty soon he would be living a full life. He said saving hard and working hard was worth it. When his older brother heard about the money, he decided to discuss the matter with him. He realized that Hen had been working nonstop all this time and had denied himself a lot of things to help him get back on his feet. Hen didn't want to talk to him about money. He leaned over to Heron and asked how her dad's surgery went, to which she replied that she loved it, that now they would be able to walk every day holding hands. The older brother smiled and said that thanks to Hen, he could do everything on his own now. Now he got to do everything he wanted to do but couldn't because of him. He added that now he could have a relationship. He was sure that there was no way he could have a personal life because of him. But his brother's words scared Hen a lot. He didn't want any relationship. Hen didn't have time to answer his brother. He was interrupted by Heron, who said that her uncle already had a girlfriend and she knew him. He couldn't believe that Heron thought he had a girlfriend. He couldn't understand who she had told his older brother about. He had one guess, but he didn't take it seriously. Hen remembered that Heron was enamored with his acquaintance Seol, whom she thought was a beautiful girl. But he didn't think Heron thought there was a relationship between them. He tried to immediately justify himself by saying that she was just a friend to him. His brother laughed at the fact that Hen was incredibly embarrassed by their conversation. Hen decided that they needed to end this conversation and asked his brother to practice his recovery harder. He was sure he would get used to the classes quickly. The older brother replied that he understood him and informed him that he still had to prepare to go to work. Hen was surprised that his brother was already ready to go to work. He asked him if he was in a big hurry since it had been quite a while since the surgery. He replied that he would just need to monitor the security of the communication in real time. He felt that would not be difficult for him. Hen understood that his brother wanted to take care of him. He asked him to stop doing that. He assured him that he was on his own to take care of himself. but nevertheless his brother decided to take the job. Saul was strolling alone in the neighborhood of her city, she thought. There were still no notifications or messages from the Abyss Guild, and she didn't know what to do to occupy herself. Suddenly she noticed Hen sitting in a cafe watching a God Wars video. She thought it was similar to the Archmage video he had uploaded to the Rising Star channel. She remembered the words of Heron, who had informed her that her uncle was a very powerful mage in this game, but Hen quickly asked her to stop talking about it. Saul thought a lot about Heron's words and Hen's reaction to them. She noticed that it looked as if he was the Archmage her guild was after. She thought that if her hunch was correct, then the problem with the Chungwan Guild was resolved. She was beginning to worry about him. Hyon noticed Seol walking lonely and pensive in the neighborhood. He called out to her and asked her if she was okay. She looked like she had something going on. Saul came closer to him, her gaze full of confidence, she said, with a smile that she had some business to attend to in the neighborhood. She thought the look on his face was more cheerful than she expected. She figured he was on his way to play at the Capsule Cafe today, too. Hen smiled and said that he had to work hard if he wanted to take care of Heron. He tried to work as hard as he could so that his family wouldn't need anything. Saul noticed that he always looked so busy. She was sure it was quite difficult for him to work so hard. Hen said he had one very difficult case lately. He added that at times like this he was lost and didn't know what to do next. He smiled and said that nevertheless it was more fun to overcome such things together. There were many people who supported him and helped him. That's why the games were so interesting for him. Seol listened to Hen carefully and went on with her business, wishing him good luck, to which Hen wished her good luck in return, and went to the Capsule Cafe. She was walking down the street and she got an alert on her phone about the start of the Archmage's live broadcast. Now she was sure that Hen was the elusive Archmage. Saul thought that if the Abyss Guild continued to keep Hen on the hook like this, she would support him. The Archmage traveled back to the game and set about completing an errand from the blacksmith Thos. He needed to find materials by destroying monsters. He saw that a huge stone rhino was approaching him. He stood still and waited until it would come closer still. Then the Archmage ordered Lucky to use a lightning flash, and the monster was destroyed. The Archmage noticed that Lucky's body had changed. He was incredibly strong. He was even more powerful than he was before after he got his new power. He thought that Lucky's hunting speed had changed quite a bit after being resurrected, though one couldn't forget the characteristics of his equipment. Gold informed the Archmage that he wanted very badly to try his new skill in battle, Silver adding that together they would be able to defeat everyone. The Archmage promised them that they would get busy testing the new skill next time. He understood that they wanted to use the new riding skill in real combat. He thought that Gold's new skill that he pulled out when he leveled up would be useful to them. Gold could now ride on Silver's back, which was taking the form of a beast, with defense, attack power, and mobility becoming quite good. The Archmage, choosing a new skill, thought there was nothing to fear, even if he drew a card that wasn't very good, but that didn't mean he needed a bad card. He picked a card and was incredibly shocked. He couldn't believe that such a skill could be drawn. It was a legendary skill that could only be dreamed of. The president of the channel had again received a proposal for a joint event from the Chungwan Guild. He couldn't understand what they were up to. It seemed very suspicious to him. He realized that in such a short time they had been able to pump up their stats quite well. They wouldn't be able to use the same trick as last time, so they would have to challenge the Archmage directly. The president wondered if timing was the problem. He didn't see what was the point of rushing the offer so quickly, knowing that their guild's image had fallen considerably. He thought that even though the Archmage had firmly stated his stance, they still sent a proposal. He wanted to understand what the Chungwan Guild was aiming for. He thought it was as if they were waiting for something. The president had been notified that the hackers had made 5 hacking attempts so far. He understood that the Archmage was fully protected from the hackers they had hired to test it. He thought their new development was just great, but he didn't know if he could safely contact the Archmage without too much risk. The Archmage completed those errand, and the quest was completed. He was able to access those last errand and was rewarded for completing the Divine Stone quest. He thought he didn't ask for the Divine Stone, but got it as a reward for nothing. He sat down on the ground and began to think about where he would use it. The Archmage realized that he had already spent all of his money on the outfit. He figured he could sell it and with the Nova set aside money to move. Suddenly his musings were interrupted by an incoming call from the president of the Wharton channel. He took the call. He thought the conversation foreshadowed something serious. Wharton said that the Chungwan Guild was pumping up its performance. He suggested that it was a reaction to the big match announcement that was recently announced on live TV. The Archmage was shocked to learn this. He thought, then he said it out of anger about Lucky. He couldn't think they were serious about having a big match. President Wharton said that the Chungwan Guild had applied for a rematch, but the decision was solely up to the archmage. He realized that it was quite difficult to refuse. The archmage thought that it was because of the guild that Lucky had fallen into an incapacitated state. He didn't think that the guild itself had expected such a thing, and besides, they themselves had given him the divine stone as an apology. He replied that he was accepting a bid from the Chungwan Guild. He was ready to make a big match. He was ready to go live soon. The president was shocked that he agreed so easily. The archmage asked the president to tell the guild to be careful this time. The archmage's words surprised him, and he didn't understand why he wanted them to be careful. The president thought that no matter how pumped up the Chungwan Guild was, the archmage was eager to show that the opponent was no match for him. He realized that the archmage had been expecting this, and had even warned that if they did this to him again, his response would be much harsher. He couldn't believe he had so much room for thought. The president informed the archmage that he would have everything ready for the big match. He added that Asmo had sent him a small gift as a consolation for Lucky's situation. The archmage, upon receiving the gift, thought that Asmo-san was always the best. He loved him and idolized him. Now, thanks to Asmo, he had 3 divine stones. He thought that if he sold all 3 stones, he could buy a new house for his family. He realized that the dream of having his own house could soon come true. The archmage came to the blacksmith Taz and informed him that he had managed to find all the materials. Taz was shocked that he was able to do it so quickly. He also noticed that the archmage was in a good mood. He smiled and thought that thanks to someone he had managed to get back all the money he had lost. And he replied to Taz that he had just had something good happen. Those smiled demurely, replying that he was lucky, but his voice became gruff as he voiced his final request to the archmage. He said that the archmage would need to give Thos 3 divine stones to create an item he had long dreamed of. Thos asked him to just give him the 3 stones. The archmage couldn't believe he wanted his stones he wanted to sell and change his family's lives. The archmage thought that even for a non-player character it was too much. He was incredibly angry at him. He thought Thos was just crazy. Suddenly, a meteorite appeared in the sky above the city, which was rapidly approaching. It was impossible to stop, and it crashed to the ground, causing an incredible explosion. The archmage thought an earthquake had started, but the system notified him that the meteorite impact field would open in 48 hours, and he would need to explore a unique location. Merlin visited Emma at the Abyss Guild, having heard that she had applied for the big match right after the archmage's broadcast. He was curious to know what had prompted her decision. Emma confirmed the information, saying that she had also sent a request to the Explorers Guild. Merlin was sure she was rushing things too much. She explained that the Chungwan Guild had no reason to have a rematch with the archmage. He had indicated that he could have accepted the challenge at any time, and she figured they would need to deal with him more quickly. Emma added that they had also given the divine stone as a gift, and now the archmage would have a hard time saying no to them. Merlin was worried and wanted everything to be okay this time. She replied that they would definitely handle him this time. She asked Merlin if he had heard anything about Kim Min-soo's covenant. In the Capsule Cafe, the players were saying that a meteorite had fallen in Meteor City, which had taken many lives of other players, and which had caused a lot of destruction to the city. Some players heard that the fall was due to the archmage, and that after the meteorite fell, a new location, Meteorite Crater, was opened, and all the top guilds began to gather there. They had heard that the new location could once again host a big match between the archmage and the Chungwan Guild, who had attempted to destroy the archmage. The cafe administrator didn't know whose airing of the event he'd rather watch. He knew it would be a great opportunity for streamers to attract viewers. One of the players didn't know what he was thinking and told him to watch the archmage. He knew that his broadcasts always surprised the viewers with something, and they were much more interesting than the others. A system notification informed players that once they entered the meteor crater, it was impossible to exit the meteor crater for 24 hours, and the crater was open to everyone. The top guild players realized that they had to get them as fast as possible. They needed to get to the meteorite impact site faster than the rest of the players. But they needed to remember that watching the airwaves was more important than their health. One of the players noticed that there were monsters in the crater. They were surrounded by orcs, and their defenders needed to prepare to battle them. The players tried to attack the monsters, but they were incredibly strong. The orc effortlessly managed to destroy one of the group members. They realized that the monster was of incredible size, and they tried to escape from it. The spectators were shocked and couldn't believe that they were from a top guild. They lost as soon as they started attacking the monster. The player said that the level of monsters in Kratar was quite no-nonsense. He was sure that they would have been destroyed by a monster in an unequal battle. The commander of the group of players told everyone to try to repel the damage done by the monster. He realized that they wouldn't be able to get out of the crater for 24 hours. But the player thought he had had enough and decided to give up by quitting the game. The group leader couldn't understand where he was going in the midst of their battle with the monster. The commander couldn't understand how he could just walk out of the game, leaving him one-on-one with a huge and quite powerful monster. But he failed to confront it, and the monster destroyed him. The spectators assumed that all the teams had already been wiped out, but the Chungwan Guild continued to fight the monsters. Awa informed them that after a short rest, their team would begin the next battle. They knew that this was to be expected, and that one had to enter a guild at the Chungwan level to hunt well. The spectators knew that this was their 6th major battle, and that they were already exhausted. The viewers were bored and decided to watch the archmage's broadcast, but it was also uninteresting. He fought only twice, and the rest of the time rode around on an ice golem. The viewers were puzzled why everyone fought monsters, and the archmage did not. The archmage noticed that there were no monsters on his path at all. He couldn't understand what was going on and why this was happening. He could lose his audience on this broadcast. He needed to find the monster. He realized that there was no point in the run. He had to maximize his stamina for the boss battle. The archmage noticed a guild of travelers hiding up ahead. He couldn't understand why they were following him. He would just try to avoid confronting them. He needed to conserve his strength for the battle with the boss. He realized that it would be an uphill battle. The viewers looking at him couldn't understand why it was so quiet around him when there were incredible battles on the other airwaves. The archmage ordered the ice golem to turn around. He figured then even the monsters would take pity on him and come out to meet him. The archmage thought that he wouldn't look for monsters but guilds. That way he could save stamina and attract interest if he started hunting with other guilds. He thought it wasn't a bad idea. He reported that those who were now having a hard time fighting, he was willing to come to their aid. He reported that the archmage was providing assistance services. The assistant to the president of the canal came to him and informed him that they had received a request for help from the Chungwan Guild. He didn't know what he should have done with it. The president, holding his head, said that he expected their request would have come to them faster than the others, and asked the assistant to process their request. He noticed that Asmo had called him. He said he was busy and offered to postpone the greeting. He reported that the Travelers Guild had also stepped in. Asmo understood that Wharton could have learned this from the Archmage's ether, who noticed that 300 people were approaching him. He knew immediately that it was the Travelers Guild. He said that Wharton had to know the Archmage's information power. He said this to keep the Travelers Guild under control. Because of this, Asmo was able to talk to Venture. Asmo noted that even if it was an Archmage, it was worth imagining a situation where 300 members of the Travelers Guild were in the same location. Due to the huge numerical advantage, the outcome of the battle was far from obvious. The president was surprised when Asmo mentioned Venture. He didn't know that Asmo was in negotiations with the head of the Travelers Guild, to which Asmo replied that it wasn't a negotiation. They just argued over who would take out the boss first. He added that if they lost, they would give them 2 facts about the basic scenario, and if they won, they would get a free pass to the next desert location. Asmo explained that the players of the Travelers Guild would not interfere with the Archmage in the desert, no matter what he was doing. Emma understood that they had nothing to lose in this argument. It would be extremely easy if the Travelers Guild were to team up with the Chungwan Guild. She added that the 2 facts about the basic script were not bad, and they could do it the way Venture asked them to. Emma added that she had never thought of asking the Archmage for help, but they had no other choice. She said that because it was better than having other guilds turn to him for help, even though he was their competitor, Emma couldn't help but send him a request. Emma was aware that she didn't like accepting his help, but they easily made it to the center where the main boss was located. The audience didn't understand why none of the players went into the boss room, but it was a new location, and players were watching because no one knew about the boss power. They realized that the players had made it this far, and they were wondering who would be the bait for the boss. The spectators noticed that someone had already entered the boss room. The Archmage thought that now he could see well, and in front of him was a divine meteorite. Unlike other players, he could see all its characteristics. He realized that it could be defeated with 29 attacks. He said he didn't know what kind of boss it was, but he remembered that whoever defeated it first would win. He informed his audience that he was now starting a solo raid on the boss. The Archmage decided he needed to start by lightly touching it. He used a fireball and made his first attack. He had 28 more attacks to make. The system notified him that a game of salsa with the divine meteorite had begun after his attack. He saw an incredible number of monsters begin to appear in front of him, and the archmage began to gather his team. The archmage displayed all his power. He summoned everyone who was available. He was ready to play tag with the meteorite. He was sure he would have succeeded in overpowering it. He smiled and said that playing salsa was quite easy. He agreed to play. He was going to use the same tactic. The archmage ordered gold and silver to use miniaturization, after which they could test their new skill ride. He used a small tornado and a blizzard to destroy the other non-player characters with various magic. The archmage thought it was for the easiest task. Emma, watching the archmage, became very angry. She couldn't understand what the Travelers Guild and Chungwan were doing. She had paid them, and they were just watching and doing nothing. She thought that she should have at least followed the archmage and made sure that they would definitely be able to find Kim Min-soo's covenant. Yewa realized that the archmage alone could defeat the boss, and then they wouldn't be able to get Kim Min-soo's covenant. She ordered her players to find the boss as quickly as possible. One of her players replied that there were too many monsters here. He couldn't make his way to the boss. The monsters were tightly blocking the way to him. They realized that finding the hiding boss would be much easier if they could take out the monsters first. It was impossible to find the hiding boss among so many monsters. Yewa replied that they needed to find him nonetheless. She informed them that they would be able to figure out who the boss was if they managed to get all the monsters together. The players replied that they would then be unable to handle the aggressor of all monsters, to which Yewa replied to hold on as best they could. They needed to find a boss faster than the archmage. The archmage started the live stream again. He informed the viewers that he would like to try and set the boss on fire for starters. The viewers were shocked that he was able to find him so quickly. The spectators were shocked from Gold and Silver's riding skill. In the miniaturization, they thought it could now be considered a chain of attacks. The archmage noticed that the divine meteor was losing strength, after which he managed to overpower it. Emma was in the main building of the Abyss Guild and was watching the archmage's broadcast. She couldn't believe that the boss had appeared as a game of hide-and-seek. She couldn't even assume it. She asked her assistant Jackie if Chungwan Guild and Travelers Guild could win if it was a normal boss raid. Emma added that the archmage acted as if he knew what was about to happen, as if he knew that finding the boss was no problem. She thought she had managed to calculate everything. After all, the archmage knew something they didn't. They needed to find out more about the archmage. Emma ordered Jackie to keep watching the archmage, even if he needed to hack him or chase him. She said no matter what happened, they had to always be ahead of the archmage. They had to go through the main scenario faster than him to find Kim Min-soo's legacy. Emma remembered visiting Kim Min-soo in the hospital. She knew he was seriously ill. She went to see him to see if he had changed his mind. Kim Min-soo smiled and replied that she had come all this way just for the sake of. Asking him that question again, he informed her that his answer would always be the same. He added that he thought the main purpose of the game was simple entertainment. He didn't want people to cause each other pain and suffering. Emma recognized that he was talking about the game as mere entertainment, but understood that its purpose could vary depending on the approach and style of the players going through it. Kim Min-soo said that it wouldn't have been easy for her to control the game in the direction they wanted because he couldn't let that happen. Emma smiled, said she was genuinely sorry to hear his decision, but she wasn't going to give up. She was sure that by finding his covenant, they could change the game. After Emma's visit, they received Kim Min-soo's covenants. Their contents were quite simple. It was Kim Min-soo's legacy in which he clearly stated everything. Legacy said that the code that allowed you to change the game's characteristics were hidden at the end of the game. Emma read his testament carefully and realized that the point of the main scenario was to find a map to this key that would help them change the game. The archmage managed to defeat the divine meteorite, and the system notified him that a new item had been added to his inventory. He had obtained a divine stone that would allow him to control the power of the meteorite. He thought it was the first time he had seen such an item in the game. The archmage thought the stone would allow him to control the meteor's power. The archmage noticed that the audience now expected incredible airs from him. He thought it would be difficult for him to act with such high audience expectations. He told them it was just material and informed them that he was ending his heir. He decided that he needed to go back to the blacksmith to Taz. He realized that Taz would be able to make a unique item out of the meteorite. Taz, seeing the archmage, said that he was waiting for him to come to him. Arzamag happily informed him that he had brought him the divine stone. Thos was shocked when he saw it. He couldn't believe that the archmage had managed to find it. Those wanted the archmage to give him a chance to work with such an incredible item. The archmage had managed to open a new chapter in the scenario. He needed to instruct those to enhance the pendant and ring with the stone. The archmage realized that he had a chance to pump up his accessories. He thought it was time to make them better, but he didn't know if he could only use level 80 items. He told Tosu that he was ashamed that he had allowed himself to swear at him in the past. He added that he should have assigned the task to him anyway. Taz couldn't remember when the archmage had scolded him. He had replied to him that he was willing to thank him because he was quite an interesting friend. He took the divine stone to start improving the archmage's items, and after a while, he managed to create unique items for him. The archmage was incredibly happy that he had new items. He noticed that his ring of sunburn had a legendary epic. The ring absorbed the power of a mighty meteorite. When wearing 3 items from the set, it was possible to use a shooting star. He thought that the pendant also had incredible options. His pendant held the power of the cursed creature, which somehow mixed with the power of the meteorite. When worn, it was possible to use the repetition skill and skill one more. Those reported that an unforeseen thing happened during the enhancement process. The archmage thought, if anything, how did the items turn out so perfect? He informed the archmage that the power of the meteorite had mixed with the power contained in his pendant, and to harness the meteorite's power, he would have to use up a huge amount of mana. The archmage smiled and realized that the cursed creature was the problem. He replied to Thos that it was fine. He was grateful to him simply for improving his items. He decided to put on the enhanced equipment and go on to complete the quest. He needed to go to an abandoned crater and try to harness the power of the meteorite. The archmage arrived at the abandoned crater and thought he was excited about the new skill shooting star that he had gotten as a set effect. He wondered what it was. He decided that the crater was the perfect place to test the power of the new skill. He used a shooting star, after which he felt the power of the meteorite in his entire body. The archmage felt that the skill had been activated, but he couldn't figure out what its effect was. He thought the skill might have temporarily increased the damage dealt. He assumed that this skill worked in conjunction with other skills. He decided to try using the fireball to see the effect of the skill. The archmage directed the fireball into the sky. He hoped it was a very useful skill. Suddenly he noticed something strange began to happen in the sky. He noticed that the fireball was coming back, but it was many times stronger. It was incredibly fast and was rapidly approaching the archmage. The archmage was stunned by his new power. The fireball pierced the surface with a deafening thud, creating a massive explosion, raising dust and debris. He was convinced that the Traveler Guilds and Chungwan were in control. He understood that this bet was a losing bet for them. The archmage knew that they said they had an advantage from the peculiarities of the match because they had data on the boss, but he didn't think so. He believed that he had won the match against them because he was an archmage who had no equal in this game. The canal president listened to the archmage, thought it was expected of him. He thought the archmage was an outstanding man. He got up and headed for the exit. His staff couldn't understand why their boss was so enthusiastic. They knew that the number of viewers on the airwaves had reached 66 million, and the raid was successful. It would be strange if he wasn't enthusiastic. They realized that they were able to get free access to the desert from Venture. It was a huge advantage over the rest of the players. The canal president realized that it was now irrelevant what the archmage was going to do in the desert with the Travelers Guild watching. He figured they could only observe his actions, even if they had a big game event there. The president called his assistant and gave him an assignment. He needed to call the top 10 guilds. The assistant was shocked by his assignment. He couldn't understand why he needed to do it. The archmage had a new quest, Explosion. The nameless god's power had become just insane. He needed to visit Uini within 15 days, and if he didn't, the nameless god would find him himself. After testing his new skill, the archmage thought he knew how he was supposed to use the meteor's power, but a system alert appeared in front of him that shocked him. He read the terms of the quest, was shocked. He knew that this was the guy he had seen in the forbidden area of the Golden Fields, who was incredibly strong. The archmage remembered that his level was 444, and it would be very difficult for him to deal with its power. He realized that he could die in a fight with a nameless god. He realized that if he failed to find Ueni within 15 days, the nameless god would come for him. 3,890 archmage couldn't let this happen. Otherwise, his game might end after meeting him. He ordered his team to urgently run after him. They didn't have time. They had to run as fast as they could. He stopped and thought they were in trouble. He had completely forgotten that the next location was supposed to be the desert. Silver was surprised that they had stopped. He asked the archmage that weren't they supposed to keep running as hard as they could, as he had ordered them to. Gold interrupted Silver. He was surprised that he hadn't already realized that the master's actions were always the best choice, to which Silver replied that now he would remember that always. The archmage said Silver was right. It was dangerous to just cross the desert like that. He knew it had two major drawbacks. He explained that the desert was a location dotted with oases that were used as passes to strategically stop during its passage. The archmage realized that if he started just running between them, he would need to pass them to get to the next location. The desert was infinitely vast, and the difficulty level was high. But the biggest problem was the tracking of the Travelers Guild. They could cause him quite a lot of trouble while passing through the desert. He figured that if they planned to follow him like they did on the meteor field, he wouldn't be able to find Ewenie in 15 days. The archmage realized that then it could be the end of his game. He would be caught by an unknown who was too strong for him. He thought his main concern now was to make arrangements with the Travelers Guild. He didn't know if he needed to talk to President Wharton. His thoughts were interrupted by an incoming call. It was President Wharton calling him. The archmage was quite surprised, for he had just thought of him. He thought he had called him just in time. President Wharton gave him the good news negotiations with the Travelers Guild were over. They would not interfere with him in the wilderness. The archmage couldn't believe he had managed to do it. Wharton added that they had even made a contract to keep them out of his way. The archmage asked would they have cared if he had stolen the boss from them, but Wharton remained silent. The president of the channel, after a bit of thought, asked if the archmage was really going to steal their boss from them, to which the archmage replied that he was just asking him for it out of curiosity. The archmage thought that if the president said that, he would do well, but he couldn't understand when the president found out. He thought he was a scary person. The president said he was planning a tour of the desert, a tour where the archmage could see if the newly acquired power of the divine meteor would be a big problem or not. The archmage realized he had seen it then. The archmage thought that President Wharton needed permission from the Travelers Guild to tour the desert, so he negotiated with them. The president asked the archmage if he liked his idea. The archmage stood up and asked him next time to just brief him on the outcome. The archmage thought he would never betray the president. The players noticed that on one of the oases in the desert sat Ewa. The players recognized her. They knew she was from the Chungwan Guild. They noticed that he was waiting for someone. Yewa knew that the desert was usually started from the oasis where she sat. He was sure he must have passed her here. Suddenly, she heard the players shouting that an archmage was approaching them. Ewa turned around and saw the archmage approaching her. She walked up to him and greeted him. She added that here they were meeting again. The archmage could hardly catch his breath, greeted her back. The archmage couldn't understand what Chungwan Guild had forgotten in the desert. He looked at her and asked what had brought her to him. Yewa replied to him that she thought their confrontation at the meteorite site had a lot of variables in it, and they didn't have a real duel. The archmage listening to her didn't know what to do. He realized that she wanted to ask him for a new match, and it looked like she wanted to lash out at him. He thought he should have refused her offer, but he didn't know how to do that. He decided to just walk past her without finishing her sentence. Ewa realized that the archmage had tried to avoid their conversation and wanted to abandon their duel. She stopped him, saying that she wasn't done talking to him yet. The archmage turned around and answered her with a smile that he had urgent business to attend to and needed to run on, he thought. He couldn't tell her that he was in a hurry because of the main quest. He decided that he needed to change the subject and not talk about the duel anymore. He informed her that he was preparing for the tour and he couldn't compete with them again right now. The archmage asked Yeva to mail him the details. He would be sure to look them over later, and he continued to run off to fulfill the main quest. Yewa tried to stop him, but it was too late. The archmage was already quite far away. She was shocked by his response. She realized that he had started to prepare for the desert tour. President Wharton ordered his staff to prepare. He asked his assistant how many guilds from the top 10 gathered, to which he replied that 9 teams, Abyss Guild, would be absent. Wharton said he would like to express his thanks to the guilds who chose to participate. He asked them if they had heard of the archmage's tour. He had something of interest for them. He added that the reason he called them all here was to give them a chance to bid for spots on the desert tour. The president said that they had all recently been hotly interested in tickets for the archmage's tour, so they decided to prepare tickets for all comers. He agreed, and the guilds began to bid for places in the archmage tourney, each trying to offer a skill stronger than their opponent, each wanting to get into the archmage tourney. The president noticed that they began to double the bids. It was the first time he had seen such a race. Suddenly, he noticed that the manager of the Abyss Guild had joined them and apologized for being late, and he immediately made a new bid. They were willing to give them the royal key. Wharton was stunned at their offer. President Wharton couldn't even imagine that the guilds would offer them such cool items in such a simple auction. He was shocked by it. Hen left the game and went to the capsule cafe. He was worried. He realized he was in trouble. He only had 10 days left from this point on. He had to find the non-player character Uini during that time. But on top of that, while touring the desert, he had to adjust to the speed of the participants, who were quite slow. Hen didn't know if he would have managed to find Evany in the time remaining. He realized that he couldn't make all the ticketed tour members run after him. He realized that another problem was that he couldn't openly use his clairvoyance in front of participants from the top guilds. It was too risky for him. Hen thought about what would happen if the tour members suggested a sudden change of route. Then it would be the end of him. He wouldn't have enough time to find Evany. He realized that he couldn't cancel anything now either. All the participants had paid a good price for their seats. He thought that would be the way to go crazy. Hen stood up a little calmer and thought that he needed to start by getting at least a little closer to Uini before the tour started. He approached the receptionist, Hek-ju, and wanted to ask him to prepare a game pod for him, but he continued to stare at his phone without paying attention. Hyuk-ju turned to Hyeon and asked him to be quiet for a while. He said he was watching something very important and asked him to come to him a little later. Hyeon couldn't believe that Hyuk-ju had asked him to come to him later. He was upset. After all, he knew he was his regular customer. He stepped closer to him to see what he was looking at that was so interesting, since it was more important than his regular customer. Hen noticed that he was watching Merlin from the Abyss Guild channel, which informed the viewers that the tour with the archmage through the desert had been commandeered by the Abyss Guild. Merlin added that the winning bid was the royal key. He said that the key was an important artifact that could drastically change the balance of power in the game. He said that the Abyss Guild wouldn't participate in the tourney directly. They had a completely different decision. Hen was shocked by Merlin's statement. He didn't understand why they weren't going to participate, why they bought the tour. He couldn't understand what purpose they had in mind. Merlin explained that they decided to show viewers all the broadcasts and footage from the tour for free. That way everyone could watch the tour. Hen realized that Merlin's words only meant that he wanted him to play alone. He rejoiced, thinking that this was amazing news for him. Wharton, listening carefully to Merlin's statement, was annoyed. He thought he had made a big mistake and set the archmage up. They had wired him with a royal key, which made him drop his guard. He thought that the Abyss Guild had gotten the royal key after defeating the Desolation King first, and after that, it never fell out to anyone else. Wharton speculated that perhaps such an item had to be used before it would drop someone again. He knew there was only one such item in the game right now. He realized that if someone went to Uini with the royal key, he would be able to open the way to the tomb. Wharton knew that by traveling the path, one could reach a sacred tomb that held ancient relics that could aid the archmage in the quest. He realized that he had actually forced the archmage to cross the desert alone. His musings suddenly interrupted by an incoming call from Asmo. Asmo wondered if he had watched the broadcast of the Abyss Guild, and added that the man should have realized the significance of handing over the royal key. Wharton replied that he understood that they had used the desert tour as an excuse for the archmage to go into the raid of the royal tomb alone. Asmo replied that it was a dungeon that even the Abyss Guild couldn't poke around in. He added that they had outsmarted Wharton. Merlin and Emma celebrated their small victory. He noted that, now that the route had been traced, they needed to focus. Emma replied confidently that everything was ready. He was amazed that everything was already set up, to which Emma replied that this was the desert, a location where monsters attacked everywhere. They could cause a lot of trouble for the archmage. Emma was sure that if the archmage was too focused on the monsters, he would have a hard time predicting the ambush they had prepared. She added that in addition, they could follow him on his airwaves and they would be able to pick the best time to attack. Merlin asked her when they would act, to which Emma replied that they had already acted, and they also had 3 poisoned royal swords. The onlookers were stunned that the archmage had actually decided to cross the desert alone. They realized how difficult it would be since all the monsters were hiding under the sands. No one knew when the monsters would decide to attack. They were unpredictable and dangerous. The archmage ran as hard as he could, but suddenly a sand snake appeared in front of him. The archmage paused with a smile, noting that the sand snake's sudden attack had startled him slightly, whereupon he ordered Silver to destroy it. Silver obeyed the order and started attacking the sand snake. The onlookers noticed that the archmage had even prepared his lines beforehand, which they didn't like. The guardian caught the snake by the head and pronounced with a menace that it would not dare touch even the tip of his master's finger. The archmage realized that this was his chance to strike a decisive blow at the snake. He ordered Lucky to use a flash of lightning and destroy the monster. He realized that 2 attacks would not be enough for such a huge monster. He used a series of ice arrows, resulting in the destruction of the sand snake. The archmage thought that everything was going according to his plan. He turned around and noticed that some of the players had been following him for a while now. He noticed that there were 6 of them, and he needed to keep an eye on them. The audience expected him to demonstrate the power of the meteorite to them, wanting to see it live. They were incredibly interested in how much power it had. The archmage thought he could pretend he was putting on a performance for the audience, but in reality he would attack them as if it wasn't intended. He was sure they would fall behind him after his attack. He told the audience that he had forgotten something. Since there were no monsters here, he was willing to show off his strength just on the sand. He applied his dragon fever shooting star skill. One of the assassins couldn't understand why he suddenly started showing off skills. They couldn't believe he had noticed them. But his comrade said that the archmage said he would just try out a new skill. The archmage explained that the meteorite's power was meant to be an enhancement that added physical damage to magic. He decided to show the audience the power of a meteorite in action. He used an ice arrow that he aimed into the sky. The assassin said that he thought he aimed his attack in their direction. His comrade was sure they would have been able to dodge his attack at that distance. The onlookers noticed that the ice had gotten a little bigger. The assassins were puzzled. They didn't know how they could dodge such an attack. They realized that the archmage had tricked them. The archmage showed the audience the true power of the meteorite and announced that he had accidentally managed to get rid of a few players while he was testing new skills. He came to the place of the destroyed players and noticed that there were items left behind. The spectators couldn't believe that this was possible. They were surprised that something worthwhile had fallen from them. The spectators were shocked that they had 3 poisoned desert king blades that were impregnated with poison that could easily destroy the body. The archmage was surprised that he had gotten some pretty good items. The audience wanted him to tell Pride about it. But the archmage thought he should have hurried up and changed the topic of conversation. He said that now that they had new items dropped off, he needed to test them out. For that, he decided to use the summoning of the elemental warriors. The archmage followed the pointer, which led him to the non-player character Uwini, who had been in the 4th oasis the entire time. He gave the poison blades to the elemental warriors to test them, and the ether became almost boring because they were destroying the sand snakes too easily. The archmage thought it was fortunate that they were able to get to this place quickly. However, they had a small problem upon arrival. He noticed that the Travelers Guild had established their control here. He thought it was possible that they had appropriated a passage to the royal tomb that even the Abyss Guild couldn't clear. The archmage approached one of the players guarding the entrance and asked with confidence in his voice if he needed to leave a tip to be let through. Without waiting for an answer, he turned around and headed for the entrance. He mentally thanked the canal president for having a free passage through the desert. The archmage and his team entered Eveni's abode. He was shocked at the beauty of the abode, for from the outside it looked like an ordinary dwelling, but inside it was beautiful. Silver was shocked that flowers were blooming in this place, to which Gold replied that it was as if they were in a different world. The archmage was surprised to see a field of flowers in the middle of the desert. Suddenly, a woman's voice sounded behind his back saying that she was waiting for him. He realized that the voice was coming from the flower. Looking closely, he found a small creature sitting on the flower. He didn't know who it could be or why she was waiting for him. A small fairy appeared in front of him and informed him that she had been waiting for his arrival. She added that her name was Evni. Uwini flew up to the archmage and asked if she could sit on his shoulder. The confused archmage gave her his consent. He told her that because of the divine power that flowed from his pendant, he was being haunted by an unknown entity. He wanted to know if there was anything he could do to fix it. Uwini replied that there were 2 ways to stop the power drain. One was by using her flower, which she placed on his head, after which the nameless god's power subsided. She added that as long as the flower didn't wither, it would soothe the power of the nameless god. But it had a time limit. The archmage was surprised that this quest had any restrictions. Evni told him another way to stop the power drain. He needed to dip the necklace in the royal oasis. The archmage was given a quest to find the royal oasis she spoke of to get rid of the curse. But in order to pass the royal oasis, he needed the royal key. He could get it from the desert king in the sand forest, but the archmage knew he already had the key. Eveni was glad he had already gotten the royal key, she added. Then it was time for him to leave her abode. The archmage left her abode thinking that everything was going too smoothly. They said that this location was so difficult that even the Abyss Guild couldn't pass it. He thought that the path to the tomb would be the real main quest. Iwini couldn't figure out where the archmage was going. She stopped him and told him that they needed to go the other way. There were too many monsters around and she would direct him to a safe path. She flew in the other direction and said that so the paths they could pass through without too much difficulty. The archmage couldn't believe it was that easy. Hen left the game thinking that he had finished the quest that had 15 days to complete in just 24 hours. He didn't even expect that he would pass the quest to the royal tomb so easily, but it was all thanks to Evany. He thought he should have been careful when everything was so smooth. He headed for the exit and noticed all the players gathered in the hall. Hen went up to the receptionist and asked what they were all watching. The receptionist said they were watching the Abyss Guild's broadcast. They uploaded a video of their failure in the way of the royal tomb. The head of the Merlin Guild told the audience that they had encountered sand snakes the size of high-rise buildings and hundreds of stone scorpions on their way to the royal tomb. He knew it was a hopeless battle. He added that in addition to the monsters, there was a limit of 20 participants in groups. He said that it was a level of impossible difficulty. The audience was shocked by Merlin's statements, and Saul, who was watching his broadcast, noted that even a group of level 300 players couldn't handle this task. Merlin added that this was why the Abyss Guild had asked the Archmage to go what they could not. He added that as everyone already knew, they had given the Archmage the royal key as payment for the tour. The audience noted that this was big news, that it was a massive event. But they didn't know when the Archmage would begin his broadcast. Merlin asked them to expect his summons. Hen realized why things were going too well. He was sure there was no way they would have given him such a rare item for nothing. He thought it was impossible. He ran out of the capsule cafe and thought he had to hurry before things would get out of hand. Merlin informed Emma that they had thrown a spark, and now that raised the audience's expectations. But Emma interrupted him, saying that the Archmage was due to go on the air soon. Emma's words were confirmed, and the Archmage went live. The viewers thought he was ready to announce the sweep date, but the Archmage decided to start the broadcast by apologizing to the viewers. The Archmage surprised the audience and informed them that he would not be able to fulfill their expectations about the path to the royal tomb. He added that he had already cleared the dungeon and came straight to the entrance, preparing for the next step, his confidence leaving no doubt of success. The Archmage informed them that he was planning to start a raid on the royal tomb in return, the audience noting that he hadn't even started yet and the Abyss Guild had already lost. Merlin realized that he had made a mistake. He couldn't believe that the Archmage had planned this all along. It was a real humiliation for them. Emma said he knew everything back when he got the royal key from them. He just wanted them to make a similar mistake. Merlin added that all they did was publicize their guild's failed raid and just did what the Archmage wanted. The Archmage and his team went inside the royal tomb. Silver noted that it was too quiet inside, but they were ready for any danger. They found a suspicious-looking door. The Archmage walked over to it and inserted the royal key into the keyhole. Now all he had to do was open the doors. The Archmage opened the doors and ordered everyone inside. He wanted them to have an interesting broadcast. He wanted the viewers to be thrilled with his live broadcast. The onlookers noticed that something was lurking inside. Soon a royal guard appeared before them, and the Archmage had to pass his inspection in order to enter the royal catacombs. Merlin contacted the Archmage and said they asked him to go quest the road of the royal tomb. He felt it was too easy to jump over him. The Archmage realized that Merlin of the Abyss Guild was angry with him. He thought that maybe it wasn't a good idea to change the topic of the ether to another quest. Merlin expressed his desire for the Archmage to demonstrate the completion of the quest, for he had already received the royal key. The Archmage realized he was in trouble, but he needed to focus on the boss. He replied to Merlin that he was sorry and suggested they discuss the matter after the raid. Asmo joined their conversation. He couldn't understand why the Abyss Guild was acting like this. He knew that the royal key they gave as payment for the desert tour. The Archmage asked them to stop. He noticed that the guard was about to start a fight. He figured it would be a great opportunity to show the audience how he destroyed the royal guard alone. Suddenly, the guard made a high jump, which puzzled the spectators. They realized that from the ease of his movements, it was clear that he was a master of close combat. The audience didn't know if the Archmage would be able to handle such a fast non-player character on his own. They worried that he might have been easy prey for him. The Archmage thought it might have looked like trying to die in an unequal battle, but he had a specialty and saw something the other players couldn't. He could see the spot where the boss was going to land, giving him the opportunity to safely jump back to a safe distance. The audience was in awe of the archmage, who was incredible in this fight. He managed to attack with ranged attacks and dodge all of the boss's attacks. The archmage said that because of his ability to use spells on the move and his indomitable will, he was able to attack and dodge attacks. He decided it was time to use the Inferno spell to subdue the boss. The audience couldn't believe this was possible. The audience said that finally the airing they had all been waiting for from the archmage had begun. They were not interested when he went through the location too easily. They lacked action in the battles. The archmage noticed that the royal guardian had begun the last test. He thought he should have prepared thoroughly for the ending. The royal guardian started to attack him. He used his speed again and disappeared from the archmage's sight. The archmage looked carefully above himself. He realized that with his eyes he could easily dodge all of the guard's attacks, but it would be too boring that way. He informed the audience that it was incredibly easy to handle the powerful landing skill, but it was unclear to the audience exactly where the guardian was supposed to land, and it alarmed them. The archmage realized that if he just stood still, the boss would just come down right on top of him. The spectators thought he had become a protector and wanted to slow the boss down with his body. The guardian landed right on the spot where the archmage was standing. The spectators thought that he must be dead by now, but when the dust cleared, they noticed that he had disappeared somewhere. The archmage applied recirculation and found himself in the air above the guardian. He informed the audience that it seemed to him that he would die if he crushed him, so he decided to apply a leap. He made a decisive airstrike using hellfire. The attack was incredibly powerful, and he managed to defeat the guardian and raise his level. The archmage told the audience that he suddenly felt very tired, and so he decided to end tonight's broadcast at this point. He finished the broadcast so that he wouldn't miss the opportunity to choose a new skill. He thought he had worried a lot but was able to complete it. He hoped there had to be at least one legendary skill here this time. The archmage suddenly realized that there were no skill cards in front of him. He couldn't believe it after all. Situations like this were extremely rare. He looked at Gold. He had assigned a special task. Gold was ready to do his every bidding, and the archmage decided it was time to change his body into a guardian. President Wharton received a call from the Abyss Guild. He was asked to see Merlin's actions as merely a game designed to uplift everyone around him. Wharton added that he had a condition to them. He asked for a Great Explosion skill card, after which the conflict could be considered over. Emma realized that they had no other choice, and they had to accept his condition. She wanted them to calm their resentment, and added that she would send him the map immediately. She was about to end the conversation, but suddenly Wharton said he had one more thing. He thanked them for the free passage through the desert. They had managed the quest without much difficulty. Wharton added that they would need a free pass on the next location as well, so he would like to make a new deal with them. Emma replied that they were willing to give them a pass if they gave them 3 clues about the main quest. They would take that into account when the archmage moved on to the next location. Hen decided to take a break from the game. He thought that such continuous airings were quite tiring. He was supposed to do an airing today about the strategy of passing the royal tomb. He left the room and noticed that his older brother was still working. He was concerned that his brother was constantly working and hardly resting. Hen knew his brother even had a part-time job, and he still worked until dawn. He thought his boss was putting too much pressure on him to work. His brother replied that he was now full-time and also got a raise. He informed him that the company would now pay his hospital bills. Hen remembered that his brother had told him that his company was in the U.S., but suddenly a phone call interrupted their conversation, and he asked him to wait for a while. He received a message from President Wharton, who said he had discussed everything with the Abyss Guild. Hen was surprised, assuming he would have asked him about the Merlin incident in the chat room first. President Wharton informed him that they said they would give him a free pass on the next location if he shared clues with them regarding the 3 main scenario quests. Hen was pleased that he had another free pass on the location. He sent a reply to Wharton, asking if he could offer more than they had requested. Wharton, after reading his response, thought he always exceeded his expectations. Hen offered to give them 4 clues. Gold got a new body, so he needed 1 item. He suggested they make a trade. Hen returned to the game and entered the royal tomb. He thought that last time he had defeated the royal guard, and now he had gone deep inside the tomb itself. He dipped his cursed pendant, and the power of the royal oasis began to leach the power of the nameless god. The onlookers realized the rumors were true. The archmage was surprised at how quickly they spread. The archmage was notified that the unknown entity would not pursue him. He thought it was now possible to show his audience something special. something they had wanted to see since the beginning of the broadcast. He said that along with the Desolation King set from the Abyss Guild, he introduced the new gold to them. The audience was shocked. They couldn't even imagine how much stronger gold had become. The Archmage thought that a free pass would be enough, but they had also given him the set of the Desert King. He couldn't understand if the Abyss Guild was really interested in him. He received the skill card Great Explosion. It allowed him to throw a fireball that could cause an explosion. The radius and strength of the explosion grew with him as the skill rank grew. The Archmage thought it was time to test the capabilities of the new level. He was ready to show them the game alone from gold. The audience noticed that the Guardian looked more like a non-fiction character than a monster. He appealed to the Archmage to protect the royal legacy of the Sleeping King in the Sand Forest from the Desert King. The system notified him that a Sand Forest event had been created. The players in the forest felt a sharp jolt from underground. They thought it was an earthquake. They noticed that the terrain began to change. The players couldn't understand why the Sand Forest suddenly appeared here. They assumed it was because of the Archmage again. They decided to run away from that place. They knew there would be a very high difficulty level, and if they didn't get out of there, they could be in big trouble. But suddenly they found themselves in the middle of the forest, and running further would not work for them. They were trapped in the sand. The players were shocked when they saw that in addition to the Sand Forest, they were being hunted by two sand snakes that were beyond their strength. They noticed that the appearance of the snakes had changed. One of the players couldn't bear to shout out why they were trapped out of the blue, whereupon the sand snakes destroyed them. The spectators reported the breaking news. Just now, the desert location had changed to the Sand Forest event. They understood that the Archmage had activated this event. The Archmage was in the king's tomb where he was tasked with defeating the Desert King and protecting the king's legacy. The audience realized that the Archmage had once again created trouble for himself. He noticed that the monster in front of him was not a monster, but a non-player character who had given him a task. The Archmage thought. Things had gotten too confusing. The Archmage thought that no matter how it was, he had best go to the Sand Forest. If he went to the Sand Forest, then his promise to the Chungwan Guild was on the verge of being broken. He remembered what Yewa had said, saying that their match on the meteorite field depended on many factors, so she didn't think its results were fair. The Archmage thought it was complicated, and for starters, he decided to change the name of his ether. He said he thought the king's tomb was a dungeon, but it turned out to be nothing like that. He thought that he had no other choice. He would have to go to the Sand Forest rather, so he decided to make a raid on the Desert King. The Archmage added that the first thing he would need to do would be to talk about the big match promised to the Chungwan Guild, to which Ewa replied that there was no need. She added that she had decided it was pointless to decide anything given recent events. The Archmage was shocked by her answer and didn't know what to tell her. Ewa asked to imagine that their confrontation never existed. The viewers were upset that the match wouldn't have happened. They felt they had spoiled their content. The Archmage couldn't understand what had suddenly happened. Why Ewa was refusing the match she wanted so badly, he thought. He needed to come up with something urgently. He listened carefully to Yewa and informed his viewers that if he had no choice, he was willing to do everything alone. The viewers realized that he would have continued to further broadcast from the desert alone. They found it boring content. The Archmage hastened to reassure the onlookers, saying that what would come next would be a game of hide and seek. They realized he was suggesting that the other players search for him again, as they had in the lands of the pioneers. He confirmed their speculation and added that there was no winner then. No one could find it. But now, he was willing to give a cash prize to whoever found it in the sandy forest. Asmo watched the Archmage air, thought it was getting interesting playing hide and seek in the event location. He decided to also pay a cash prize to whoever would find the Archmage. He smiled and voiced his terms to the audience. Asmo said that if anyone managed to find the Archmage, he was willing to pay him $10,000. The Archmage was shocked by Asmo's offer. He couldn't understand why suddenly Asmo decided to pay such a huge sum for his capture. He noticed that the other guild representatives had decided to bid as well, and the amount of the grand prize was steadily increasing. Everyone wanted to participate in the search for the Archmage. The president of the Rising Star channel said that they had agreed to the Sword Guild's condition, but aside from that, they had also decided to participate in the betting. In the Capsule Cafe, the players were discussing the latest event. They were shocked that the guilds were willing to give $50,000 just to have an Archmage found for them. They knew that no one had managed to find the Archmage in the last hide-and-seek event, to which the administrator replied that things were completely different now. The players knew that thanks to the live broadcast, it was possible to locate him in real time, so it would be easier to find him. They realized that it was also a chance to get on the air to the archmage. It was a chance to shine on a broadcast that would probably be watched by over 100 million viewers. The cafe administrator ran out to them and told them that there was an urgent announcement. He said that there was a rumor that one of the top guilds had formed an alliance to win a cash prize. Hen heard the conversation between the players and was quite tense. He thought it was all getting too massive. He thought that everything was fine and he was in complete control of the situation, but he couldn't understand why he was worrying so much. He realized that now was not the time to panic. The archmage had a new skill called Wind Cutter. With it, he could throw out a wind-made blade, and as the rank of the skill increased, so did the number of blades that could be summoned. He thought that he had already pulled out this skill card when he reached level 200th. He knew that the waiting time before reusing the skill was nowhere good. Gold decided to support his master and told him that he could destroy all his enemies. He could be calm for his safety. Silver added that he too was willing to assist Gold in destroying the enemies. He was sure that together they would be able to overcome all obstacles in their way. The archmage was grateful for their help. He thought he was lucky to have the Big Bang map the Abyss Guild had given him. He knew he had a skill book obtained as a reward for the main scenario quest, a master skill book, and an epic skill book. He realized it was time to use them. The archmage decided that he needed to increase the rank of the Big Bang skill, which allowed him to throw out 2 fireballs, causing a big bang. He pulled out his last special skill book and decided he needed to apply it here. He opened the skill card book, Legendary Epic. An incredible number of players had gathered in the sand forest, eager to catch the archmage and get their cash prize, but even more they wanted to become famous. The players were shocked at the scale of the raid. They noticed that 10 times more people had gathered this time than they usually did. Some players wanted to create a group of players to make it easier to search for the archmage. They realized the reward was important, but it was a chance to spotlight the archmage live. One of the participants was gathering himself a team of newly arrived players. He said that the more people there were, the higher the chance of finding the archmage. He said that there were already 500 people in his group. The player realized that the rumors weren't lying, and most players came here for popularity rather than money, but he was embarrassed to become a member of one of the groups. He noticed that among the regular players, there were also representatives from the top guilds who had also decided to try to win the cash prize and gain fame. The archmage arrived stealthily in the sand forest and fulfilled the condition of the quest. Now he needed to destroy the Desert King, who had gained the power of the unknown. He was surprised that so many people had gathered for the hide-and-seek event. He remembered that he had another important thing to do today. The archmage told the participants that while he would be chasing the Desert King, they needed to find and photograph him as proof. He added that their reward was prize money and a minute of airtime. The players realized that 1 minute of his airtime guaranteed a surge in popularity. The archmage motioned for them to begin the event. He informed them that they could begin their search for him in exactly 10 seconds, after which the archmage fled from them in an unknown direction. The players saw in which direction the archimagus had fled and decided that catching up with him would not be a problem. They pushed each other and got in the way, but they had to be a little more careful because in the sand forest, there were trees that were also made of sand. The peculiarity of these trees was that they could crumble at any moment and thus threaten the lives of the players. The players were not careful when running after the archmage, and trees started falling right under their feet, making it difficult for them to move. The archmage, meanwhile, drank all the enhancers and potions he had just to run faster. The spectators watched the archimagus and saw how many monsters followed him. They realized that if he was caught, the game would be over. The archmage won't even have time to attack, because the monsters will destroy him as soon as he stops and decides to do something. The number of monsters chasing the archmage seemed to only increase, and no one believed that he would be able to break away from them. The archmage turned to the audience and told them not to worry so much, and that if he kept running away, the live broadcast would be boring. He was going to play hide and seek and catch a couple monsters so that his broadcast views wouldn't drop and the viewers would stay with him. The archmage decided to use the teleportation technique to hide from the monsters, and the audience thought that the monsters would get even madder if he did that. He used teleportation and he did well. The archmage knew this would happen and decided to upgrade his skills beforehand. 13, the archimage's teleportation skill level reached legendary and he could move to a designated location, and aggression was reset after the skill was applied. The archmage decided to hunt monsters, and at the same time used the dragon's heat and revolver. The spectators were waiting for a real show. He saw that Asmo had sent him a large sum of money of another archmage, and did not expect it because he expected Asmo to do just that. At that very moment, the archmage made a big explosion which was quite epic, but Asmo thought that he had blown up the desert for nothing. Meanwhile, one player still managed to get out of the sand forest. He realized that the archmage was already far away, and he could not lag behind him. He realized that if they didn't catch the archmage this time, he wouldn't be able to meet Chiming, because he hadn't even played normally with her since he had been in the games. The guy realized that he should not give up, and a moment later, he saw that in the distance something was happening he could not see properly. The player realized that there was a huge sandstorm coming right at him, and it didn't bode well. The cause of this storm was an explosion triggered by the archmage, and he was lucky that the trees were made of sand and nothing burned around him. The archmage himself did not expect that the explosion would be so strong and the resulting storm would blow away everything in its path. He sat with his team and looked out into the deserted area. The archmage had intended to wait for the players at this spot for no more than 15 minutes. The archmage decided that the winner would get a prize, and the players just had to be the first to be interviewed, and then they would have a joint broadcast. The players understood that they could not give up, and their priority was to save as many players as possible and organize the team. They needed to put in more effort and move forward faster, as the players were very close to the goal. The archimagus saw that there were many more players than he expected to see. The spectators didn't understand what the point was, even if he picked one. The player thought that if the archmage wanted to get here before the members of the top guilds, then he had chosen the right method. Some of the players could not reach the destination at all, and there were those who alone would not have made it. But this player had managed to gather people, and now he stood before the archimagus. The player could still lose, but he had to get his attention at any cost. The archmage said he had anticipated this turn of events, but before he could say anything, the player shouted that his team would take him to the Desert King. It seemed that he hadn't expected to hear such a thing from the player, caught him off guard with his confident statement. Asmo, meanwhile, was holding a dossier on this player. He decided to do a little research on him. This character's name was Mundok. This player was very capable, but he has not been able to show it yet because he decided to help his fellow guildmates first. Asmo understood why this character was so hooked on this opportunity. The player was capable but unlucky. He thought that if the archmage gave a character like Mundok a chance, things would go up for him right away. Asmo thought that after the desert challenge, there would be many more talented players like Mundok, and now he realized that the archmage had decided to take everything from the game. He told his assistant to write them down too and remember to prepare a small gift. Mundok, meanwhile, looked around and realized that he was almost there, and if they went a little further, they would enter the Desert King's territory. The archmage wondered if it was too much, because if there were a lot of players, it was even easier to hunt the monster. He couldn't understand why the players were helping him. They came close to the king of the desert that turned out to be angry at the uninvited guests, and the audience wanted to see if this king is really so strong. The archmage thanked the men for giving him a ride and added that he would catch the Desert King on his own without anyone's help. After a short period of time, the archimagus managed to catch the king of the desert, and the audience did not understand how he was able to defeat him and so quickly. He said that the Desert King was not much different from a royal guard, and that's why he was able to deal with him so quickly. The archimage said that if the raid was already over, it was time to choose the best player from those who stayed and made it to the end. The audience began to write that the best player was Mundok, and that it was he who brought the archimage here, and without him the archimage would not have reached the king of the desert. He turned to Mundok and informed him that he was the best player at the event. The archmage did not think he would find such a talented player in the desert. The archmage knew he had to give this guy everything he was due and not be greedy, because Mundok truly deserved to be rewarded. He was about to give him a reward of $3,000, but at that moment Asmo intervened and said he would give the reward instead. Mundok and the archmage were shocked by this announcement, for Asmo himself had decided to give the reward, and this was extremely rare, and not the case with all players. Asmo had set the reward for the best player at this event at $2 million. When the archimage saw this amount, he was clearly shocked. The guy was very jealous when he found out that a mere Mundok player had received a reward of $2 million. He didn't think their improvisation would turn into such an event, especially since he had attracted too much attention and didn't know how to explain it to the boss. People around them were discussing Mundok and the fact that he had only been on the archmage's live feed once, and his popularity had skyrocketed. The guy said that he hadn't heard of him before because all the attention was drawn to the famous guilds, but Mundok turned out to be a really good player. They realized that it's not just about the money, but that at one point you could be a famous player. The archmage and his team, meanwhile, found themselves at the foot of the Desert King's altar. After defeating him, there was still unfinished business. Gold turned to the archimagus and said that if he had loyal subscribers who respected him, he would have the same altars all over the world. The archmage smiled at this statement and then turned to Silver and asked if he liked his new body. Silver was now in the Desert King's body and considerably stronger. He replied to the archimage that he was full of strength and felt fine. It was now left to him to open the unknown treasure they had taken from the Desert King. The contents of the box were unknown. When the archimage opened the box, he saw a small vial, a relic of a nameless god with his power. He saw that the power of the nameless god was about to be absorbed by the egg, and at that moment, a large bird swooped down on him and nearly broke the test tube. The archimage didn't understand what kind of egg he was talking about, and he was frightened by this unknown bird and wondered what could be done with this vial. They found out that it was a dragon egg that had to hatch, and that the process was 52% complete, which was more than halfway through. Silver and Gold saw someone approaching them and told the archimagus to be careful because they didn't know what to expect from the stranger. The unknown man came closer and said that he was not their adversary, but a guardian who protects the royal heritage. Two people at lunch were discussing a new quest in a basic scenario in which you had to pass on the king's legacy to his descendant in the last oasis. Merlin said that the quest has a level limit and that if someone is too fast during the quest, they will have to start over with a new character. Emma replied that knowing Kim Min-soo, it's not surprising, and the game wasn't originally intended to be a commercial success. The man added that the result might not be quite the same, but it wasn't that bad, and then offered to dramatically pump up the archimage character, but in that case he would have to start all over again. The girl asked what if the main scenario quest data is publicly available afterward. She was interested in the fact that if all the regular players started going through the quest, it was quite possible that they would block the archmage's progress. Merlin replied that they would have plenty of time before they caught up with them and asked Emmy what her plan was. The girl wanted to leak the plan through the Explorers Guild. She thought it would be fun to see how the main scenario that used to help the archmage would work against him. The channel president meanwhile waited for news from the Zhongyuan Guild, but nothing was heard after the Mundok story. After Mundok received his reward, the archimage live stream became a favorite of the players. It seemed strange to the channel's president that no one else reacted, because previously everyone was only interested in the top 10 guilds. And after this event, the world becomes aware of players like Mundok, and they were a threat to the best guilds. The archmage wrote to Wharton and said he did well with the raid on the Desert King, and suggested that we have such events on a regular basis so that spectators could participate in them as well. He figured this event was improvised and the archmage would need more time to prepare, plus there was no guarantee that another event would be as enjoyable as this one. The archimage told Wharton that he had already thought about this and offered to publish the initial details of the main scenario quest. The president of the channel said that most people already know something, and he also added that it would be better if they were ahead of them. Wharton didn't understand what they were up to and whether they also wanted to publish data about the main scenario quest, because even the archimage had hinted to him about it. The president of the channel replied to the archimagus that he would register the event on the channel right away, and the latter thanked him for it. Wharton realized that he needed people ready to respond to everyone in real time. But first he needed to find a safe place for the security department. In the meantime, the archimage and his team entered the palace of Ivahar, for he had to finish his task and find the royal descendant. They were met by an unknown who was of enormous size and introduced himself as Ivakar. He was exactly what the archimage was looking for. The archmage took out a vial and told Ivakar that this was exactly what the royal guard had asked him to give him, namely, the royal legacy. But Ivar replied that there was no need to give anything away, for the archimage had already passed the guardian's test and could keep the legacy for himself. He saw that this royal potion was allowed to users up to level 259, and that the potion had the magical power of royalty that turned the person who drank it into a guardian. Ivar added that if the bird on the archmage's head drank this potion, it would turn into a guardian. He was interested. He gave Jackpot a drink and a potion, and said that they wouldn't be advised to do anything bad, but to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. The moment the bird drank the potion, 3 cards appeared in front of the archmage, and he could choose a new skill for Jackpot. The guy realized that now he could choose a new ability, among which were legendary cards with cool skills. While the archimage was pondering which skill to choose, because the choice was really difficult, he heard that someone turned to him and said that he had to hurry. When he looked up at whoever was addressing him, he saw that Jackpot had turned into a huge eagle with impressive strength. The archmage was surprised. Meanwhile, in the Forest of Ogres, Mundok was preparing for battle. Onlookers were discussing what he had dressed up and what he now had to spend. The live viewers were looking forward to seeing something really exciting, and now a huge ogre appeared in front of Mundok. He sped up and tried to give the ogre a crushing blow, for Mundok knew they had to move forward as fast as they could. Mundok shouted and ordered his men to form up to block all possible escape routes. After a while, Mundok and his team managed to destroy the giant ogre, though it was not easy to do so. Mundok saw that the audience was bored watching the standard walkthrough, and he decided that he needed to show them something new. The audience mentioned that the archmage wouldn't do that, and Mundok thought that no one suspected that the archmage would even go that far, and Mundok decided to show off his new skill and lunged at the ogre. The players on his team were shocked by his amateurishness because they hadn't even had a chance to line up yet. He rushed at the ogre and said that he had recently acquired the sword skill, while the spectators were discussing the fact that you can't mess around in the ogre forest for long. Mundok activated his acquired Excalibur sword skill and prepared to deliver a crushing blow to the ogre. But after a moment, he noticed that the ogre started to run away from him, and the spectators were actively discussing it and saying that ogres like to run away from people attacking them. Viewers have written that ogres run away and then use death cries to call for help from other ogres, which is what happened in this situation. In parallel with Mundok, the archmage was also busy destroying ogres. Silver told him that the ogre didn't even have time to attack him before he went straight to the other world. But the archmage was not satisfied with this, because it had already been half an hour, and he had only managed to destroy 10 people, and this was very little. He received a letter asking for help in the Forest of Ogres, and it wasn't a bad idea to get a quest from Ivar. The archmage saw that the main task of this quest was to destroy more than 3,000 ogres, and there was no reward for its completion. He sat with Lucky on the ground and thought that at this rate he would wipe out 3,000 ogres in 160 hours at the earliest. The archmage thought that even if he were to make quick work of the ogres, it would take him at least 20 days with rest, and he wouldn't be surprised if half the audience dropped out. He adequately assessed the situation and realized that the quest needed to be completed in at least 10 days, and the archmage thought he would most likely have to go insane. The archmage summoned his keepers. He was going to tell them all something about the quest. Meanwhile, in the Abyss Guild, Merlin was discussing with Emma that it wasn't so easy to pump a minor character. It took Merlin a lot of time and resources to reach the archmage class again, and it wasn't easy to do it all. Emma praised him for planning to complete the main scenario quest the next day. The girl added that before leaking all the data on the quest, you need to pump secondary characters and pass the quest in advance. Merlin said he had a couple more characters to take care of, and she said that since the quest had a level limit, it would be better if he pumped up as many characters as possible. The guy asked what to do with the archmage, and Emma said that she had already made arrangements with the Explorers Guild, but the biggest difficulty was in the main scenario quest. The Abyss Guild wanted to get the archmage to begin the process of rapidly leveling up. Players were not easy to fight with ogres because their levels were all so high, which made the quest difficult. Emma told the Explorer Guild to start Operation Bird's Nest, thereby forcing the archmage to level up. The Explorers Guild planned to pretend to help the archmage, but in the meantime, they would surround him, and he would have no choice but to fight and level up. Nifel from the Explorers Guild suggested that this is where the main scenario quest for the archmage would end. The archmage, meanwhile, sat by the fire and thought about the fact that maybe someone would just bring him 3,000 orcs and he would make quick work of it. But that definitely didn't happen, and he had to activate Hellfire to more easily overpower the ogre. He asked that Lucky keep the ogre for him. Nifel saw what the archmage was capable of and thought something even cooler up close and told him to go to his location and they would help him. The archmage would never have thought that he would be sent a squad on purpose, and probably had already coordinated everything with the boss. He assumed that if they sent help, the hunt would go much faster. He thought that he should use the help once it was given, and there would be no second time. Then he turned to Nifel. The archmage said that Nifel and his team as a unit, and they have a cool guild, but he was due to go live soon. Nifel thought he was covering for the live broadcast, but told the archmage not to worry and to calmly begin his live broadcast. The archmage asked if he could act as normal, and Nifel agreed to that, though they could have been more difficult, and after a moment the archmage began the broadcast. The onlookers immediately noticed that the archmage was together with the Explorers Guild. They thought it was done on purpose. He greeted the audience and said that thanks to the help of the guys from the Explorers Guild, their hunt would be much more interesting. He added that killing more than 3,000 ogres to pass the quest is still not enough. Viewers began to resent for the conditions of the quest. The archmage said that if he did the quest like everyone else, it would take him too long, but with helpers, he would get the ogres to use the death cry and the hunt would go faster. An ogre used a death cry to summon other ogres for help, and the spectators began to worry about the players handling their influx. The spectators watched Niffle and thought that even if the archmage took out the quest, what would the Explorers Guild do since they had come to his aid? With a crowd of angry ogres, the Explorers Guild would not be able to cope with them. They needed to at least bring them to the archmage. The players turned to Niffle and said that there were already too many ogres here, and he tried to calm them down and told them to all go to their places. The task of the guild players was to gather all the ogres and take them to the archmage, because he should focus only on the hunt itself. Niffle thought they owed it to the archmage to accomplish their task and catch as many ogres as possible. Onlookers watched as the archmage's keepers fought the ogres and thought they would never see so many ogres again. But to deal quickly with the ogres, the archmage and his guardians could not, because they had a task to cope with a huge number of ogres. It was clear that the archmage didn't have Healer and Silver, seemed to have handled the ogre who had used Whale of Annihilation. The audience noticed that Silver was not easy to handle the huge then archmage Jackpot activate the holy lightning that is needed to heal from a distance. The archmage had forgotten that Jackpot had this ability and used it to restore Silver's life energy. They still had time before the other ogres swooped in, and the Archimagus introduced his team's new hitman. The audience didn't understand why Jackpot was glowing and had changed shape, and the archmage replied that he was now a guardian. Jackpot turned to the archmage and told him he was making too much noise, and asked him to concentrate on hunting. Niffle marveled that the archmage had introduced a new version of Jackpot at the very moment he was fighting 4 ogres. The fight was in full swing, and the onlookers could see that the archmage seemed to have gathered all his forces, and the ogres were fewer and had more time to rest. He was angry at the archmage because the spectators had not seen the Explorers Guild in battle and began to ridicule their inaction. Niffle shouted to his players why they were so slow, and couldn't they lure the ogres faster? A player answered him that they were leading 15 ogres. He thought that 15 was not enough because the archmage needed to bring as many ogres as possible at once. Niffle realized that most likely a few ogres nearby had just regenerated, and the players were in big trouble. He had completely forgotten about regeneration, and they already had 15 ogres walking towards them, and plus those who had regenerated. If any of them now used the Whale of Destruction, the players would be lost. The archmage had raised his level, and thanks to the Explorers Guild, it was done very quickly. But if he had been alone, it would not have been so spectacular. He noticed that one of the guild players had raised an alarm, but it couldn't be because one of the ogres was regenerating. Archimagus was sure that the problem was with the team itself, but not showing the viewers that the Explorers Guild had any problems would be wrong. The archmage turned to the audience and said that he had already shown them a lot about how the Explorers Guild worked, and the broadcast had gone on too long, then said goodbye. He thought that since he had been sent players from the guild to help him, they probably needed his help now too. The archmage added to the audience that he would try to make the next broadcast even better, and interrupted the broadcast. Asmo called the president of the channel and said that this time, the reputation of the Explorers Guild must have been badly damaged because they had miscalculated and were now in danger. Wharton said that the Explorers Guild had themselves to blame because they were sent to help, and now their client, the archmage, is trying to save them, and he showed it on live TV. Asmo, along with the channel president, concluded that the archmage's plan was just fine and everything went perfectly. In the end, the Archimagus managed to fulfill his quest, although the task before him was challenging to say the least. Niffle looked at the archmage and didn't understand why he was so fast. They could barely keep up with him even though they all had high levels. He looked at the guild players, smiled, and thanked them for their help, and added that it was the first time he had ever completed a quest so quickly. At this point, the non-player character Pioro appeared in front of them and said he had heard of a great hunter who had destroyed 3,333 ogres and asked who this hunter was. The archmage introduced himself and said that he was the hunter, to which Pioro asked if he could fulfill his request as well. After a non-player character asked for a request, the archmage saw a new quest in its description, saying to listen to Pioro's request and rescue the man from the mysterious garden. In the Abyss Guild, Emma and Merlin were discussing what had happened. The girl said that to some extent, they had gotten their way. The girl said that the Archimagus had pumped his level much faster than he had expected, and Merlin added that they had not expected him to pass the main scenario quest. The boy thought about the fact that now the archmage would have to go to the mysterious garden was a new quest opened for him. This time, the archmage has to find someone in this mysterious garden, and what will be waiting for him there remains a mystery. The quest was complicated by the fact that the mysterious garden was a forest with a lot of ogres, and you could expect anything from them. Emma said that they are taking a big risk to get the Aegis Sphere, because by doing so, they are provoking the archmage and deliberately increasing the difficulty level of the quest. When the archimagus and his team came close to the mysterious garden, he saw that all the trees in it were red. Merlin liked his and Emma's plan, but the archmage felt that there was something wrong and that he was in for some difficulties in completing the quest. The archmage knew the location of all those he needed to find, and there wasn't even much to show. He realized that this time he had to give his best, and it was all for some inconsequential thing. The archmage and his team disguised themselves in a mysterious garden so the ogres wouldn't see them before time and went live. The audience didn't understand why he was talking in whispers and crawling on the ground, and he explained that right now he was hiding from a huge number of ogres. He needed to find the non-player character Seva, but the mysterious garden is full of ogres and they gather here in groups, which complicates the quest. The onlookers began to discuss that this garden was indeed a dangerous place, and that it was no longer just a hunt. The archmage was pleased that he had caused a stir, and added that the onlookers did not have his eyes, and they did not see all that he did. The archmage could see not only where non-player characters were hiding, but also groups of ogres and their ranks and levels. He planned to pretend to look for Seva, and in the meantime rescue other non-player characters in the meantime. And in parallel, the archmage needed to deal with a huge number of ogres, which also complicated his passage. He wanted the audience to see him fight, so the archmage decided to stretch the time, and thus save Seva last. And now the archmage and his team of keepers had to lurk and sit quietly so the ogres wouldn't find them before they did. Merlin donated $10,000 and wrote to the archimagus that he was too cautious and it wasn't like him. The archmage didn't understand why Merlin had decided to show up at this very moment, because it all seemed like a provocation. Merlin, meanwhile, did not calm down and wrote to the viewers to see if they were bored watching such a live broadcast in which nothing happens. The archmage didn't like that the audience supported Merlin and said that the archmage they knew would have passed this quest normally. Asmo donated money. He didn't understand why Merlin was provoking the archimagus, and the audience thought that Asmo decided to support him in a difficult situation. Merlin was ready and said he would give the weapon that Jackpot's keeper could use. He asked Merlin if he meant the Aegis Sphere when he talked about weapons, and he confirmed that this was the case. He couldn't believe that it was the Aegis Sphere, because it was the best auxiliary item that existed until the 300th level. Merlin decided to tell how to get the Aegis Sphere, and added that it was very valuable information that could not be bought for any money. The archmage thought to himself that there was no way he could refuse such a wonderful challenge, and asked the audience if they were bored watching what was happening now. Wharton realized that the Abyss Guild had planned everything from the beginning, because only they knew how to get the Aegis Sphere. He also thought that only 7 of the top 10 guilds knew about it, and they were trying to pump up the archmage level any way they could. Silver, on the archmage's orders, used gigantization, and the audience realized that they had indeed opened a hunt for ogres. The ogres scattered in different directions because Silver was strong and took them on a ram they could not stand on their feet. The fire golem and war spirit were also ready to hold back the ogres as ordered. The onlookers saw what was happening and asked the archmage if this wasn't how the Explorers Guild hunted. The archmage smiled and said that the audience was absolutely right. He had learned to hunt like this while watching this guild. Then he decided to deal with the ogres who were retreating from the group. He couldn't let the ogres escape. In an instant, the archmage was able to activate a large explosion, the wave from which traveled throughout the mysterious garden. Merlin and Emma realized that at this rate, the archmage would really pump up his skills and level in no time. The girl added that if he did find Seva early, though it was unlikely, he wouldn't need to hunt anymore. The archmage meanwhile found some person in the bushes who appeared to be a non-player character. He was quite pleased with himself and approached the non-player character, then addressed him by name and added that he had come to rescue him, but it wasn't Seva. Emma breathed a sigh of relief because it was another non-player character. She said it would be strange if he found Seva right away, because the quest had started half an hour ago. The archmage was a little upset that it wasn't Seva, but a non-player character thanked the savior and gave him the award. This reward turned out to be a unique book of masterful skills. The archmage wasn't quite sure what he needed it for. And Merlin said that since there are several non-player characters on the location, there should be more traps than usual. The girl answered him that this quest might be much harder than they thought, and that was fine with her. The archmage talked about how he didn't even see where Seva was, but he was able to get 2 skill books, one unique and the other rare. Asmo donated money again because the archmage had gotten hold of something valuable. And with the help of this book, he could pump the warrior spirit class to medium. And as soon as that happened, he would get a legendary skill and be able to summon a night spirit. He thought it was a good idea, but quickly realized that he didn't have any summoning cards of either middle-class spirit or night spirit. Asmo wrote that he just had a lot of middle-class spirits summoning cards and a night spirit. He would send them to Rising Star Channel. The archmage couldn't afford to lose to Merlin. The archmage realized that Merlin wanted him to summon the spirit of the night. He turned to the audience and said that for today, the quest was coming to an end and the team would be reorganized. A little time passed, and the archmage was able to continue through the quest and announced to the audience that their team was now complete. The audience saw that there were 10 low-grade fire spirits in the archmage's team, and they all had legendary weapons in their hands, and they could only be obtained from Asmo and Genie. The archmage had to give everything he had to get the fire spirits and legendary weapons. Among the fire spirits, there were not only lower class members, but also middle class members. The archmage began to pull out all the trump cards. At that moment, the spirit knight appeared, and the audience immediately realized that at this rate, they would start investing in the archmage. He proudly presented his legion of fire warriors to the onlookers. The onlookers were shocked that the archmage was able to pull it all off. As he stood with his team, he realized that he hadn't wasted so much money on the potion and pulled it all off. The archmage introduced his team to the audience and said it was now time to hunt, and he expected the ogres to unleash cries of destruction everywhere. Watching the archimagus and his team destroy the ogres, the audience couldn't believe that this was all really happening. The audience had never seen so many ogres gathered in one place. They were also surprised to see Silver and Fire Golem fighting together. The archmage's team mercilessly attacked the ogres, leaving them no chance of escape, much less victory. The middle-class spirits had prepared for the fire, and the moment had come when they were ready to show their full firepower. The ogres tried to retreat as fire was directed at them, but the spectators thought that the ogres could not be defeated by middle-class spirits alone. The archmage saw the uncertainty of the spectators in his victory and said that they were not yet finished with the battle, and then activated the shooting star. Ogres stood and watched what was happening. They did not understand how to act in such a situation and where to run. Using fire, the archmage managed to destroy all the ogres at once. Viewers were thrilled to watch him live. He managed to destroy over 20 ogres at a time with the help of his team. Everyone was happy with this quest. The archmage realized that he had over 100 million viewers tuned into his live broadcast, and he was able to show everything he was capable of. And after some time, he managed to find one more non-player character. But it remained to be hoped that this was the character the archimagus was looking for. He walked closer to the non-player character and asked what his name was. He hoped he had found the right person. The stranger replied that his name was Seva, and the audience realized that the archimage had managed to find the right non-player character. He rejoiced and leaned over to Seva and said that Pioro had asked him to save him, and the non-player character in turn asked if Pioro himself was intact. The archmage replied that Pioro was fine. Seva was happy and said he wanted to thank his savior and then gave him a small gift. Jackpot didn't like the color of the book because it was different from the others and told the archimage that there was something wrong with it. Seva in turn panicked and shouted that he had to leave the place because there was a terrible monster there. The archmage realized that the two-headed ogre had begun to gather an army, which meant that the quest had not yet ended. This meant that the powerful monster had its own army. The archmage did not understand how he should stop it. He contemplated finishing this quest as planned and then needing to leave this place as quickly as possible. The archimagus said they were all playing because there was so much to look forward to, and he had already decided on the name of his next live show. He thought to himself that he should find out about the main script quest and then told the audience to wait for the next live broadcast because it would be a big event. Asmo got a little upset and called the president of the channel. He asked him why the team didn't work out. Wharton replied that they remember what is supposed to be at the end of the game, and they have nothing else to do but be careful. Then he asked who designed the game. He replied that it was Kim Min-soo, and that in the face of annihilation, one should be careful because it is only natural. The president of the canal thought that all that remains of a man after he goes to the other world is his will and legacy. Wharton wondered if the archmage had guessed everything and responded to the Abyss Guild's provocation. The president of the channel could not understand how the archimage could decide to take such a serious and dangerous step, knowing everything ahead of time. Meanwhile, the guild guy wasn't quite sure what they should do. Now the girl suggested that they should catch the two-headed ogre. The guy asked if she was offering to steal it, but Ewa replied that she had to fight the ogre because no one knew exactly where and when he would appear. It seemed to her that it didn't matter how to catch it, because the main thing was the result that they would catch the two-headed ogre and thus become its masters, because even the archmage didn't know where and when the boss would appear. The archmage was sitting with Lucky at that moment, waiting for the two-headed ogre to appear with 14 hours to go. He thought about the fact that for reaching level 240, he was rewarded with a teleporter, and the skill wasn't bad, but there was something wrong with it. In order for a teleporter to work through two connected doors, it must be accompanied by a mage, and each door could only be passed through once. He said that the teleport was just a way of escape, and it wasn't really needed by the archmage, and had to come up with something else. Then a thought crossed his mind, and he wondered what would happen if this skill was upgraded to epic level. The archmage asked Lucky if it was even real, but he didn't know the exact answer, and they continued to sit and wait for the ogre boss. 14 hours later, a two-headed ogre appeared on the horizon with his army. They were very numerous, and the ogres even had weapons. Players from the guild started shouting and informing everyone that an ogre boss was on the horizon and to prepare for battle. One of the players smiled and said that the two-headed ogre came much faster than he expected. The boy ordered them to prepare to attack. He thought it was their turn to glory with a resplendent victory. It was their way to glory. Guilds Ast and Manhattan had logged in and were waiting for the battle to start. They noticed that Archimagus hadn't gone live yet. The guild player also said that there were no notifications in Rising Star at that time either. The guy didn't understand why the archmage hadn't gone live yet. He thought that something had happened to him, and there was no news from their rival guild Central Plains either. At that moment, the boys heard footsteps behind them, and a voice that asked how long they had been waiting. It was Ewa. She asked if they really needed to wait for the archmage so much. It was obvious she didn't want to do that. The players didn't want the glory to go to any one person, and it would be if that person attacked the two-headed ogre before anyone else. The guys realized that the girl was right and shouted for everyone to get ready to do battle with the two-headed ogre. The main point in Ewa's plans was to steal the two-headed ogre from the archmage, and in that case, he wouldn't get all the glory. Players have learned the ogre's formation, and there was only one way to defeat them, and that was for the entire team to fight their way through the hordes of ogres. The goal of the players from the guild was the ogre boss that was located right in the center of Ewa, planned to easily get through them, but ideally they lacked fire. In order for their guild to maintain their advantage and be in the center, they needed to put forth their best effort. At this moment, the archmage went live and said hello to the viewers, and they asked him why he was late on the air because the Central Plains Guild was preparing to go after the two-headed ogre in 10 minutes. He replied that he was a little late for his own reasons, and now he needed to catch up on all that he had missed. The spectators wrote to him that no matter how fast he would not be able to catch up with the other players. But the archmage replied with complete calmness that he would be able to do so. The archmage thought it might well be possible to do so if he sped up a bit and ran alone. Asmo immediately paid him $10,000 and asked how the archmage plans to catch the ogre alone. He said that you need a little patience and Asmo himself will see everything. The players from the guild had already started their battle against the ogre army, and at that moment, they saw that the archmage had authorized himself. They realized that they had to act quickly and catch the ogre before the archmage appeared, because if they didn't, the whole bounty would go to him. The girl ordered the players to hold formation because the archmage was still far away, and they had enough time to deal with the two-headed ogre. 296. The players couldn't stop and quit halfway through because defeating the two-headed ogre would bring them glory. Yawa thought that they already had the advantage, because even if the archmage was rushing towards them, it was too late. At that moment, a player came up to the girl and said that the archmage was chasing alone and had already managed to attack. The spectators, seeing how fast the archmage ran, discussed the fact that he used double acceleration, but they thought he would still fail. After all, even though he had found the two-headed ogre, they didn't understand how he was going to catch him alone, or what he even thought to do in this situation. The archmage decided to attack the two-headed organ. As soon as he saw it, he activated a fireball and aimed it straight at the ogre's head. The audience still didn't understand how he would fight him. The archmage replied that he was in such a big hurry that he even decided to attack first. He knew that the skills of a two-headed ogre were summed up from the skills of all the other ogres, and if he was alone, his stats would be lower. The archmage thought that if the circumstances were so, he would continue to attack, and the audience was left to see if he could catch him alone. The audience thought the archmage would catch the double-headed ogre without Silver, Lucky, and Jackpot, but he didn't say he would do it alone. And at the very moment the archmage activated the teleport card, the spectators thought he had decided to flee the battlefield. But in reality, he all but summoned his team, and they were all instantly on the scene of the battle. The spectators did not understand how he did it because it was impossible to teleport without a mage. But it turned out that the archmage raised the skill to a legendary epic level. It was only necessary to update the card, and at the same moment using the teleport became much easier and cooler. Archmage involved all his team and planned to quickly deal with the two-headed ogre. His team needed to destroy the two-headed ogre and his army before the rest of the guild arrived. The archmage smiled and said that together with his entire team, he would definitely be able to defeat these ogres led by the boss. Parallel to these events, Ewa called Emma and the latter asked why they were facing another setback. Emma added that next time the girl would not have the right to make a mistake. Ewa was well aware of that and realized that the next hunt was the guild's last chance. Players were inferior to the Archimagus in speed and firepower and did not understand how to defeat him next time. But in the meantime, he defeated the two-headed ogre and fulfilled the conditions of the quest. A new item was added to his inventory. It was a relic of a nameless god. It had a legendary epic type. The archmage read that the egg should absorb the power of the nameless god, and the egg was dragon egg and ready to hatch at 58%. While he was familiarizing himself with the details of this relic, a guard on a dragon flew up to him from behind and said that he had a letter from the king. The archmage was a little startled by the surprise, and immediately a new quest was added to the main tasks panel. It said about receiving a letter from King Tuga and answering it. Archimagus hoped that maybe this time the reward would be normal. The guard on the dragon looked closely at the archmage and ordered him to depart immediately for the White Forest. Archimagus and Wharton went live on the Rising Star channel and said that today they will reveal all the details of the big event Archimagus was talking about. Wharton didn't drag out the intrigue for long and said that this big event is the initial location of the main scenario quest. He also said that the secret lair of the Goblin Shaman was in the village at the starting point of the quest. The players from the Undead Guild listened to him carefully. Guild players have also heard that if they explore that area, they will gain access to the Nameless God quest to the first quest of the main quest. Emma was beyond angry and didn't understand why the president of the channel decided to reveal all the details now. Asmo seemed pleased with this turn of events and said it was the first time this had happened since the launch of this game. Everyone has been talking about how all the top guilds are now working hard to put together main scenario expeditions. He replied that the guilds had nowhere else to go now, and now they wouldn't have time to think about anything else. Asmo's assistant asked why he thought the initial location of the main scenario quest was revealed now, and he replied that someone had to do it. Asmo said that the first could well have been the Abyss Guild, but the Archmage had time to figure them out and decided to be proactive. He said he had high hopes for the Archimagus in this game, who was moving the fastest, and no one really knew how the game would end. Asmo added that the Archmage was the closest to the end so far, and he wondered what was in that one's head. Hen saw that the audience was active. This meant that there would be a lot of publicity. He was curious when they would reveal more about the main scenario quest. While he was in thought, a little niece came up to him and showed him her drawing. The girl wanted to play with it. He examined the drawing. It would show Hen Girl and his brother. The guy smiled at the girl. She was very kind. He looked at the girl and thought that Rin had already accumulated a lot of things, and it was time for her to get her own room so she could have her own space to manage. While Hen was playing with his niece on the doorstep, his brother appeared. The girl called out to him and was glad he was home. Hen asked his brother why he doesn't work from home and why he's forced to go to work in this condition. My brother smiled and said his boss asked him to come to work and look at something. The guy asked his brother if he was being overexploited and what was so important he went to see. My brother replied that he went to look at their new apartment. The company he works for said they would cover the deposit. Hen was surprised by this news and said that then they should work while they still had strength. Then he saw a message from the Rising Star Guild Central Plain offering him to fight in the White Forest. The Archmage gathered the team and said that when they fought the two-headed ogre, he called everyone and put on a great show. But the summoning wastes a lot of mana, and the Archmage could not even attack properly. He thought about what the audience didn't know about it. They started writing about expecting more from him in the White Forest. The Archmage realized that the audience was now waiting for the show. In addition to all of this, the Archmage realized that he had to cross the Flower of the One Delton, and that wasn't easy to do. This crossing was the only way to the White Forest, and he and his team had no choice. The archmage was fully aware that if he attacked here, the onlookers would compare expectation and reality. But he won't be able to repeat the epic show he and his team put on when he hunted the two-headed ogre. The archmage wouldn't have enough mana because even now he didn't have much. He wanted to go back to the past when he didn't bother with live broadcasts. He heard someone calling him archmage, turned around, and saw that it was Azio from the guild. He didn't understand what she wanted. The girl looked at the archmage and asked if he wanted to cross with them. He seriously considered. He realized that if he crossed with the top guild, he would supposedly be on their side without having to fight at full strength. Then his reputation won't be threatened, and it's good for Ashio too because she'll be much more popular after that. The archmage thought it was a great idea to cross with Ashio and her guild. He was pleased with the way things had turned out. But the archmage's plan failed because Ashio was his biggest fan and said that they would be on his side and that he could broadcast live without anyone interfering. The girl told the archmage that there was a monster to his left, and he thought at that moment that things hadn't gone according to plan. He was frustrated that he would still have to show his strength and fight monsters. There was no other way. The archmage's opponent was a red orc mage whom he easily destroyed and raised his level. The archmage found that he continued to level up. He had the Aegis orb, and because of it, his dragon power was available. Asio said she was honored to see the archmage use his firepower live. 361. He thought the success of his next stream depended on it, and then turned to the players and told them to trust him. After a while, the archimagus, along with Lucky, found themselves in a white forest with a quest awaiting them. The archmage exhaled and said that this time it would be easier, and they were very lucky that the quest would take place in the white forest. He said that if it was anywhere in the ogre forest, they wouldn't even have enough elite aid squads. If you increase the level of Lucky, he will become even stronger and acquire new skills, and his level increases after the destruction of 100,000 monsters. Compared to ogres, ants usually gather together in hundreds, so wiping out 100,000 ants isn't that much of a problem. Archmage and Lucky prepared for the offensive because it was time to level up and learn new skills. At that very moment, hundreds of ants began to run at Archmage and Lucky. Though they looked smaller than the ogres, they were also quite dangerous when attacked together. He activated Blizzard and Shockwave to fight the ants more easily. His entire team was ready for battle. The ants were really numerous, and the archmage and his team fought with full dedication. They needed to defeat the enemy and level up. Silver and Gold couldn't let any of these ants get near their master them. The archmage had no trouble defeating the giant ants one by one, but there were still a large number of them left. All of his team members fought on the battlefield with full dedication. They could not allow their master to be defeated. Meanwhile, Lucky was filled with divine power. He began to glow with a golden light and was ready to level up. Now Arkema could choose a new divine power that was available to the mythical beast Lucky. It's been a long time since he's faced a power choice, but he has to decide on a new ability for Lucky. The archmage was glad that it was finally over and he could choose a cool skill for his mythical beast Lucky. He chose a card of the first skill of Fenrir. The essence of this skill was that the beast could turn into a human, and when the mythical beast in human form, he can access all the items of the master. The archmage was very happy with his choice, for no one could have thought of such a thing, and he knew that now all the spectators would be delighted. The next quest for the archmage was to find a royal explorer in the White Forest, and as a reward for completing this quest, you could get a secret map. The archmage walked around a bit and saw a non-player character. It was a royal explorer. He asked the archmage if the king had sent his squad and if he could help him. He replied that everything was correct, and he was sent by the king of Tungi. The archmage was pleasantly surprised that he managed to find a royal explorer than expected. A non-player character royal explorer asked the archmage if he could help him with a case. A non-player character has explored the area, and he must figure out how to stop the spread of giant ants. A royal explorer has discovered that a divine force emanating from a hidden underground temple prevents the ants from advancing. This temple looked quite mysterious to the royal explorer. It seemed that there was some mystery hidden in it. The archmage thought the researcher was talking about the Aegis temple, but even the Abyss Guild took 2 days to capture it. The researcher said that the guards in this temple are very strong and powerful. He can't even enter it. He figured that since they needed to go to Aegis's temple anyway, it was the perfect excuse to show everyone Lucky's new skill. The archmage figured that even if this was the first of its kind, the viewers would be bored watching it all day and would have to stay there for a very long time. While the archimagus was pondering what they should do, the royal explorer handed him a map that would lead his team to a secret passage. He realized that thanks to this map, it would take his team much less time to complete this quest. In the Abyss Guild, Hen's older brother told Emma that the Central Plains would take longer than expected. Emma asked him to tell the players from the Central Plains Guild not to worry about it. She said that given the time to prepare for the quest at the Temple of Aegis, as well as the quest itself, the archmage would take 15 days to complete. The guy heard that even if the archmage were to pass without rest, he would need at least 10 days. Emma told him to tell the guild players to all unite. Emma thought to herself that this was Yewe's last chance to stay afloat, and she should take it. Hen's older brother told Emma that the Archimagus would be broadcasting live from the Temple of Aegis. The girl did not expect to hear such information and asked when he would do it. The guy said that in a week. At the same time, the assistant channel president asked him if the Abyss Guild was allowed to publicize how to obtain the Aegis sphere. Wharton responded that even if it wasn't allowed, they would do it anyway, because they were almost to the end of the game and didn't need their opponent's approval. The aide said that the Abyss Guild might have something to say about it, to which the channel president replied that they would of course speak out, and then they would ask their opponents for a storm skill card in exchange for non-disclosure. At that moment, Wharton received an incoming message on his phone. He read interestedly. It seemed relevant to their conversation. He turned the phone around and showed a message. It said that the Abyss Guild was giving permission to hold a live broadcast at the Aegis Temple. The president of the channel called Asmo and said they had a good live show coming up and asked him what he would like to advertise first, and in exchange for advertising the storm skill card. The assistant to the channel president watched Wharton's phone call and realized he was really something. All the viewers gathered in front of the screens in anticipation of the Archmage's live broadcast. They were clearly expecting something worthwhile. People have been discussing whether Archimagus will be able to show what a good single player means this time, because he said so himself. Archimagus welcomed the viewers and said that the live broadcast had just started, and everyone was already anxious. The viewers asked him if he would show them a great game. He also asked if everyone is in front of the screens now. The viewers wrote that it can't be otherwise because he lured them to the air. He also added that he was unlikely to show the power of his fire today, and they would see something else at the Aegis Temple. On this quest, in the center of events will be Lucky. In front of the audience rose a young boy, and no one could not believe that it is Lucky, but the Archmage said that now Lucky can turn into a man. The Archmage said that it didn't mean he wouldn't be participating live tonight in any way, but the audience wasn't listening and told him to step back and not block Lucky. The Archmage's team went to the Temple of Aegis, which was a dungeon consisting of long tunnels that resembled subway tunnels. One thing was clear: in this narrow labyrinth of corridors, the mage becomes almost powerless. The Archmage was met by a temple guard who was a raging bull, and the spectators were saying that if the Archmage conjured something in such a narrow dungeon, his team would suffer. He didn't seem at all embarrassed by the guard's appearance and ordered Gold and Silver to deal with him for them. Gold and Silver did not think long and answered that everything would be fulfilled. They thought that the bull would not be a serious opponent for them. No one knew that the underground Temple of Aegis would be like this. If it wasn't for Lucky's new ability to turn into a human, they would definitely be in trouble. The Archmage realized that he would not be able to cast magic in this dungeon and had to do something about it, so he decided it was their turn to attack. He activated all their fury, and the audience meanwhile marveled and talked about how they had only heard of such fiery fury before. Then Lucky took on human form and was ready for battle. He no longer looked like a normal dog. Lucky activated his lightning flash skill. The entire Archmage team fought against the bull spearmen. No one could take their eyes off Lucky's new look, and Asmo immediately donated, and then wrote that it was so cool he couldn't donate to me. The Archmage raised his level to 250. He was pleased with this quest, and the onlookers noticed his joy. He should immediately receive an award card, but the audience didn't seem to care at all. He asked why the audience wasn't interested in what card he would get, and what if it was a storm, but no one believed it was possible. The Archmage decided that he would auction the card at a reasonable price. All gold cards are always legendary, and he wondered if he should play a surprise. He took out a card and said that it was indeed a storm. This skill could summon a storm that would fall on the enemy. The spectators still couldn't believe it. Archimagus said that he would put this card on sale as promised, because he had another one from the president of the channel who sent the same card as a payment for advertising. He and his team went through a secret passage and came to a huge closed door that led to the temple they reached in less than an hour. They went inside, and the onlookers didn't understand how they could go in without preparation, but the Archimagus replied that there was nothing to worry about. In front of them was a statue of a knight with a shield. The Archmage pointed to the shield and said that the battle would only begin when he touched Aegis's shield. He knew that Aegis's shield increased the boss's defense, and he needed to destroy it first before doing anything else. In that case, whoever destroys the shield will become the boss's target, and he will pursue only one target to the end. The audience asked if gold and silver could tap the shield every time, and thus switch attention to themselves. And they also thought that the archmage could damage the boss despite the high defense. But the archmage smiled and said that one should not underestimate the 498% defense of this boss to break through. It is not easy at all. The onlookers were advising him to quickly destroy the shield and attack immediately, and the archmage wanted to listen to them, but something caught his attention. He read that after the shield is destroyed, Aegis's defense disappears, and it will also be impossible to get the Aegis shield skill card. He thought about it and said that if he did the same thing as the Abyss Guild, then what kind of archmage would he be, and decided to attack while keeping his shield. But the spectators didn't think it was a good idea and how it was possible for a mage to attack first. But the archmage made his decision and prepared for battle. The archmage was well aware that in order to do any damage, he would have to try hard, because the defense was very high. Silver and gold stood fully prepared to engage in battle, but the onlookers thought that even if they rushed to the defense, it would be useless because the boss was only targeting the archmage. The audience was interested to see what was going on. While silver and gold were holding back the boss, no one knew what was going to happen next. The archmage seemed pleased with the way this battle was going, and now it was Lucky's turn to enter the battlefield. Lucky took on human form and activated his skills and strength, but to the audience, it seemed to have absolutely no effect on the boss. He watched what was happening and read the comments of the live viewers. They didn't really believe in the archmage's success. The archmage saw what the onlookers could not. The boss's health level had dropped significantly, and that was a good sign. He knew it wouldn't be long before Lucky was back to his old form again. But the archmage had familiarized himself enough with this boss's data. The werewolf mod shut down, and Lucky reverted back to his dog form. Viewers began texting for the archmage to give up and just destroy the shield. But the archmage was not even going to give up and thought that now it was his turn. He activated Inferno. Everything was going exactly as the archmage had planned. He asked for Lucky's attention, and PS touched the shield. After Lucky touched the shield, the guardian instantly turned his attention to him, and the archmage could act. The archmage turned to the audience and asked if they remembered that there is magic that can break through any defense. He activated Hellfire, and viewers immediately wrote that he should have conjured it earlier since he was going to do it anyway. But in order to use the Hellfire, it was necessary to first study the data of the guards, which the archimagus was doing. The archimage said that this is not all, and he has something very important left to surprise the audience. He activated the Storm skill card. With this, archimage decided to finish the boss and thus finish the quest. And at the end, the archimage added Hellfire, so he managed to destroy the guardian of the Aegis Temple. The archmage, with the help of his team, managed to destroy the temple guardian, while still managing to keep Aegis's shield intact. The onlookers immediately noticed that Lucky had something in his teeth. That object was Aegis's shield, which had not been damaged in the battle. He tried again to play surprise. The audience, meanwhile, had figured out that the shield was the item that had a legendary epic level. Once obtained, it could not be exchanged. The archmage held it in his hands and read that this shield protects allies while it is in use. Then the allies cannot damage each other. He addressed the audience and said that he had just received an incredible item, and he would definitely do a separate live stream and show how the Aegis shield works. The archmage thought that he would not show anything for now, because if he did, then it would start to get confusing. He added that he was sorry to disappoint all those viewers who were waiting for it, but the archmage promised that he would talk to the channel, and in return, he would post a video of the main quest. The audience started to get indignant and didn't understand why he didn't want to tell them about the shield. But the archmage said that was the end of the live broadcast and called Lucky over to say goodbye to the audience. After the live feed was over, the archmage exhaled a sigh of relief and decided to see what they had gotten. They managed to get hold of an Aegis orb that was of legendary level and contained the power of Aegis that powered her guards, as the mana consumption increases depending on the number of members in the team. The archmage had given the sphere of Aegis to the royal explorer, and thus was able to complete this task. He and his team concluded that it was the sphere that had been scaring away the giant ants all along. The researcher held the orb in his hands and said that it was not enough, and the archimage already thought that he wanted to keep the orb for himself. The royal explorer handed the sphere to the archmage and said that in all likelihood, they would not be able to avoid war. The archmage didn't understand what kind of war we were talking about, but he decided that he would first take the sphere and then he would think of something else. A researcher asked if he had heard that the giant ants had been doing something wrong lately. A war had broken out between the ant queens. At the moment, they could not sort out their affairs without conflict. And sooner or later, the Empress of the Ants will lead all the giant ants, and there's no telling where it will end. The Archmage was not frightened by this story, and thought that all he had to do was to defeat this Empress of the Ants, and the conflict would be over. The royal explorer looked at him and said that if it were that simple, the king would not have sent the archmage and his team here. He turned around and was about to leave and told the archmage that he would ask his majesty for help and really hoped they could hold out until then. The archmage immediately had a new task available to him. He had to hold off the onslaught of the army of ants until the king sent him help. The archmage realized that this time he had to defend rather than attack. The audience realized that in the White Forest something is brewing. They heard that there will attack the Empress of Ants, and all thought that it is again Archimagus tried. Meanwhile, Hen didn't know what to do because the archmage was facing a very difficult task. He needed to stand up to the Ant Empress, and at the same time show the full power of Aegis's shield on live TV. After all, when the audience saw Aegis's shield, they wanted to see it in action, but the archmage didn't give them what they wanted, and this time he won't be able to get away with it. Hen needs to think things through and find a solution that will fulfill 2 mandatory requirements at once and keep everyone happy. He thought that it was better not to even try to destroy the Empress of the Ants, because he had not received such an order. While Hen was thinking about how he could pull it off, his older brother came up to him and asked if he'd seen the news. Hekju startled him and said that the Central Plains Guild had put up a new announcement on their channel. This announcement stated that the guild members were demanding a race with the Archmage to see who could defeat the Empress of Ants the fastest. And hours earlier in the White Forest, the players of the Central Plains Guild asked Yenna if she had heard that the Archmage needed to hold back the army of ants. Yenna replied that in order to pass the task first, you need to withstand the defense, and defeating the Empress of the Ants is not necessary. She also said that so the Archimage's goal is to hold out against the endless hordes of monsters that will be constantly advancing, but most likely he will decide to do something more. The girl added that it was necessary to provoke the Archimagus and make him compete with them. But the guy did not understand why to do it, because the essence of the task was just to contain the onslaught. Then why destroy the boss of the mission? Yenna replied that it would make a great final shot and asked if he didn't want to see the Archmage's reaction. The girl said that because they now had the Scarf Red Serpent and Qinliang guilds with them, they would definitely be able to destroy some ants. Hen realized that the situation was difficult, and it couldn't be worse. He didn't think that the Central Plains Guild would be able to come up with something like this. He knew that fighting them would be too reckless. He didn't understand how it would look like because the guild was also acting quite recklessly. Hen realized that he himself could speed up and there would be no problems, but the guild would have a much harder time. The guy thought that maybe he should play dumb and accept this challenge, but the Rising Star had too much going for him. They gave him items to advertise and ideas for the stream. The Archmage decided he needed to talk to the president of the channel and clear things up, so he called Wharton. He began to say that he was calling about the Central Plains Guild. Wharton replied that trying to destroy a monster when the purpose of the mission was only to hold the defense was extremely dangerous. The guy replied that he knew that very well and thought that maybe he should just surrender to the guild instead of giving up the competition. The channel president said that if the Archmage rejected the guild, he would definitely not lose anything. But fighting on their side was a questionable idea. Wharton also asked him if he really wanted to surrender, to which the Archimage replied in the affirmative, for he was not going to sit idly by. The president of the channel had an assumption that the Archimagus was up to something, and the Archimagus replied that the loser would have to fulfill the will of the winner. The Archmage decided to hunt the Ant Empress together with the Central Plains Guild. He went live and surrendered with his team to the guild's Central Plains. Viewers definitely didn't expect this turn of events. But even more than the spectators were not expecting such a turn, Yahina had already prepared to compete with the Archimagus for supremacy. The Archmage said that he thought it would be hard to surrender alone, so he decided to gather his entire team. Yahina couldn't even guess that the Archmage would do such a thing, and the audience already thought that Central Plains Guild would win in the end. The girl decided that it was worth a try and see what would come of it, and the Archimage said that in return he would do any order of the Central Plains Guild. He was ready to do anything, and the audience was discussing that he had made this decision extremely hard, and apparently he had decided to become their slave. The girl could not understand what the Archimagus was up to this time because he agreed to do anything she wanted. Yenna thought a bit and accepted his terms. She said that they would all hunt the Empress of the Ants because for the sake of their goal, the guild would be willing to do anything. The Archmage assumed that the girl would dare to take the risk despite the fact that they would lose many people. Then he asked what she would order him to do. Yenna ordered the Archmage to pump up his level, for she thought it was his weakness, and now he was in her hands and certainly not going anywhere from his destiny. For the next 4 hours, all players in the White Forest must work together to survive because the ants were unrealistically large. The audience thought it was unrealistic to last 4 hours, but the players prepared for battle and were not going to spare the ants. Players from different guilds understood that if their defenses were broken through, it would be almost impossible for them to survive. The archmage didn't understand why he was being treated as an elite player if he was fighting on the side of the Central Plains Guild. One of the players shouted at him that the archmage should not stand still because the last blow was left to him. He wasn't happy about what was happening, and he didn't like the fact that they were being indulged by some unknown player. But he couldn't do anything and agreed to the last strike. Before the battle began, Ekna had made it clear to the archmage that the Ant Empress was their only target. The girl explained that players from different guilds would bait the ants, and the archmage would have to deal with them. She wanted to see how he would get out of the situation this time. The archmage was surprised after hearing the girl's words and realized that all the experience points would go to him. She was obviously up to something. Yana said that the players of the Central Plains Guild didn't need experience points. She reiterated that their only goal was the Empress of the Ants. The girl looked at the archmage and saw that he was frowning. She thought that he could have guessed everything and probably afraid to level up and not reach the main quest, but he thought that he should hold on because he was still on their side. Yenna smiled and asked him if he was going to give up at this point and renege on the deal. She waited for his reaction. The archmage immediately agreed. He figured the guild had come all this way, so he could complete the quest already. He also realized that they would obviously be upset if the archmage showed them all he could do. He meant Aegis's shield. Players had to try not to use the magic of mass destruction because if their own tankers were affected, it would be the end of everyone. The audience saw that Lucky Gold and Silver had entered the battlefield, their goal being to distract the army of ants. Apparently, the archmage actually caused the blizzard, and the audience thought he was determined to destroy everyone in his path. The archmage read the comments of the audience, smiled, and said not to worry so much, and that he had everything under control. He announced that he would finally show the audience the Aegis shield, and they immediately noticed that after activating it, the ice started bouncing off his team and they were able to defeat the giant ant with ease. The archmage and his team one by one began destroying the giant ants, and the audience realized that he could attack without harming his allies. His entire team was safe and sound while calmly fighting the ants and destroying them without harm to themselves. He saw that everyone liked Aegis's shield, and that was a good sign. But he was confused by the fact that they had only recently started and he was already level 258. The spectators started writing to let the Archimagus let other players earn experience points, and he didn't mind doing so. The Archimagus thought it would be a good idea for him to pretend to run out of mana elixirs and stand aside. The Archmage turned to everyone after a moment and said that he had destroyed too many ants, and now he had no mana elixirs left. He thought his ploy had succeeded as someone approached him from behind. It was a player from their guild holding elixirs. The Archmage didn't expect this turn of events because he was sure that his plan would work, but the player gave him the elixirs. Yenna said that even though he was temporary, he was still part of their guild, so he should continue to attack the ants. He agreed to the terms and realized that the players wouldn't leave him alone until the very end of the quest, and he needed to start controlling the pace. At that moment, battle ants appeared on the battlefield and the spectators realized that a real fight was about to begin. Players were terrified that there were battle ants. They were already very hard, and this new ants were many times stronger. The number of points for destroying the battle ant was higher, and the spectators liked it, but the game was not over yet. At this point, winged ants began to appear and made it much more difficult for players to complete this quest. When the tankers saw the flying ants, they realized that it would be very difficult for them to fight, because the forces were becoming unequal. Yenna ordered the tankers to contain the ants, while the others were to focus on the flying ants and destroy them. The Archmage noticed that he had leveled up again. Now he was at 266th level, and he didn't understand why it could be done so easily. The girl looked at the Archmage and ordered him to take care of the main ant army. The onlookers saw that the stats of all the giant ants had increased by 33%. This meant only one thing: the ants were getting even stronger, and dealing with them would be much more difficult and dangerous. And at this moment, the Empress of the Ants appeared on the battlefield. She was just a huge size, and her eyes were glowing bright red. The onlookers were surprised by its size. No one had ever seen such a huge ant before, and they didn't understand how the Central Plains Guild was going to fight off this monster. All complicated by the fact that the Empress of the Ants with a single step could cause an earthquake, players became much more difficult to fight. and keep the defense. The archmage saw that more than 100 players from the Central Plains Guild had gone to the other world. He might not survive either. If he did nothing, he decided to set fire to all the monsters. He was able to carry out his plan and raised his level again. The archmage realized that a single attack was convenient to destroy enemies, but he could not spread out properly because if he exceeded the allowable level, he would be finished. Just as the archmage was wondering if it was time for them to call it a day, he heard someone's voice, and then the audience saw that the conditions of the quest had been met. The stranger came down to the archmage and said that the judgment of the Thunder Monarch was about to fall upon him. The archmage did not realize who this man was. The stranger struck the hammer, and everyone saw that the archmage had survived the attack of the Ant Empress, and now he had the glory of someone who had stood up to this monster. An unknown guy swung a hammer, and all the ants were destroyed. No one in the audience realized who it was. The remaining ants tried to attack the stranger, but were all destroyed by his hammer. They had no chance of escape. Yenna and the other players of the Central Plains Guild were watching and didn't understand what was really going on there. The archmage was pleased with this turn of events because this time he really almost went to the other world because his mana was running low. He used Aegis Shield and Spirit Summoning at the same time. It was too energy-consuming and risky, but he decided to go for it. The stranger all the while continued to fight the giant ants, but none of the players ever realized who this guy was. It was clear to everyone that now his goal was the Empress of the Ants, but it was not so easy to defeat her. This stranger was very strong, and he managed to destroy the Empress. Ant viewers thought it was a non-playable character, and appeared because the event was over. The archmage stood back and watched what was happening, and he was surprised at how easily and deftly the stranger had destroyed all the battle ants and the Empress. The stranger took off his hood and said he had rushed to his aid as soon as the news reached him. He was Bahar, a royal mage from Tonga. Emma watched the live feed. She knew the archmage now had a 270th level, and that was all she was able to do. Merlin noticed that the archmage's face was not very happy, and the girl said that it was a natural reaction because he had leveled up 12 levels. It was scary to even think about what would happen if you reached the maximum level. The archmage was no exception and was also apparently afraid of it. The boy assumed that the next hunt would likely start a war, and that's exactly what Emma wanted. The girl said that now when the archmage really needed help, he would have no one to get it from. After completing a difficult quest, the whole team, led by the archmage, headed back to the village and needed to rest. The archmage was on a flying ship and realized that he was already level 270 and seemed to be quite happy about it. Bahar approached him from behind and apologized for his late acquaintance and then asked if he was Midas. The archmage realized he had been heard and confirmed what Bahar had said. He was a little embarrassed that someone had heard him, but Bahar seemed completely oblivious to it. Bahar pulled out a scroll of paper and read that on behalf of the great and wise king of Tonga, Bahar was rewarding Midas for following the king's orders. The archmage heard that he had been allowed to visit the royal forge. He could not believe that this was really happening to him. He had a new quest, and in this royal forge he could forge any item. The archmage saw a small island in the distance. It was this royal marten. The archmage had never seen the forge on the flying island, and Bahar told him that only recognized heroes could enter it. And it turned out that he became the hero of the kingdom. He found it hard to believe they flew up to the royal forge, and Bahar told the archmage to follow him. He saw that those people's levels had gone beyond the 300th level, and the archmage could feel the magnitude of what was happening increasing. Bahar said that since this is the place where all the weapons and uniforms for the heroes are forged, many people want to rob this warehouse. This place needed proper security. They had gotten to the deepest place in the forge, and Bahar wanted to introduce the archmage to someone. This man turned out to be the royal blacksmith Eitri. He looked at the archmage and asked who this man was. The archmage was completely shocked when he saw the royal blacksmith Eitri, for he knew him from the legends. He asked the Corridevian blacksmith to take a look at his weapons, and he asked if the archmage usually fought with them. Eitri decided to improve the weapons of the kingdom's new hero, and gave the archmage a choice of the powers of free spirit abilities, and a power that is neither. The royal blacksmith Eitri waited for the archmage to choose one of these powers, and the choice was not an easy one. The archmage wondered if that meant he could choose the scope of his weapon. He decided to choose the power of a free spirit. The archmage thought it had something to do with magic. Eitri replied that he would then forge a weapon to match such a hero. While the archmage waited for his weapons to be ready, he decided to take a chance and reveal new cards. This time he could open as many as 2 reward cards, and he wondered what would fall to him this time. One card was a thunder spirit knight that could summon this knight who used lightning attacks. The archmage couldn't believe it had fallen to him, and he was already having a hard time with the spirits he had. and this way he could be left with no mana at all. The second card was Mana Absorption. Its skill was to absorb mana from destroyed monsters, but for this absorption it needed contact with monsters. He realized that it was easier for him to drink the potion than to search for monsters to absorb mana, but then he realized that if he used the book of skills that he got after completing the quest, he would raise this skill to the legendary epic skill. Asmo, meanwhile, was checking the channel stats and realized that the number of subscribers of many channels was dropping down. His assistant saw that in general, each guild's number of subscribers had decreased. They were not as interesting to viewers. After all, Archimagus held the most interesting live broadcasts, and many subscribers went to his channel because there were more exciting quests and passages. Asmo summarized that apparently the top guilds are very unhappy about this because they were holding on tight to their subscribers. He had even heard that they had already formed an alliance. Many guilds had signed a secret pact stating that anyone who aided the archmage would be considered a traitor. He said that in any case, the next point of impact was the new continent, and that's where the real war would begin.